Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 351 Chapter 84, Water and Fire. Original Li Qingshan violently turned his finger to the album on the long case, and the pages of the lazy book rushed over. The story rushed past and suddenly stopped on the next painting. 5. Just try this. If he wants to use the Ma Liang medium, he will use the power to summon this picture. That is the end of this fairy tale. Ma Liang was caught in the palace and Emperor asked him to draw a cash cow. Ma Liang raised his hand and painted a sea. Emperor looked very upset and said, "I want you to draw a cash cow. Who will let you paint the sea?" Ma Liang painted a small island in the sea, and painted a tall, big tree on the island. "This isn't it a cash cow?" Emperor immediately became happy. "Catch a boat. I want to go to the sea to shake money." Ma Liang drew a very large wooden boat. Emperor took the maiden, the Tai, the princess, and many ministers, both going on board. Ma Liang drew a few more strokes and the big ship started. Emperor suspected that the ship was too slow, and shouted at the bow, "The wind is bigger. The wind is bigger." Ma Liang added a few strokes, and the wooden boat hurried to the sea. Ma Liang added a few strong winds. The sea roared, rolled up the waves, and the big ship swayed. Emperor was scared and shouted to Ma Liang, "The wind is enough, the wind is enough." Ma Liang pretended not to hear, kept drawing the wind. The sea was angry, and the waves plunged into the big ship. The big ship was tilted and the ship was in a mess. Emperor held the mast of the ship and shouted, "The wind is too big. The ship is going to turn. Don't paint again." Ma Liang ignored him, but he still couldn't stop painting. "The wind is big, and many thick black clouds are blowing, and lightning is thundering. Under heavy rain, the sea water is like a high wall that is blocked and collapsed." Han Qianzi couldn't bear to look back. He only worried that Li Qingshan could not bear the blow of defeat. He thought about how to comfort him and not hurt his self-esteem. After all, he is so proud. Give him that kind of thing. He will be happy. No big deal. Let him marry the wish of the first few rich. She suddenly heard a wave of waves. It's far from a lakeside. How can there be waves? Then, the smell of salty passing into the tip of her nose, she suddenly raised her head. A high war-like wave hangs in front of Li Qingshan. Boundless sea. Li Qingshan pushed her hand forward, and the huge waves fell, rolling to shoot the fire. And the hard life would push the fire of hell to the front and push it back into the field. The flame tongue and the spray want to touch, and a vapor, but at the same time, more water and fire, cried up. Intense collision on the long dividing line, the steam rolling up, like a wolf smoke, formed a white fog wall, and spread because of the disappearance of wish power. It's screaming. The water is extinguished and the fire evaporates. This is the contest between water and fire. But the huge waves exhausted the momentum of progress and were evaporated by the fire. The repressed fire once again surged and was immediately photographed by the second huge wave. Chu Danking's face was reddened by the fire, slightly twisted, and even the eyes flashed red light, almost mad, constantly urging hell fu. A lot of hellfire. He shouldered the expectations of the master, the painter hope, and the nominal painting of the wife. This war must not lose, never. Li Qingshan has long since ignored the consumption of wish power, and the illusory Cloud Island is a good place. How can I give it to others? If you lose, the power that you consume now can be fully lost. Moreover, he smiled a little, in front of his wife, the old man cannot lose face. The circular combat field is divided into two pieces, red and bright blue. It is the hell of fire and the ocean of water, a twisted boundary line, constantly moving forward and backward, intensely glued. The sound of the fire, the roar of the water, the deafening of the ear. The earth-shattering magic spell confronted everyone, and everyone was shocked. They had seen the scenes of Li Qingshan and Chu Tan, and they would never be surprised by the battle of Qi Refining Warrior. If Chu Tan and Li Qingshan are dueling, they only occasionally show a means like the Foundation Establishment Cultivator. Now Li Qingshan and Chu Danking's approach has completely surpassed the level of Qi Refining Warrior, and it looks just like the Foundation Establishment Cultivator. The painter is nothing but Li Qingshan shows that it is really the sneer of them for a long time, the strength of novel school, and the repair of Li Qingshan, but the chi refining 7th level. They have always underestimated the novel school. Chu Shidao's brow was locked, worriedly looking at Chu Danking's all-powerful back. Unexpectedly, Li Qingshan had such strength. He also had some understanding of novel school's means. It should be limited by the great amplifying divine symbol. This situation is obviously a large number of people. For his book, he has reached a level of conviction. Time. How can you do this? Liu Kunfing stopped cheering, stood on the high platform, opened his mouth, and held his hands up like a solidified statue. Tightly tightened his strength, as if he was pushing a huge wave. Sun Fubai looked at this scene with greed, and his face was mixed. Yes, this is the master, the description of them, the strength of novel school. He once suspected. Now, Li Qingshan proved to them, prove to everyone. Novel school, not junk. God send this to novel school. Han Qiangzi holds his hands and looks at Li Qingshan intoxicated. He can't tell everyone, this is a man. Of course, in fact, everyone knows. Wang Pushi shook his head, this small, really amazing. It's only a year now, but if I give him time to develop, how much can it reach? Han family is looking for a good son-in-law, and will be a big cadre in the future. However, at this moment, Han and Jun was in a happy moment, but there was a hint of worry, and it was immediately relieved. This is a great life, and she wants to experience it slowly. Daoist Sloppy, who looked at the mouth and poured alcohol into his mouth, smiled. Master, you are regretting it again. Daoist Sloppy said, whoever regrets, who regrets it? I have to admit that there is a little regret in my heart. The law of novel school can be put into such a situation by him. If it is Taoism, it is not awesome. I knew this before. I was just kind to this little politeness. I have been beaten by my brother, and you dare to blow up my hair with his mother. At this time, the brilliance of Hell's Fu gradually faded. No matter how many paintings he poured into the painter's heart's blood, his power is not endless. Although Li Qingshan's water is only water, it is slightly inferior to the flame. But the 5 elements are the same. It is very easy to fire the water, and the fire will evaporate, but it will consume a lot of power. Li Qingshan slammed a huge wave, and I gave up the wish power that I have accumulated in the past 6 months, and see when you can support it. Chu Danking witnessed the crack, continued to urge Hell Fu. A faint crack appeared in the painting. He didn't care, even if he didn't destroy the painting, he had to support it. Danking, stop here. Chu Shidao's voice was introduced into Chu Danking's ear. But, master, if you fight again, it will be both losers. Chu Shidao is a person who loves painting. How can he bear to see the Hell Fu painted in 6 months, so it is destroyed? And Li Qingshan does not show signs of exhaustion of wish power. The odds of this battle have come to nothing. Chu Danking can't go against the teacher's life, kicking a long-term case, and reluctantly withdrawing Hell Fu. Li Qingshan immediately stopped urging the great amplifying divine symbol. These wish powers are not easy to save, and save a little. In an instant, the fire and water disappeared. Everyone has a sense of unreality. If it is not in the combat field, 2 pieces are burned by the fire, and the clear trace of the great river is almost doubtful that everything is a dream. The audience is full of silence, face to face. Who is this who wins? The patriarchs all saw it clearly, and Liu Chenqing cast a questioning look at Chu Shidao. Chu Shidao raised his hand and walked over to Chu Danking, patted his shoulder comfortably, and said to Li Qingshan, you won. Li Qingshan, you let me win. But seeing Chu Danking's eyes are red, his lips are shaking, and the appearance of crying, how do I feel that I have become a big villain who bullies the innocent boy? But it is a comparison test. As for this, prior to this, Li Qingshan was confident in his performance, but he was also prepared for failure. After all, nothing is absolute. Compared with the fiasco that he suffered before, this kind of life threat has nothing to do. But the bad result is just another island development. Novel School's reliance on land is not very strong, as long as he has his ideas. Is he afraid that it will not develop? Li King Shan, this guy who climbed up from the bottom, where can understand. Chu Danking studied painting for 10 years, never suffered any blows, and failed in the first battle. This contrast is indeed unbearable. He only won a powerful painting with him. How can he think that this would be Chu Danking's wife? On the high platform, cheers sounded, and Novel School, although not very famous, is still much more intimate than the outside painter. After all, it has been stunned for so many years. And now, everyone recognizes the power of Novel School. It is simply unbelievable that the characters who can use the means of the painter can be transformed to defeat the painter. Some of the younger brothers, even regretted, did not report to Novel School. Under the auspices of Liu Chenqing, Xu Shidao and Liu Kunfing came to the scene, followed by their respective chief brothers. Xu Shidao puts Celestial Maiden scatters flowers painting in his hands. I have heard that Novel School can transform myriad forms. The magic of all kinds of magic is now a sight to be seen. It is worthy of Saint Emperor's 9th. Li King Shan is the English of the people. In this battle, we lost our convictions. If there is any offense in the past, please ask Liu Patriarch for forgiveness. This painting is the heart of the old man Heart's blood. She was. Please, if you vote, it is Sunny. The support of the station is my big motivation. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 352. Chapter 85. See my love. Originally such a big man is so polite to talk to himself. Liu Kunfing is somewhat flattered and busy and courteous. The master of the martyrdom is heavy. The inferior is just a lucky winner. The Novel School and the painter's method, there are many ways to figure it out. Wherever, there will be more exchanges and mutual benefit in the future. After taking the Celestial Maiden scatters flowers painting, he handed it directly to Li King Shan. Although he did not care about the painting, it was what he deserved. Master assured, I will love this painting. Li King Shan also took the respectful hands. Although this battle won, but the accumulated power, but went nearly half. This is the natural of Novel School. The limit is where. However, I finally got a good spoils and compensated for the loss. The result is good, and he does not want to be enemies everywhere. Of course, he is still unknown all about winning someone else's wife. Xu Shidao slightly Dagger, Danking, you have to ask Li senior brother later. Xu Danking, even if he does not want to do it, he has to answer, yes. Senior brother didn't dare to be. I was in illusory Cloud Island. I saw Daxian and I had a drink. I had a drink with me. At that time, my friends were treated, my brothers were acquainted, and I didn't know why. I didn't come again. King Shan's first impression of Chu Danking was really good, and he felt that he had a rare day of true chi. Do you dare to say? If you didn't drunk me, how can I say that? Chu Danking squinted and felt a shame. What kind of words? Li King Shan stunned and Chu Danking complained about him. He is really awkward, although they are opponents, but there is no life and death, or the body of the sky. It means that a unique temperament that is different from ordinary people can walk out of its own path. In the heaven he knows, Hua Chengzhen is a kind of love, Han Tai is a piece of cold iron, and Chutan is a mad idiot. And the first day of recognition, Little An, may be among them, the special one. So, you didn't say it. Chu Danking slammed Li King Shan's shoulder as if he saw a ray of light in the endless darkness. The drunken words after drinking, who still remember? Li King Shan's expression is weird. He is not a broken mouth wife. It has time. Pass the words of others. Chu Danking seems to be a sigh of relief for the rest of his life. So, his reputation has not been ruined. It turned out that he always thought more. But I thought that I would have been entangled in this matter for so long, so I drew the painting Helfu and regretted shame and couldn't wait to hit the wall with my head. Xu Shidao is also curious. What is it? Li King Shan casually said. Danking said he wants. Chu Danking grabbed Li King Shan's mouth. Master, they are all rumors after drinking, not into the ears of the old man. Xu Shidao smiled and said goodbye. Patriarch Liu, take us to the painter. Please come with me. Liu Chengqing waved his hand and just decided to build a desert island in the southwest of the island when he was trying to test. He began to build, plant trees and design gardens. Originally intended to compensate for novel school, I did not expect it to be the result. Anyway, the benefits have already arrived, and the painter can't say that he is not. There is a brother like Li King Shan, and the novel school should not be declining. After this battle, novel school became famous. At the next opening test, there must be a lot of people. Fill in the words novel school. Chushidao, a group of people, came to the island of the painter under construction. The building on the island is nearing completion. Although it is not comparable to the spiritual chi of illusory Cloud Island, it is also very Jing, and has a thriving atmosphere. Liu Chengqing doesn't want to offend the novel school. The island building. Please ask Mohist School Patriarch to personally shoot. Pavilion, flying horns, all elegant and generous. After sending away Liu Chengqing, Shushidao walked to the door with a cane and gently touched the column with pine wood, which was a happy smile. Master, why are you so polite to Liu Kunfing? Chu Danqing was careful to take care of the road. Foundation establishment cultivator and chi refining warrior are completely two-world people, not to mention Chushidao is not an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. If you are only polite, you will be able to turn your friends and friends. What can I do with this old face? Master, it's all for my sake. Chu Danqing blamed himself. It's damned to lose the painting to the master. No, if you win, I will be humbly. Novel school can't be underestimated. Li King Shan can't be underestimated. Even if you can't become friends, don't become an enemy. As for the painting, you don't like it anyway, then it's just a painting. It's really old, and the heart of cow is too much. I believe that you will draw a picture that is 10 times better than that, and draw the woman you love in your heart. However, Master, I like living people. This sentence was stunned in Chu Danqing's heart. He did not dare to export. He only said, the painting is a precious memory of the master. I will definitely get it back. My memories have to overflow. Draw the picture. I am afraid that people who don't need her in the world are really weird. 200 years ago, in retrospect, it became so clear. Chushidao with the cane, the smiling eyes seemed to have penetrated Chu Danqing, penetrated the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, penetrated time and space, and saw it a long time ago. King Shan, I really didn't think, can you win with this book? Liu Kunfing looked at the thin picture book and thought it was incredible. Li King Shan explained the principle. Liu Kunfing and Sun Fubai all realized that mortals are not in the eyes of cultivators, let alone mortal children. At this moment they realize that they have neglected what is important. Sun Fubai immediately made a decision. So what do you want to do privately? Do it now. Liu Kunfing said that a big celebration. Li King Shan squinted and saw Han Qianzi standing in the distance, patted Liu Kunfing's shoulder and said, look, people lose so grace, we can't win too much. Which thoughts are to celebrate with the two great men, or to show off with their own women? Sun Fubai also agreed that Chu Danqing will definitely be a bad person in the future, and this grievances can still be resolved. Li King Shan bowed his hand and came to Han Qianzi. Qianzi, how is my performance? I will definitely love this painting. How do you plan to love the law? Han Qianzi said, and his face looked like a smile. The clouds lifted Li King Shan and Han Qianzi, and they vacated and came to Littleton. Li King Shan gave a grand ceremony to Grand Master Yinyan and said to Littleton, go to Clear River Prefecture. Littleton glanced at Han Qianzi. I am going back to cultivation. All right. Wait for me to bring my gift back. Li King Shan smiled and touched her head. Anyway, staying at night all night, not bad. These 3 times. The atmosphere is a bit weird. Han Qianzi also took a sigh of relief and thanked Littleton for his slight decapitation. Clouds flew out of 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy and went straight to Clear River Prefecture. Han Qianzi suddenly said, first wait. Li King Shan stopped the cloud head. What happened? Han Qianzi said, my question has not answered me yet. Don't want to get away with it. Li Qingshan smiled and said, of course, I love you as much as I love you. You can't even have a picture. You dare? I want to swear. Give me the picture. Han Qianzi listened to this, suddenly did not rely on, reached out. Li Qingshan threw the pair of celestial maiden scatters flowers painting to her. No, give. Han Qianzi was just a temptation. He didn't expect him to be so painful. It was not just a simple single painting. Its value was so high that chi-refining warrior could not imagine, and his heart was full of gentleness. Under curiosity, I opened the axis of the painting and saw that the face of the scattered flower girl was a blur, seemingly shrouded in smoke. The power contained in it was far above Chu Danking's Hellfu, and the value of this thing far exceeded spirit artifact. Oh, I don't think it's a big deal. I'm not rare. Han Qianzi threw the backhand to Li Qingshan, but you have to tell me, who did you see on the painting? Li Qingshan took the picture and said, how do you know? The rumor is really true. Han Qianzi proudly said, I don't know what I don't know. Don't worry about it. Don't care. But my heart is a little nervous. Will it be myself? Li Qingshan sighed. Can you not say? Han Qianzi has no confidence. Of course not. Did he see Gianning? And that would not be blame. The mood has plummeted. Li Qingshan said, well then, since you want to know, I have nothing to call you. Yes, I see. Li widow of our village. Han Qianzi's heart has fallen to the bottom, listening to Li Qingshan's answer, but petrifying, blinking. What do you say? What? Li Qingshan is embarrassed, you know, young. Li widow is the dream of a man in our village. Han Qianzi's mind was in chaos. Li widow certainly did not pose any threat to her, but she thought that she had been defeated by the Li widow who had no name. She felt that it could not be accepted. Li Qingshan ha laughed, and she was in the arms of her, screaming her chin, a fool, you are. Han Qianzi roared, Li Qingshan, you tease me again. Li Qingshan squeezed her chin and shook it gently. He said, this is not a teasing. This is called teasing. Yes. Is it true? Han Qianzi's voice suddenly fell down and bit his lip. If the answer is not his own, she would rather lie to her. Li Qingshan smiled and smiled gently on her forehead. I swear. The support of the station is my big motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 353 Chapter 86 The Disappearance of Kian Rongzi. The original Li Qingshan's emotional life is not white paper, but also much better than Chu Danking. The Jing color began to be pioneered only in Sunshia City, under the cedar. Gianying was amazed, let him experience the so-called love at first sight. However, he is not Hua Chengzhen, no matter how deep Gianying has left him, how much vows he made. At this moment, she does not have the importance of a woman who loves her deeply. Therefore, when I saw the painting, the memory only made a short and poor retrospective. What emerged in my mind was the posture of her reclining bow. It was natural and generous, and it was not artificial. You are in my arms. Why don't I have a picture? King Shan. Han Qianzi only feels that the heart is melting, and happiness is like a cloud, and it has to fly into the sky. On the top of the blue water, the two are in harmony, and their hearts are infinitely satisfied. Li Qingshan didn't think that she had such a thing. The fingertips slipped past her plump and smooth-skinned lips and smiled, now satisfied. This is almost the same. Han Qianzi gave him a look, the autumn wave, Xiaofai cheeks, charming to the extreme. What rewards can I have? Li Qingshan clicked on her chest full of bullets. No, say a good gift. Han Qianzi took his hand and took a piece from 100 treasure pouch. This. Li Qingshan stunned. Absolutely not wrong. That was his high-grade spirit artifact pill furnace at miscellaneous school. This pill furnace is not a gold iron casting, but a rare jade carving. There is a long dragon in the mouth of the furnace, and the full name is Ban Long Jade Carving Furnace. It is not that women should have seen something. Do men buy it? The angles of each other, say, seem to be reversed. Li Qingshan is full of tenderness. How, like? Han Qianzi said, She was born in aristocratic family. However, Han and Jun never knew anything about this daughter. This is also the use of years of savings. Also added the contribution points in the Eagle Wolf Guard for the spirit stones. Make up enough spiral stones. Li Qingshan said nothing, put down the Banlong jade carving furnace and kissed her lips directly. I said. Han Qiangzi faintly struggled, but the man was almost arrogantly holding her in her arms, and she couldn't resist the posture. Kissed her lips, her mind suddenly blank, subconscious hold him. Li Qingshan opened his white teeth. Long drive straight into, enjoyed the taste of Xiangjin. The hand is like trying to bring her watery body into the arms. The heart has been completely filled by her. Isn't such a woman worthy of his wholehearted devotion? After a long time, the lips are separated, and a trace of fluid is broken. Han Qiangzi is blurred. Tang Kuai Jiang, still remembering the first kiss in life, the long afterglow. Looking back, Li Qingshan's smiling eyes are right. The original Qiangzi, you are so afraid of being kissed. He felt that the woman in her arms seemed to be weak and boneless. Completely soft in his arms, can be left to his you. You don't talk, I kindly send you a gift. You have to take the opportunity to bully me, but also use such a great strength, and I am hurting. Han Qiangzi's face is burning. Zhao Jiadao, for him when the emotions move, there is a half blame. Give it to you. Li Qingshan took the pill furnace to 100 treasure pouch and took out the Celestial Maiden Scatters Flowers painting. I thought about this boyfriend, I didn't do it enough, just to enjoy the gentleness. But let her send her own gift first. Han Qiangzi refused to ask. I am not changing things with you, this is what you win. You keep it yourself. Li Qingshan put the picture into her hand. This is a token of love. Can't understand? In fact, he doesn't know much about himself. Compared to the romantic feelings of blue silk, think about their sentimental tokens. Practicable. But what he likes, it is this woman who doesn't know what romance is. Han Qiangzi this is aware of the meaning of the painting in his hand, the endless joy in his heart, and suddenly he can't put it down. Look and see it, as if the painting in his hand is not like a piece. After a while, I suddenly closed my eyes and looked up. The red lips were slightly beep. Li Qingshan said, what? Stupid, I want to try again, it feels good. Han Qiangzi opened his eyes, yee, but don't take the opportunity to move hands on me. Li Qingshan shook her head and sighed. If there was a woman who had just kissed her, she took the initiative to kiss her. If she regarded her as a shy beauty, she really misread her. She said, thank you, wake up. Under the kiss, the left hand took her slim waist, gently stroked, the right hand fell on her hips, squeezed hard. Han Qiangzi snorted and subconsciously twisted his lower body, but his heart was completely immersed in his sweet kiss, only to deal with the foreign objects that invaded her mouth, and did not care about the other, just let it go. After several relatives, Han Qiangzi smiled and refused Li Qingshan's suggestion to go to the lake tour. Red lips rubbed on his cheeks and stopped in his ear, exhaling like a blue, Sawo, don't think about this kind of thing. The right hand buckles the middle finger and gently flicks in his lower body. For some parts of the man, she is no stranger to the whole body, but most of them are dead, so that the living born in the man, all kinds of changes, only I feel very interesting. With her Xing love, how can she be willing to be only teased by him? Let him taste her power. Don't become a woman, he can bully with him. Li Qingshan suddenly widened her eyes, then frowned and glanced at her. Once a man has a feminine taste, it is really a must, and the wild style is really a sneak peek. Shipped spirit turtle sea suppressing secrets. According to the smoldering Wi-Fi, anyway, he has mastered the trick to deal with her, not eager for a moment. Sooner or later she stripped her hair and swallowed it into the belly. In the long-lost Clear River Prefecture, the two joined hands. Clear River waters, planted with willows, rivers and rivers like weaving, although the summer is hot, it cannot stop the travel. This era of the era is open, especially in the prefecture of the cultivator directly controlled by Clear River Prefecture. The degree of Zhu Open, even the legendary Tang dynasty cannot match. One of the 3 rulers of Ruai County is a woman. A woman can practice martial arts, can be cultivation, and is by no means a man's vassal. Li King Shan, next to him, is a living example. Although the appearance of Han Qianzi was too eye-catching, Li King Shan had to deal with a few rogues who were stunned. But this long-lost world life and the atmosphere of the market made Li King Shan relish for a long time. Between the tall buildings, holding this modern-looking woman, I seemed to have returned to the previous life. When there were no ones, she would send a kiss like water, then smile and escape, watching his face being helpless. At dusk, don't pass Han Qianzi, naturally, kiss goodbye. She has completely fallen in love with this kind of relatives. Li King Shan returns to illusory Cloud Island, and it is not surprising that little Un is in his room, silently Buddhist scriptures. When he saw him, he smiled and looked at his head. What about gifts? Li King Shan sat cross-legged in front of her and thought about it. She decided to tell her the news. This is, after all, the woman. The message after staying in this world. Kian Rongzi is missing. These things are what she asked me to give you. Little Un with a look of horror, looking at a pile of spiritual pill spirit stones in front of him. In the sweet love with Han Qianzi, Li King Shan almost completely forgot the existence of this woman. Still in the chat, listening to Han Qianzi, Kian Rongzi has been missing for 3 months. Eagle Wolfguard has issued a search mission. The base is determined to be dead. Han Qianzi has long been accustomed to life and death. It was only a sneak peek at the time. Now it is completely unconcerned. Unless there is a special situation, the relationship between cultivators is very weak. Li King Shan sighed softly. Her crazy pursuit finally came to the end. Little Un remembered the woman who was laughing in the Blood Sea in the Dead Sea. The heartstring trembled. Is she really dead? I want her to take a look. All right. Li King Shan did not expect anything in his heart. Han Qianzi's latter mission went to the south to investigate a cannibal monster, almost out of the scope of Clear River Prefecture, where a vast forest, where life there are countless monsters, countless poisonous insects, and connected to the underground cave. It is extremely dangerous to enter there alone. There are rumors that it is likely to escape the hiding place of White Lotus Holy Mother, but Guyanning does not shoot. Who dares to investigate? I really found out that it was not a dead end. After the disappearance of Kian Rongzi, Eagle Wolfguard released a search task, but no one dared to go. Little Un closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, and the right hand stroked the same thing. Cloud Tip's 7 signs. As divination spell of Yin Yang Jia, she never gave up comprehending cultivation, but it was the first time to use it. At this moment, in the southern forest thousands of miles away, the light of the setting sun is unable to penetrate the dome of the broad-leaved leaves, and the forest has completely darkened. A fly screams and screams, suddenly smelling a strong and seductive fragrance, which is the taste of blood and, often represents a body that can inherit the offspring. It danced its wings, flew in that direction, escaped a spider, and came to a hill. The taste, right here. It circled a circle and passed through a cave opening that was almost covered by vines. It was dark in the night, but it couldn't stop it. It found the target, a humanoid body that fell to the ground. Yes. It's just a human figure. The beautiful clothes of Jing are broken into strips that are soaked with blood. I can't see the original style completely. The wounds are covered with whole body, bloody mouth, blood and even pus, like a tearful eye, a mournful mouth, telling the pain of unspeakable. The corpse squats on the body, without an inch of intact skin, even in the gap between the wounds. It is also a bumpy scar, as if it has just healed. It is torn again. The same is true of the face, even though it is difficult for men and women to distinguish. Only one pair of eyes is round, and when the pinnacle is so big, even the corners of the eyes are cracked, gazing at the darkness in front of the eyes, and the first level of grey dust. The support of the station is my big motivation. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 354. Chapter 87. The Melancholy of Kian Rongzi. Original. This is already the 6th smash. Do you want to continue? Li King Shan asked, although Han Qianzi has never started, but it is related to the life and death of a legalist schoolbrother, most of whom have already asked Ma Buai divination, if it can determined to survive. It is not a search mission, but a rescue mission. Original start. Searching for a living person is also a search, and searching for a dead person is also a search. Little Un's use of Cloud Tip's 7 signs has gradually become more proficient, but for the 6th consecutive year, all of them are under the sign, and they are completely unable to find a trace of life. But the reason why she refused to give up is because it is very strange. If Kian Rongzi is dead, the body of the body should be able to estimate the approximate position. However, the elephant shows that she seems to be in hell. This is an incredible place. Hell is the home of all souls. But even if Ma Buai's divination spell can't touch another world, I want to see it later. King Shan Dagger. Although Spirit Turtle has some predictive power, he is now at least 1/10 of the Spirit Turtle, and at most he can feel the life and death crisis. In ancient Wind City, there was no Jing Mega in the Great Formation of Black Lotus Alto Lord, or he relied on Demon's ability to detect that the situation was not right at the last moment, and he did not escape. Of course, he also felt not sharp enough. The result is indeed shocking. Little Un's hands clasped, yin-yang 5 elements, 7 kinds of true chi, combined in a wonderful way to condense, as if the evolution of the world's living things change, to match the first line of life in that meditation. Finally, a cylinder is condensed, and thousands of kinds of pigments are mixed in a special law. It looks like a kaleidoscope. It seems to form a variety of images, pictures, text, but Li King Shan just looked at it. I feel dizzy. A thin bamboo stick rose from it and the sign was collapsed. Little Un slammed the sign in his hand as if holding the number of lives in the dark. Cloud Tip's 7 signs originated from the ancient 7 taboo, 1 sign and 1 life, knowing the life and death. Xiao past the future. Li King Shan also couldn't see the doorway, thinking about it if he used the tortoise divination. That Little Un is even asking for a sign. Of course, he did not know that his dream lover, Guyaning, used the 6-figure technique, which was quoted by copper coins. This sign is not really a sign. There will be no difference between the signing and the signing. It is a message of a change in the fate of change. As far as fate is concerned, there is no difference between Kyrgyzstan and fierceness. Life and death, up and down are just people's hearts. Little Un closed his eyes and raised his brow, trying to liberate his imagination and interpret the message. Destiny will never tell you plainly, "Hey, Jiang-san, you have to be unlucky today." Even if this simple message, the amount of information contained is 10 times larger than that of the 100 book, and it is more than the Impressionist painter. The painting is difficult to understand 100 times. The main job of the Buddhism is to interpret these messages to tell the questioner, "Hey, Jiang-san, you have to be unlucky today, so don't go out." And this is still a time-limited question. The flashing bamboo stick, constantly flashing and twisting, is very diffused in the hands of Little Un. Li King Shan asked, "How?" Little Un opened her eyes and frowned. Cloud Tip's 7 signs was the basis of the previous 6 signs. This 7th sign is an accurate sign. She finally found this line of life in the image of hell. Weak to even 9 deaths are not counted, as if a lone lamp in a storm is extinguished at any time. Li King Shan listened to Little Un's explanation and pondered for a moment. "Do you want to find her?" The flies confirmed the source of the scent, cautiously flew a few laps, and found no similar figure, making it a little uneasy. But it can't resist the temptation of this smell, and driven by the energy, it flew to the round eyes of the corpse. For a moment, there seemed to be something that swam through the eyes of the corpse, and the eyes of the corpse jerked a bit. It fell silently to the ground, ending a short life, lying on the ground with many of its kind. Short-term waking, the eyeballs slightly rotated, observing the surrounding scene. With this, she can know how long she has stayed. Her mind is completely smashed, and she feels like a big lie. letting her stay here for hundreds of years. Lixing can only play a meager role, as if rubbing garbage in the ruins and trying to rebuild a city is ridiculous and in vain. However, I found back the long-lost time and remembered it back about 3 months ago. At noon, the sun is shining through the canopy of the green say into the forest, floating on a wide and shallow stream. She stepped into the creek and alerted the silence to her concentration. Her heart was still in the cold winter. She couldn't forget the chaos. She had nothing to gain for a few months, and she felt relieved every day, but there is another force, but she is constantly pulling her to the quagmire. She almost wants to give up, go thousands of miles away, find a place where no one knows her. But there is divination spell in the world. That person may have no way for Gyanning, but it is easy to find yourself and kill yourself. She stopped at Xeox's Hongyan, and the creek was deep in the forest, full of dangers. The task can be announced at this point. Are you looking for someone? Just when she wanted to turn around, a gentle voice called her. The voice came from a man, with a gentle face like a voice, with a faint smile on his lips, and the black say dress on his body was like a knight. The broken hem swings slowly with the stream. She sighed softly, as if she was relieved. The long-awaited, real crisis has come. Then slowly turned around and said, Kian Rongzi has seen Black Lotus Altar Lord. Finally, I saw the first person in the White Lotus cult, Holy Mother. Kian Rongzi, do you dare to come? Black Lotus Altar Lord has not yet opened his mouth. He walked out of behind him a little girl in white. It looks like he is only 5 or 6 years old. He talks to Nei, but the chill in the middle, the blood that made her whole body seemed to freeze, and she couldn't say a word. Yes, this is White Lotus Holy Mother, her source of fear. I seem to be looking for us all the time? Black Lotus Altar Lord was curious. Kian Rongzi came out. They didn't know it, but they were worried about the trap. He tried his best to let White Lotus step into the possible. In the trap, a little Kian Rongzi, exposing their whereabouts, is unnecessary. Until now, he can no longer contain her anger, and will show up. The Guldaran is not a patient with such patience. Her gesture of chasing and killing is too lazy to kill. It also means that she will not the enemy of the past raise in the eye. Yes, the game is over. Kian Rongzi immediately squatted and slammed his head into the water. Yes, Kian Rongzi was under the control of Gyanning, and made a big mistake. He died and asked for a sin from Holy Mother and Altar Lord. No name. The little girl screamed. I am not Altar Lord, just called Black Lotus. I am still White Lotus Holy Mother. The little girl screamed again. Good, it's White Lotus Holy Mother. Black Lotus bent down, as if he was talking like a child, then straightened up and looked at the temple with distress. I want to let you go, but can you make a decent point? The reason, the current White Lotus Holy Mother is angry. It is very bad. Kian Rongzi open mouth you, Black Lotus said, I don't want to hear your lies, please treat me with sincerity, okay? Let you understand the seriousness of the problem. From now on, if you say another word lie, I will kill you. I don't want to hear her say, Black Lotus, you killed me and killed her. White Lotus Holy Mother kept slamming and slamming the stream. Black Lotus grabs the little hand of White Lotus Holy Mother. Let's just say it. White Lotus Holy Mother can't wait. Stand up, look into my eyes, tell me, where are you coming from? Kian Rongzi got up and looked at Black Lotus's clear eyes, prepared words, and no one can export, because every word is a lie. I want to find a way to live. Hugh. White Lotus Holy Mother kicks the water. Black Lotus smiled and said, very well. We have one thing in common. There is no doubt that hatred and killing are meaningless. Of course, not everyone recognizes it. For example, his little White Lotus Holy Mother. I can't wait to squander Kian Rongzi, a big traitor. I am curious, why are you not affected by the Purple Cleansing Heart technique? Kian Rongzi said, probably because of my cultivation. Charming technique. Purple Cleansing Heart technique is not charming technique. Can you know where it is? Kian Rongzi shook her head. She didn't even feel the effect of that technique on her. Black Lotus said that there was a high monk who had read through the vicissitudes of life and saw that all the people who are obsessed with it are a way of creating a way to practice their own understanding and implement their own understanding into the minds of others. In the blink of an eye, Diakon realized, even if it is a foolish mediocrity, you can also understand Supreme's wonderful law, no longer suffer from the troubles of the world. The name enlightened people with perfect wisdom is definitely not the means of Demon Dao's control. Purple cleansing heart technique is here. The roots are not resistant, because this magic spell is beneficial. After the operation, it seems to open innate wisdom, comprehend the predecessor. From then on the cultivation road, there will be no mental bottleneck until the surgeon's pinnacle is reached. If Hua Chengzhen suffered this technique, the foundation establishment was successful a few years ago. Kian Rongzi understands that people in White Lotus cult, as long as they have been subjected to this surgery, are all smiling. Even if they are hit hard in White Lotus cult, they are not upset. It seems that the heart is full of endless satisfaction. Black Lotus said, "Can you tell me, what is this?" Kian Rongzi hangs her head. "Actually, I also want to be like them." From childhood to age, she had had such a happy moment. She couldn't remember it. She frowned and shook her head helplessly, but, I am not happy. The support of the station is my big motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 355 Chapter 88 Review of Kian Rongzi. That's I can't be happy. It turns out. Black Lotus sighed softly and looked at her with grief. He used to be Yaning's deeper plan, using some kind of artifacts to withstand the purple cleansing heart technique. However, the answer is unexpectedly simple. Purple cleansing heart technique cannot wash the pain of her heart like the dark mud. This situation has actually happened. However, most of the losers will kill themselves very quickly. Even if they are alive, they will be tortured by their own sufferings, such as walking dead and swearing. Since it is impossible to liberate, death is the best redemption. So why are you still alive? What? Kian Rongzi whispered, and suddenly smiled and said, it may just be unwilling. In this situation, all kinds of efforts are useless. Life and death is in the hands of men, but she is fearless. As Black Lotus said, death is not a bad choice for her. Black Lotus sincerely said, Rongzi, I really want you to live. No, I don't think about it. White Lotus Holy Mother screamed. The question now is, how can you survive? I can't violate the order of White Lotus Holy Mother, even if I don't want to be Alto Lord. Black Lotus, you, too, bottom, standing, in, where, side? White Lotus Holy Mother slammed Black Lotus's calf, black face helplessly. Kian Rongzi simply looked up, in the gap between the green leaves, like the shining sun. Her figure reflection in the quiet stream, the legacy of Li Li, seems to have nothing to do with her. Has done everything, can be destined. Black Lotus thought for a moment, suddenly smiled and put up a finger. All said that the world is dilemma. But as long as you look carefully, you can always find a way. Then kneel down and say to White Lotus Holy Mother, so killing her, is it satisfied? This is a relief for her. White Lotus Holy Mother said, you are so easy that I will let her die. I will let her try to torture the world until she cries for mercy, and Jing God collapses and kills her. Kian Rongzi's mouth sneered a little sneer, crying for mercy. Jing God collapsed. Would you like to show it to you now? Black Lotus seems to have grasped the key to the matter and smiled a little. Yes, torture, remember that thing? White Lotus Holy Mother stunned, showing a vicious smile. Yes, that is, or you are smart. From the fingertips of the finger, take a thing and give it to Black Lotus. Black Lotus opened his hand to Kian Rongzi. In his palm, he held a crystal amber. The amber was covered with a small snake like a hair. Although it was so small, its beautiful say color was fascinating. Kian Rongzi said, is this? This is from Mist Province. Snake? Kian Rongzi Mist Province is known as the 100,000 Mountains. Although it has been under the control of Diaxia for many years, it is still a wild land. Barbarian's path of cultivation. Unlike China Earth, is directly passed down to the ancient times. The technique of witchcraft is one of the most secretive killing methods, and it is famous all over the world. Not bad. You want to kill me with this? One of my friends said that the real embarrassment is not for killing people, but for making people die. Gain Rongzi, since it is better to die than life, it means that you can live. However, this name is riddled with enthusiasm. In the first 300 years, it has been regarded as dead, because there has never been a life, and all have been tortured and died. The coldest tough guy, in this shackles, will also fragile like a child. White Lotus Holy Mother has a bigger smile, innocent and cruel. Kian Rongzi also feels cold. Black Lotus continued, until later, some people discovered that this embarrassment is not fatal, and there is not even a trace of harm. All those who die from this embarrassment commit suicide. If you can get through the pain, it will have great benefits. In this case, a sect is born, and the snake is worshipped as a holy snake. Gain Rongzi glared at the stream and stepped forward, not hesitating to catch the snake. Pain? She always knows how to be patient. Black Lotus got together and he was heavy. You really want to live like this? If you plant it, you will never die. You can't strip it, so you are so ridden. It seems that I have no other choice. Gain Rongzi's face is full of mockery. Black Lotus looked at her deeply. I suddenly regretted it. If you choose to die, I will give you a good time and there will be no pain. White Lotus Holy Mother is very upset. Black Lotus is in the says, even if you are not happy, I can't watch it. Killing and dying are always inevitable, but humiliation and abuse are not things we should do. If so, please kill me first. White Lotus Holy Mother also took nothing for him, and he turned his head to hate. Gain Rongzi smiled and said, thank you for your kindness, but if you only want to die, why should I come here? Black Lotus silently, open palm, well, I respect your choice, but please listen to my last words. As far as I know, this snake is not a creature in this world, but from infernal path. You should be aware of your legalist school disciple. Gain Rongzi. The pupils are shrinking. She naturally understands that the legendary infernal path, the total hell, the infinite little hell, is the great thousand-fold world, the return of all the souls, all the sins, will be there to be the final judgment of the Yin department of the government. Is the law the supreme symbol of the Supreme of France? It is very clear that the snake is not killed, and hell torture is not a killing, but a punishment. Let the most arrogant murderer feel pain, and then repent. This snake is from snake hell. The so-called torture in the human world is like the game of hell, compared to the game of hell. In other words, from now on, you will live in hell every day. Among them. When the voice did not fall, Kian Rongzi took the amber in his hand, pointed the amber to the sun, raised the beautiful face, looked at the gorgeous snake, and slashed Black Lotus, and smacked the lips. Thank you for your good idea. Amber slipped from her fingers. Under the sunshine, the little snake became more and more beautiful, and suddenly opened her eyes and fell straight into her mouth. In the darkness, a crack appeared on the amber, and it shattered. Not that she liberated it, but that she broke free from the restraint. It is like a beast that smells bloody smell, and Taoi who sees food. It is not shameful, full of hateful souls. It is its favorite food and hotbed, and it is involuntarily deep into it. Gain Rongzi trembled and slammed into the stream. The snake that was more beautiful than the rainbow, swam her face, as if it was tattooed, walking up the edge of her skin. Seems to grow stronger than in amber. She slammed her eyes wide and fell straight down, splashing a stream of water. A pain that cannot be described in words, even unimaginable, such as a snake. She opened her mouth, and if she could make a sound, she would now scream screamingly, but the pain had already caught her body, locked her throat, and could only make a clumsy, meaningless sound. However, every inch of the body is in moan, and the whole soul is mourning. She far underestimated the torture of hell. She was so wrong that she was not as strong as she had imagined. In a moment, she regretted and was willing to do everything to relieve this pain. The souls of hell, every night, repenting of the sins they committed before their death. Although the eyes were enlarged to the pinnacle, the field of vision was blurred, and everything around it seemed to be rotating, turning into a vaguely colored say. Vaguely, a group of black shadows approached her, saying, "Since this is the road of your choice, please let I wish you a good trip." Black Lotus stood up and said to White Lotus, "Holy Mother, who is enjoying the chill of Kian Rongzi, let's go." White Lotus Holy Mother said, "Let me see it for a while." Black Lotus showed a stern look, and White Lotus Holy Mother snorted, "Small." When the first round of pain passed, the poisonous snake from hell seemed to be active enough to enter the rest. She supported her body and got up. The sky was completely dark, and she reluctantly rectified the confusion. In addition to her bloodless skin, her body was almost unscathed, and White Lotus Holy Mother didn't even hurt her hair, much better than the best she had imagined before. But Jing Divine Will's seems to have been completely destroyed. It is very strange that if a person suffers from unbearable pain, he will be mad, and mad if he is not dead, but she is always awake and savoring every pain. This may be the wonderful thing about hell punishment. When I came back, the first thing she did was to buckle her throat. With a light grasp, the blood would come out and she would be free. The sharp nails cut through the pale skin, and the red and warm blood flowed down. After hesitating for a long time, she took back her hand and staggered and stood up, found a small cave, plunged in and fell into a coma. Among them, dreaming of a brighter snake than the rainbow, swallowed her, and soon she woke up. The second round of pain hit. Time passed by. She was able to supplement her food and drink when she was able to move, and then waited for the next pain with great fear. Yes, fear, unprecedented fear, fear of trembling, even when rest. That the snake also tortured her in another way, so that she always wanted to die. But she was not reconciled. Gradually, at the time of her punishment, she was able to do some simple activities, but the situation was even worse. Every time, she would lose her mind and want to take the snake out of her body and tear it. Every inch of skin. Fortunately, the body of the cultivator is strong, and the wound will always heal quickly. She even had a whim. If she peeled off her skin, would she be able to get rid of that snake? But it was stopped by the remaining reason: the snake has been integrated with her, and if she does, she will die soon. She can't die like this. At this time, a dangerous atmosphere interrupted her memories. A sift-like monster, along the bloody smell, came to the cave, shining with fluorescent scorpions, constantly fluttering in the darkness. This is a monster that condenses monster core, perhaps the one that she tracks, the humans and monsters, which is not important. Even though she is in a good state, she dares not to say that she must win. Now she has weakened to pinnacle. Even if she moves her fingers, she is incapable. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 356. Chapter 89. Never Repentance. Little Anne did not immediately answer Li Qingshan's words, but thought quietly, if there is an idea, then look for it. It doesn't take much time anyway. Little Anne is hard to be concerned about other people's affairs. Li Qingshan feels that this should be encouraged. Kian Rongzi leaves these things to Little Anne. They are also doing their best. It's too dangerous. Little Anne shook his head. Do not worry, although I can't be as embarrassed as you are, but the real danger is still felt. Li Qingshan pointed to her head and licked her hair. Just go out and play with you. It is good. I came to the Eagle Wolf Guard, took the task, and went upstairs to say hello to Han Qiangzi. After a bit of earring, Han Qiangzi heard about Li Qingshan's task and said, "You have to take this task." Are you familiar with her? Of course, I haven't cooked with you. It's been a few times of cooperation. Most of the people are already dead. Let's bring her body back. Li Qingshan looked at Han Qiangzi. Casually. Huge floor-to-ceiling windows, sparkling in the hot sun. She sat in a high-back chair, a red wolf guard dress, looks very heroic. Li Qingshan sat on the long table in front of her, and she looked at her face. Han Qiangzi took a chin and thought about it. This action is very male, so it seems that she has a different kind of charm. Okay, go. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Why don't you worry that your man meets White Lotus Holy Mother and is accepted by others?" Han Qiangzi leaned back on the back of the chair, lifted his legs, folded it on the table, and looked down at his eyes. "If little Hui is still possible, depending on your posture, most of it will be a knife." The news that was received a few days ago, White Lotus Holy Mother and Black Lotus Altar Lord, has returned to Mist Province to rebuild White Lotus cult. Li Qingshan said, "Is the message accurate? Is the not afraid of being caught there?" Mist Province is not Verdant Province, the real land. The guys who can't stand the Eagle Wolf Guard in Verdant Province, all fled there. If you can't find it, don't forget to bring your body back. Han Qiangzi blinked. "This is not good." Li Qingshan said, "Searching for Kian Rongzi's mission, contribution points is still very good. After all, it is related to a life and death of Red Wolf Guard. Take him. Anyway, now I am the master. Little Hui's no longer. Old Wang is also going to cultivation. I am dealing with so many errands alone, and I am annoying. Well, wait for me to come back." Li Qingshan leaned over and gave her a kiss and got up and left. Han Qiangzi came to the floor-tossling window and watched his cloud rise in the air, laughing and licking his lips. The speed of the monster is astonishingly fast. Two beasts with fluorescent light, like two faint shadows, drag two long tails of light, and a circle surrounds Kian Rongzi. Kian Rongzi squatted with his eyes, and at the beginning he turned a few times with the monster, and then he did not move, as if he was completely numb. The beast determined that this is not a trap. The two green lights that are being circled are suddenly folded toward the center. The monster is swooping up and biting on the neck of Kian Rongzi, which is the only place where her scar is relatively small. Even if in the pain of pinnacle, she can control at all times, and don't end up with her own life. Is it 3 months of painful persistence? Is it finally only getting this result? First, 4 fangs pierce the skin, and then all the teeth. Just one more point, the root does not have to wait for her suffocation, can bite her neck. The wind is cozy, and the coming death, perhaps for her, is just relief. The body of the beast is stiff, and the huge pain is like a toxin, which instantly fills the whole body. Kian Rongzi finally showed a smile and appeared on her horrible face, like evil ghost. Arms are placed on both sides, supporting the bit by bit to get up, and then bite on the neck of the monster. Look carefully, I saw the gorgeous little snake. I do not know when it was on the neck of Kian Rongzi. Parasites will protect the host, and the way it is protected is naturally to let the other person taste the same pain. In the presence of hell torture, monster chi of the wicked beast is completely in a state of collapse, and even the muscles cannot be tightened. Its tough skin is pierced by her teeth, bit by bit. In the mouth of the salty blood stream, she was like a vampire, swallowing her mouth and blood to make up blood. The food prepared in 100 treasure pouch has already been eaten up. Fortunately, the bloody smell of the body has attracted many wild beasts. She used this method to eat them all to supplement energy. Drinking blood and recovering a lot of physical strength, she will tear open the belly of the monster, take out a crystal-sized monster core of rice size, take it immediately, and meditate. In a cause genus Xing, which coincides with her, is a godsend. The long-lost true Qi finally reappears in Qi Sea. Under the urging of true Qi, the wound on the body, bit by bit. Kian Rongzi suddenly felt dizzy, touched his forehead, and was hot. In the jungle environment, she lost true Qi for a long time, and she was infected with third. She understands that she must leave here. She needs a better environment to cultivate, or she may die here. If you bring in a more powerful monster, you will bite her neck in a bit before being caught in pain. She saw the corpse of the demon smashed at first glance, and had to eat it before leaving to reserve enough physical strength. Rear out, but in this dim cave, there seems to be no concept of years of circulation. It took only a few hours for Li Qingshan and Little Anne to rush to the small village on the edge of the forest. Sure enough, some villagers saw her trail and the last footwork extended into the forest. Such a big fanfare, revealing the traces, is obviously her intention. Li Qingshan and Little An are standing in front of this forest at the moment. The deepness is like another world. It is not an easy task to find someone in a forest that grows thousands of miles. But for Li Qingshan, it is not too difficult. He is very familiar with the woman's breath. When he used the fast movement to carry out a search for a pull, the strong bloodiness also attracted his idea, and opened the vine-woven curtain. He saw a monster lying on the belly of the beast and devouring the internal organs. A familiar atmosphere, through the thick bloody smell. He could not believe his eyes. Kian Rongzi. The monster slammed his head up and saw Li Qingshan, showing an unexpected look. He smiled incomparably and said with a very weak voice, "You are coming." Like Enron sitting at home, long time left, friends came to visit instead of seeing the savior in despair. Li Qingshan didn't say anything, just took out the medicine pill and went forward. The scene in front of him, even he felt a little bit horrible, did not expect White Lotus cult to be so ferocious to this extent. Kian Rongzi saw Little An behind him, and suddenly felt a shame, curled up, and the snake that was entrenched in her, inexplicably. Li Qingshan wants to open her mouth and stuff the medicine pill into it. "Do not touch me." This time, Li Qingshan's hand has touched her face, and suddenly, an indescribable pain, vines all over the body. The place where his fingertips touched, I don't know when a colorful snake tattoo appeared. The energy of the parasite to protect the host does not change due to the will of the host. From now on, no matter who, if you want to touch her, you have to taste the pain of hell. Spirit turtle sea suppressing. Li Qingshan violently pulled back his hand and looked at his hand in horror. I saw that it was unscathed and the body did not have any abnormalities. The pain of the genius was like a dream. At this time, two young hands grabbed her hand. Little An. Li Qingshan and Kian Rongzi said at the same time. Little An's face did not reveal any painful. God say, infernal snake, can be extradited to punish the living. You can also punish the dead in snake hell. But Little An is neither a living nor a dead. A warmth came from the hand. Kian Rongzi saw Little An's Buddha's aura floating in cash, and then along her hands, vines into her body, and she was also shrouded in gold. Say Buddha's aura. The wound on the body gradually healed. Then, those rugged scars were erased by bit. This is not the effect of the Buddhist law, but the power of the Tao of the beautiful bones. The face seems to be more beautiful than ever. Little An released his hand and returned to Li Qingshan. Kian Rongzi whispered, "Thank you." Ask Li Qingshan, "Is the water?" Li Qingshan ringing. A tornado-like stream of water wraps around her body, washes away the dirt and sloppy clothes on her body, dissipates the blue smoke, reveals the white skin, and the soft body is naked. Li Qingshan is a very strong person, but standing in front of this woman, always feels like a water stop, even at this time is the same. Even too lazy to look away. The same is true for Kian Rongzi. He picks up the 100 treasure pouch and takes out a dress and put it on his body. During this time, the arm is stretched out, naturally, neither seduce nor avoid, as if he did not regard her as a woman, she did not regard him as a man. Li Qingshan said, "It seems that you have suffered a lot. Do you want to know?" Kian Rongzi has put on her full body dress and straightens her hair in the mirror. Speak and listen. Li Qingshan is really curious. Kian Rongzi casually talked about this experience, and it was as easy as telling someone else's story. After listening to Li Qingshan, I felt cold in my heart and asked, "How do you want to lift this?" Kian Rongzi said, "There is no way to lift it, and there is no need to lift it. As long as I can put down my shame and hatred, it will naturally not torture me anymore." Snake hell is used to punish those who have been guilty of shamelessness and who have created a boundless sin because of hatred. But punishment is not the purpose. Let sinners wake up in sin in their own sins, and finally get self-salvation and relief. It is my compassion. Li Qingshan laughed and said, "Can you do it?" Kian Rongzi also smiled. "Of course I can't do it. I won't be ashamed of anything. I hate everyone in the world." The viper wandered happily. She slammed to the ground, and the fingers were deeply buckled into the earth and stone. The smile on her face was distorted by pain, but it became more and more brilliant. In the hollow of hellless hell, I suffer from endless hardship and no repentance. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 357. Chapter 90 is untitled. Looking at her appearance, Li King Shan is inexplicably in the heart of a killing intent. Although she has recovered her injury, she has changed back to the beautiful Kian Rongzi, but she feels more inhuman and faint than the monster she just saw. Road, is it included? Kian Rongzi said, "Are you a person?" Li King Shan gave a slight sigh of relief and said with a smile, "As long as you live a happy life. Is there any relationship between people? I don't want to care about your business, but Little Un Divination has a chance to run this trip." Kian Rongzi looked at Little Un deeply. Little Un has been like a flat riff from beginning to end, and there is no expression. Kian Rongzi laughed. "Those things that are placed in you will be my reward." Li King Shan took the clouds and brought mission items back to Clear River Prefecture City. When Kian Rongzi stood in front of Han Kyungzi also showed the surprise God say, knowing that she had suffered White Lotus Holy Mother, and she was seriously injured in the forest. She smiled and said, "You have a good life. I am worried about it for you." Kian Rongzi played the role of the last time in the crusade of White Lotus cult, even if Han Kyungzi did not know. "Thank you for the concern of the two senior sister." Kian Rongzi is a well-behaved way. As for saying, "Is life good?" It can be said that after the treatment of Little Un, the benefits of this hell snake gradually emerged. After the pain, the thinking is always exceptionally clear understanding. The body and the soul seem to have undergone some changes. The return of Kian Rongzi also caused a wave of volatility in the Eagle Wolf Guard. She changed the style of Pingra's long sleeves and danced, and declined Han Kyungzi's reception. During these 3 months, although she had a subtle feeling with the venomous snake, she was able to control the time of sentence slightly, but she had to spend more time to match it. The road to the future is finally in her hands again. Returning to the residence alone, a familiar figure stood in front of the door. Kian Rongzi said, "Xiaotan, how are you here?" Chu Tan said with concern, "I heard that you are back. You have been there these days. I am worried about you. I want to find you several times. It's a pity that I didn't go at all." For this result, Kian Rongzi is not surprised at all. It's not that he is not really sincere to herself. She is still very confident about her own means, but for some people, there is no one for herself. Xing is precious. In the face of Chu Tan's hand, her eyes are bright. If she holds this hand now, what genius will ask for mercy from her, no matter what card she can ask? But she hesitated a bit, or took back her hand. Chu Tan is the genius that all parties are concerned about now. If he does not know how to die, it will definitely cause 100 shocks. At this time, it is still not good to cause trouble. Anyway, it is already her bag of things. There was a sudden joy in her heart. Although she was still a chi refining 6th level, she had a deadly fang that could harm these so-called genius. Chu Tan's face was disappointing, but there was something in her heart that she didn't dare to say anything. "I heard that Li King Shan brought her back." It was even more frustrating. How can I have this guy everywhere? When Kian Rongzi inadvertently said that she lost 100 treasure pouch in her mission, worried about the next cultivation, Chu Tan immediately generously took out many medicine pill spirit stones. Kian Rongzi refused to accept it and accepted it. "Thank you, Xiaotan, I will return it to you." Chu Tan looked at her face intoxicated and felt that she was more charming than in the past. A light cough. Wu Zhen came out of the darkness, and he had thought about finding her, but the son of the family, of course, could not play his own Xing to the forest that might have White Lotus Holy Mother. Later, when she felt that she would die, she lost her mind, listened to his return, and quickly came to see. And he did not naturally say hello. Kian Rongzi gave Chu Tan an eye and smiled. Anger, you are here. Wu Zhen saw that she didn't mean to blame it. She was even more ashamed. She heard that her 100 treasure pouch was lost. She also sent some spiral stones medicine pill to her. As a member of aristocratic family disciple, he is still very generous than Han. Rongzi is still richer. Chutan was jealous with the wind and the two were not happy. Kian Rongzi sighs heavily, but the food at the mouth can't be swallowed. It's a bit regrettable. If the world can be more chaotic, it will be fine. Kian Rongzi, although it is not a man of the moment, the popularity of the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy is very good, and there are people visiting the door in the next few days. Not only the legalist school, but also many other disciplines. No one is coming empty-handed. 100 treasure pouches again drum up. Everyone said that after the return of the money junior sister, the temperament changed greatly and became more beautiful. No one knows that whenever the night is quiet, she will lock her body and open a routine trip to hell. Under the nourishment of pain, the rainbow snake is growing bit by bit. In the summer and autumn, Li Qingshan woke up in the bamboo building, and true Qi with the body has gradually reached the peak of Qi refining's 7th level. It will take a long time to make a breakthrough again. I saw Little and looking at him with a round of squinting. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Don't squint, go to the morning class, or your master should recite me." After the Buddhism VAR conference, the morning classes of Flawless Temple were hosted by her, then Buddhism disciple, allocating things for the day. This is naturally the arrangement of the Grand Master Yinian, and it is the work of the chief discipline. She is also inexcusable and has many benefits. She has already earned many medicine pill from Li Qingshan from Grand Master Yinian. Li Qingshan is not just taking her as a child laborer, cultivation Tao of the beautiful bones, such as divine ability. The most important thing is to repair. This is not to read a few Buddhist scriptures. To open a flower conference can be solved, more need to in the ordinary life. Bit by bit accumulation, one flower and one world, one leaf and one body. Li Qingshan used to get along with her, and some of them are reluctant, but think about it, it is to send the children to school. As the chief disciple, it is bound to have a lot of contact with some people and things, and it will be of great benefit to her future repairs. After Xiaoan left, Li Qingshan sat for a while, neither cultivation nor martial arts, just emptying his head and not wanting anything, the equivalent of brushing his teeth in the morning. Then I walked out of the door, and the sky was already bright. In the bamboo forest path, two boys, playing side by side, cleaning the leaves with a broom. They were all repaired by Qi refining 2nd level, and they injected true Qi into the broom and waved. Then there was a gust of wind, and the bamboo forest swayed slightly. The two simply fought in the broom and screamed, and shouted, "I am the 2nd senior brother, you are the little junior brother." Suddenly saw Li Qingshan coming out, and quickly bowed his head and respectfully said, "Eldest senior brother." No need to wait until the next opening exam. Novel School has a new discipline. After a period of training, the children who have been selected from various places have given them the opportunity to choose each other. The two boys chose Novel School. They are all waters, and the innate skill is just plain. At that time, Liu Kunfing was happy for a few days, until the Novel School finally flourished in his hands. Li Qingshan is no longer a loner, patted their heads. "Don't make a fuss, go read." The older boy said, "We still have to sweep the floor." Another boy said, "If you don't clean it, the master will be jealous." Li Qingshan knows that Liu Kunfing is an addiction to the master. In the past, the leaves were full of quartz. I have seen you care about it. He also likes these two little guys and laughs. "I will help you sweep." A crystal water dragon flew out of his hands and rushed away to all the fallen leaves, revealing the cobblestone trail below. The two little guys cheered and worshipped. "When, we could be as good as eldest senior brother." A June, a Sheng, after sweeping the ground, "I still don't roll over to me." Zhuang's Hong came to Liu Kunfing's majestic voice. "Yes, master." Li Qingshan smiled and shook her head, watching them rush and ran. Since they came, Liu Kunfing has become a personal, and has a dignity. "Qingshan, you go early and go back early." Liu Kunfing said again. Li Qingshan also said, "Yes, Master." Liu Kunfing, satisfied with the beard and the insider, the great amplifying divine symbol, the brilliance of the brilliance, the accumulated power, is unprecedented. He has been at the chi refining 10th level for many years, and at the moment he has a little confidence and touches the door of the foundation establishment. What is the most important thing in a family or foundation establishment cultivator oversee? Otherwise the reputation is so big, it must be looked down upon. This novel school, it depends on his patriarch, saved on wish power, foundation establishment to prepare. He has been completely unwilling, the illusion of women out of there. There are 2 small disciplines, and he can't lose his identity. Li Qingshan came to the island and saw Li Long working there. Thanks to the various crops he had planted, Li Qingshan could calm millipede in the sack, smiled and said hello. Li Qingshan became a small point and fell into the big island of dispute. Li Long only bowed his head and continued to take care of the medicine garden. Among the many crops, spiral grass is the most difficult to grow and is extremely demanding in a variety of environments. But in the process of cultivation, the agriculturist school disciple is also the most beneficial. Li Long also opened up a small piece of land with the help of spiritual chi's abundant illusory cloud island. He tried to grow several easy-to-live herbs. Although he didn't know the result, his planting skills and chi refining repairs were an obvious high, and will soon be able to go further. Wealth, companions, techniques, and land. As long as there is no shortage, the first few layers of chi refining are still relatively easy to break through. On the combat challenge field, Li Qingshan's fist screamed and slammed into the door of Han Tai-yi. Han Tai-yi turned like a gyro, and his rifle turned into a black dragon and swept to Li Qingshan's legs. Li Qingshan chuckled. Regardless of the bottom, the boxing changes, the illusion of the boxing, the surrounding military school disciple seems to be like dozens of fists shot together, overwhelming cover to Han Tai-yi face, who said, "Me can't touch your face," and said, "Repay the account." Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 358. Chapter 91, True Spiritual Pill. Han Tai-yi did not hesitate to abandon the gun, accurately grasping Li Qingshan's double fists in the heavy boxing. The 2 men and feet suddenly slammed into the ground, and the cracked open. After several fights, the 2 separated on both sides and they all breathed slightly. Li Qingshan has to admit that military school is not a defender. Han Tai-yi is not the chief of military school. He has already played the battle skill of strike the sea to pinnacle, and he has not touched the face of Han Tai-yi. Risky. In the human race form, his body refining technique is still inferior to Han Tai-yi's 10th level chi refining warrior. Chi refining is even worse. He handed it up, but when he was awkward, the little bitch was not good. Han Tai-yi is even more surprised. In the chi refining realm world, the first level is a huge difference, especially the 10th level and the former 9th level. It is a world of difference. The trick of winning the enemy is on Li Qingshan. It was just a small injury, and the endurance was amazing. Although he did not lose, he often dragged him into a hard battle. Li Qingshan took a break, breathed, and saw on the sky, "Hey, let's eat." Military school disciple responded with a group response, "Dinner." Eat. After a lunch at the military school, Li Qingshan had a chat with Han Tai-yi on the combat challenge. Now Li Qingshan will come to military school every morning to become more familiar with the use of battle skill. The 2 people appreciate each other, and Han Qianzi has become a good friend. It's not too late. I go to Benevolence Island. Li Qingshan look at the sky, say, "Get up," and in the afternoon is the time to learn concocting pill. Coming to Benevolence Island, Ruxin said that these Ray should concentrate on cultivation and ask him to open a furnace and say Dan. With the Panlong jade carving furnace sent by Han Qianzi, Li Qingshan's concocting pill success rate has increased greatly, and the technique of concocting pill has grown day by day, but wants to be the high-quality medicine pill of true spiritual pill, which is not a Ray. Li Qingshan was not impatient, went to Zhengming Island to receive several concocting pill tasks and started concocting pill. At dusk, Han Qianzi had a busy day of work and cultivation, and declined the invitation of several colleagues to go out to have fun together. He accompanied Li Qingshan for a while. He brought something to eat and talked about love. Concocting pill is very time-consuming, but it is not like refining. It needs to concentrate on the Jing God all the time. There can be no relaxation. Many times, playing a corner of a boiler worker. So the powerful concocting pill division often recruits several concocting pill boys to help him look at the pill furnace. Li Qingshan, although there is no such condition, but accompanied by a beautiful woman, it does not feel bored. In the evening, Han Qianzi left, little unreturned, and Kian Rongzi broke through the Qi refining 7th level. She came to her today and told her for a while. The cold star was adorned with the night, but it was quickly expelled by Dongxing's red ray, and it was repeated in the blink of an eye. It was another winter snow falling. Li Qingshan's pill concocting technique is rising, but he is anxious. The deeper he knows about pill concocting technique, the deeper he feels. It is not the first time to imagine. Just learn for a year and a half, then refine a large number of true spiritual pill, and then replace it with medicine pill for cultivation. So simple. In fact, this process is extremely difficult. The first step in collecting spirit grass is a difficult problem. It is used to refine the spirit grass of true spiritual pill. Even if it is far less than the blue butterfly flower, it is very rare. First, you have to put a lot of spiral stones on it. True spiritual pill, spending at least tens of thousands of spirit stones. 1 or 2 of them, almost no price, are held in the hands of concocting pill teachers and used to refine other high-grade medicine pill. If you want to buy it, you have to spend at least twice as much. With such a big noise, everyone knows what you want to do, and never underestimate the IQ of other cultivators. Then there is the second step, refining. Pill concocting technique is not that simple. Although he has such a weapon in the hands of Banlong Jade carving furnace, it takes at least a few months to learn to produce true spiritual pill. After learning, it is only barely refining, but it is also a pity that the success rate is low. That is to say, there will be a large amount of precious herbs that are wasted. If you want a high success rate, it is very simple, and then draw at 2 or 3 years to learn. But the success rate cannot be more than half, or 2 said. If the high-quality medicine pill of true spiritual pill can be easily refining in 2 or 3 years, it will be a concocting pill. The last step is to sell. Even if you ignore all the previous problems, how to sell a large number of true spiritual pill, how to sell it to the medicine pill for cultivation. This is not a game. Find a store and pull it to one of them. The mouse is fine. First of all, you must hide your identity, but that means you will inevitably be crushed, even black. The guilty of a crime, a group of true spiritual pill that can cultivate the foundation establishment cultivator, means that many foundation establishment cultivators that seem to be very kind, may change appearance. Can I trust you? Li Qingshan asked casually. In Ruxin's Danfang, Ruxin is teaching Li Qingshan a scented pill, which is a higher grade medicine pill, but it is not used for cultivation. Taking a fragrant pill can make a fragrant body. Recently in female cultivator very popular. This time is not the task of the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, but the work of Ruxin. In a boring break, the two were too lazy to play the war. Li Qingshan quietly listened. The snow fell on the roof. The eyes did not look at Ruxin, staring at the wall, as if thinking, suddenly what did this do? Ruxin turned her head. Li Qingshan looked at Ruxin's eyes. Answer me. Ruxin's black and white eyes turned a bit and seemed to be thinking about what Li Qingshan asked, looking at the beam. I don't know. Although I have been with each other for so long, it seems that your body is covered with the mysterious veil of first level, which makes me unpredictable. Li Qingshan said. After getting along for so long, they were snoring and talking about everything, but never heard her say if you pass your own, even if you arrive, you will immediately turn to the topic. That's too good. Ruxin stared at Li Qingshan. In her heart, is Li Qingshan not like this? 4 eyes met, Silent for a moment, Li Qingshan smiled, and then saw his smile reflected on her face like mirror image. Yes, they all have secrets that are absolutely impossible to tell, but even if they are friends, they don't have to share all the secrets. Are you practicing true spiritual pill number? If there is a chance, I would like to try it. Rongzi said calmly, true spiritual pill's most important spirit grass, blue butterfly flower, is almost extinct, and there are not many people who have been refining. Li Qingshan opened the palm, a shimmering blue say butterfly, fluttering and flying in front of Rongzi. Let's try it. Rongzi reached out and let the blue butterfly fall on his fingertips. He said, it really is blue butterfly flower. I only saw it in the book. I didn't expect you to have it. No wonder you want painstaking cultivation pill concocting technique. It turns out that refining a true spiritual pill. Li Qingshan smiled and shook his head. No, not one. Rongzi Tankuai Jiang, the blue butterfly fun dancing in Danfang, dozens, hundreds, more, will be beautiful in Danfang rendering. But what she thought in her mind was that she could replace the Danish room with the spiral stones. After a long time, Rongzi came back to God and looked at Li Qingshan deeply. He flashed in the singer, thank you for your trust. Li Qingshan said, I am also forced to do so. After refining, I can give you 30%. This number has made Rongzi's heart beat, and let's not say that with this number of true spiritual pill, she can immediately start to attack the Foundation establishment realm. Li Qingshan, the next thing is to let Rongzi calm down. You are responsible for collecting other spirit grass, you are responsible for refining, and finally, you are responsible for helping me to switch to medicine pill for cultivation, preferably Tao Elements pill. The important thing is that you have to be responsible for confidentiality. I believe you don't need to say that you understand it. Of course I understand. Rongzi smiled slightly. Once the news leaks, there may be no life. Is it? Li Qingshan was not as serious as she thought. After all, it was still orderly and peaceful, and he just didn't want to reminiscent of subterranean world. Rongzi said, 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy is not as safe as you think. The patriarchs may not take us anymore, but if it is the pressure above it, you dare not choose to cooperate with Han family, not because of them. Too strong, and am I a lonely man? Li Qingshan also has to admit this. He can trust Han Qiangzi, but cannot trust the entire Han family. Rongzi is not a member of aristocratic family. His past life is a blank. It is said that the root is not a person of Clear River Prefecture. Even the current master, medical school patriarch Huase, is a lonely old man. This means that once this incident is exposed, Rongzi can't keep these true spiritual pill. Sorry, it matters a lot. I can't trust anyone completely. Li Qingshan did not dare to give such trust without having to get along with them for a few months. I can understand that if you are so convinced of others, it will make me underestimated, and I will tell you a secret. Rongzi took a pill furnace from 100 treasure pouch. Top grade spirit artifact pill furnace. Li Qingshan blurted out, this is not the ordinary top grade spirit artifact, but their air pill furnace, and the shape of the pill furnace is very weird. Looking at it, more like a dual cauldron, the pattern above is complicated. Through these days, he learned about pill concocting technique. He saw at a glance that this is not the creation of Verdant Province, but from the more southern Mist Province. But Li Qingshan did not say that the people of Mist Province have always been blamed by Verdant Province for barbarian. Although under the rule of Diaxia, the friction between the two vassal states has never stopped for thousands of years. The borders are heavily guarded, and the Eagle Wolf Guard has always had the highest rate of damage. There is a feud between the two all nobles and kings, and if it wasn't for the suppression of the imperial court, it would have started. Is Rongzi a spy from Mist Province? And how can Rongzi not guess that these blue butterfly flowers come from subterranean world? There are only a handful of blue butterfly flower fields, and there are many forms of protection. Even if you are a Foundation establishment cultivator, don't even pick one from it. How does a small chi refining warrior go deep into subterranean world? Unconsciously, the hidden secrets of the two men opened a little to the other side. but they did not have a deeper meaning, and the heart seemed to be close to it. Rongzi added, I still have a lot of spirit grass on my body. There are several kinds of use to refine true spiritual pill. I don't have to collect it. Li Qingshan smiled and said, that's a coincidence. In the end, the two made up 7 kinds of spiritual grass refining true spiritual pill, Li Qingshan, and Rongzi, both of which are very large. Needless to say, it is obvious that there are places in Subterranean World and Mist Province. The spirit grass from these 2 places is mostly cherished, and the remaining spirit grass is collected by Rongzi. As the chief discipline of medical school, she is in charge of the medical school's medicinal library, and in the name of refining other medicine pill, it is no trouble to bring up some spirit grass. In the afternoon of the next day, Li Qingshan came to Danfang again, and Rongzi took out a picture and set up the formation to ensure that no one could explore it. Li Qingshan asked, how? Rongzi's heavy road, my master already knows this. What? Li Qingshan was furious, stepping forward and holding her shoulder. Just kidding, hey, it hurts. Rongzi's eyebrows are slightly stunned, just like Xi's heart, mourning and moving. You. Li Qingshan was even more annoyed. This woman with no formality relaxed her strength. The faces of the two were close at hand. After the separation, they had guessed for each other's identity for a long time. In the past few months, they had no physical contact, and suddenly they felt a little embarrassed. Li Qingshan let go of her shoulder. This is not a joke. Rongzi said, I want you to relax a bit, don't make it like a thief. Li Qingshan said, not a thief, it is a Jian. Rongzi smiled and put on Li Qingshan's shoulder, it's not impossible. Rich man, I like it the most. It's better to give you the Korean eldest young lady. Don't forget to put the pair of Celestial Maiden Scatters Flowers painting to come back and transfer it to me. I will compensate you for the pill furnace I usually use. She is also a high-grade spirit artifact pill furnace. Li Qingshan said, don't think about it, get the spirit grass back. How is it so little? Rongzi said, the previous period is enough. If you take too much at a time, you will be noticed abnormally and slowly. Li Qingshan expressed understanding. Rongzi said, so, let's get started now. Right, what is your name? Lucky Mind Furnace. Rongzi. Lucky Mind Furnace shrinks into a palm shape. Then in the order, first put a strain of spicy grass into it, and finally, is a blue butterfly flower. The first time was entirely for the purpose of experimentation, to accumulate experience. The goal is only a true spiritual pill, and the base does not expect success. Rongzi sits cross-legged, with a focused face, and no more casual when concocting pill. Li Qingshan didn't bother to be bothered, meditating on the side of cultivation. After more than 2 hours, the pill furnace opens and the fragrance surrounds. Lucky success, give. Rongzi smiled and pulled out a purple pill pellet from the pill furnace, exactly the same as he had seen. Li Qingshan held her hand, this is yours. Gently shake, happy cooperation. However, the second furnace stand failed, wasting a blue butterfly flower. Rongzi could not help but sigh. On the contrary, Li Qingshan, because the blue butterfly flower came too easy, the face, say as usual, said, continue just fine. Let Rongzi feel that the rich are different. But now go back to rest, restore God. Let me sort out my thoughts and continue tomorrow. Rongzi puts away Lucky Mind Furnace, removes the formation, and suddenly smiles. If you don't go out, Han eldest young lady is really going to let's get through. I almost forgot. Then see you tomorrow. Li Qingshan went to Danfang, but he was feeling the correct choice of his own, with Rongzi cultivation pill concocting technique for many years, plus a top-grade spirit artifact pill furnace, the success rate is only half. If you let Li Qingshan refine it, I am afraid that there will be no one. Han Qiangzi is waiting at the lakeside, the sky is snowing, and the sky is already dim, strangely saying, how is it so long today? Li Qingshan apologized, grabbing her shoulder. Concocting pill took some time, waited for a long time. Where do you want to go today? Today she wore a red hooded cloak with a white velvet collar in the snow, like a red safe flame, warm his heart. The Toppisan world after a busy day is their common favorite. Their footprints have long been more than the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy and Clear River Prefecture City, and the surrounding scenes are full of their footprints. Han Qiangzi's face is red. Let's go to the lake tour. Li King Shan's eyes lit up, and the lake tour was a special secret for them. White sage reeds stretch for 10 miles. The snow in the sky is overwhelming. Untouched reeds swayed, parked a small boat, swaying, faintly revealing a woman, a breath of gasping. The cabin was covered with thick quilts, and the cloak of the red Issa fell freely. Li King Shan fell on Han Qiangzi, deeply kissing his beloved woman. Her left arm wrapped around her body, kneading her left root through her clothes. Her right hand slid over her delicate body, from the round thigh to abundant hips. The chill of the sky can't affect the blazing of their hearts. Unwilling to be blocked by this first-level clothing, Li King Shan will hand into her clothes. Han Qiangzi immediately grabbed his hand. His eyes were like water, and he looked at him with a smile. "Say ghost." Then he wrapped his neck and kissed him again. I felt a fiery big hand slipping into her clothes, holding her abundance and making a sigh. The delicate crispy chest starts with water, but it is full of wonderful bombs. Li King Shan changes their shape with their own mind, or fiddles with the 2 hard red beans. But he soon felt that he was not satisfied. The narrow space seemed to be unable to accommodate more applications and wanted to see them in person. If it used to be, she would stop this greedy move, but today it seems a bit different. In Li King Shan's amazed gaze, Han Qiangzi lifted his body, removing the clothes one by one, leaving only the red Issa's tube top, stopped the action, and blushing over his face, "Go yourself." A large amount of white skin appeared in front of Li King Shan's eyes. The waist was as delicate as a feeling, and a deep gully attracted more attention. "What's wrong?" Han Qiangzi didn't wait for her imaginary movements. She saw Li King Shan holding her face and looked worried. Her heart was warm. "Don't think about it, I want to wait and tell you. I am going to retreat." Time. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 359. Chapter 92, Marriage Agreement. You want to break through the Qi refining 10th level. Li King Shan immediately understood that she had been on the real refining 9th level for a long time. To open up the 12 classics, it is more complicated than to open the 8 meridians, and you need absolute concentration. Qi refining warrior generally chooses to retreat to make breakthroughs. "Yes, I also said to catch up with me." Han Qiangzi licked his lips and smiled. "How long?" "It's a few months to say less." Han Qiangzi thought, meaning that he couldn't meet for a few months. "It's cheaper for you today." Han Qiangzi's hands clasped back, and the clavicle caused by Jing seemed to be thin. A pair of jade rabbits on the chest are more and more full, seemingly to be smashed out. Li King Shan put her heart down and smiled and said, "That would be more respectful than death." The hand explored behind her and untied the knot. The red tube top slipped, revealing 2 groups of white and white feathers. There are 2 blushes that make Li King Shan dream. Han Qiangzi is not as shy as an ordinary woman, but still maintains the original posture. Just don't go too far, leaving Li King Shan edging shy side face. The jade is red, it is extraordinarily elegant. Instead, let Li King Shan's you read a little bit, admire her half-naked body, like a marble goddess, each curve is perfect. There is a feeling of inability to swear. Han Qiangzi bit his lower lip, his eyes seem more unpleasant than his warm, cozy hand. He said, "I haven't seen enough. I don't see enough in my life." During the conversation, Li King Shan wrapped her delicate body, kissed her red lips, kissed her soft neck, then slowly moved down, kissing her Jing's collarbone, leaving a touch of faintness. The watermarks, and finally buried in the gully, until the red bean, gently bite. Han Qiangzi whispered, twisting his ear and panting, "Are you kid?" Li King Shan raised the head, smiled and said, "I am not, I can give you one." While playing with her abundance, I hope to appreciate the change of shape. The soft roux muscle seems to overflow from the finger joints, slightly a loose hand restores the perfect shape. I don't want to, I hate children the most. Han Qianzi said reluctantly, but if he really wants, then at least wait until after her foundation establishment. Suddenly, she was a little surprised. A year ago, no, half a year ago, she never thought about making a baby for a man. Now she is seriously considering this problem. It feels like a demon. Bait Li Qingshan's face. Bad guy, you won't be taking any medicine for me. What is charming technique? Li Qingshan said. I have always been skeptical. I want to be a good man of Li Qingshan. I don't want any woman. I am fascinated by your little Nizai. I still have to hold back the fire to keep you as jade. It is really unreasonable. Han Qianzi, both angry and amused, who have never seen such a shameless person, while occupying the cheapness of others, complained that they could not attract butterflies. But when you think about it carefully, you are moved. When you are a man, even if you are immortal, a little bit of money is a wife and a wife. The cultivator is even more you. 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy's male Xing cultivator. Several have not gone to the Cloud and Rain building to live happily. It is commonplace to store the outside. This is a very boastful thing among men. Although she doesn't like Kuhei Tang, she has to go to the Cloud and Rain building when she goes to the legalist school disciple party. They don't feel anything wrong, even though they don't feel right. She is the same. Until I liked him, I realized the jealousy of my daughter's family. I wanted to lock him to my side, not to let the woman next to see it, and he really followed her request. And in the past few months, she has been with her, no matter how much she is moving, as long as she does not allow. He has never been forced. Getting along with him always feels different from other men. In fact, Li Qingshan is only affected by the concept of previous life. Even if she wants to marry her wife, she is still a tolerant Jinn god. Another is that spirit turtle sea suppressing secrets controls the feelings, otherwise it has long been unable to endure. In the previous life, people have been overwhelmed by masculinity, and this life has become a good man. It really means the environment determines consciousness, but it is in this woman's hand in this life. Li Qingshan bowed his head and Han Qianzi raised his hand to block his lips. Okay. Han Qianzi said, why is it just me? It's not easy to say. Li Qingshan smiled, 3 times 5 and 2, and took off a Jing light, a well-organized body, full of oppression. I didn't let you take off. Han Qianzi cried, but couldn't help but appreciate it and touched his chest. He was very satisfied. Looking down at the other side, often screaming at her culprit, pointing at herself with anger, and screaming, oh, ugly. Li Qingshan felt like a fire, and she was provoked and slammed her under her body. She whispered, you don't say it right now. Now I have taken it off, but it is unfair. Fading her long skirt, not yet. Han Qianzi knows what he wants to do and grabs his hand. When I am closed, you will ask me for a kiss. By the time, I will give you everything. In the end, I can't help but shyly lower my head and hang it down my chest. Li Qingshan's face is a surprise, holding her cheek. Qianzi. Han Qianzi said, don't be too happy, I don't have to promise it. Li Qingshan said, I have a good son-in-law like me. He is too happy to come. How can he not agree? Even if he does not agree, can you not agree? That can be said, I don't necessarily have. You are coming. Han Qianzi said, suddenly feeling Li Qingshan was fading her culottes. Li Qingshan said, just admire in advance, you will not even satisfy your fiancé with this request. Don't worry, I will wait until the wedding night. I will turn you into a woman. Han Qianzi, how can she refuse this man who is about to become her husband? Just have a little bit of her nose, some weak words, say it. Don't let it go. Li Qingshan smiled and lifted her whole person, grabbed her skirt, and pulled it all out, revealing white and delicate snow hips. Han Qianzi didn't even have time to leave the last line of defense. In a blink of an eye, he peeled him like a white sheep. Both of them felt a tremor in their hearts. Although they have not known how many times they hugged, this time is not the same as before. The bronze and the snow are closely attached, and they are distinct, a rock solid, a soft, like a melt, one. Han Kaiengzi clung to him, his chest pressed against his chest, listening to his powerful heartbeat, feeling that it was strong and dead on her hips. His rough hands, gently sliding over her satin-like back, the hot passion, suddenly rising. If he really wants her, she can't refuse it, she can only be at his mercy. Li Qingshan took a deep breath and slowly let go of her hand. It was as difficult as it was to cut off a piece of meat from her body and put her on the golden couch. Let me take a good look at you. Han Kaiengzi was almost lost when he was lost. He thought that he had been holding himself like this and letting him do anything. Li Qingshan admired her body almost admiringly. She was very strong, especially the place where the abundance was abundant. The Xing sense was fascinating to the extreme. Han Kaiengzi is so generous. At this time, it is also a bit shameful, and the straight legs are curled up, and there is still a half-manly masculinity, as if waiting for the husband to be lucky. This night, their date lasted for a long time. When they thought that they would be separated soon, and they couldn't see each other for a few months, no one would be willing to pay attention to the passage of time. Until the next morning, I was reluctant to wear clothes on each other. Li Qingshan personally sent her to the retreat Immortal Cave. Watching the Immortal Cave door closed, almost could not help but retreat with her, shaking her head, dispelling this thought. I am afraid that the retreat will come out, even if the children have it, and where can I feel cultivation? Last night, I was so obsessed with the last. She saw that he was pitiful, and he did not want to be ashamed. He boldly helped him with his hand, and then sternly told him that during her retreat, she was not allowed to steal, otherwise this thing just returned to her. Li Qingshan, this is what she knows about her yin, and laughs. If I don't want to steal, it's not enough, but my eyes are on her delicate lips. Han Kaiengzi immediately understood what he meant. How could he promise to say that the brothel woman would do this, and that he would be insatiable and ungrateful? Li Qingshan finally retired, and took advantage of her chest, and finally tarnished her face, and she complained for a long time. Li Qingshan can see that after confirming the relationship, she is actually very bold in this regard. She wants to go to the Cloud and Rain building to play, and she knows that there may be more things than he knows. She tried it hard and didn't want to cross a game. He had already begun to look forward to life after marriage. For Han Kaiengzi's Jing report, he did not mind at all. At this moment, in his heart, there is still room for others, even though Guyanning has to stand by. Back to Illusory Cloud Island, I heard little, and Li Qingshan went straight to Benevolence Island. Ruxin's Danfang, Han Kaiengzi no longer can concentrate on concocting pill. Think she breaks through Chi refining 10th level. At Foundation Establishment time, you also need true spiritual pill. At this time, he had thought about it. Han family's eldest young lady, where he was asked to come to Medicine Pill, but she was a single heart. Where? But in a few months, I will probably get married. Li Qingshan smiled. The news, he was forbearing, finally could not help, confided to keep a big secret with him. Ruxin felt a move and mourned, I really want to congratulate, just pity me alone, staying in front of the pill furnace all night, thinking about the concocting pill, and everyone who cares about it. Li Qingshan smiled and said, Senior sister, if you want a man, the team can go to Clear River Prefecture from here. Ruxin stepped forward and gently held Li Qingshan's shoulder, and the light flowed. Unfortunately, what I want is already owned. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 360. Chapter 93. Gamble. Li Qingshan looked at her gentle face that was quite different from Han Kaiengzi. She couldn't speak for a while. Her heart was a little proud and a little embarrassed. If she had been in the past, she could take a chance to play a few words. Now it is hard to say. Mind, Li Qingshan, Kaiengzi has just gone to retreat. You cannot do things that I am sorry for. I have to say a few words to let Ruxin die. You won't say that I am talking about you. Ruxin's face floated Li Qingshan's familiar smile. Of course, no. Li Qingshan didn't breathe her hand, and she was relieved. and she was inexplicably lost. I can't tell the truth and falsehood in her words. Was it a joke or a temptation? Or, she really loves her heart, so I haven't accepted any man's love for the past few years. Is that man in Mist Province? In my mind, I suddenly showed a tattoo on my body, a blue-breasted man wrapped in a head, holding a child standing on the top of the mountain, watching the child who was far away from the north, and screaming at him. How to feel a little familiar, and I feel a little uncomfortable. With this in mind, Rongzi has already gone, closed the door, laid out the map, and made all the preparations for the passing the Jian. The lightness is like the ghost of a white say. Looking at her light and soft body, how can it not look like a child? Li Qingshan, slightly decapitated. Rongzi said, "Hey, what stupid are you making? Did you put your brains out last night? Take the blue butterfly flower out." Li Qingshan, if you are struck by lightning, open mouth is stunned. Is this what you should say? Is this what you should say? Rongzi said with a disdain, "It's not the same thing for men and women. I know more than you, little boy." Li Qingshan couldn't help but step back and heard that the pretty woman in Mist Province was very open in this respect. And her mind appeared. A group of men with tattoos on their heads and white cloth on their heads stood on the hill and watched the north. Rongzi, if there is a technique of guessing, the face is reddish, and replied, "What do you think? I am a healer." Li Qingshan joked, "I didn't say anything." Rongzi looks awkward. Think about it too, what he thinks, what relationship with her. Directly take out Lucky Mind Furnace. Do not talk nonsense. Let you see the effect of my research last night. Li Qingshan took out a blue butterfly flower, but Rongzi erected 3 filigree fingers. 3. Li Qingshan doubted. Are you sure? Of course. After 5 hours, a puff in the pill furnace, concocting pill failed. In the face of Li Qingshan's contempt, Rongzi did not change the hair of the reasoning of the say, "This is an accident. Do you want to continue?" Li Qingshan said. The success rate has now fallen to 20%. Rongzi was also angered. Of course. Come again. 1. Li Qingshan handed 3 blue butterfly flowers to her hand. If you are sure, continue. Rongzi flashed. You are not afraid that I will refine it for you? Then continue. Anyway, it is not my own loss. Li Qingshan said. The employer is not suspicious, the suspect is not used. The entire 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, there is no better choice than her. Then come 5. Rongzi leaned up, stepped forward with his left foot, and squatted on the futon, picking up his right arm sleeves, revealing the jade arm, pressing on the Lucky Mind Furnace, as if in the casino. Female dealer, heroic, holding the sieve, called, "Buy to leave." Li Qingshan gave her a pretty girl, and gave 5 blue butterfly flowers to her. Then she stared at Lucky Mind Furnace like a big bet gambler, but soon felt bored. Xin looked at it for a while and gave her a glance. He looked away and felt bored. Soxing meditated cultivation. Overnight, the sky was bright, the pill furnace was turned on, and the light was flowing. Rongzi took out 5 true spiritual pills and smiled. It's done. Li Qingshan also showed a smile. Will you continue? Rongzi said. Continue. This time is 7. Concocting pill is not the less material, the better. Just like cooking, if the weight is too small, the taste of the fire is extremely difficult to master, and it is also a waste of time. Of course, not the more the better. The big pot of rice is always better than the taste of the small stove. The food is difficult to eat. The medicine pill difficult to eat means that the effect is greatly reduced. The drug cannot play. The amount of control is related to the skill of the concocting pill, and even the quality of the pill furnace. At the level of Rongzi, it is best to refine the true spiritual pill. With the support of Li Qingshan, this level was quickly reached, but it also means that once it fails, it is the loss of 100,000 spirit stones. Every time you open the furnace, it is like a gamble. In the process, Li Qingshan also saw the other side of Rongzi, the kind of gambling that went forward, and also gave her a gamble to win. The success rate quickly climbed to more than 90%, exceeding Li Qingshan's best imagination is even more than Ruxin's own vision. After a few days, I have been tired of a few furnaces of medicine pill and Ruxin. But neither of them said that they would stop. Under intense pressure, Ruxin seems to lose the gambler who has lost money. He suddenly started to win, and then he was out of control. The whole person was in an excited state, completely stimulating his own potential. It seems that even luck has changed. Alright. Li Qingshan has experienced this strange state in the previous life, like Jordan's never-ending ball on the basketball court. Now Ruxin is a law for every furnace. If it stops now, I am afraid I will never achieve this high success rate. As time went by, the snow covered the trails outside Dan. The medical school disciple walked through the door and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. It used to be only one afternoon, but now it is half a month. Eldest senior sister has been with a man for so long. Among the 100 families, there was a lot of discussion. This Li Qingshan sent legalist school to the second senior sister to retreat. After entering the medical school, eldest senior sister, Dan Fang, did not come out. I don't know what to do. What? Concocting pill? Believe it or not, I don't believe it anyway. What Dan has to refine for so long? Even rest without rest. Some say that Ruxin is going to take this opportunity to win the game. This is mostly the female cultivator. Li Qingshan has recently made a big splash. In the female cultivator, there is still some charm. Some say that Li Qingshan will make a special kind of martial arts. Otherwise, how can you be fascinated by the famous beauty in these two scholastics? You must know that these two formerly never touched these things and rejected countless admirers. I have to hurry him out and bring him to justice. Needless to say, this is a rumor between male cultivator, with envious and hateful eyes in the middle, gnashing his teeth. Li Qingshan and Ruxin did not consider this situation. But at this time, every success of a medicine pill is the income of tens of thousands of spiral stones. Wherever we have taken care of other things, we are not afraid of shadows. They say let's go. In this military school combat field, two military school disciples quietly talked. It has been out yet. It has been 23 days. Poor Korean senior sister, I really don't deserve it for her. This Li Qingshan is really a bastard. In grief and indignation, there is an indescribable envy. The voice did not fall. A black shadow forced to the front, the black dragon whistling and vacated. The two picked up and fell far away on the combat challenge field. Han Tai-e put the iron gun behind him, coldly said, I didn't tell you. When training, don't talk to the ear. Give me around the island for 50 laps. Two military school disciples screamed in their hearts, swam for 50 laps, and went to half. I know that eldest senior brother is in a bad mood recently. How can I have any objections, and hold a fist? No. Han Tai-e's face was like ice, silent for a moment, and suddenly strode away from the combat challenge. Tai-e, where are you going? Han Anjun looked down from the high platform and frowned slightly. I went to Li Qingshan. Han Tai-e bowed his fist and Han Qiangzi looked at Li Qingshan before retreating. He didn't care, but he couldn't help but act. The military school disciple, who is practicing martial arts, is moving slightly and turning around. Li Qingshan is afraid of this time. Do you think he is that kind of person? Is Ruxin the kind of person? Han Anjun said. No, said Han Tai-e, who knows the two people's love. And even if she wants to sneak, there is no such blatant truth. But he can't listen to Han Qiangzi as much as she thinks of her as a fool, although her head is sometimes not enough. Return to the team. Han Anjun said. Han Tai-e had to go back to the combat challenge field and count training the military school disciple. Li Qingshan, you give me out. On Benevolence Island, outside of Danfang, Chutan is like an irritated bull. He shouted loudly and saw no reaction inside. He went up to push the door of Danfang. Immediately, a group of medical school disciples came out to block. Den room is forbidden, not to be chaotic. Senior Sister Ruxin is concocting pill. Chu fellow Taoist, please go back. You don't have to stop me. Chu Tan stood up in front of him. and there were 5 say true chi on his body. He slammed it in the past and took a palm on the door of Danfang. The medical school disciple is not really blocked. It is extremely curious about what Ruxin and Li Qingshan are doing in it. But this time, I was afraid of seeing a bad scene. On the door, Guanghua flashed, but it was not photographed. This is not just Chutan. Everyone is suspicious. In the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, concocting pill also use the layout. At this moment, in the Danfang, Ruxin is closing his eyes, concocting pill, and frowning slightly. Li Qingshan whispered a word, and said nothing, immediately got up and walked to the door. It's now at a critical juncture. If you are not careful, you will abolish 12 true spiritual pills. If you come in and find out that they are practicing true spiritual pill and seeing Ruxin's beast furnace, it is even worse. Chutan couldn't open the door and was even more angry. 5 say true chi gathered in the palm of his hand. The door of Danfang suddenly opened, and a water tornado rushed out and slammed into Chutan, directly blasting him out. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 361. Chapter 94, Concocting Pill Chenghu Jian. The water wave dissipated, King Shan appeared, and he was full of breath, and it was already the Qi refining 8th level. He came to the Qi refining 8th level and there was only one line left. This time was idle, almost every recultivation, and even more Jing into the speed. With a Jing pure Ru Qi, it is natural to make a breakthrough, almost no obstacles. Chutan, are you crazy? Li Qingshan was full of anger, and the Danfang door behind him had been closed again. No one had seen the situation. Chutan has the 5 elements true chi body, which is unharmed and sturdy in the air. He said, you finally dare to come out. What are you doing inside? What happened to senior sister Ruxin? To Li Qingshan is the chi refining 8th level, and I am shocked by the heart. This Li Qingshan's cultivation speed is so fast. Li Qingshan said, turn off your ass. Chutan said, however, regardless of my business, senior sister Ruxin likes me. Her business is my business. If you are interested, let me go. I don't want to be here with you. Wait until the duel. Let me teach you well. She likes you? Which crazy way do you send? Don't troll again. Now you want to look good. Li Qingshan stood up with his hands, like a door god, posing an ever forward stance. Breaking people's money, such as murderous parents. Li Qingshan is really full of killing intent. However, his brow was locked, and he did not see it for a while. Chutan actually reached the Qi refining 9th level. The speed of repairing the height was amazing, and the body was more and more violent. Even if he was to defeat him, it was not easy, let alone stop him. With that picture, Chutan's 5 elements giant hand imprint can't be stopped. The aftermath of the battle alone is enough to destroy this Danfang. I glanced at the 2 girls standing not far behind Chutan and asked, do you look at him and look for a woman? The 2 girls sang together, as long as elder brother Tan has us in his heart, we do support what he does. Along the audience, Chutan was even more proud. Have you heard it? I am not like you, I was tied by a woman. Suddenly I thought that Li Qingshan might not be tied up. Now he has moved him. The woman. The face say more ugly. Li Qingshan had an accident, but there was such a good thing. He said, no wonder you are crazy to come to find a woman. This kind of rotten woman who has no heart, don't give me or me. The faces of the 2 girls changed greatly. Chutan's face say send down, you can insult me, but you can't insult my woman. Touch me against the scales, die. 5 elements true chi, full outbreak. 5 elements giant hand imprint puts a lot of light on the sky. Li Qingshan showed up with her arms, and the waves rising behind her like a sea majiao. When 2 people speak 3 words, they will bring each other's hatred to the highest. Chutan descended from the sky, and the palm of the hand was like the top of Mount I. Li Qingshan looked up, and the 5 elements giant hand imprint was full of vision, almost overwhelming, as if the sacred cannot be evaded. He stepped on the ground, and the man was already rising into the sky. He was like a sea otter, but he lost his place and saw it hit the 5 elements giant hand imprint. Suddenly, I made a treading wave form, and moved away from the air to avoid the edge. I know you can't stop it. Chu Tan laughed wildly, regardless of Li Qingshan, went to Danfang. Li Qingshan did not let him see, he felt that it was tricky. The door of Danfang was close at hand. Chu Tan suddenly felt a tight waist. Looking down, a water belt, like a snake, wrapped around his waist and slammed back. The other side of the hose was in Li Qingshan, in the hands of the people. The big waves have been born. Under the crowd, listening to three sounds of air, Li Qingshan pulled Chu Tan, and repeatedly made 3 strokes of treading wave form, such as the arrow of the shackles, away from Benevolence Island, plowing a gully on the surface without water. Blink of an eye, people become 2 small points. The heart is amazed, these 2 people have become stronger. Chu Tan's 5 say true chi shocked, shaking the water belt, swooping up to Li Qingshan, still simple shot, but the danger, but more than the magic of magic spell, is even more powerful. Li Qingshan didn't sneak, but sneered. Chu Tan suddenly felt that a great crisis came from behind, and suddenly turned around. A Vajra giant sword, from top to bottom, a golden light. Hey! A long cry, Chu Tan raised his hand and supported the sky, blocking the Vajra giant sword, but could not stop the sword chi and the sword intent. Boom! The lake below was actually separated by the sword on both sides. How? Leaving a dozen feet of sword marks. Originally, Li Qingshan flew with Chu Tan to the vicinity of Flawless Island. Little Un is now the Chi refining 10th level. If 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy is now, who can win Chu Tan in true Chi, it must be her. Chu Tan's mouth overflowed with a trace of blood, and it was too late to scream. Li Qingshan's fist screamed from behind. The fist is not a fist, but a drill bit. The layers of water flow at high speed, blurring the appearance of water and becoming the most terrible killer. Vortex form. Chu Tan overflowed the blood of the corner of his mouth and turned into a spray. He was immediately thrown out by the dragonfly. He wanted to stabilize his figure and was filled with golden light. Vajra is waiting on the road. He is flying, holding the sword in both hands, lifting it up again, slamming it down, stronger and stronger than the previous sword. The cooperation between the two was tacit and incomprehensible. Chu Tan did not have a breathing space and could only watch and be forced into a desperate step-by-step. Finally felt a crisis of death, and quickly touched 100 treasure pouch. He wants to use that kind of thing. But where is it? In midair, the blade turned and changed, and Vajra glared and returned to calm. With a bang, Chu Tan fell into the dragon snake lake like a kite with a broken line, and it splashed a huge splash of water. Li Qingshan a little and nodded. Little Un said that there is me here, you are busy with your go. Li Qingshan looked down, a wounded Chu Tan, no threat, then a sleeve. I don't know how. It is difficult to find Little Un. It is a little troublesome for a person to deal with Chu Tan. Then I will join hands with Little Un. This is his usual trump card, and he has never let him down. 5-element giant hand imprint is a very powerful cultural technique, but it is no better than Vajra subduing demon art. You can repair 5 types of true chi, and Little Un also repairs 7 kinds. At this time, on several nearby islands, some people flew up and the patriarchs reacted. Grandmaster Yin and Liu Chenqing were naturally there. Li Qingshan before returning to Danfang. The opponent human Dao, all are scattered. Then they entered Danfang. The people have not returned to God. 3 to 5 and 2. Chu Tan this super genius. Was it a lesson? Hey, Chu Tan can also bully and bully us. The 3 who just shot, which is not genius. A genius is taught by 2 genius. Of course, this is the end. I used Chu Tan to repair the Chi refining 9th level, and I can revenge. I didn't expect Li Qingshan's cultivation speed to be so fast. In such a short time, I went to the Chi refining 8th level. Chu Tan seems to have no hope of revenge. Between the arguments, one person whispered, so fast to the Chi refining 8th level is not dual cultivation. Li Qingshan if he is outside, his heart will be dead, so doubts and rumors are more intense. Little Un was reprimanded by Grandmaster Yin, But what about the little junior sister? Chu Tan was taken back to Guanshang by Liu Chenqing. This time, after all, he took the lead in his work and violated the statutes that he could not do in the scholastic. And the shot is nothing, but also lost so ugly, it really makes him patriarch face no light. Chu Tan hated his teeth and almost fainted, and wished to take out such things immediately to revenge. However, although he is arrogant, he is not a fool. If he dares to take such a thing out, he will be taken away immediately. This kind of caution is exactly the same as Li Qingshan's. Li Qingshan returned to Danfang and sat silently next to Ruxin. After waiting for half an hour, the pill furnace opened. 12 crystal clear true spiritual pill, Unan was firmly placed in the pill furnace, and both of them had a smile on their faces. Li Qingshan is about to hand over the blue butterfly flower. Ruxin has waved his hand. This is the end. You really want to take me as a hard worker? With the export of this sentence, she felt like she was venting all her life. For so many days, she used medicine pill instead of food, cultivation to maintain Jing God, and the concocting pill, which made her tired to pinnacle. Then I will say it later. Li Qingshan looked at 100 treasure pouch. There are still a lot of blue butterfly flower. For its value, it is a sober understanding. It is a terrible wealth, enough for him to be used for a long time. Now to split up. Ruxin smiled a little, though tired, but could not conceal the joy of his face. This time the harvest was amazing, and her pill concocting technique had no small improvement. In the 23 days, Ruxin refines true spiritual pill, refining true spiritual pill, and finally splits into two. Li Qingshan has more than 60, and Ruxin has more than 21. Ruxin, like a financial fan, carefully looked at true spiritual pill for countless times before he earned it in 100 treasure pouch, explaining why she chose to stop at this time. With these true spiritual pill, I believe that in the near future, I will be successful in the foundation establishment. By then, using the foundation establishment cultivator, the lucky mind furnace will be motivated, and the success rate will never be lower than it is now. Now it's my turn to congratulate you. Li Qingshan extended his right hand. Ruxin reached out and shook it and said first, happy cooperation. Li Qingshan smiled and took out 20 true spiritual pills directly to her. Help me change the medicine pill for cultivation. The more the better. You are not afraid of me pitting you? Ruxin smiled. 20 true spiritual pill turned his face and it was not shameful. Li Qingshan said, not very scared. Don't be afraid, don't worry, no matter whether it's trading or not, it's not lower than the market price. Ruxin accepts true spiritual pill, and does not ask Li Qingshan what to do with the medicine pill for so many cultivation. Can it be swallowed? Repair can grow? I don't know. She guessed the answer if she was not careful. You have a good rest, I will wait for the good news. Li Qingshan waved his hand and pushed the door away. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 362 Chapter 95 The Establishment of Establishment. Ruxin is very good, puts out a breath, is a good man. Li Qingshan returned to Illusory Cloud Island, seeing Little Anne sitting under the gallery and laughing. Why, isn't it forbidden? Little Anne said, he can't handle me, I feel it, he is a little afraid of me. Li Qingshan haha smiled and held her in her arms. She whispered a few words in her ear. Little Anne also showed joy, and he was happy for him. He had been patient for so long. After waiting for so long, he finally saw a glimmer of light. Later, Li Qingshan still went to Ruxin to learn pill concocting technique every day. Although now what medicine pill, let her refining right. However, the sky is long and long, and there is a time of separation. He won't stay in Clearriver Prefecture forever. He won't stay in Ruai County forever. He won't stay in Verdant Province forever. And he won't stay in 9 provinces forever. After this afternoon, not waiting for Li Qingshan to go to Ruxin, Ruxin came to the door, handed him a medicine pill, and smiled. I am going to retreat. Li Qingshan said, good luck to you. You too. After Ruxin left, Li Qingshan looked up, and there was a faint cloud in the blue sky. His heart was filled with faint joy, and he also arrived at the time of departure. Li King Shan went to Flawless Island and called Little An. Kian Rongzi was even there. He was talking to Little An next to him. See Li King Shan coming, stood up and smiled. "Have you heard that?" Li King Shan said. "What?" Kian Rongzi said. "Cloud and Rain Sect's Vice Sect Master has been successful in Foundation establishment." Li King Shan almost forgot this person. He had a face-to-face with Zongyi Yuan last time, almost 2 years ago. After that, he stayed in the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy for most of the time, and with the reputation, Zongyi Yuan probably understood that with the repair of the Qi refining 10th level, there was no way to get Li King Shan, and it was very safe. "He is so old, can the Foundation establishment succeed?" Kian Rongzi said. I don't know how to get 2 true spiritual pill. I am lucky that Foundation establishment has succeeded." Li King Shan suddenly understood that the 2 true spiritual pills probably came from his 20 true spiritual pills, and they couldn't help but laugh and cry. It was really unpredictable. Kian Rongzi smiled and said, "The old guy will not let you or me. Do you want to join us again? I can give you a chance to shoot." Li King Shan said, "Is it by you?" Kian Rongzi looked around and saw no one, and reached out. The gorgeous snake swam out of the cuff, crawled in the palm of his hand, suddenly raised the head, and the little half-body from the tattoo become an entity. Li King Shan is clear, if it is this thing. In the absence of any preparation, the Foundation establishment cultivator is afraid to be subject to the last one. As long as there is such an instant, Li King Shan and Little An will join forces, even if the Foundation establishment cultivator is killed. "Can you peel it off from the body?" "Impossible. It has been integrated with me, and what should I separate it?" "You see, how beautiful it is." Kian Rongzi gently stroked the head of the snake, as if the mother comforted the child. Li King Shan thought about it, and Nod promised it. He is about to go out and find the place to take the last step, crossing heavenly tribulation and morphing into Monster General. If you stare at the old guy and destroy it at a critical time, it will be a hassle. Preemptive, and then made to people. At night, Zongyi Yuan stands proudly on the top of the mountain. The mountain breeze swells. The hunting sounds, overlooking the mountains. The heart is full of pride, and spiritual energy of heaven and earth continues to shine with him, never feeling so comfortable. There were many memories flashing in my mind, suddenly stopped on a young face, and gnashed my teeth. Li King Shan, the pain and insult you give to the old man. The old man will report it to you 10 times as much. But he gave him the courage to dare to break into the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. It was a dead end, but he had already noticed the movement of Li King Shan. As soon as he left 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, he immediately take it. There is no evidence, no one can take him. But the first thing to do now is not this. It's gone, and in a blink of an eye, it's over Clear River Prefecture. Right in front of the Cloud and Rain Building's gate. Going in the Cloud and Rain Building, it's like the return of the king, not a lifetime. The Cloud and Rain Building is still ablaze, as bright as it is. Zongyi Yuan looks up to the hollow and strides forward. Everyone looks in the eyes and only thinks that this man is very powerful, like heavenly god. But the cultivator is amazing. This feeling is clearly the Foundation establishment cultivator. Cloud and Rain sect disciple, busy with the scene, came to congratulate. Everyone's face is full of Aunt's face. It is even more ecstatic to belong to the Zongyi Yuan group. Zongyi Yuan waved. Cloud and Rain sect has some family affairs to deal with, and today Cloud and Rain building is closed to the guests. Please come back. Cloud and Rain sect's discipline immediately began to clear the field. It was a mountain of words, and the words and regulations were followed. For Qi refining warrior, the Foundation establishment cultivator is an inviolable existence, and every Cloud and Rain sect disciple knows. The day of Cloud and Rain sect has changed. Zongyi Yuan led a group of disciplines and headed straight to the top of the Cloud and Rain building. Kuhei stands in the top floor garden, overlooking the hustle and bustle of the city at night, thoughtfully, listening to the sound behind him, and looking back. With Zongyi Yuan 4 eyes met. Both of them are slightly stunned, and then each made a different change. One is deep worry, one is Seiyu ecstasy. Wai Zhongyuan greedily looked at Kuhei Tang and no longer had any jealousy. I fantasized about the pleasure of pressing this woman who was screaming at him, stepping forward, and jokingly, report Sect Master Ku. The old man has already passed heavenly tribulation to reach the Foundation establishment realm. According to Cloud and Rain sect regulations, please Sect Master and I will get married and form a dual cultivation companion, and participate in yin-yang. Kuhei Tang some tired waver, you all go down. Jaiwai is still there. Cloud and Rain sect disciple dare to violate, only look at Wai Zhongyuan with his eyes. You are waiting. Wai Zhongyuan raised his hand. He was not afraid of Kuhei Tang's faceless heartless. Although she had been a Foundation establishment for many years, she was still the initial stage, Cloud and Rain sect's cultural technique, and she was also sympathetic. If she dares to refuse, she will lose heart immediately. At that time, he will inherit the position of the Cloud and Sect Master, and then succumb to the traitor who violated the sect regulations. The crowd dissipated, and only two of them were left on the roof. Wai Zhongyuan wrinkled his brow. Who else? Disciple Kian Rongzi, CY Vice Sect Master. Kian Rongzi walked out from the flowers. Wai Zhongyuan said, did I have already driven you out of Cloud and Rain sect? I will take her down again. Kuhei Tang's expression was cold and proud. Wai Zhongyuan the face changed. The pupil was miniature, and the young Rongzi stared at it. But now is not the time to worry about this. He stepped forward and asked Kuhei Tang, how about Sect Master? Kuhei Tang hesitated, looking back at the direction of 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. The person she was waiting for was also in the process of retreating painstaking cultivation. Wai Zhongyuan strode forward and grabbed Kuhei Tang's hand. This Ryu promised to promise, and you have to promise not to agree. Kuhei Tang's face changed. Wai Zhongyuan smiled. Black and white two spirits spiritual chi, smashed a bit, but did not release any enthusiasm, but melted each other. With yin-yin, Wai Zhongyuan has taken up some advantages, and is about to grasp Kuhei Tang's shackles. Kian Rongzi is loyal to the Lord and is in front of Kuhei Tang. He exclaimed, Why Vice Sect Master, please don't do this. Wai Zhongyuan went straight to the palm of the hand and hit the face of Kian Rongzi. All the strength that was suddenly eliminated was not heard. Infernal snake climbed the face of Kian Rongzi, biting Wai Zhongyuan's hand. Wai Zhongyuan's mouth wide, his eyes protruding. It was from the deep pains of the soul. In an instant, Li King Shan's figure appeared in Wai Zhongyuan. Behind him, he pressed his hand in his vest, and sword chi, a rush, entered. Little and holds a Vajra sword and kneels down. Kuhei Tang's hand, exploring the two fingers, stabbed Wai Zhongyuan's eyes. Killing intent is pressing. Wai Zhongyuan forced the pain, lifted spiritual chi, and wanted to fight back, but it was too late. Sword chi ran across the ground and lost the internal organs of the spiritual chi protection, which was torn and shattered. Vajra sword opened his cover, and sword chi sword intent went straight to his feet. Two filigree fingers, not only pierced his eyes, but also pierced his brain, stirring and stirring. In the end, I only listened to Kian Rongzi. Why Vice Sect Master, what do you touch the faces of others? Then they lost all consciousness in pain and unwillingness. Wai Zhongyuan's body fell to the ground, and the Foundation establishment cultivator became a dead body in an instant. Li King Shan immediately took his body, the body of a Foundation establishment cultivator. For Littlean, it is equivalent to an extra-large medicine pill. The advantage is not that the mortal body is comparable, and Wai Zhongyuan's 100 treasure pouch naturally falls into him. Hands. Kuhei Tang is still a bit stunned and can't believe that Wai Zhongyuan is so dead and dead so easily. When Kian Rongzi came to the door and said that she could help her silently kill Wai Zhongyuan in the Foundation establishment realm, she still had some unbelief. There are 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, and they want to kill the Foundation establishment cultivator. It's not that simple. It's more suitable for a small chi refining warrior. But the facts are in front of us. Even without her shot, these three people are afraid to kill Wise Ong Yuan. 3 chi refining warrior, killed the Foundation establishment cultivator. Master, I did it. Kian Rongzi greeted Kuhei-Tang, but there was half loyalty in her eyes. I have to say that White Lotus cult has disrupted many of her plans. Kian Rongzi is a double-faced spy. Kuhei-Tang is not a fool. How can I not find that Kian Rongzi is not under his control? The previous tamings are all loaded out. I am also worried about the Cloud and Rain sect. The cultivation technique taught her to treat her as an obedient jealousy. But at that time, Kian Rongzi had already set up Guyaning's relationship. To help Guyaning complete the plan, Kuhei-Tang did not dare to retaliate even if he was full of anger. Otherwise, he would be regarded as a White Lotus cult, and there would be a disaster. Trying to control the Eagle Wolf Guard with charm is even more difficult to say. After that, the two did not meet again, until the first few rip. Kian Rongzi suddenly came to the door and said that she could help her eliminate a big trouble. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 363 Chapter 96 Incarnation Monster General. Kuhei-Tang took the 2 true spiritual pill out and placed them in the hands of Kian Rongzi, which was the best reward at the beginning. Licking Li King Shan, the murderous mind is only pressed. Li King Shan handed over the useless things related to Cloud and Rain sect in 100 treasure pouch to Kian Rongzi. He didn't think of it at first. There would be Kuhei-Tang in this plan. Kian Rongzi said, this is the best policy. They have to deal with it after all. It is a Foundation establishment cultivator. No one can guarantee that her Hell Snake can play a big role. If it is not hit, the backlash will be terrible, no more than 80%. Winning, she will never take risks with her own life. Kuhei-Tang would never dare to reveal the secret of killing Wise Zong Yuan, otherwise her Cloud and Rain sect master could not do it anymore, killing her own door, no matter in any era, she is not allowed. Although it is Cloud and Rain sect master, but there is still a big elder in the door. Kian Rongzi collected the things from both sides and saw them all looking at themselves. You don't have to look at me like this. Wise Ong Yuan is your deadly enemy, but it is not my deadly enemy. He doesn't know that I killed his son, but I am. It's a matter of course to risk your life and help you both. Li King Shan said, you are worried that any one of us can't stand the pressure of Wise Ong Yuan. Your secret will be exposed. Kian Rongzi said, fortunately, this future will not happen. I hope this is our common secret. Suddenly frowned, holding his wrist. The time is almost, let's not let it go. To little and smile a little and take the lead. Li King Shan is leaving. Kuhei-Tang said, wait. Li King Shan said, I remember you said, I don't want to see me again. Give me the body of Wise Zong Yuan. Li King Shan said, do not worry, this stuff will not appear on this world again. Kuhei-Tang Yin's gaze, sliding from Li King Shan's body to Little Un's body, back to Li King Shan, a chi refining 8th level, a chi refining 10th level. Their future is not limited. They have caused the hostile Wise Zong Yuan is dead, and Little An has been collected by the first Jigwen Zen master of the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. Not many people in Ruai County dare to remember her. All the contradictions no longer exist, and Kuhei-Tang changed his face with a smile. I will often come to play later, maybe you will call me a scorpion in the future. Li King Shan dumbfounded. You are very confident. Kuhei-Tang is just a smile, full of confidence, the face of the country, the graceful figure, the unknown repair, and which man is not tempted? I hope there will be one day. Li King Shan said, in his opinion, Hua Chengzhen's performance is definitely not to give up Guyanning, but is deeply stimulated. The autumn sect leader's wish, I am afraid to lose. Looking at Li King Shan, I went to the cloud. Kuhei-Tang put her waist and went downstairs to inform the disciples. Why sect leader was persuaded by her to go out and cultivate. In the absence of evidence, who cannot believe? Who cannot believe? Many guests have just been rushed out of the clearing house. When they turn their faces, they see the Cloud and Rain building reopening. They sigh, and why sect leader? who is also in a hurry, is also in a hurry. Where is cultivation? Transcending tribulation getting ready? Li King Shan. This question is very much thought out, and finally choose to revisit the place. On the cliffs that are dozens of feet high, a jade dragon rushes down and enters the deep pool. Although it is a dry season in winter, it is still like a thunder and a splash of water. Yes, here is where Green Bull took Li King Shan cultivation. It was the place where Little An first learned Tao of the beautiful bones, and was also a place with half moon. All kinds of memories, like a cloud of smoke drifting through my mind. Li King Shan smiled and plunged into the cold pool. Because it belongs to the Kangwu mountain range, it is uninhabited, and because of its proximity to the human world, the demon animal is extinct. At the same time, it is very hidden, and it is the best place for cultivation. With Little An coming to the cave after the waterfall, I saw that everything was as good as it was. It seems that we have to stay here for a while, Li King Shan said. Before this time, he also received a lot of tasks in the disorder, so as not to return for a long time. It is doubtful. Little An said first, good. But she made up her mind, and she tried to catch up with him. Li King Shan sat down on the knee and took roots into his medicine pill. As he requested, he was a senior medicine pill with 2 Tao elements pill. Li King Shan took out a Tao elements pill and took it, then closed his eyes and digested it. Little An sat down near the cave, his protector. As time goes by, the water flow of the waterfall is getting bigger and bigger, and that is the sign of winter snow melting. Li King Shan continues to take medicine pill. 3 Tao elements pill have taken it, but there is still some distance from the last step. Although it is a step, sometimes it feels like it is a long way to go. But he was not impatient, and he was patient, and the time passed by, the winter snow melted, and the trees sprouted. When a certain was sometime, he suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a glory of joy in his eyes. The long-awaited aura of light finally fell from the sky, feeling like he crossed a certain boundary and stepped into another world. At the same time, I felt a huge crisis. I just had to say to Little An, go away. The blazing thunder engulfed him. A small arc of water snakes flew out to Little An, and the cave has become a thunderous ocean. The thunder and lightning are intertwined, crawling like a living creature, making a violent roar like dragon chant. Booming and banging. Thunder tribulation didn't fall from the sky as you imagined, but emerged from all directions, through the thick mountain rock and subterranean world. Li King Shan was completely surrounded by the moment, and there was no time for a quick reaction. In an instant, Li King Shan even had the illusion that he released the thunder, and the source of these thunders was the spirit turtle monster core with the body. Electrutic penetrates the spirit turtle dark armor, penetrates the bull demon skin refining, penetrates the flesh and blood bones, and even pierces the soul. Li King Shan made a big mistake, the usual monster transcending tribulation, all of which spit out the monster core and stay away from his body. It is the cultivation of monster core that crosses the intangible boundary between heaven and earth, and the thunder's bombing is called. How can the monster core be included in the body transcending tribulation? But Li King Shan doesn't know this. There is no human race book that records how monster is transcending tribulation. Nor has Monster General ever told him this. He has one side, but Millipede has always been dumb. Where I will think about telling him this. The rocks in the caves are all ignited by blazing energy, then smashed, then condensed by high temperatures, smashed and condensed. Dramatic pain. Tearing pain. It's like the pain of leaving him 1 inch away. Spirit turtle sea suppressing. Li King Shan whispered, and the monster core glowed with a round of blue say glory, calming his will, soul and body. Li King Shan got up and his body swelled up quickly. When he rushed out of the cave, he was 7 or 8 feet tall and completely turned into a demon. He was still getting bigger. His snoring overshadowed the thunder and danced his arms like it is an invisible enemy fight. The pool of water and the waterfall turned into a mist in an instant, rolling up like a thick cloud, falling on the ground, only seeing one of the stalwarts and the thunder that was constantly flashing. It's as long as a shoal, but it's just a short moment. The disappearance of the thunder is easy to come as fast and secretive, without any warning. King Shan. Little Un was worried, stepping forward and calling his name. He almost heard the call and almost woke up. Covered in all directions, the white mist of the white sea is like a white towel filled with water, and it is twisted by a person. The rain is like a note, soaking his long red hair, the dry water, and the water level is rising. He glanced down and shook the water, still blurring a shadow. He saw himself in the water, showing a surprised expression. "Is this me?" Little Un rushed into the clouds and saw his whereabouts, stopped and bowed. Noisy. He grabbed the sky with his hand, and the sky became foggy, and it turned into water and returned to the deep pool. He was not flooded, but floated up, stood up from the water, waved his hand, and the surface of the water was smoothed, like a mirror, a clear reflection of the blue sky and white clouds, and a reflection of his appearance. The flaming long hair is scattered behind him. The body of thee is like the master of the sculpture. The lines of the heart's blood seem to be carefully pondered, showing the perfect golden section, which is the balance between strength and beauty. If this didn't surprise Li King Shan, he immediately stopped when he saw the face in the water. He has seen many beautiful men, Hua Chengzhen and Han Tai, but the beauty of this face does not need to be inferior to them, even if it is over. If you can ignore the two curved bull horns on your head, you can do every girl's dream lover. Li King Shan suddenly understood that this was the appearance of his transformation. He touched his cheek and smiled, the original heavenly tribulation, and the effect of the plastic surgery. After thinking of the birds and beasts, one after the heavenly tribulation, it became like a decent figure. He came to be a 7/8 person and was directly married to Great Marshal. Little Un also smiled and asked, "How do you feel?" "Of course it is great." Li King Shan snarled and stunned the large group of forest birds. He laughed at Ha and showed his sharp teeth. He had a bit of evil charm. The power is constantly flowing in the body, so that he can't wait to find a strong enemy battle now. 3 mountains old man, Fu Qingjin, these unreachable opponents, suddenly close to the front, endured for a long time. It was finally time for the old things to be heavy. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 364. Chapter 97. Goodbye Sick Yellow Tiger. The water is calm like a mirror, and even if you fall down the waterfall, you can't make a glimpse. Li King Shan bowed his head, and the reversed image in the water suddenly smiled at him, far more arrogant than the smile on his face. When bending over, reaching out, and touching the water on the fingertips, the layer upon layer spreads endlessly in all directions, from the center to the lakeside, and there is no slight decline. The spirit turtle monster core is constantly flashing, and the raging monster chi continues to rise, is constantly being consumed, and is almost exhausted. Little Un was also attracted to the sight of this scene. Only in the center of the hustle and bustle, one real and one imaginary two hands, actually held together. One hand stretched out from the water, then the wrist, the arm, and then the same beautiful face. The like water drops slid down. Li King Shan dragged another one out of the mirror in the water. The appearance of the two is generally the same. There is no slight difference. Little Un also showed a hint of exclamation. Her eyes could be worn in true and false, but she could not see a little bit of falsehood. It was like a twin brother of Li King Shan. Innate divine ability. Water Moon Mirror. This is the name taken by Li King Shan. Take the flowers in the mirror and collect the moon in the water. Also known as the clone technique, water element magic spell. There is also the so-called water clone, but in reality it is just a mixture of water, and with the illusion of some water element. It looks like a real person, but really fighting. In addition to attracting the attention of the enemy, and doing sandbags, there is not much combat power at all. And this way, Water Moon Mirror is fake and true, and is completely controlled by Li King Shan. Li King Shan feels that her thoughts are in echo. She is looking at world with two perspectives. It is quite strange to see her own appearance, and the cow is somewhat uncomfortable to control. In the view of Little An, it was even more weird. Two Li Qingshan stood face to face and reached out and touched the face of On as if they were looking in the mirror. Li Qingshan raised his hand and every texture was so real. He could even feel the beating of the heart and the flow of blood. This is not a dummy that uses water or soil, but a real clone. People say that there is a lack of clone, now that clone has surgery, but he prefers to call it mirror image. However, it is not an easy task to separate mirror image from Zun. It is always involuntary to use it as a body to control and move forward or backward together. Little An smirked. This is the prestige of Monster General. She was glanced at Li Qingshan, and she raised her face and looked back. Li Qingshan also took her away, closed her eyes and tried to understand the feeling of drawing the left hand and drawing the right hand. After a moment of stopping, Li Qingshan used Monster Chi to bend his knees, but only clone was in the sky. Straight to the sky above, overlooking the 1,000 mountains, overlooking the clouds. On the earth, the peaks are like a gathering, the waves are like anger, and the sky is vast. Suddenly at the end of the sky, I saw a small insignificant undulation, like a cow. On the side of the lying cow is a quiet small village. Many people are working in the vicinity of the village. The quiet is like a small painting, which suddenly wakes up all the memories of Li Qingshan. The original hometown is not far away. For a time, I forgot the hardships under the fence and forgot the pain of hunger and cold. Perhaps it is memory that beautifies everything. Perhaps he has now released this. There is only one child in his heart. A child who is playing a whistle flies on a big green bull. He walks slowly on the mountain road. Right, that is him. The only wealth. He suddenly gave birth to a strong thought, and wanted to go back and see the township neighbors for many years. However, he immediately dismissed the idea. Why do you need to bury the bones in the sacred land, where life is not King Shan? This is his promise to himself. There is no such thing as his nostalgia. If there is anything he can't give up, one is underground, one is in 100, one is in heavens. He looked up at the sky, smiled slightly, a feeling of incomparable zeal, so deeply reflected on the heart on the ground. On the ground, Li Qingshan walked out of the deep pool and came to the front of Little An. He shared his happiness and shared with him forever. The supporters forever, hugged in his arms. Little An, have you seen it? I changed it so good. No one can bully us anymore, and I'm going to let them all pay the price. Little An feels that Li Qingshan is different now. This is not a change in appearance, but a difference in crossing. Compared to the state of human race, he is a kind of unbridled publicity. She prefers him like this, because at this time, he seems to always be happier. But no matter which one he is, she is Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan stepped on the earth and held his most important person in his arms. Another Li Qingshan flew into the sky and opened his arms to the sky. To Zhu. I want to Zhu. To be infinite Zhu. 9 provinces, I am coming. 9 heavens, waiting for me. Wait a minute, please. Little An smiled. Li Qingshan sipped a sip on her cheek. How long is it? From that day on, Little An entered the finals. Li Qingshan left mirror image in the deep tank in the protector. Zun wandered around, and restored Li Qingshan's identity, completed several tasks, and missed his face, lest he be suspected that he was missing. After his experiments, with a more realistic understanding of the capabilities of clone, the existence of clone will not be affected by his return to the human form. But Monster Chi in the body can pass meditation to communicate with spiritual energy of heaven and earth. But if you fight fiercely, I am afraid it will not last long. And to create a clone, you need to spend all his time to consume all of monster power, with his 30% fighting power. Don't underestimate the 3-way combat power, because the elder brother Bull left the 3 divine ability. His power speed Monster Chi, far more than the general Monster General. The combined combat power is even more powerful. According to his estimation, his clone, against the Foundation establishment cultivator that Kuhei Tang is not good at fighting, will not have much problem. And according to previous experience, The effect of this innate divine ability should also be enhanced with the enhancement of his repair. If you can pull more clones from the water, what effect would it be? After completing another mission and getting a few bodies, Li Qingshan used stealth glass mirror to hide his body shape and returned to the edge of the Kangwu mountain range. Little Un still did not leave the customs. He had nothing to do, sitting cross-legged and taking out the high-grade spirit artifact bought under Green Vine Mountain, huge whale absorbing water. He doesn't have a weapon yet, and after the monster general, he can turn the human race's spirit artifact refining into a so-called demon. A powerful monster chi was injected. I don't know if it was because of this spirit artifact refining. The process is unexpectedly simple. Gradually, the shape of huge whale absorbing water is changing, becoming a more normal shape of the handle, but at the cost of losing many of its original functions. Not able to spray she 10th water divine thunder and ice thorn. But these two very practical abilities, for Li Qingshan in the monster general form, are completely chicken ribs, and the roots are not reserved. His requirements for weapons are only 2 points, sharp and tough. Li Qingshan is a beginner's level for refining. However, with a strong water control capability, a large number of water spirits are forced into huge whale absorbing water, and the handle is spit out of the blade. After a few hours, Li Qingshan satisfactorily raised the long blade in his hand. The narrow and sharp blade was under the sunshine, reflecting the rainbow light. Standing in front of the cold pool, the waterfall was cut off. Haha, can't help laughing. If anyone is here, you can see a naked man standing on the edge of the cliff with a beautiful ice blade on his shoulder and a smile. Yes, Li Qingshan didn't wear clothes, and she was really naked. After avatars in Monster General, he felt that wearing clothes was not very comfortable. He was born to look like this, and he needed clothing to cover it. So every time he became a Monster General, he took off his clothes and walked naked. At this time, a bloody smell came. The taste of human blood, accompanied by a very light shouting. He immediately looked back and looked across the layers of forest. Although he was far away from the mountains, he could not see the specific situation there, but it evoked the curiosity of Li Qingshan. The figure flashed, disappeared in place, crossed several mountains, and saw a very familiar small village, more precisely, a village. This is also a place where the hunters live. Horse Rain Village. Li Qingshan. This reminds me of the place where his cultivation is actually closer to the Horse Rain Village in the Kangshan Mountains. However, at that time, there was a mountain block, and the mountain road was so rough that it would be so far away. At this time, Horse Rain Village is being besieged by a large group of soldiers. There are quite a few experts. If you don't have a high wall, you have the benefit of bows and arrows. Now you are afraid that you have been broken. Sick Yellow Tiger stands on the tower and holds a large bow. The bow is like a full moon, and the arrow is like Liu Xing. Every arrow is necessary to kill one person, greatly attacking the morale of the enemy, but it is almost exhausted, and the brow is wrinkled. Is it true that my Horse Rain Village is going to die? At this time, a voice came from the sky, and it was easy to walk like a meal and say hello to the neighbor. Yellow Chief Hunter, I haven't seen you for a long time. Sick Yellow Tiger is the time when Jing Shen is extremely nervous. When she is not talking about it, she will go and see that the voice is familiar. At this time, the battlefield was quiet, and the people outside Zhuangli were all staring up, only to see a white cloud descending from the sky. Li Qingshan restored a human form and, of course, dressed. The letter handed the arrow from Shi, and lowered the cloud head parallel to the sentry tower. He smiled at the stunned Sick Yellow Tiger. You welcome old friends like this. This is a remote place. Unlike the Clear River Prefecture, there are many cultivators in people's minds. The cultivator is no different from Divine Immortal. Li Qingshan's current performance confirms people's conjecture. You You are King Shan. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 365. Chapter 98. Two people join hands. King Shan smiled and said, "Why don't you know if you haven't seen it for a few years? Sick yellow tiger is really difficult to connect the immortal in front of the cloud with the agriculturist school kid. His knowledge is wider than the average person, but he has never seen it fly. However, after 2 or 3 years, his tall muscles and bones have been fully stretched out, with wide shoulders and long arms, and a male body. Sitting in the clouds, there is an invisible sense of oppression. Although the contours of the face have not changed much, the temperament of the whole person is definitely too. Outside the village, many soldiers lost their weapons and bowed, but the hunter in the village, although almost all recognized King Shan, cannot believe their eyes. King Shan glanced at the few experts in the Zhuang, and asked, "What is going on?" Sick Yellow Tiger smiled and put down the big bow and talked about the truth of the matter. Soon after the departure of Yi Daquan, a new county magistrate was sent. This time it was not the relationship between Yi Daquan, but the Confucian student who came from the college. In just 1 or 2 years, she took care of Sunshire County. A piece of iron plate became a soil emperor. Horse Rain Village's stubborn power of old era and the name of the authority that provokes the authority of county office has become an alehouse that focuses on governance. King Shan, this time, you must help me. You are also a half of the Horse Rain Village. Sick Yellow Tiger see King Shan does not pose the cultivator shelf, knowing that his mind has not changed. He begged. King Shan remembered this, and smiled. At that time, I entered Horse Rain Village, but into the Dragon's Pool and Tiger's Den. You are now a first-class master. How do you stay in this village? Remember you said it before, and you want to make a comeback. The Sick Yellow Tiger is still called Sick Tiger, but the face is ruddy and Jing is fascinating. Obviously, those who participated in the wine have played a significant role. He has been promoted to the first-class master realm. Sick Yellow Tiger looks back at the village. The new county magistrate is aggressive. How can I leave it? King Shan patted his shoulder. Is the wine? Sick Yellow Tiger had a happy face and turned to Zhuang Zong. Get the wine. A jar of wine was brought up, and the two drank on the sentry tower. Sure enough, not long after, the new county magistrate got the news and rushed over. Instead of riding the horse, he did not take the sedan, but applied lightness art. In this year, scholars are not synonymous with weak, and inner strength sword technique is a compulsory subject. The new county magistrate is not too old. When I saw King Shan, my face changed. Although it was also the first-class master, his knowledge was higher than the Sick Yellow Tiger. First level. My heart was up, and the senior chi refining warrior. The attitude immediately became very respectful, and I heard the identity of his eagle wolf guard, and I was more careful. King Shan did not favor Sick Yellow Tiger. Please come up with the county magistrate. The two men made mediation. Let Count Magistrate kill the knife, and let Sick Yellow Tiger change the name of Horse Rain Village, which is a big name, and avoid unnecessary killing. How dare not be free from mediation, and immediately shake hands and talk. King Shan after drinking, pat the shoulders of Sick Yellow Tiger. The side of the couch is letting others sleep. Old brother Huang is still making another way. Put a medicine pill in his hand. When the warm flowers bloomed, Little Un stood up from the cave and walked toward the skylight, letting the thundering thunder tear the clothes, stripping flesh and blood, the blood boiling in the moment. The body of Tanxia and Gosei, most of them have already turning coke into fly ash, and finally, there is only one skeleton left. She walked slowly, but it kept going, and the horrible heavenly tribulation didn't make her shake. Because he is waiting for her outside. Can't be left behind by him, to be with him forever. With this one thought alone, she finally walked out of the cave. King Shan was standing on the water, looking up at the shape of a cloud, looking back and laughing, putting a wildflower that I didn't know where it was on the hands of the bones, smiled and said, "Go." The flowers are withered and the smile blooms. Green Vine Mountain, after more than 2 years of development, finally recovered a bit of weather. In the extraordinarily dark hall at the top of Greenvine Mountain, 3 mountains old man sit opposite each other. Greenvine old man's eyebrows and beards become more and more messy, and they are mixed together, like a mess, 2 wise eyes, but they are faintly worried. Solitary grave old man, the pale face, faintly revealing the green say. Golden rooster old man is still a Chinese costume, but it is less like a rooster. The 3 rare gatherings of the 3 together, because of the recent drink. They feel uneasy about the same, although they do not understand divination spell, but as long as the foundation establishment cultivator can communicate with spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and people are old and jing, experienced a lot of wind and rain, they believe that this kind of uneasiness is no coincidence. After a long silence, Greenvine old man said, I am afraid of revenge from subterranean world. I already know monster execution union. Golden rooster old man said, what? We are 3 of these ages, because the heart is a bit wrong. We have to ask for help from monster execution union. If you can't say it, you are afraid to laugh at the dead. Solitary grave old man is very rare to say, all right. This time the golden rooster old man shut up, after a while, asked, what do you really feel? Solitary grave old man said, death. The temple is even more terrible. Greenvine old man said, don't worry, this Greenvine mountain is up and down, I have laid a heavy form, even if a fly can't fly. The face say suddenly changed. What happened? Someone touched the formation and was blocked. After a moment of silence, Greenvine old man breathed a sigh of relief. It seems to have been retired. The voice is not falling. Golden rooster old man listens. Is there any sound? Greenvine old man, I heard a kind of soft sound, not a bird called a worm, and the 3 sensed around, but could not find the sound, but the sound is getting bigger and bigger. The dust on the ground cheered, and the green tea in the teapot was slightly rippled. It's below. The 3 jumped up and looked down. Greenvine old man said, impossible, there is also a formation underneath. The rock is so strong that it is impossible for someone to pass underneath. In the eyes of the other 2 old man suspected, he added, monster also no. The vibration is getting bigger and bigger and getting closer. Somewhere on the floor, suddenly a hollow appeared, and the earth and stone twisted around, like being squeezed out by an invisible force. A pink-sized big-footed worm crawled out of the hole and smashed around the cave, opening chaos, like waiting, and like urging, sensing the breath of 3 mountains old man, directly became a ball. Once a nightmare, like a resurrection, golden rooster old man lost his voice. It's not dead yet. Greenvine old man face is also not good looking, not bad, although a lot smaller. But this is definitely the monster general that they set up the trap siege. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 366. The 19th chapter of the Battle of 3 Mountains on. Afraid of it, it is just a little monster now. Golden rooster old man, the sound is not quite smooth. Solitary grave old man, the face of the alert say, not only did not relax, but more and more heavy. A monster is impossible to get through the cave. Come here. A powerful monster chi, rushing out of the hole. Golden rooster old man face changed. Monster general, what are you doing so fast? The black say hole spit out a clear voice, clear and bright, echoing in the empty hall. Millipede stretched his body and shook his head. Solitary grave old man closed his mouth, his body tumbling. Greenvine old man said, there is a bad person. Be prepared. A handsome man from the body walked out of the hole, his red hair was scattered, his eyes were burning, like the burning charcoal fire in the darkness, and the light turned and looked at the 3 mountains old man. The land of your family is so hard. King Shan also had no way to take the heavy filled formation, and he made a road from the mountain to the summit of Greenvine Mountain. But this is not the new innate divine ability, but another use of the old divine ability. After the incarnation of Monster General, the previous 3 divine ability has been enhanced a lot. The spirit turtle dark armor naturally becomes harder, and the bull demon hoof stamp is more versatile. He can control the direction of the earthquake more effectively. range. The three mountains old man all had a ridiculous and strange feeling. In the middle of the night, a naked man walked up the main hall of Greenvine Mountain from the most impossible place. Greenvine Mountain is the foundation of all forms, so there is a hole in the bottom that can't be covered by the formation. But the earth and stone there is even stronger than Jing steel. Li King Shan said, "I am coming to revenge this time, and your three old guys are ready to die." Greenvine old man said, "Only you are one? Do you see it? Isn't this the case? You still remember this guy?" Li King Shan kicked Millipede at the kick. Millipede happily climbed up to Li King Shan's body, like a big scarf with a pink say hanging on his shoulder. Li King Shan Fu Xing Dao, "Hey, let's go. You have an insignificant look, and there is no atmosphere for me to revenge." Millipede crawled back into the hole. Three mountains old man exchange eyes say, and then laughed together. What they feel uneasy. Is this the same? The monster chi is very powerful, but it is also relatively common for monster. At first glance, he knows that he is not a long time when he becomes monster general. What they are most afraid of is monster martial, a subterranean world, or massive offensive and revenge. A little monster general dare to come to Greenvine Mountain to find their troubles? This way, monster core is delivered to the door, and there is no reason to accept it. "Do you know who I am?" Li King Shan asked. He was not a nonsense person, and the nonsense of the nonsense did not end well, but the matter of revenge is to tell the other person clearly, "Who am I? Why come?" Otherwise, even if you kill the enemy, it is as tasteless as the night. The answer to him was the green vine, which was rapidly expanding under his feet. He couldn't wait to break the ground. Li King Shan jumped up, but heard a golden rooster humming. Golden rooster old man swung his wings and shot him on the ground, immediately wrapped in vines. The name of monstrous talent will only stain my ears. Li King Shan picked up the spirit turtle dark armor and blocked Greenvine's strangulation. In a blink of an eye, it was entangled in a ball of vines. Three mountains old man reminisced about the situation of the three mountains collecting herbs. The black say demon with a human figure left a deep impression on them. This scene is almost the original reenactment. It turned out to be you. Greenvine old man smiled. He still had some worries. He felt that it was too easy to win. Now he has eliminated the last suspicion. Monster just got through heavenly tribulation and felt like he could do anything. "I want to revenge, but I don't understand the gap between myself and them. The three of them, the weakest is the foundation establishment intermediate stage, and there is no possibility of defeat in singles." At this time, solitary grave old man didn't even take a shot and stood by. Li King Shan exclaimed, "This is impossible. How can I lose to you these human races? I want to self-donation monster core. Let you go with me." Three mountains old man immediately nervous. Millipede self-donation monster core's power, they still remember. Golden rooster old man cannot help but back. Solitary grave old man called ancient bronze corpse general in front of Li King Shan seems to have become a bomb that can explode at any time. "Wait, if you are willing to hand over the monster core, we will let you live." Greenvine old man is busy. "Impossible, human race is a sly liar, I will never believe you." Li King Shan released a strong monster chi, as if to detonate monster core at any time. Greenvine old man heard that there was a hint of looseness, and he said, "We won't lie to you, so let me first dissipate Greenvine to show your sincerity and let you go back to the hole." Also with solitary grave old man exchange the eyes with the golden rooster old man. As long as the stupid monster reveals a trace of flaws, they will shoot together and kill them. This matter is reported to the Monster Execution Union and is estimated to have another reward. The dense vines faded from the spirit turtle dark armor, and it was unexpected. Li King Shan turned and rushed outside the hall. "Block him." Greenvine old man took out a green vine cane and pointed to Li King Shan. The green vine broke out and shook the charm. Li King Shan braked his footsteps, brushing through a green vine that almost caught his ankle, and his body turned sharply, changing direction irregularly, leaving behind a path of green vines stretching. Seeing the door is in front of you, ancient bronze corpse general with a black corpse, descending from the sky, squatting in front of the door, open arms to Li King Shan. Li King Shan wants to retire, surrounded by green vine in all directions, looking up, golden rooster's claws are caught. I still want to go? Solitary grave old man put his hand in a dark light, penetrated the gap of the vine, and hit Li King Shan accurately. Li King Shan was soft, and had been pressed by the golden rooster under his claws. The golden light of the golden light shone through the dark hall. He narrowed his eyes and saw the sharp chickens. Green vine old man just showed a smile. The sense of crisis that these days felt, suddenly rose to pinnacle, silent, a long and narrow ice blade running through his body from behind. Human race is a sly liar. Li King Shan smiled with a knife handle, revealing sharp fangs. The lions fight rabbits also use the full force. Li King Shan's love, how can you get through the heavenly tribulation, and then do not put the 3 foundation establishment cultivator in the eye? From the very beginning, it was the sneak attack strategy. You killed the 3 mountains old man one by one, but did not expect them to gather together, and because of the formation, the sneak attack could not be achieved. Without the opportunity to create opportunities, Li King Shan first let mirror image come to the enemy, and then suddenly attacked, killing the most troublesome green vine old man. Green vine old man looked down at the blade and turned to look at Li King Shan, revealing the incredible God say, just trying to spur spiritual chi, turning the blade one turn and waving to Li King Shan, leaving a light mark in the air, stinging the eyes of solitary grave old man and golden rooster old man. Green vine. The narrow blade slammed the wind and rolled around. A line of knives was caught in it, whether it was the huge pillar that supported the temple, or the numerous spreading green vine, it was cut off. The body of green vine old man has turned into 2 pieces and landed on the ground. How dare you! Solitary grave old man's face on the dead, but also the movement of the say, but the words have not finished. The bewitching handsome face, close to the front, interrupted his words, laughed, how dare you! Solitary grave old man's heart sank to the bottom of the valley, the smile with a familiar taste of death. Although the appearance is exactly the same, but the power is judged. The front, this is amazing. Not just passed through the heavenly tribulation monster general should be strong. The ice blade did not stop, with Li King Shan's right hand axis, sliding through a beautiful semicircle. The corpse broke out. Solitary grave old man screaming, squirting black scorpion in his sleeves, retreating to the edge of the hall, stunned and looked down at the scar on his chest. It was a breeze to cut through the corpse of his body. If it wasn't for the impact of the corpse, he had followed the footsteps of green vine old man. A black corpse of black mud, condensed and scattered, touched a pillar, like a bite by an invisible beast, suddenly added a gap. There was a loud noise, and the upper part of the pillar was with a roof. It fell down and fell to the ground, and it was melted by the corpse. The dead things are still the same. If the living is more than a little contaminated, I am afraid that it will turn into a corpse of water. With a humming sound, Golden Rooster opened his wings and made hundreds of chicken cockroaches, turning into hundreds of golden horns into the corpse. The snowy blade light flashed and the corpse was separated. Li King Shan walked out of the ice blade and smiled at solitary grave old man. Response is good. A moonlight, like a note, spilled on him, plated with first level silver blue say. His handsome cheeks and perfect body, more and more like a living thing, but a statue of the legendary god. From the beginning to the end, there was no trace of monster chi on his body. On the Green Vine Mountain, the starting point of the lights is on, and many Green Vine disciples are coming out of the house and looking out to the top of the mountain. What happened? Go and see. Yu Shukyang yawned, it's so late. What are you doing? Hundreds of golden horns, coming out from under the ground, stabbed Li King Shan, and the golden rooster swooped down. Solitary grave, I still don't join forces with me to kill this demon. After a sudden rush, Li Qingshan waved the ice blade and danced into a group of knives. Jing's cockroaches smashed on each piece of chicken, and the chickens flew out faster than they came. The accompanying knives, like the numerous axe with the large knives, stir in the hall, destroying all obstacles. Li Qingshan looked up at the chicken feet. No dodge, no block, just a punch. Green Vine Mountain Disciple, you can see hundreds of golden light. Straight out of the hall, a golden rooster crashed into the roof and was shot and flew out, and the golden light was dim and the wolf was unbearable. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 367. The 100th chapter of the Battle 3 Mountains Below. It's Golden Rooster Old Man. What happened in the hall? Golden light illuminates every Green Vine disciple with a terrified face. Yu Shukyuang feels that his sleepiness dissipates and can't help but step back. The enemy who can fly the Golden Rooster Old Man is not the one that his small chi refining warrior can handle. Looking around, the other Green Vine Mountain disciple behaves the same, and Green Vine Mountain is better than just your own life. A moment ago, the riddled hall, the moonlight as water penetrates into every gap, the brilliance of the silver and blue say, makes this solemn hall become a strange world, but was immediately expelled by Jingwen. The golden rooster descending from the sky is like a golden sun, dazzling. In contrast, Li Qingshan's tall and straight posture is so small, in the blazing glory, like a silhouette, not to mention his waving arms, like a slender wood, will be lit at any time. In an instant, the fist hit the sun. Two kinds of power confrontation, a brilliance, a violent wave, flashing, stirring. The magnificent temple, there is no complete temple column, shaking in the fierce knife wind, but at this moment, the hard life is supported by chi flow, violently expanding outward. Li Qingshan's feet are deep, but there is an endless power coming from the Green Vine Mountain, coming from the vast land, pouring into his body, flocking to his fist, toward the Golden Rooster. Endless release. Golden Rooster Old Man, the smile on his face is gone. The next moment, the fist hit the sun. Li Qingshan took back his fist and smiled. When I stand on the ground, it is best not to compare with me. Earth divine power, derived from Bull Demon's brand new innate divine ability. As long as it is based on the earth, you can get an endless supply of divine power. Li Qingshan feels a bit tasteless. Now, it looks good. Scarlet Eye turned and fell on the solitary grave old man, the pale face of the dead, showing a clear expression of horror, but not only because Li Qingshan front hit the Golden Rooster Old Man. When Golden Rooster Old Man joined forces, he called Ancient Bronze Corpse General and pinched Li Qingshan together. But no matter how he urged the copper ring on his wrist, Ancient Bronze Corpse General was motionless, suddenly, interrupted. The connection with him, this is called his soul flying, regardless of the other, rushed to Ancient Bronze Corpse General. The silent Bronze Corpse General suddenly raised the head. In an instant, the solitary grave old man created the illusion that it was not the eyeballs, but the burning flames of the two groups, until it was discovered that it was not an illusion. Ancient Bronze Corpse General, as he rushed over to his old master, revealing a small cockroach behind him, holding a skeleton sword in his hand. Li Qingshan, now that he wants to use his full strength, it is really necessary to use all his strength. Little An is his most important force, 10 times more powerful than the innate divine ability. Solitary grave old man was shocked in the heart, immediately decided to escape, and then fight. This Xing life must be thrown here. Black core rolling around at the foot, holding him up to the sky, like a rocket. Speed, it's amazing. It's time to put the anti-water Ancient Bronze Corpse General down at the foot, and when it's about to break through the roof, 4 small skulls are in front of you, spitting out the cremation blood flame. The darkness and moonlight that had just arrived in the hall were once again expelled by the fire. The temple was trembled, like a coveted old man, who could no longer bear the weight of himself and began to collapse. At this time, the time seems to slow down, and every floating figure of dust is so clear in Li Qingshan's eyes. He did not help Little An. After crossing heavenly tribulation, her power of change is not under him. Divine ability, such as Tao of the Beautiful Bones, makes her every step up and becomes stronger than her peers. He turned his gaze back into the sky, and Golden Rooster Old Man was completely scared by Li King Shan. He even did not dare to hover, open his wings and fly to the sky. Li King Shan loosened the handle and rubbed his hand. He vomited his breath, tilted his shoulders backwards, and stretched his hand out. He threw a shot into the sky. His feet did not leave the ground. Instead, he bottomed deeper. Compared with his movements, everything around him is as slow as a still picture. Rolling monster chi into the arm, something was liberated. His slender arm slammed into the black iron's face, and it swelled at a rapid speed. 1 foot, 5 feet, 10 feet. Open the fingers of the 5 pillars. Grab the Golden Rooster in the sky. Where to escape? Golden Rooster Old Man was frightened and felt to be tightened by a terrible force, almost suffocating, and once again fell into the hall. At this moment, the ratio of the two seems to have returned to normal. The arrogant cock, caught by human race's hand, sent to the kitchen, leaving only panic. All the Greenvine Mountain disciple have their eyes wide open. All this is a scene that will appear in a nightmare. This huge claw is unimaginable. What kind of monster is hidden in this hall? Although this hall is tall, I am afraid that it is very restrictive with the monster. Golden Rooster was shattered by the giant claw in midair, and Li King Shan's hand was restored to its original shape. He grabbed the neck of the Golden Rooster Old Man and slammed it on the ground. The chicken feathers of the gold say wandered around. Boom! The shockwave sprang up in all directions, accelerating the collapse of the temple, and the rubble beams rumbling down. Golden Rooster Old Man cried, "You can't kill me. This goes against the oath of all kings. It will cause war. You can't die. Let me go. We don't have life and death." Li King Shan came down and smiled and whispered, "I still have a name, called Great Hero Bull." Golden Rooster Old Man's pupils burst, open his mouth to say something, but forever lost this ability. Li King Shan cut off his neck. Not only the neck fracture, but the body is different. Blood flowing. At the same time, Little Un's skeleton sword has also penetrated from the eyebrows of Solitary Grave Old Man, whose pale face is full of fear, exactly the same as many dead faces he has seen in the past. Losing the solid bronze corpse general's Solitary Grave Old Man, it was the weakest of the three of them. Even the Little An sword could not withstand it. The flames rushed out and burned him in an instant. Rumble. The hall collapsed completely. Greenvine Mountain disciple looked up, a man with a long blade, standing in the ruins, stepping on the peak, scarlet hair raging in the mountain wind, the moon hanging behind him, blurring his appearance, casting a silhouette of a black say, but seems to be more arrogant than his Greenvine Mountain. The only clarity is just a pair of blazing and ruthless Sakasaka. The ice blade rises high in his hand, and flows over the blade. The murderous aura rises into the sky, and it seems that the moon is also dyed bright red. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 368 Chapter 1 Return to Subterranean World. Greenvine Mountain disciple retired, and turned around in the same breath. Yu Shukyuang the first to escape. Greenvine Mountain is finished. He does not want to stay with the funeral, but his heart is desperate. 3 mountains Old Man cannot stop. They can escape for a long time. Li King Shan is condescending, looking at it. No matter how fast they escape, how far they can escape, to kill, it is just a knife. The blade condensed in the hand, but he did not wave down, because he saw 1 or 2 acquaintances in it, smiled and put down the knife. It's gone. Little Ann walked out of the wreckage. Are you sure? Li King Shan raised his eyebrows. Yeah? Little Ann beheaded. Mom, the waste can still escape. The old guy just had a play dead, and must be whip the body later. Li King Shan. After a fierce battle, the Greenvine Old Man, who was lying on the ground, was missing. Needless to say, he must have escaped by chance. Now I have come back to the taste, that is, after the mortal is shackled, it has to be tumbling for a while. The Greenvine Old Man is like 2 pieces of wood. The play dead is more like Millipede, who is monster. Li King Shan used mirror image to distract the attention of 3 mountains Old Man, while Green Vine Old Man distracted Li Qingshan's attention by two old friends. Go, let's chase the actor. Li Qingshan sniffed in the air and turned back into the hole. According to the bloody smell, Green Vine Old Man escaped from the hole he opened. If he hits Millipede, the nerd is bad. Little and thought about it with his head. What is the actor? In the dark hole of the ground, Green Vine Old Man licking the neatly split belly, squatting in the hands of the green vine cane, all the way. The vibration on the top of the head was getting farther away, but his heart was not relaxed. The fear of the knife was deep and deep in his heart, and the shock was undecided. Green Vine Old Man felt when Li Qingshan got into the Green Vine Old Man within the body. This war is never possible to win, because he is very clear that he is not completely unprepared. But the knife came too fast and too embarrassing, unless the body magic spell was applied in advance, and the spirit artifact was called out. Absolutely can't stop it. It's impossible to dodge. The incredible power and speed, coupled with extraordinary destructive power, was the nemesis of the cultivator, so at that moment, he did not hesitate to choose to die. A strip of green vine wraps around the waist, splits him into two pieces together, and then emits a round of blue light, trying to recover the terrible injury. However, Monster Chi, which was kept above, prevented the roll of glaucom, and it could not be recovered for a long time, but there was no danger of crossing. As the strongest of the three mountains Old Man, Green Vine Old Man is not a good fight. But the ability to heal and restore is unmatched, endless. Like Green Vine, Millipede was wandering around the hole and saw Green Vine Old Man coming over, and immediately flew up and fluttered. Sprayed a poisonous mist of pink say. Green Vine Old Man in the middle of a cold, waving green vine cane. I can't deal with Monster General, I can't kill you this little monster. At this time, the heart trembled. The atmosphere of Golden Rooster Old Man and Solitary Grave Old Man disappeared. How could it be so fast? When he thought about it, the cultivators of the two Foundation establishment intermediate stages, even if they couldn't win, they couldn't escape, and they could survive for a while, and the situation was worse than he expected. The red-haired Monster General doesn't scatter any Monster Chi, and the whereabouts are like the assassin hidden in the dark. It seems to flash at any time and smash him under the knife. Green Vine Old Man was terrified in his heart, raising his hand and flying Millipede, passing by. In fact, at this time, Li Qingshan has not found that he has disappeared. Li Qingshan follows the smell, traces all the way, sees the group of Millipede, smiles. You guys are lucky. Li Qingshan pumped his nose and the smell became very light. Not only because of the floral fragrance, Green Vine Old Man definitely controlled the injury and then hidden the smell in some way. However, Li Qingshan still found a special smell, the smell of human race. It is like a slender and clear trajectory that extends deep into the mountains. Li Qingshan jumped up to the opposite hill, and the smell was interrupted here, and she frowned. If his gaze has the ability to see through, when you can see that, in 100 steps, a cypress hides a nervous old man. Green Vine Old Man casts wood escape technique, which is in the trunk of the tree. Although he has escaped the eyes and ears of Li Qingshan, the tension and fear in his heart have not been reduced, but they have spread more and more. There is another kind of grief that can't be said. He is a Green Vine Mountain sect leader, and he was chased by a monster to this field. Li Qingshan took a few laps in the dark forest, and suddenly coldly said, I saw you. This move was learned with Han Rongzi, and it really scared the Green Vine Old Man, and resisted the urge to escape. Li Qingshan waved the ice blade, picking up the frenzied stream of wind. A towering giant tree, swept away, and rumbling down the mountain. Looking down from the sky, in a blink of an eye, a large mountain forest was erased. However, there is still no Green Vine Old Man. Li Qingshan Gaosheng, Green Vine, no matter where you flee, one day, I will kill you. Kill you. Kill you. Kill you. Like the sound of metal tremors, echoing again and again in the mountains. Let Green Vine Old Man tighten his mind. He is shrinking, with the broken trunk, He rolls down the mountain and finally hits a huge rock before he stops. He feels his waist is broken. The mountain forest was quiet again, but he did not dare to move. Who knows if Li King Shan is hiding in the darkness, waiting for him to reveal his signs, so that he can be killed. Until the dawn, he still did not move, saying that the older the person is, the more he is afraid of death. He can use actual actions to prove this truth. As long as there is still a danger, he will hide. It was not until 3 days later that he slowly emerged from the trunk and confirmed that Li King Shan was indeed absent. He was relieved and looked at the green vine mountain, which was covered in smoke, and suddenly burst into tears. If it weren't for this wood escape technique, it was almost poisoned. Green Vine Mountain naturally didn't dare to go back. Only when he sought the help of Monster Execution Union, would he be willing to pay back. In fact, after Li King Shan finished the sentence, he left. This can't kill, and it will kill again in the future. How can there be such a big obsession and resistance to Xing? And it is a waste of time in the mountain forest. After the war, he felt that the Tiger Demon third layer had a sign of a breakthrough and was about to find the troubles of several guys and fight again. Li King Shan, Little An, Millipede, and 3 demons walked through the dark subterranean world. The familiar environment made Millipede very excited and couldn't wait to dance 1,000 feet and ran towards his big bed. Li King Shan sat on the big skull of Skull Rosary, wearing a red robes and a red belt around her waist, which blocked the vital point. The ice blade hangs over the waist, and it looks like Jing screaming and fighting. The robe was made by his hair. For Monster General, this was a small trick, and there was no discomfort in wearing it. It finally got rid of the streaking situation. The 100 treasure pouch of Solitary Grave Old Man and Golden Rooster Old Man was in his arms and had not had time to check. It is especially pleasant to see the spoils. Naturally it is taken out in the heart of the home. After a few hours, they have gone deep into subterranean world. Home, it is not far away. Little An is sitting in the arms of Li King Shan, and the body of the refining Foundation Establishment cultivator of Solitary Grave Old Man and Golden Rooster Old Man is not too much, but the lifelike atmosphere is 10,000 people. No, it's like the difference between Qi condensing pills and Tao elements pill. This is the qualitative gap. Little An was able to cross heavenly tribulation so quickly that it had a lot to do with Wai Zong Yuan's body, and soon refining it, feeling a step further. Li King Shan touched her brain. This time, you don't have to shoot. Seeing that the cave was in front of me, suddenly there was a shock. A giant pierced through the soil, opened his mouth and bit it into Millipede. The 4 fangs were longer than the sword. Li King Shan, there is no accident, so the obvious monster Qi, even if hidden in the earth and stone, how to get through him. Before flying on the body, one hand pressed on the head of the demon, and where it started, it was a hard rock. Li King Shan smiled a little. I said how this monster Qi is so familiar. It turned out to be it. The giant was originally a huge snake head, but it was a limeskin say, and it looked like a stone sculpture. Giant Rock Viper is one of Li King Shan's strongest squadrons. When he moved out of Millipede as a backing, he dropped it, but he was not convinced by Li King Shan. Now, the most fearless thing for Li King Shan is the stone, which is a shock wave. Giant Rock Viper feels the power of a vibration. From the top of the head to the tip of the tail, the stone armor of the indestructible rock immediately cracked, whirls, paralyzed, unrelentingly pulled out from the soil. In the heart shocked, Li King Shan said, Giant Rock Viper, can you still recognize me? Giant Rock Viper swayed his head, recovered from the vertigo, looked up at the pair of familiar Akasaka, and then looked at the double horn and scarlet hair. You are. Head collar. Li King Shan smiled and patted its head. In the end, monster has a vision. The deputy leader, Giant Rock Viper, saw Little An again, and finally saw Millipede King. It was attracted by this monster Qi. It will break out of the ground, come to sneak attack. The root did not feel the existence of Li King Shan and Little An. You you are back. After 2 years, they returned to Subterranean World again and took back everything that belongs to them. Li King Shan strangely said, "Why are you attacking us?" Peas, new volume and new weather. Expecting all kinds of tickets. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 369 Chapter 2 Yilusu King. Giant Rock Viper is looking forward to Li King Shan, although it is already the strongest in monster, but the gap with Monster General is not bit by bit. Li King Shan just now, let it completely lose the mind of rebellion. Honestly answer, I am in charge of Yilusu, the king guards immortal cave, and will not let anyone disturb the king's rest, otherwise it will be punished. Giant Rock Viper reluctantly twisted the huge body, missing the former millipede commander's era, then unfettered, then listen man command. Yilusu King? This monster's famous taste is not bad. Li King Shan said to himself, then you know, what is monster? What divine ability is there? Li King Shan can never underestimate the enemy. This, I don't know. 2. Yilusu, not monster. Not monster? Li King Shan loudly, can human race also draw a floor under Subterranean World? No, not human race. Not human race, not monster. What is it? Giant Rock Viper described it as a great thing. Unfortunately, this is a powerful monster in the dark Subterranean World. It is so weak in adjectives that Li King Shan doesn't understand it. He only knows that Yilusu is not from other monster generals around. It comes from Subterranean World. If you don't understand, then look at it with your own eyes. Li King Shan is cautious, but he is not afraid of things. Let the giant rock viper go aside and stride deep into the cave. Head leader, Yilusu, the king is gone. There is no shadow, so good. Giant Rock Viper wakes up behind, and he is not optimistic about Li King Shan. Li King Shan is obviously just a monster general. I am afraid it is not the opponent of Yilusu. Hurry into the soil. If it was discovered by the king of Yilusu, it was put in. It is awful. In the dark, suddenly a light is shining. A blue butterfly flower emits a blue shimmer in the darkness, and 2 butterflies flap their wings. It's just that it's not mature enough to break free from the flowering restraint and fly into the air. Millipede wandered around. Li King Shan grabbed its foot and let it find a place to hide, lest it be noticed by the king of Yilusu. Li King Shan asked Little Un to wait at the cave opening. She walked alone and finally saw the blue butterfly flower see again. The blue butterfly flower is quietly blooming, but only 1 or 2 alone. Dance to tune. Every blue butterfly flower is in full bloom. All need a long wait. Li King Shan last time, but took away the accumulation of years here. And in addition to this sea of flowers, Li King Shan couldn't find a little familiar feeling. Rough rock caves. After careful carving, totem and pattern, it is covered with rock walls. A little bit of brilliance on the top of the dome, surrounded by countless large and small Ming jewels, inlaid into a starry sky, beautiful, like a black say palace filled with dreamy say color and exotic style. In the Zhengzhongyang of the palace, Millipede's original spiral stone's bed was replaced by a beautiful wooden carved bed, which was suspended from the layers and could not be seen clearly. With this decoration alone, Li King Shan can be sure that this Yilusu king is definitely not monster. Monster will waste time doing this kind of thing. And the breath that comes from the curtain seems to prove this. It's not monster chi, but it's not like spiritual chi, but something that is plausible between the two. He vaguely guessed what it was. But when he stepped forward and opened the curtain, it still showed a surprised expression. 2 pointed ears indicate the fact that it is not human race. On the smooth skin, it seems to hang over the first level night, which is the midsummer night sky, the intersection of black and blue. And it is again declared, not human race, not monster, but eccentrics. Li King Shan even saw the race at a glance, Nightwalker race. This is also thanks to the numerous states with Han Kianzi. When the two talked about the land, most of the time Li King Shan was listening to her. Han Kianzi had once existed this family. The skin of the ink blue say is their most prominent feature. Contrary to the life of the human race, they are nocturnal, They can see through the deepest darkness, but they will be blind in the daytime. After the human race rise greatly, like other eccentrics, they were also expelled to the remote wilderness, becoming a legend, and unexpectedly encountered in subterranean world. If these are not enough to make Li King Shan so surprised, then in the curtain, the Yiliusu king sitting cross-legged, even a woman, is enough. Ink blue say hair, silky silk, hanging on the standard melon seed's face. Eyes closed, long eyelashes, high nose, high profile. King, only wearing a simple black say armor, only wrapped in the most important parts, exposed on the large skin, stretching the beautiful lines of the squid, the same style as the surrounding murals, more like a natural, not to the tattoo is also the only decoration on her body. If you can ignore the skin color, say, this is undoubtedly a beautiful beauty. In other words, it is this night sky-like skin that makes her full of mysterious exoticism. Li King Shan saw her brows slightly, apparently feeling his existence, but still motionless, probably to the critical moment of cultivation. Li King Shan was disappointed. She was on the stone bed and sat cross-legged in front of her, admiring her hot body while waiting for her to wake up. It's not that you don't want to swear, it's not that you're a woman's leg. On the contrary, some parts of his body are quietly hardened, and I miss the good times with Han Qianzi. I don't know if she's gone out. At that time, I only ask for pro. If you succeed, you can. Li King Shan, the purpose of this trip is not to kill. Monster can't kill each other. It's the first principle of the demon world. Although Yiliusu is eccentrics, since it can manage this territory, it must be approved by Monster Marshal. It is a member of Monster race. It's easy to kill her, but she doesn't have to mix under subterranean world. He wants to beat Monster's way and recapture the original territory that belongs to Millipede. A drop of sweat spilled from the tip of Yiliusu's nose. Her heart was so nervous that she was at the crucial moment of the cultivation night demon scripture. So she ordered that all the roads leading to it be blocked. The comers can cross the border and come here. It proves a good power. She is not allowed to move at the moment, otherwise she will not only suffer a loss, but also suffer from backlash and be seriously injured. At this time, she suddenly felt that his hand was reaching out to her, and the body was immediately tightened, but the hand just shook in front of her. Li King Shan and other boring, yawned, changed to the side, suddenly saw a short blade of her sheath hanging behind her waist, bending like a hook, and then reached for it. Yiliusu slammed his eyes open, bright as a night star. Peas, buy the bottom moon ticket, dear. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 370. Death Chi heavy million words. What should I say? If you feel too much, the listener will get tired of it. I will try to be as simple as possible. In 6 months, a million words. A chair and a computer hold up the light yin, in the eyes of others. It is a very lonely life. Lonely? Indeed, sometimes there is no way to be lonely. I don't know how to be good. Admit it. No road is smooth sailing. Sometimes, it is inevitable that it will stumble. Sometimes you can only look up. I don't look up to others, but my own back. I want to be such a person. I want to write such a novel. And then, can you get happiness? I always avoid asking myself this question, because I understand that life is not a novel, and there is no road leading to inevitable happiness. If you have to answer it, try to know. Constantly trying, constantly chasing, to taste the future. What a taste. Write a decent novel and give yourself a jealousy. Okay, boring feelings come to mind. Now we are talking about serious things. Hey, ask for a monthly ticket. Hey, I call this a poor picture. Why should you drag the million-word testimony to the present? Because of this, you can write less than one testimonial. Bored feelings are too much. Listeners will hate. I hope that the novel I wrote is not so boring. Okay, I admit that making a testimonial is a bit of death chi, neither hot-blooded nor touching. Then, I will add 2 more sentences. After a few painstaking cultivation, Li King Shan became a monster general and took a crucial step in life. It was also a crucial step in the legend of the Great Saint, and it was an important step for me. After a million words of baptism, in all respects, I become stronger, Everything is about to start. I will try to write better content. The plot may have ups and downs, emotions or fluctuations. I am happy to let you have fun with me. If I am not happy, I will make you happy. You are really not happy, just smile. Advise those students who are still raising a million words. Don't raise anymore. You can kill. Dear students who are chasing, if you have a subscription, you can vote for a free evaluation ticket. See my mouth shape. Free. You didn't get it wrong. Here is grand. Let's make a preliminary judgment for this million words. Finally, the gas sink Danshan, Yangtan wild howl. Seeking a monthly ticket! Exclamation mark. Call, say dreamer, cheer up. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 371 Chapter 3 The Battle of Territory. Illuminated together, there is an arc-like blade light that smears to Li Qingshan's throat. Little Un stayed at the cave opening and saw Li Qingshan enter the curtain, but neither talked nor fight. I didn't know what to do. It was boring. Just listening to a long cry. The wind swayed on all sides. The sharp voice, echoing in the vast caves, it became more and more bright. Yi Liusu took a half squat, and leaned forward, putting all his strength into the scimitar in his hand. The blade was less than a foot away from Li Qingshan's throat, but could not advance 1 inch. The castration was cut off by a long and narrow ice blade. Li Qingshan is still half lying, holding the ice blade in her left hand and taking the power of her whole body with one hand. From the bottom up, I admire the face of the Jing, and the 2 stars-like eyes are like the finishing touches. He smiled a little, although you also had a heavenly tribulation, but if you want to compare with me, it is impossible to win. Little Un sat down cross-legged and finally started playing. At this time, I suddenly heard the sound coming from the depths of the cave. What are you doing? Yi Liusu coldly said. The sound is clear like the blade light. The invader's looks, she is slightly amazed. A handsome man, no, monster. Although the Night Walker race is known for its beauty, both men and women are very beautiful, but they are better than the ones in front of them. The smile is even more touching, but it is not half smooth, but more like an unscrupulous provocation, coupled with the movement of his right hand. The killing intent in her heart is getting colder. I want to see your knife, Li Qingshan said, only to find that her knife was already in her hand, and her hand was on her hip. This is not my fault. Who will make you change your posture and take back your hands with such a natural idea? Have you seen it? Yi Liusu coldly said. See it. Li Qingshan glanced down. That short scimitar. The most dazzling white light flashed, really like a round of hooks. He suddenly understood what it was, and it was like the human race assassin who wanted to paint the weapon black. At subterranean world, light can be blinded. Then his gaze could not be suppressed into the gully on her chest. This world, wearing such a bold woman, is so rare. Let's die. Yi Liusu scolded, turning the blade in his hand, rubbing the ice blade, and the blade light cut the darkness. For example, the knife was faster and more embarrassing. Her mind turned. As a power-type monster general, the reaction and speed must be slower. Dare to be so close to me. It is your biggest miscalculation this time. However, I have never heard of a monster general under Spider Queen. I am afraid that it was sent by other monster marshal. If he killed him, he was found out. Then it is troublesome. The other party does not seem to have a killing intent, or leave some hands. Yi Liusu soon discovered. Her fears are superfluous. Li Qingshan flew up in the air, and even the posture did not change halfway. It seemed to be lying on the stone platform, rotating and rubbing the blade light, unexpectedly dexterous. Yi Liusu with a flash of light, the scimitar is like a swallowing swept water. In an incredibly beautiful posture, it rises from the lower jaw, and in the narrow space above, it turns into a broken shadow, covering every vital point on Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan smiles and explores the right hand of her knife with the blade light. Yi Liusu immediately let go, holding his arm in the backhand, pulling down, while holding the machete in his left hand, cutting the throat with a knife, like an antelope hanging corner. No trace can be found. Killing intent hides it, secretly does not send. Li Qingshan also felt a crisis in the front line. The head was slightly biased. A cold rushed through the throat, leaving a thin blood mark. His face did not change, and the offensive was exhausted. He held her left hand again and took her heavily. Press on the stone platform. Yi Liusu struggled, and under the pressure of Li Qingshan, it was naturally useless. The long legs in black say boots slammed and kicked to his back. Li Qingshan leaned down and avoided this foot. He said, "Before you start, you should listen to what others are doing." Four eyes met. The two noses almost touched together, can clearly feel each other's breathing. Enticing. Yi Liusu stared at Li Qingshan's eyes without hesitation, and the light was dim, showing the dark blue say of the original, like the ice in the night. "Who are you?" Li Qingshan stunned for a moment. "But I didn't know how to answer it." I raised my eyebrows. Good question. He doesn't have a decent name right now, and Half Moon used to call him Big Black, which is obviously a bad name. He also claimed to be the Black Mountain Old Demon, but this is not enough. For fear that others cannot contact Li Qingshan, Li Qingshan suddenly fell into distress, and he was not good at the name. He almost forgot that he was still holding a beautiful beauty. Yi Liusu took a keen eye to observe the enemy's everything. Suddenly, on his head, on the two sharp, double-sided corners, it seemed to be engraved, North Moon. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. Yes, this is it. The memory goes back to a few years ago, in the depths of the Kangwu Mountain, the innocent and lovely cat monster, born on his horn, engraved this agreement, staying in the depths of memory, even if heavenly tribulation cannot be raised. On Ice Sword Cliff, he roared with the loudest voice and vowed to get the power to send her to Dragon Province. What about him? Yi Liusu's eyes narrowed and slammed up and sneered up. Nobody told you? Don't distract when fighting with others. With a bang, Yi Liusu lay back on the stone bed, and it was so cold that it was so hard. Li Qingshan came back and smiled. Just call me North Moon. Hey, how is your head? I saw Yi Liusu's bright forehead and got a big bag. Little Un squatted at the cave opening, jaw collided and made a sly laugh. I want to kill you. Yi Liusu squeezed a word from his teeth. Li Qingshan said, wait for giving you this opportunity. Listen to me and finish the conversation. Where should I start? You know the last monster general in this territory. It seems like a fool called Millipede, who was taken out by human race and killed. It won't be you. Yi Liusu sneered. Of course not. Although he is a bit stupid, I am not allowed to say that, my friend. In short, this territory belongs to him and belongs to me. That is to say, you live in my home now, lying my bed. I want you to get out. Li Qingshan felt that this statement was very interesting, as if he had said something to his ex-wife after the divorce. Slightly biased. Don't know if you promised or not. What about the promise? What about not agreeing? Yi Liusu, this is why this guy is the demon of Millipede. After crossing heavenly tribulation, I wanted to reclaim my territory. There is a bigger question in my heart. How can I get through the monster of heavenly tribulation? Can actually suppress her completely in physical strength. If you promise, then it is best. If you don't agree, I will call you to stop. Li Qingshan smiled very sincerely, and screamed at such a beautiful person, should have something to taste. Let's try it. Yi Liusu chills. The scimitar spins up. Turn into a round cutter wheel and cut it to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan flashed over, secretly thought bad. After the brain hit the wind, he caught her round and powerful thighs backhand. Yi Liusu took advantage of the bounce and held the shank to Li Qingshan's right eye. Li Qingshan wants to reapply. Caught her hand, but caught an empty space. It turned out to be a virtual trick. On the narrow stone platform, Yi Liusu made a shadow and flew up and down around Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan did not move, but just danced the ice blade into a knife wheel, blocking her every assassination. At a close distance, the blade light fills every gap between the two people, but no sound is heard. Yi Liusu took the smart and secret blade art to pinnacle, and the knife did not leave Li Qingshan's vital point. Suddenly, the scimitar spits out an arc of light, circumventing the obstruction of the ice blade, slashing through a strange arc, around him, hooking his vest. Hunting. As the name suggests, this trick, battle skill, I don't know how many people have helped her to quit. Even if the strength is similar, it is impossible to escape. A long cry, ice blade slanted back behind leaking Shan, blocking the tip of the machete, proves that the strength of the two is not similar. Yi Liusu slipped to the edge of the big bed like a ghost, breathing slightly, staring at leaking Shan. Too strong. Not only is the power overwhelming, but the reaction is also on her. Is this really just past monster general of heavenly tribulation? Good insurance. Leaking Shan saw a small crack on the ice blade. With a hand wipe, the ice blade returned to its original shape. This battle is not a killing or revenge. He is not in a hurry to kill and kill. Yi Liusu's martial arts is extraordinary and can help him break through the tiger demon third layer in battle. The scimitar in Yi Liusu's hand suddenly turned on and slammed, breaking moon. Leaking Shan suddenly swing back, a cold half-moon arc, sliding across his face in millimeters, but saw a blue butterfly flower flying in the orbit of a half-moon arc. You can see the end of the cut. He immediately rose to the ground, followed by the first move, catching up with the half-moon arc, and annihilating one of the swords. This is my flower, you better be careful. Leaking Shan stood on the sea of flowers, and the blue butterfly flower didn't know the danger of being alone. He flew over his head. Flowers are not flowers, butterflies are not butterflies, but will fly. True spiritual pill. It's mine. Breaking moon. Yi Liusu waved a bigger half-moon arc, and leaking Shan flashed sideways. With a bang, the half-moon arc fell on the rock wall behind him, leaving a huge scar on the beautiful mural of King. Leaking Shan glanced back and said easily, "Fortunately, murals are not mine." Yi Liusu is furious, but she really dare not arbitrarily slash. Every mural here is her heart's blood clock. It is very troublesome to fix, and this guy is not the trick. At this time, Monster Chi and the Dark Aura, which is unique to the Night Walker race, surged from all directions. Peas, thank you for your encouragement. The monthly ticket has never been so strong, and it is even ranked in the 12th. Of course, I know that this is the big gods who have no strength, waiting for the double at the end of the month, but my heart is still very happy. Short-term happiness is also happiness. I don't have a very good code word speed. To be honest, I don't pursue this. I want to create fresh and interesting content, and then bit by bit, it is the fun of my novel writing. How to say it, although I am alone in the house, but just now, I am in the dark subterranean world, watching the battle between leaking Shan and Yi Liusu. It is too greedy to pursue joy that is always there. If you read this text, it makes you feel that the loneliness of Pingri is easier to endure, and Mingri has a more expectation. This will be my greatest honor. Yes, it's snowing today. It's beautiful. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 372. Chapter 4. Eccentric's ability. Leaking Shan admired Yi Liusu, so that the 8 parties came to support the scene and proved that Yi Liusu's ability to control the territory was never comparable to that of Millipede. Monster, which is very familiar to leaking Shan, appears in the cave opening. Shadow, there is a team of Night Walker guards. There are men and women, looks like Jing, wearing simple armor, holding bows and spears, the heads of the adults. Monsters were amazed. Although leaking Shan described the changes, they still saw his identity through his own characteristics. Yi Liusu King. The guards looked at them. The longbows were full, the spears were high, and they waited for Yi Liusu's orders. Yi Liusu has no trace of ease in his heart. If it is the usual monster general, the number may be controlled or weakened by the number. However, in front of this, it is obviously not in this category. It is only a matter of casualties. Waving a machete and shouting loudly, "You don't want to shoot. This is our battle." The monsters immediately breathed a sigh of relief. No one wants to be a rival to a monster general. Although monster is not allowed to kill each other, it really arouses the Xing, which is not fun. Da Wang. Yi Lubo, the escort of the guard, is puzzled. What else should he pay attention to when dealing with the enemy? The longbow in the hand has been full, and the blue-eyed arrow flashes on the blue-green arrow. It is obviously smeared with poison, pointing to Li Qingshan's vest. In such a close distance, chaos and arrows, even if it is Monster General, don't want to avoid it. At this time, I saw the enemies turned around, ignoring her swords and arrogance, smiling at her. The beautiful face, dazzling smile, so that her heart also moved. The hands still firmly hold the bowstring. If it is in the past, this is an excellent bed companion, but now it is an incomparable enemy. Li Qingshan looked at the group of Nightwalkers curiously, and her heart was slightly excited. This kind of scene cannot be seen casually, and it is just like the legend. Nightwalker is beautiful and beautiful. These Nightwalker guards, just one on the ground, can be called handsome men and women. In particular, the first girl, who has a similar face to Yi Liusu, is even more beautiful, even if it is slightly inferior to Yi Liusu, especially when pulling the bow. The waves on the chest are more see the raging. Let's put down the weapon, this is the order. Yi Liusu said coldly. Yi Lubo was unwilling to let go of the longbow. Mindfulness. I don't know if Liusu's sister is fascinated by this Monster General. Isn't she always a bad male say? It seems that the demon and beautiful man who saw this rare sight has also opened up. If so, it will be reversed. It's a good thing. I don't know how to borrow from her for a few days. She won't agree? Hey, what is this? Yi Lubo suddenly saw Little An in the corner. Because there was no breath, it was a dead object, but I just watched it move. And Skull turned to her, and the skull burned with flames. The deputy leader. The monsters were surprised again. Yi Lubo waved a finger at Little An. This is also the enemy's party. Let's deal with this. Let the king come to clean up. After the event, let the sisters have fun. He glanced at Yi Liusu and tried her. The reaction, the red-haired Monster General, really made her look so good. See, Yi Liusu did not have objection. A happy heart. Nightwalker escorts, especially the female guards, are staring at Li Qingshan. The eyes are like a group of gangsters staring at their errand beautiful people who usually see. The sight easily penetrates the robes on his body. Let Li Qingshan feel a little unrestrained, and suddenly remembered, Han Qiangzi once said, Nightwalker race has a very bad evaluation, that is, yin chaos, men and women are free to match. There is no human race cow concept. There have been people lost in the village of Nightwalker, because of the beauty of life. Many Nightwalker women competed for each other, stayed at home for the night, and relished after returning. Li Qingshan also sighed, how can such a good place not be there? The result was stunned by Han Qiangzi and continued, that is just a mortal misunderstanding, because the Nightwalker race is a female respect. The woman is not subject to any of the ethics of restraint. They play with men, just like the human race men playing with women, but it is a matter of course. If you like, I also go to find a few male pets to accompany you. Li Qingshan was excited, and heaven is there. He sighed, if things don't work, I will let the sisters have fun. Yi Lubo smiled and said, you guys are very interesting, just don't know how to work on the bed. King, you can't hurt him, especially below. Caused a burst of laughter. Li Qingshan turned around and said to Yi Liusu, it seems that your people are very confident in you. Yi Liusu said, you don't worry about your companion at all. I forgot, how does Monster have this feeling? Li Qingshan did not return the head. Little Nan, don't hurt them. Little Nan looked innocently at the Nightwalker, and when he heard the words Little Nan, he immediately understood the meaning. The word North Moon comes from the locust tree card in which Little An is engraved with the word Nanan. In Monster World, the original title can no longer be used. Yi Lubo didn't use weapons. He reached out and grabbed it directly to Little An. The root didn't put this little scorpion in his eyes. It didn't look like a powerful guy. Most of them were servants. But it is not good to hurt it. Otherwise it will be unpleasant to get the red-haired beauty, and wait for it to be in the bed. Little An didn't move, didn't attack, and didn't escape. Let Yi Lubo's hand grab it. Yi Lubo didn't figure out what happened. He fell to the ground, and his consciousness was very clear. He didn't feel any hurt, but he couldn't move even one finger, and the body seemed to be someone else's. In the initial cultivation of Tao of the beautiful bones, Little Un had the ability to control flesh and blood. At the most critical time, he helped Li Qingshan open the wind bond acupuncture point. Since then, this ability has rarely been used. After crossing the heavenly tribulation, this ability is even more powerful, and the person who dares to touch her with the flesh and blood body has been ruthless. Nightwalker guards suddenly panic, Yi Lubo, but they are the strongest, not far from heavenly tribulation, and even fell to the ground without a move. Captain, is there a corpse poison? Don't touch that cockroach, Lubo. Yi Lusu's loud call, but did not get any response, was also amazed, staring at Li Qingshan. What have you done? Li Qingshan shrugged his shoulders as if to say, I will say it. Reassure, she can't die, let your people honestly watch the show. How? Reconsideration of my argument. Yi Lusu said, if you win, I will return the land to you. Li Qingshan added, if I lose, let the sisters have fun, right, including you. Hugh. Now let you see, the real power of Nightwalker. Yi Lusu walked slowly to Li Qingshan with the machete, and her figure was gradually disappearing. Like a piece of paper cut that is put into the ink, it is first immersed in the edge of the ink, and finally becomes completely dark, blending into the darkness of the underground everywhere. With Li Qingshan's super perception, she also completely lost her trace, and she was amazed. This is the real power of Nightwalker. Han Qiangzi once explained to a skeptical Li Qingshan, do you know that Nightwalker is a female respected man? Because the power of female Xing is much higher than that of male Xing, the power will be respected, and there is no difference between us. This power is not physical strength, but ability. Just as giant demon race can insert feet into subterranean world to gain energy, the figure can grow bigger like a tree. Nightwalker also has their innate skill ability, can take energy in the dark and integrate your body into the darkness. The so-called eccentrics, not only refers to heterogeneous, but also contains the meaning of innate skill. It is said that world has ruled them for a long time, and mortals worship them like gods. In the Sea of Flowers, Li Qingshan was left alone, and he keenly observed the wind and the grass around him. Meng then took a step back, but it was too late, and the bright blade light crossed his cheek, leaving a thin blood mark, disappearing into the darkness, and a red hair falling. The scimitar didn't know what it was, and Bull Demon Skin Refining couldn't completely resist it. Yi Lusu's heart is even more surprising. Her hooking blade is very strong, and the misfortune Night Demon Blade secrets in Night Demon scripture is unbreakable and unbreakable. But on the face of this guy, there is a feeling that he can't go deep into half. The female guards were all sighing, as if watching a perfect creation was damaged, and let Yi Lusu's heart ignite. Those who met the man and could not walk, which side is it? Mainly because the guards fully trust the power of Yi Lusu, but she does not have this confidence. This monster general, called North Moon, is too strong. It seems that it is just playing, and the roots don't show all the strength. There is also the name of Little Nan, which will cover Lubo in a motionless manner, and I am afraid that it has already crossed heavenly tribulation. This is an unprecedented crisis since she became a king, but she must overcome this crisis, only to revitalize the Nightwalker race. Another knife, directed to Li Qingshan's fragile throat. He raised his hand to hold the blade, but only caught a piece of broken light. Palm also left a blood mark. In a twinkling of an eye, Li Qingshan added several scars to his body. Yi Lubo was dragged away from the control of Little An by the companion, and finally recovered the cow of the body. It was too late to glare at Little An. He held up his body and reached the direction of Li Qingshan with one hand and shouted, Dear Wang, don't hurt him below. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 373 Chapter 5 The original face of Bull Demon Hoof Stamp. Nothing, Captain, monster can grow again. What do you know? If you leave Yin Shadow, you can't stand it. It won't be beautiful. Yi Lusu was a bit sullen, too lazy to pay attention to them. She wandered like a fish in the darkness, and world became another look in her eyes. The existence of Li Qingshan was as bright as a white spot in the black curtain. She approached silently and slashed her knife. Little Un is nervous, she has her own perspective, can see the existence of the living. Yi Lu's rich life, even in the dark, is difficult to hide. Every change in position, it falls in her eyes. Ling Li knifed Li Qingshan back neck. He smiled and turned, and for a moment he didn't know how many knives he had. The ice blade was like a flower, and the blade aura shrouded every inch of space behind him. As long as Yi Lu was in it, he would fall into the interwoven knife. The temperature in the cave seemed to drop a few degrees in the time, and the cold wind swept the Night Walker guards back and forth. Yi Lu felt a chilling sigh, the lightness of his face disappeared and became solemn, and the hand grabbed again. The longbow, only in this way can feel a sense of security. She cannot stop even a knife. It's a terrible blade art. It's not an ordinary monster general. But the king won't lose. It's impossible to beat the king in this way. The scimitar flashed away, like Liu Xing, and there was no way to grasp it. Thousands of handles of the ice blade refolded into a hand, hang down, reflecting a red hair, scarlet eye flashing. It seems not only stealth, but really integrates the body into the dark. He can cut the water with a knife, but he can't break the shadow. Give it. You can't see me, you can't hurt me. Yi Lu's voice came from all directions, in every darkness. Add the effect of echo. It seems that thousands of voices have been sued. You can see me, I can't hurt me. Li Qingshan put the ice blade on his shoulder. Lazy, small scars on the body. All recovered in an instant. I just don't want to use killing tricks. You don't want to know how to be good, so it is in vain to consume. This is not necessarily the case. Li Qingshan suddenly raised the knife. Glowing blue light. Since the knife can't be smashed, use light to smash. However, the trace of Yi Lu has not been found. Do you use any light? Yi Lu sneered. Can you break my Night Walker with just a torch? It turns out that since it is a Night Walker, it is necessary to use the sun. Li Qingshan took monster chi and touched his chin. Then let's try it. Yi Lu said. Yi Lu smiled and said, this is subterranean world. There are big tools, and don't want the sun to shine here. This may not be. Li Qingshan shook his head. Raise your hand. And suddenly there is a spot of golden light say on the top of the head, and the spot is very large. Become a gold say fireball. What is it? Good glare. Yi Lu could cover his eyes. The dazzling light dispels the darkness. In front of a mural on the left-hand side of Li Qingshan, a figure showing a black say. The light of the gold say does not have any terrible lethality, but the thick darkness is not reconciled by the bit by bit, revealing the face of Yi Lu. Staring at the gold say fireball. This is sun. Yes, this is the sun. Li Qingshan held the small sun that he had morphed with the great amplifying divine symbol, and gently touched the fluff of the gold say. It was hot, and the temperature was not very high. So he added a little more of wish power to make it brighter. It's as easy as controlling a large light bulb. Of course, compared to the real sun, Li Qingshan even puts all of the power into it, and even 1 in a billion is not enough. But it is not false, it is also the true sunshine. This little gold say ball is the nemesis of the Night Walker ability. They may be the king of the night, but he turned it into a day. Yi Lu tried to open his eyes, but Li Qingshan's figure was completely hidden in the light of the sun, blurred. The weaker Night Walker guard is even more tearful, turning his back and closing his eyes. In fact, the sun does not cause any damage to the Night Walker, just as the darkness is like ordinary people, but it will affect their ability to display. In particular, the Night Walker, which has been cultivated, should be free from the interference of the sun, let alone the little sun that Li Qingshan has turned into. But they have lived in subterranean world for too long, and every Night Walker, from birth to death, is completely immersed in the dark, which makes their ability stronger. But at the same time, the resistance to the sun has also become weaker than ever. Yi Lu tried to reapply the dark coat, and the darkness continued to rush back and forth in her body. Only by this interference, she could not perfectly integrate into the darkness and exert the ability of the Night Walker. This kind of interference is also the first time in my life. Who can think that someone can bring the sun to this subterranean world? Li Qingshan is becoming more and more unpredictable in her eyes. If this is part of his ability, it is simply the nemesis of Night Walker. I just thought of a good trick. Let's try it. Li Qingshan dropped the ice blade and came to Yi Liusu and punched away. Although the sun has affected the ability of my Night Walker, this kind of straightforward attack, I want to hit me, is just an idiot. The fist is like a violent wind and waves, causing a loud air bang. Yi Liusu is as fascinating as a shadow. Although the power is far less than him, the speed is not slow. Give up the attack and dodge it all, just like the dark Jing spirit dancing in the wind. At this moment, Li Qingshan suddenly opened his fist and took a shot. It was a foot away from Yi Liusu's body. Yi Liusu is not in the heart, laughing at Li Qingshan in vain. In an instant, there was an invisible force that slammed into the abdomen and spread throughout the body. Yi Lubo, I saw Li Qingshan taking a shot in the void, and Yi Liusu flew out, passing the sea of flowers and slamming into the rock. The remnants of that power were released by the body of Yi Liusu, and the rock walls were covered with spider-like cracks and the pieces shattered. The crash was completely covered by a huge, thunderous sound, and the Night Walker guards were dizzy, and the sound came from Li Qingshan. The spur of the air, rushing in all directions, will sway the curtain high, and the sea of flowers will be under low pressure. The momentum of his palm shocked everyone and the demon. After a moment, he made a scream, "Great King!" Yi Lubo licked his eyes. What did he do? Li Qingshan looked at his palm with surprise. This effect is better than he guessed. Yes, this is his innate divine ability, Bull Demon Hoof Stamp. He used to think that the Bull Demon Hoof Stamp, compared with the Spirit Turtle Dark Armor, is not a level at all, almost completely useless. Especially after the arrival, there are several cultivators who will stand on the ground and fight with you. After becoming a monster general, it was barely used to open up the subterranean world channel, which was considered waste utilization. Until then, he discovered that the so-called Bull Demon Hoof Stamp was just a misunderstanding of his innate divine ability. Its true ability is Shake. In the past, because his monster chi was too weak and too low, he could only use this method to strengthen the power of the shock wave. Otherwise, the small vibration could not cause enough lethality to create an illusion. In the later battles, I did not think about using the shockwave elsewhere, because the root is not necessary. As long as the enemies encountered are broken by his close body, true chi, the base is a dead end, and the roots do not need to vibrate. Either the Three Mountains Old Man, the opponent who is not able to use it, is useless. After the incarnation of Monster General, the power of innate divine ability has increased and finally demonstrated its power. Thank King, Li Qingshan uses the air to transmit the shockwave. Although the effect is far less than the land, it still shows amazing power. Yi Liusu is furious and faint, and there is still a hint of fear. The horror of the opponent is beyond imagination. The power used is stronger and secretive. The armor on her body has little protection from this force. How many cards are still missing? However, she can't give up. This piece of land is what she got from the Spider Queen. It is the only way for the Night Walker to return to the ground. It must not be given to others. Looking back, she was discovering that she was making a hysterical roar, and the scimitar swayed a bright light into a huge moon, shining the cave. Change the dexterity of the tactics, one with the blade, to kill all the obstacles, assassination. Li Qingshan also stunned a little, surprised that this is more like an assassin's beautiful woman, and this kind of momentum can be sent out, and the blood is stirred for the first time. It's good. Li Qingshan banged out, and cracks spread in the air. Yi Liusu had a glimpse of his heart, but he did not hesitate. The dark blue Sei's scorpion, like a star-studded scorpion, stabbed out and forgot life and death, like a comet joy, and the goshawk hit the temple. Yi Lubo almost forgot to breathe, looking at Yi Liusu reverently. This is the king they trust. Her strength is sure to kill all obstacles, including this odious monster general. There was a thunderous noise in the hole, but only a gust of wind, swaying the long hair of Yiliusu Ink Blue say, she was relieved. It seems that the power is not without distance restrictions. This knife will make you look good. Li King Shan looked helplessly at his fist. When the shockwave reached a few feet, it weakened and dissipated. This slow, blade light seems to come from the electric light, and the eyebrows are tingling. This knife puts all the power of Yiliusu, even though Bull Demon Skin Refining can't resist it. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 374 Chapter 6 Travel to Subterranean World Deeper. Li King Shan lifted the U to hide the darkness of the feet. The ups and downs, like a living thing, sticking out a black hand, grabbing his legs, and still spreading upwards, like there is no physical sticky asphalt. I don't know when. Yiliusu's loud roar has become a low-lying mantra. The blade aura is so imminent that the tip of the knife is only 3 inches away from the eyebrow. Li King Shan clasped the blade aura in the palm of his hand. Yiliusu, a pair of dark blue say scorpion, crossed the Sanshang blade aura, murderous aura staring at Li King Shan, exhausted his strength, and could not let the blade advance another inch. Shock. Li King Shan smiled. Time, lightning cracks, covered with blade aura, passed to Yiliusu. The blade aura is broken, and Yiliusu feels that every bone is violently shaking, accompanied by a paralyzed pain. In an instant, the body does not seem to be his own. I saw Li King Shan rushing away until after, reciting against the wall. Great King! Yilubo exclaimed. Li King Shan grabbed Yilubo's slender neck and used it slightly. Yilubo looked up and was full of unwillingness and despair. Even though I have left my hand, you still can't threaten me. Li King Shan's face was also somewhat disappointing. He used this battle to break through Tiger Demon 3rd layer, but in the end it was still worse. If it is life and death, maybe it will be better. At this moment, behind the screaming, 7 poison arrows, arranged into a geese array, stabbed Li King Shan vest. Many hexagonal light blue sail light flashed away. Li King Shan didn't even look back and looked at it. Instead, he let go of his hand. If you want to do it, just continue, but this time, I won't stop. I will defeat you. Yiliusu was shocked. If he started showing these defenses from the beginning, all her attacks must be in vain. Failure is unacceptable, but it is like this. The failure of the roots to make the other party serious. But she was deeply frustrated. In the past 2 years, she has been arguing for the West. Not only did I get back the proper territory, but also expanded a few points. Except for the few people around Spider Queen, I don't want Monster General to be in the eye. At this moment, the real world is big, the strong is big, and it should not be underestimated. Well, I can promise you, Great King. Yilubo changed say, this land was hard to get. Shut up. Yiliusu said coldly. Learning to respect the strong is the criterion for survival in subterranean world. I can also make the sisters happy. Li King Shan smiled, but the harvest can only be the eyes of hatred. Shrugging shoulders. Do not care. However, this is not something I can decide. Yilubo's glimmer of light. I do not know what to do. Who can decide? Li King Shan hooked Yiliusu's shoulder. Just now you said that you lost the land and handed it over to me. Now that you can't decide, is this doubting my decisiveness? Spider Queen Rose is an adult. Yiliusu was cold and afraid of angering him. He added, there is no dispute with the generals of Monster General. Rose, if you have a Monster General out of thin air, you don't want to occupy a party, may ignore her opinion. This is a bit reasonable. Then what do you think? I can take you to see Rose, and deliver the face to you. Li King Shan is expressionless. You mean, let me follow you to Subterranean World, the camp of Night Walker race, and then go to see you familiar with me? Monster Marshal, who is not familiar with me, let her judge the ownership of the territory. Yiliusu feels a hot breath, spit on the ear and neck, no half-sexual feelings. As if in a mouth of a monster that can be angry at any time, biting his teeth. Very difficult road, yes. Li King Shan laughed loudly. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Yi Liusu is amazed, and the more I feel that I can't see this beautiful and powerful monster general, is it self-confidence to my own strength? Only dare to go to the dangerous land under the enemy's lead, smashing and arrogant, but full of unscrupulous charm. With those who are full of yin, it seems that the Night Walker, who is always uneasy, is just like the other extreme. But before that, I have to find a suitable place to place my friends. I think it is good here. Li Qingshan looked around the cave and thought that the murals were pretty, very suitable for the decor of the writer. Yi Liusu gave up his teeth. Li Qingshan stood on the stone platform and gave a speech to the group demon and got absolute obedience. Millipede also swam out and returned to his familiar big bed, wrapped in a comfortable circle, and little Anne sat on its back. After a lot of trials, they finally returned to the original point and got back their belongings. Because Li Qingshan said to Yi Liusu, "You take the first step, I will catch up." Yi Liusu had to bring the Night Walker guards and go on the road. No one spoke on the way. The atmosphere was very depressed, and gradually moved away from the cave, to the edge of the Millipede territory, but there was no trace of Li Qingshan. Yi Lubo went forward. "Dear Wang, will that guy really come? Don't you lie to us?" Yi Liusu silence. "Then it is only to return to the family to rescue the soldiers. But can you deal with him?" Perhaps only Rose and the few shots around her are only possible. But what kind of cleverness can you make monster race kill each other and kill the powerful genius of the family? Monster race has a contempt and jealousy for the Night Walker family. It's wrong to suspect other people's promises. Li Qingshan was alone, appeared in the darkness, saw the team stop because of his appearance, and he strode forward. "Let's go. I have long wanted to go to Subterranean World." Yi Liusu found that there was a kind of innocent childishness on his face, and it seemed that he was going to see a play. Yi Lubo, even though he hates him deeply, he can't help but see the handsome face. Li Qingshan looks straight ahead, as if he has penetrated the thick soil and dreams of the 9 provinces in the world. It is being realized by bit. What do you think of the city of Night Walker? And what is the attitude of the Spider Queen Rose? To put it bluntly, this is similar to Human Race World. If you want to occupy a place in Demon World, you have to go to the dock first, but according to Millipede's words, the one is not easy to match. But it doesn't matter, the worst result is just to turn your face and get rid of it. At this moment, Li Qingshan is working with Little An on the big butterfly flower Yang spirit stone's bed, taking out the golden rooster old man and the soldiery grave old man's 100 treasure pouch, and I am safe to check this time. Trophy. The adventure is of course very interesting. If you can sit safely at home and take risks, it will be more interesting, and it will not delay cultivation. Although true chi was injected into the 100 treasure pouch of the golden rooster old man, a vast space opened up. Li Qingshan was very tired. Laughed and took Little An in her arms. This time we can send it. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 375. Chapter 7 Waves. Yi Liusu, who is screaming, also found that Li Qingshan's face suddenly had a mysterious smile, and there were thousands of speculations in his heart, but he could not guess how Li Qingshan was. The richness of the things in 100 treasure pouch far exceeds Li Qingshan's expectations. Not to mention the various advanced medicine pills. The more than 100,000 spiral stones alone have surprised him. Golden Rooster Old Man, the sect leader of Chicken Mountain. His 100 treasure pouch stores the entire Chicken Mountain resources. These resources are not just for him, but for the development of the entire sect. The accumulation of generations all fell into the hands of Li Qingshan. In addition to the spirit stones, spiritual pill, there are a large number of spiral grasses, more than 300 years of ragweed, 500 years of snowy orchids, each of which is worth thousands of spirit stones. If there is not a deep accumulation of sect foundation, the ordinary foundation establishment cultivator is impossible to own, and it is also immediately taken to concocting pill, which cannot exist in 100 treasure pouch. Because Chicken Mountain is a golden rooster weapon, The number of spirit artifacts is not much, but there are 3 top-grade spirit artifacts: a long-grained sword, a piece of bright yellow embroidery, a celadon vial. Leaking Shan, although he does not know his name, but his heart is like it, especially the small bottle. It is a bit familiar, suddenly remembered. This is not the Under the Green Vine Mountain auction, the one that was lifted to nearly 10,000 spirit stones. The function of this vial was introduced in detail at the auction. It is possible to refine the water when it is stored in the water, whether it is used for concocting pill refining or watering the grass. There is great benefit. These 3 pieces of spirit artifact are also the only ones. There are traces of refining. The moire and the bright yellow embroidery are all motionless. Golden Rooster Old Man incarnates the Golden Rooster. You can't distract the utility spirit artifact, and you have never refined the 2 spirit artifacts. The Golden Rooster on his body is the strongest spirit artifact, and in the face of Leaking Shan overwhelming the power of crossing. Even if there is one more top-grade spirit artifact, it is also weak. But beyond that, the legendary magical artifact has not been found. It's no surprise that the number of magical artifacts in the world is not as rampant as spirit artifact. Every magical artifact has amazing power. This means that refining is very difficult, and it is often only found in large family sects. There is little circulation in the market. The Foundation establishment cultivator usually uses top-grade spirit artifact. And even if there are some transactions, Golden Rooster Old Man will not spend a lot of money to buy a magical artifact back. The world is flat, the fight is very small, especially the Foundation establishment repair cultivator. Even 10 years does not necessarily have a chance to follow people move once. What is it for? If the vial is not a spirit artifact for assisting cultivation, the 3 Mountains Old Man will not compete. With these 3 top-grade spirit artifacts, Leaking Shan is already satisfied, especially the celadon vial. It is not bad to keep some water in the bath. There are also some bright metal ores. Leaking Shan conjecture is the material of refining. He has not learned refining, and he can't name it. But when he looks at his aura, he knows that it is worth a lot of money. It must be used to build Golden Rooster. By the way, Golden Rooster has also got a lot of it. It should also belong to the category of top-grade spirit artifact, and it is also the complete set. It is the top grade in top grade, but it is a pity that cultivation chicken mountain cultivation technique can be utilized. 100 Treasure Pouch has a complete set of Golden Rooster. Leaking Shan cannot go to cultivation. Then go to the opening of Solitary Grave Old Man. And the thing is still surprised Leaking Shan. At the entrance is the body of the huge volume, a variety of corpses, men, women and children, all encompassing. Some have undergone refining, and some are still the original appearance, horrible like a living hell. Grave Hill is based on refining corpse, the most important resource, the consumables and the necessities. Grave Hill's discipline got these bodies, and I didn't know how many graves were dug. Leaking Shan took the Spirit Stone's medicine pill out and placed it in the 100 Treasure Pouch of the Golden Rooster Old Man, then handed the 100 Treasure Pouch of the Solitary Grave Old Man to Little Un. This is for you. Among them is Solitary Grave Old Man's bone stick and copper ring, 2 pieces of top-grade spirit artifact, all yin gas, related to refining corpse cow corpse. He does not need. After the split, Leaking Shan stood up and stretched out and laughed. Let's come back to cultivation again. This time, his goal is Spirit Turtle Sea Suppressing Secrets 3rd layer, so that you can perfectly suppress Bull Demon and Tiger Demon's monster chi, so that when you build Tiger Demon 3rd layer, you can't suppress it. Little Un has a burning fire and has a fixed mind. After crossing heavenly tribulation, she has reached a new bottleneck while she has risen. There is not enough insight. It is impossible to rely on flesh and blood. Jing, the repair of Tao of the beautiful bones. But it is just right to continue to refine Skull Rosary. Without any surprise, it is enough to make 12 strings and make her first skeleton spirit artifact. No, magical artifact. When the two ignited their ambitions, look at Millipede, who was already sleeping in a deep sleep, and his body was on the stone platform. The section stretched out and looked very comfortable. He never knew what his ambitions were. He only knew that he was, I can finally sleep here again. Li Qingshan sat down on the knees, took out a medicine pill, stuffed it into the mouth, and his heart gradually sank into a state of unconsciousness. I don't know. His work on Green Vine Mountain has caused an uproar in the cultivation world. At the center where the waves just started, Yu Shukyuang and the Green Vine Mountain disciple fled down the mountain. Looking back at the misty Green Vine Mountain, seeing no one chasing, Yu Shukyuang came down with a heart, sitting on the ground, gasping for a breath. And he also had a lifelong Jianghu career. I was afraid, but I was glanced at by the red eyes. But I almost scared me down. There is no doubt that if that knife falls down, he is already a dead man. Righteous path is the tree is falling apart. Under the pressure of Li Qingshan, the Green Vine Mountain disciple fled, for fear of catching up with Li Qingshan. Yu Shukyuang looks around and there is only one left. Yifu, where are we going now? Yilian is still a gentle face, but he has calmed down a lot. He is Yu Shukyuang's confidant discipline. After he stabilized his heel at Green Vine Mountain, he brought him to Green Vine Mountain. He couldn't agree with the mentor and the disciples, and Yilian recognized Yu Shukyuang. Yu Shukyuang said, in any case, Green Vine Mountain can't stay here. It's not good. Maybe monster will attack again. Thanks to the repair of the two of us, we can kill anyone. It's better to go back to Wild Sword Villa. Let's go. After 2 years of painstaking cultivation, plus a lot of resources of Green Vine Mountain, he also completed the Chi Refining 4th level, and Yulian is the Chi Refining 2nd level. Although they have achieved a major breakthrough in life, at the bottom of the cultivation field, it is still not enough for people to cut it. If monster is attacking a lot, I am afraid that Wild Sword Villa is not safe. There is a cave opening to subterranean world outside the city. Let's go to Clear River Prefecture and go to Junior Sister. Yilian said in her heart. This. When Xu went to the daughter, Yu Shukyuang couldn't erase his face. The rest of the junior brother is reasonable. Brother, you don't hesitate. I'm going to go to Clear River Prefecture. Dai Alf came out from behind a big tree. He has already reached the Chi Refining 6th level and opened up Danshan, Chi C. Then report this to Commander Wang when you are eligible to mix a Red Wolf Guard. Eldest senior brother, you are too. Yu Shukyuang said. Although he knows that one more Dai Alf can't stop the monster, he always feels more secure. The two still met each other 2 years ago. Although they are not allowed to make friends, they are also familiar with each other. Yu Shukyuang Jing Dai Alf repairs Gao Jiao. Dai Alf knows that Yu Shukyuang has a daughter named Yu Zijian. At the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy cultivation, with the pure Yang body, he is highly valued by Dao as a patriarch and does not dare to neglect. It's terrible. Dai Alf sighed and became the eldest senior brother of Green Vine Mountain after finishing the Chi Refining 6th level. He was quite proud and excited, and saw the unrivaled power tonight. I am doing this repair, but the cultivation is nothing but a big shrimp. Yu Shukyuang is deeply convinced and also sighs. What happened to brother Yu? Together, we have a look at Clear River Prefecture. Dai Alf heard that Yu Zijian is familiar with Hua family. If things change, she can ask her to talk about it. When I saw Dai Alf and Yu Shukyuang, I suddenly remembered that one person came. The common topic of the two was this. I don't go to Zijian, but I can go to him. Yes, what Yu Shukyuang thinks is Li Qingshan. He can go to this step today, thanks to Li Qingshan's help. Li Qingshan's halfman, then go to Li Qingshan, not shameful. I heard that he is now mixed in the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. If he knew that Li Qingshan would scare him away, he didn't know what it would be. Okay, let's go. What are you talking about? After listening to Dai Alf's remarks, Wang Pussy's brows were twisted into a ball. And a monster general killed 3 mountains old man. How could it be unbelievable? With the shackles of the 3 old guys, even if you can't fight, can't you escape? Look at Dai Alf's body, There is no trace of scars. If the monster general is so arrogant and powerful, how can they leave their way of life and ask one more question? That's true. If Commander doesn't believe it, there are 2 junior brothers coming with me. The other senior brothers have also seen it. I believe that it will take a long time to spread. Please ask Commander to make a decision. You come with me? Wang Pushi jumped out of his chair. Recently, the dispute between human race and monster race has become more intense, not only in Clear River Prefecture, but also in Ruai County, but in the entire Verdant Province. But Monster General's killing of the Foundation Establishment cultivator is unheard of, and kills 3 in one kill. If it is true, it is a big case, and must be immediately notified to Commander Gu. Ask her to make a decision early. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 376 Chapter 8 Guyaning's Mission. Die Alf with Wang Pussy coming to a square room in the corner of the floor, but seeing the room is empty, the white walls, the floor, the ceiling, but the picture is ruined, leaving many grooves. Wang Pussy puts in the spirit stones, starts the formation, the flash of light, a phantom appears in the room, flickers for a while, it is stable. Is it Sing Yi attendant? Salute. Adults start the phantom array. What? Clear River Prefecture Commander Wang Pushi, there is a very urgent matter, ask for a big man. Wang Pushi arched the ball and emphasized the word face. Please wait for the adults. Guyaning heard that Wang Pushi was in a hurry to find himself, and also enabled the phantom array. It was a bit strange. When I came to the room where the phantom array was arranged, I saw the phantom of Wang Pushi and smiled. Old Wang, what happened, make you anxious? Into this, Wang Pushi took a gift and pulled Dai Alf to his side. Tell me what you said. Dai Alf under the genus, C. Gudaran. Dai Alf bowed his head, did not dare to look directly at the white figure. The story, from beginning to end, and again. Guyaning was still relaxed at first, but the smile was converging in the bit by bit. Finally, there was some helplessness. It was obvious that smoke was everywhere. And what was the last fire? Do you know where monster comes from? Do not kill others, kill 3 mountains, old man. This way of doing things, not only Wang Pushi feels strange, Guyanning is more contemplative, extending the dark arms of the hall. Red eyes, oh, it makes her somewhat associate. But immediately dispelled this idea. How is this possible? From monster to monster general's leap, like a Scorpio. Even if you spend 100 years of yin, it is fast. I don't know if you belong. Can you remember what monster looks like? I can't remember. Dai Alf was afraid that his sight would attract the attention of Monster General. At that time, I remembered a lot of features. In the end, there was only a pair of charcoal scarlet A's. Is Chushidao not in Clear River? Let him paint. Wang Pussy rushed to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Hey, how come you? 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Yu Zijian surprised Yu Shukyuang's hand. Yu Shukyuang knew that it was a big deal. He didn't dare to talk about Green Vine Mountain's affairs. He said, I miss you, come see if you still can't make it. Hey, it's really grown up, just like your mother. No, more beautiful than your mother. Yu Zijian is a green say robe, full head blue silk into a ball, carrying 9 yang sword behind. Simple to dress. But it is more and more clear and beautiful, and it is not stained. However, in 2 years, she completed the Qi refining 5th level, which is still the basis for Taoist sloppy. Otherwise, the pursuit of cultivation speed can be faster. The whole person is like a bit by bit to cut the stone jade of the stone shell, only revealing a line of innocence. It will show infinite beauty. The figure is also unknowingly picked up. Why didn't you get it? Let you come before. You won't come. Don't you have anything in your house? Yu Zijian wondered. Yu Shukyuang knows that her daughter is no longer as good as she used to be, and she whispers her voice, now can't say it. Wait until you tell me. Mysterious. Then, have you heard about the whereabouts of the great hero Bull? Yu Zijian's clear face immediately caught 1st level. This is another problem. Yu Shukyuang and Yilian looked at each other. Yu Shukyuang smiled bitterly. Do not worry. He has been better than you. How do you know? Do you have any news of him? Yu Zijian grabbed Yu Shukyuang's arm and asked urgently. You told me Yu Shukyuang can get the news of Li King Shan, or listen to Yu Zijian's interesting story in the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. But can't say, swear by your own personality. Okay, I do have his news, but I can't tell you. This is what he meant. Is he really okay? It's really okay. Then why didn't he come to me and worried me to worry about him? Yu Zijian felt a big stone landing in Zhao Xin, showing a smile and a thought. Yu Shukyuang is worried in his heart. This girl really likes Li King Shan. For 2 years, she still remembers it. She has grown into a big girl. Hey, the big man is married. Greenvine said that one is bad, but he does not believe this. The pain of being alone. He knows best. Life is alive. How can there be no companion? In this regard, he has to take care of her. Although the boy has a hard temper, the other is not bad. Do you want to tell her his identity? When you meet, you can discuss it with him. Yu Zijian happily took Yu Zijian and Yilian to visit the island without a visit, and Yu Shukyuang pretended to inquire about Li King Shan casually. Oh, you said Li senior brother, he is already the Chi refining 8th level. I played against the Chu senior brother who I have been with you some time ago. It turned out to be defeated at once. Really amazing. Yu Shukyuang satisfied nodded. This repair is worthy of my niece, when I am a son-in-law. He is also embarrassed to give me another face. He stayed with senior sister Uxin in Danfang for so long, and Han's senior sister came out, afraid he couldn't spare him. Hey, this is what Chenglu said. What is the matter with senior sister Uxin and Korean senior sister? Yu Zijian spoke highly of this gossip to Yu Shukyuang and noticed that Yu Shukyuang's face changed for a while and was surprised. Hey, what's wrong with you? Nothing, Aya. What is the name of this mountain? Yu Shukyuang laughed. It turned out that Li King Shan was still a romantic seed. Fortunately, there was no impulse to tell her the true identity of the great hero bull, and she could not let her daughter break into this. In the water, Yanning waited for a while, and Wang Puxi took a young man and told him, the master has already sealed the pen and no longer paints. This is his closure of the discipline Chu Danking, and he can also take this responsibility. Chu Danking was stunned when he saw Yanning. He saw Chu Shidao painting thousands of beautiful people, but none of them could match her. In her heart, she sketched out a painting, but immediately felt that there was no way to write it. Even if she barely painted it, it would be rare for her to be half sacred, but it was a beautiful beauty. You are Chu Danking, but your master is hiding you tight enough. You have to wait and see, and hurry to paint. Chu Danking turned back, his face shy red, turned his face to Diaof and said, please close your eyes. Carefully recall the situation at that time, and then relax your mind. Diaof closed his eyes. Chu Danking pointed to the eyebrows of Diaof, and the other hand was flying like a fly, drawing on paper, and the look followed to restore nature. A wolf spits out a colorful face, sometimes gathers and scrutinizes, sometimes spreads, thick and colorful. In an instant, a pair of brightly colored paintings will be on the paper. Chu Danking gently blows. First draw the painting to Diaof. You see it. The nightmare scarlet eye, once again filled with eyes. Diaof was shocked, half a step back, only to see the entire painting, the ruins, the silhouette of the black say, the bright red moon, the high ice blade, flying long hair. All the details lost in the memory were all retrieved, which was more succinct than the situation he saw at the time. Yes, it is. Wang Puxi couldn't help but sneak into the painting. He wanted to see what kind of character he was. He could kill 3 mountains old man and make Diaof afraid to be like this. I saw the characters in the painting, as vivid as life, as if to jump out and slash. A slight surprise in my heart, a good painting. A good murderous aura. I am the opponent of this demon. Chu Danking lowered his head and presented the painting to Yanning. Yanning only looked at her, and her half of demon's bloodline confirmed the identity of the person in the painting. It's as if human race can't tell the difference between 2 magpies, but in the same kind of eyes, those features are just as conspicuous as labels. Is this not the kid? Wang Pushi is extremely rare in Guyaning's face, looking for a trace of horror. Guyaning lightly rocking Jade Fracture fan. It's weird. On Ice Sword Cliff, when she took a demon Dao with him, he returned to the Eagle Wolf Guard. When she wanted to choose human race's path of cultivation, he was demonic incarnation, risking his life, and a monster general hit it. In a blink of an eye, he has become a monster general, spanning many monsters, many hundred years of millennium. In order to cross the barriers, one shot will require 3 Foundation Establishment Cultivator. I have never encountered such an unpredictable guy. Interesting and fun. In this case, everything will make sense. The reason why I found 3 Mountains Old Man was to report the enemies of the Darrow. Because of human race, there is a kindness in mind, and there is no big kill. 2 rooms separated by thousands of miles, silent at the same time, quietly waiting for her orders. Guyanine gathers the folding fan and slams it on the palm. Wait, I might go to Clear River Prefecture once and send someone to investigate it. Something about Wang Pushi, Little Huan Kianzi are in retreat. I will go there in person. You can't come out. Isn't there a Li King Shan? I heard that he is in the limelight and is very strong. Let him go to investigate and come back to write a document for me. I want to hear what he thinks about this case. Guyanning, flashing with light, his face is like laughing and laughing. King Shan younger brother, can't wait to drop that sentence in front of me. Yes, I will call him back. What else needs to be done? Wang Pushi said, it seems that Commander Gu is really looking at this Li King Shan. He has given him such a major thing and praised him. The strength is really incredible. However, it is impossible to connect the fascinating demon in the painting with the novel school chief. Clearly Li. Old Wang, it's always coming. Guyanning said, the picture is very good. Your paintings will definitely be above your master. Chu Danking stunned, only to know that he said himself, raised the head, the phantom has disappeared, and his heart is lost. There is a kind of enlightenment. If you go to see the Celestial Maiden Scatters Flowers painting, you will be able to see her appearance. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 377 Chapter 9 Overlord Li King Shan. As the team walks through Subterranean World, the road of twists and turns back seems to never end. From time to time, the only thing that remains unchanged is to sneak deep into Subterranean World. After solving the problem of cultivation, he didn't need to spend so much thought. He turned his mind back to mirror image. Yi Liusu and Yi Lubo led the team in the lead and led the team to tell the front line and did not hesitate to make choices. Quietly in the cave, no one in the team spoke, or even a little footsteps, as if they had become a shadow of nothingness. Nightwalker is a natural assassin. I don't know what environment is tempering them like this. Li King Shan's heart, especially Yi Liusu, is like floating, plus the horrible innate skill ability. If she was assassinated without the 9th Overlord's defense, even though she is strong, she is likely to die under her knife. Turning into a new cave, Yi Lubo looked at Yi Liusu, who was expressionless and looked forward. His brow squinted, bowed his head, looked changed, fell into a struggle, suddenly slowed down and came to the back of the team. Grabbed the hand of Li King Shan. I have something to say to you. Li King Shan is wondering, but Yi Lubo has a word through the fluctuation of the breath. She knows the way monster communicates. Ah! Yi Lubo exclaimed, and Li King Shan pulled into his arms and the two stopped. Yi Liusu frowned and looked back. The team stopped, and the Nightwalkers looked different. The men were naturally resentful, but the women were somewhat envious. Let's go first. We have something to do. Li King Shan lowered his head, Yi Lubo sniffed his neck, and Yi Lubo's face was reddish. Hurry up and catch up. Yi Liusu's eyes glanced at the faces of the two of them and led the team to move on. They are gone. What are you saying? Let's talk. The voice did not fall. Yi Lubo wrapped around like a snake and kissed Li King Shan's lips. Spit out the tip of the tongue. Li King Shan was a little surprised, but not to be outdone. The two actually kissed the 9th Overlord in this place. After a while, Yi Lubo didn't mean to stop. Li Qingshan was squirmed and forced to separate her. I licked my lips. You can say it now. Can I trust you? Yi Lubo's round face is complex, but that's not the shame of a woman's emotions. Now it seems that you can only trust me. Li Qingshan certainly does not recognize Yi Lubo is just a flower idiot. Look at her appearance. Obviously have something to say. I can tell you one thing, it's important to you, it's about life and death, but you have to promise me two things. It doesn't seem fair. That one, please don't hurt my sister. What do you think I will hurt her? If I tell you this, you will do it. So what do you want to tell me? If I don't say it, she will hurt herself. I don't accept it. Li Qingshan shrugged his hand. What you want to say is nothing more than what she thought of the strategic point of me. But to be honest, I am not afraid at all. Li Qingshan, this mirror image clone. To a large extent, it is the way to ask for the stone. It is nothing to be killed once or twice. It is clear what the situation of subterranean world is. There is one more thing, you are not qualified to trade with me. Li Qingshan looked cold. Then I beg you not to do it. I can be your servant. You can still tell the situation of subterranean world. Yi Lubo is deeply weak, and it is clear that he is right. Just by Yi Lusu cannot fight against him, relying on her strength. What qualifications? If it is not his Xing, not as violent as monster, I am afraid that even Yi Lusu now can no longer maintain her pride. Many times, he gave her the feeling more like a human race, which is why she dared to negotiate with him. Moreover, after the temptation of the genius, he has a feeling for the woman, so that she feels that her success is much better. This is not a joke. Many of the monster generals under subterranean world will not suddenly change their aesthetics after the transformation. They like the creatures walking on 2 feet and still be the food that will move around. I finally said that I want to hear it. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. What he wants to know most now is the situation of Nightwalker. In the case of Spider Queen Rose, as long as he can grasp the big picture, Yi Lusu is a small yin for his mirror image. What is it, then you promised? Yi Lubo was pleasantly surprised. Can a servant ask for a master? Li Qingshan said awkwardly. But the owner will consider the mood of the servant. Li Qingshan smiled and touched her face. Come on, or I will consider rejecting your allegiance. My sister wants a vital point. Yi Lubo had no choice but to choose to believe him. He could use more intense means to force him to ask, or humiliate Yi Lusu, but he did not. Not surprisingly, she almost wrote this on her face. Li Qingshan licked his mouth. I will introduce you to the enemy's territory. But Yi Lusu's next words finally surprised Li Qingshan. Wait, you mean the enemy? Under this subterranean world, who can be her enemy? The owner of the Spider Queen Rose cannot kill at will. Of course the Nightwalker of other clan. It turns out that subterranean world's Nightwalker is not a piece of iron, but is divided into several clan. Spider Queen Rose does not allow war on the bright side, but advocates chaos and assassination. Coupled with the competition for interests and resources, the clan battle is fierce. Assassination, poisoning, and trapping between each other. As long as they do not use the direct evidence, as long as they do not leave direct evidence, they can go unpunished. Those incompetent losers who left behind the evidence were tried and became the sacrifice of Spider Queen. It is conceivable that the genius of the clan of Yi Lusu will return to the dark areas, and the other clan's territory will be welcome. And the killing, Li Qingshan, this witness, must also be the object of being chased. This method is stupid. Li Qingshan shook his head. This Yi Lusu was really embarrassing, and he did not hesitate to go to the end. Can he deal with him in this way? Sister, he can't do anything, and fight for that piece of territory. Our Spider Shadow clan has become the target of several major clan attacks, and suffered a lot of losses. If you attract such an enemy, I am afraid that there will be a catastrophe. The way, even if you can't harm you, is enough to make those clans hit hard. If Li Qingshan escaped, the big clans would be killed and killed by the Lord and attacking monster general. If they were dead, they would have to pull a bunch of people back. and Spider Shadow Clan would allow others to take over the territory. Thinking of this festival, Li King Shan really admired Yi Liu Su. It's a great sacrifice to Jing God. Lubo, you are much worse. I can't wait for Spider Shadow Clan to die. What is the death of Nightwalker? Yi Lubo sneered, full of hatred towards his clan. Then I used the look of expectation and looked at Li King Shan, grabbing his hand and shouting, Master. Li King Shan was numb in her heart, and the feeling of yin swaying. The average person can't learn. If you don't think of Han Kaiangzi in the distance, you have to make something. Considering your mood and loyalty, if your sister does not kill himself, I will not kill her. In fact, she is still useful to me. Yi Lubo reveals the joy of say, and there is something strange in her heart. I want my sister to kneel down and play with him. In the end, he becomes his servant. However, at this moment, he is even more attractive, and it is no longer the perfect face that attracts her. Based on his strength, the future will be the big man of subterranean world. It is better to be his servant than to be driven by the clan. Think of it. I think this step is not bad. Subterranean world, the weak meat and strong food, and the beautiful face, is just a plaything. Only powerful power can gather people's hearts and dominate everything. Strong body is a charm. I wonder what is the thing? I want to ask you to protect me. Who wants to hurt you? The lost territory. There must be severe punishment after going back. In Spider Shadow Clan, there are more people waiting to fall into the rock. Yi Luba hates, and is contentious. Now he is sheltered by a powerful monster general, and matriarch takes her. No way. Reassure, the master will protect the servant. Thank you, master. Yi Lubo was warm and sweet. Yi Liu Su is taking the Nightwalker team and stopping to rest in the cave. There is some worry in my heart. At this time, the two returned, and Yi Lubo held Li King Shan's arm intimately with a soft smile on his face. It's almost done. Li King Shan opened Yi Lubo's hand. Yi Lubo glanced at him with a grudge, and said to Yi Liu Su, Sister, I have told your plan to North Moon. Yi Liu Su was shocked, and her most worrying thing happened. She yelled, Lubo. The hand of the knife was held by Li King Shan. Yi Lubo came back without saying weakness. Sister, even if you want to sacrifice, you have to ask the sisters to agree to disagree. Yi Liu Su's plan said that the Nightwalker guard suddenly exploded. I said how the route is a bit wrong. Liu Su, is this true? They don't have the Jing God who is dedicated to the clan. Anyway, they will lose the punishment of the territory, and they will not fall on them. At most, they are affected. Yi Liu Su doesn't say a word. It seems to be the default. From today, I am out of the Spider Shadow Clan and become the servant of the North Moon. At this time, Yi Lubo, in a word, provoked 1,000 layers of spray, which is equivalent to betraying the clan, and completely pinned his destiny on Li King Shan. If Li King Shan refuses to protect her, she will no longer be able to survive in subterranean world. Li King Shan smiled a little. This is probably the legendary overlord. If there is the power of the king overlord, how can he worry that no one will follow? Only when there is enough potential. Many things don't require him to bother. Peas, get one. Now go to the second, meet the big blackout tomorrow. Call, some tired, ask for a monthly ticket to encourage! Exclamation mark. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 378 Chapter 10 The City of Nightwalker. Lubo, you dare to betray Spider Shadow Clan. Do you know what this will end? Do you trust this monster? Yi Liu Su pointed to Li King Shan and asked aloud. I want to be more trustworthy than the old things. I would rather die than go back to the insults of the group of sluts. Yi Luba reluctantly raised his head. I don't want you to die, sister. It's better to follow me. Follow the North Moon adults together, so you don't have to look at the old woman's face again. Stop, you are a traitor. I have been taking care of you for so many years. Ungrateful. Whoever is good to me, I am good to whom, so I can't let you go to death, you ass stubborn. The chest was violently ups and downs, and the two were emotional. Li King Shan, who caused all of this, stood on the side of a steady hand, as if it were an outsider, and the exit broke the deadlock. Yi Liu Su, Do you know what Lubo said before telling me about your plan? Yi Lucy heard that Yi Lubo had to put her safety in the first place regardless of her own safety. Her heart trembled and her anger disappeared and she became helpless. I just think about the feelings of Lubo. I will leave you with a life. Don't know what to do. I will kill you all here, but it doesn't matter. Murderous aura. The atmosphere in the cave condensed. Only Yi Lubo smiled. Through Yi Lubo's introduction, Li King Shan has mastered some of the rules of subterranean world. Eccentrics is not monster. In the eyes of Spider Queen Rouse, a Yi Lucy will never be more important than a powerful monster general, as long as there is no direct evidence. Can't kill a Night Walker. In his opinion, Spider Queen Rose clearly used the tactics to split the Night Walkers and kill them. Consume power. Prepare them for growth and development. I will never betray the clan, all of my own matriarch to judge. I hope you can protect her. In the face of absolute power, Yi Lucy also only bows. She is not afraid of sacrifice, but she is not willing to make unnecessary sacrifices. After the route was revised, the team returned to the road. Just after leaving, the two black shadows appeared in their position and whispered. It seems to be the sister of Yi Lucy. The two voices can't be wrong. How come they come here? I don't know. You go back and inform matriarch adults. Be sure to leave them forever. Yes, Yi Lucy's sister. The loud outrage of emotional out of control. It seems to ring the drums in the quiet night. Along the dense cave, passed to a very far direction. The team is close to the edge of other clan territories. Immediately attracted the patrol. A black shadow goes to the place. Another shadow. But in the dark, tracking the past. Li King Shan is striding forward, suddenly feeling different, stopping, and her eyes are violent. Hey! The ice blade is out of the sheath and swings toward the rock wall. The blade has not yet arrived, and the golden light is shining, and the darkness fades like Jiao water. A group of black say figures on the rock wall, very eye-catching. A scream. The rock wall spurted blood. A male Xing Night Walker fell out and exclaimed, "Who are you?" Then there was another scream. It's bad. It's Bat Shadow Clan. Yi Lubo rushed up and solved it with a knife. You won't feel it. Li King Shan looked at Yi Lucy. The male Xing Night Walker's repair is just the level of Yi Lubo. Lubo, you lead the way. Go fast. I don't want to give it to people. Respect is here. Don't care to kill a few more, and then comprehend a tiger demon. But this mirror image clone only Li King Shan 30% strength. If the battle is fierce, it is inevitable. Lucy. Okay. Yi Lubo took the lead and the team went on time. And this time it showed speed and dragged into a long snake. Li King Shan and Yi Lubo are naturally at the forefront. My sister didn't come. No matter her. Yi Lubo just stopped and Li King Shan picked her up and moved faster. But nothing, this is her self-destruction. Sister, come on. In the stern eyes of Li King Shan, Yi Lubo didn't dare to make it, only to call out loud. Yi Lucy stared at the darkness in front of her eyes and felt a deep breath in her face. She was approaching. She had already decided to make a decision. At this time, she suddenly heard the call of Yi Lubo, sighed and turned away. Looking for another way, hide. Yi Lucy passed through the Night Walker guards and hurried to find other caves. A Night Walker guard who fell to the back, reacted slowly, was in amazement, suddenly stopped, silent, and split. In the end, there are only 3 people left and go hand in hand. The cave is deep, like a monster intestine, twisting and looping, passing. Li King Shan ran on the rock wall for a long time, and constantly changed his body shape as the cave stretched. The shadows that follow behind him are still getting closer. Yi Lucy is strange. How is he slower than fighting? Suddenly, the familiar sound of the water came. And the roar was a waterfall. The cave was cut off by a rushing underground river, which was wide and rushing, like the clear river. If you don't see it with your own eyes, no one can imagine that subterranean world has such a vast river. The river was suddenly cut off by a huge hollow, flying down 3,000 feet, thundering and roaring, falling below, before rolling forward. If you don't see it with your own eyes, No one can imagine that subterranean world has such a waterfall. Yi Lubo surprised. It's here. After passing this waterfall, it is the site of Spider Shadow Clan. Hey! When the voice fell, Li Qingshan waved again, colliding with a short sword in the dark, and sparking for great power. What light is this that can break my Night Walker? The shadows drifted backwards, the right hand of the tiger's mouth cracked open, and the heart was shocked. The glaring sun made him wonder. Go! Li Qingshan jumped into the river, and the moment the sun flashed, he saw two black shadows approaching. With the tide, another moment, it has moved away from the cave, thrown out by the river, and together with the waterfall, fell toward the endless darkness. Li Qingshan stretched out his right hand, monster chi fluctuated, and the mighty waterfall of tens of thousands of years was interrupted. Like a roaring dragon, it suddenly poured into the cave. A few black shadows are being traced, and the great river comes from the sky, stops, and uses the Night Walker to disappear into the darkness. The water did not arrive, the light first arrived, and their disappearing figure was distorted and slammed back by the great river. This is not ordinary water, but the monster chi, which combines Li Qingshan, is amazing. Yi Lusu's eyes wide open, and the battle between subterranean world and Night Walker is a sinister, but an assassin's showdown. He has seen such a massive attack. Yi Lubo in Li Qingshan's arms, watching this scene, my heart is even more shocking. This move seems to be her general, and then look at the perfect handsome face, my heart is drunk. Here. Soon it fell to the bottom of the waterfall, and Yi Lusu folded into a cave next to it. In the underground river, a stream of water emerged, holding up Li Qingshan, followed. Boom. 10,000 tons of water flow, squatting down. It seems that there was a thunder, and the cave trembled slightly. The waterfall rushed, the unprecedented more great river potential, but soon returned to normal. Several black shadows appeared at the top of the waterfall, watching them disappear into the cave and smashed away. The one just is Monster General. Weird, how can there be no breath? Go back immediately to report Matriarch. Yi Lusu is back, and never let her return to the territory. After a while in the darkness, there were a few glimmers that broke into the eyes of Li Qingshan. A few deep hidden breaths, squatting in four, but seeing Yi Lubo, they quietly receded. Welcome to Dark Glory City. Yi Lubo kissed Li Qingshan's face and came down from his arms. With her stretched right arm, a black say city appeared in front of Li Qingshan. This is a rare big cave. The size is close to Sunshire City, but the degree of prosperity is more than 100 times. The black say stone building stone tower, pointing to the dark dome, stretches over the cave floor and extends to the steep slope around the cave. It merges with the rock wall, and even the rock wall is cut open to form a cave-like building. Even in the top of the cave, there are traces of artificial excavation in the huge stalagmites that fall. Every building has a smooth line and is painted with totem, like a black piece of art. The brilliance of the stars flashes in the dome of the black say, but it is a magnificent star map. Although it is not comparable to the real starry sky, it has a brilliant sense of civilization. Walking through the desolate dark caves for so long, suddenly seeing so many civilized buildings, Li Qingshan feels a little kind, and some are surprised by the high level of civilization of Night Walker. The center of the city is a black say castle, different from the architectural style of human race, solemn and elegant, showing the ingenuity of the Night Walker craftsman. We went there to take a break and wait for Matriarch to meet. Someone has already notified. Yi Lubo slowed down and walked to the castle. We might as well go directly to the Spider City. Yi Lubo's discussion was again glanced at Yi Lusu. Is your Matriarch not here? Li Qingshan is strange. Matriarch is in the Spider City. Yi Lubo hugged Li Qingshan's arm and whispered. Each major clan has a main city, but each matriarch will live in the Spider City. The battalion of the Spider Queen rouse. On the street, there are people, like the human race, trading, but it is very quiet. Even the children's feet are silent, with a cold face on the face that is not consistent with age. His Royal Highness. Seeing the sisters Yi Lusu came, they bowed and bowed, very respectful. In Nightwalker, the class is distinct, and the sister Yilusu is the daughter of matriarch. The ordinary Nightwalker will be severely punished if he dares to be disrespectful. After they passed, the crowd whispered, "How did Princess Liasu and Lubo County Lord come back? Is there something out there in the territory? The monster general is so beautiful. If you can stay with me for a night, you will be willing to live for 10 years. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 379. Chapter 11. Seduction and Trap. I didn't expect you to be a county lord. Li King Shan smiled at Yi Lubo next to him. It is no longer, now is the master and your servant. Yi Lubo winks slightly, holding Li King Shan's arm tighter, into an extremely plump chest, concealing his fears. Is matriarch so terrible? It's terrible. Yi Lubo seemed to think of something and trembled. Don't be afraid. Li King Shan pulled her arm and took her shoulder. Yeah? Yi Lubo gradually settled down and leaned in his arms. Even if Yilusu is only at a critical juncture, to help her, relying on one person like this is still unprecedented. Along the way, Yilusu always pays attention to the performance of Li King Shan, but sees him as a tourist, looking at the surrounding buildings with interest. Yi Lubo acted as a tour guide. He introduced the history of Dark Glory City. He was infected by his relaxed attitude and relaxed. He laughed with him from time to time, as if he had lost the defeat of important territories. Yilusu looked back and sighed with a sigh of incomprehensibility. She admired her. This territory has a great significance for Spider Shadow Clan and even for the entire Nightwalker race. Without him, it is a territory where you can see the stars and the moon. She still remembers the shock of her heart when she first saw the night sky. That was the hope that Nightwalker would return to the ground, but she lost it in her hands. She clenched her fists and nailed her nails into the palm. She can't help but hate Li King Shan, and she can't go to Monster Race. Become a servant. Yi Lubo, why are you coming back? I dare to bring outsiders to Dark Glory City. A cold and fierce voice came. Li King Shan looked around and saw a female Nightwalker on a spire of the castle, looking at himself coldly. The thin and stiff nose shows the owner's cold and determined. Compared with this bright nose, the rest of the 5 senses are slightly lighter. It is like a sketch. But the combination of together, coupled with her cold look, has a different kind of charm. Let's come all the way. Li King Shan, who is familiar with the various Nightwalker beauty, also feels bright. Her ink blue hair is combed into a thick and short hair, very cool. Wearing leather pants with black say, and black say boots until the legs bend, outline a seductive curve. With a short sword at the waist, it is not to lose the beauty of Yilusu, and Xu is above Yilusu. Liu Xing's sister, I have something to do, to report matriarch. This North Moon monster general, is my family. Please open the door. Yilusu respectfully bowed, dare not declare this lost territory things. Liu Xing looked at Li King Shan with a blade-like look, and the beauty of the face. Nor can she let her cold look have a touch of emotion, but only sensitively aware of the unusual. The look of your sisters is really different. Li King Shan smiled and whispered to Yi Lubo, we are not sisters. Yi Lubo snorted. It turns out that they all come from different families, with innate skills that go beyond their peers. The daughter of matriarch, the princess and the county lord, are sister-in-law and have no blood relationship. The rankings of the sisters are not based on age, but on the level of repair. Welcome to His Royal Highness Princess Liusu, welcome to His Highness Lubo County Lord. The gate was opened, and a group of guards were divided and held, and the spears were held high. Adult, please hand me the weapon. Steward, a thin black robe, came to Li King Shan. Do I bring weapons? Li King Shan waved his hand and smiled, and the ice blade disappeared. Black robe's steward stunned. Li King Shan had already embraced Yi Lubo and did not dare to stop the existence of Monster General under this subterranean world. But with a detached status, Monster Race is higher than Nightwalker Race is also the default rule. Step into the Black Say Hall, in the middle of a fountain. carved a naked woman. The floor is covered with thick patterned carpets, and the usual tapestries hanging on the walls are embroidered with extremely bright spider patterns. 2 stairs, like an open arm, meet at the second level, and Yi Luxing stands there, looking cold. Liu Su, come with me. Lubo, you come to entertain you. What happened in the end? The wind was whistling on the pointed tower, and looking down from the window, Dark Glory City seemed to be at his feet. Yi Luxing, the cold voice is colder than the cold wind. Yi Luxing has described the story of the matter. Pa. A loud slap in the face. Yi Luxing had a palm print on his face, and his mouth overflowed with blood, but it was motionless. Do you know what the territory means to us? How many people have sacrificed by the clan, and how much did it cost? Yi Luxing flashed an angry cold. I know. He must die. Before Matriarch came back. Yi Luxing raised his hand again, but he did not wave down and hated to open the air. I don't agree. Yi Luxing raised the head, his eyes were determined. Do you want to be punished by a snake? Matriarch is coming back. I will also advise her not to do this. Don't you look at the guy and want to cover him? Yi Luxing grabbed Yi Luxu's neck, a cold voice, like a knife across Yi Luxu's neck. He is too strong, and he has the ability to restrain the Night Walker. Once it is shot, it will be a big hit for us. Yi Luxu still insists on it. We are assassins, we must be weak and strong. Yi Luxing pushed her on the wall and hugged her in her arms, but in her cold eyes, she let go and went downstairs. Where is this? Li Qingshan stood in a gorgeous room with a scent in the air. Elliptical lace mirror, reflection out of Yi Lubo's awkward posture. Of course it's my room. Yi Lubo took care of the mirror with some scattered hair, turned and plunged into Li Qingshan's arms, and looked up. How did you do it? Of course, 100 treasure pouches used. Li Qingshan took it for granted. Before he left, he brought 100 treasure pouch with some items that might be used, including a dozen of top-grade spirit talisman. If you really fight, you can still guarantee the necessary lethality. After crossing heavenly tribulation, Monster Cheese's quality has also changed, not only refining spirit artifact, but also inspiring spirit talisman. Still can't open the spatial ring of Soaring Dragon Elder. I don't know what Green Bull left for him. 100 treasure pouch. Yi Lubo was a little surprised. 100 treasure pouch is very rare. Li Qingshan discovered that there is no such thing as a cultivator on the ground in Yi Lubo. Of course, after passing heavenly tribulation, you are eligible to receive one from the clan. Although Nightwalker can also refining, but does not have the ability to refine 100 treasure pouch. 100 treasure pouch, which was circulated under Subterranean World, is a cultivator that has been explored on the ground after being killed. The number is quite rare. I also specialize in a few cave openings, kept it for a long time, and there is no cultivator on the ground to explore. It is really strange. Yi Lubo muttered. Li Qingshan knew in his heart, that time, the whole army killed the cultivators, which still some people dare to die. When I return to the territory, I will send you one. Li Qingshan, the most important thing now is 100 treasure pouch, piles of what I don't know how to deal with. Really? Thank you, master. Yi Lubo took a surprise in Li Qingshan and then pushed Li Qingshan to the big bed in the middle of the room, then twisted the waist and removed the black say. Only the silk cloak that covered the vital point was left on Li Qingshan. What are you doing? Li Qingshan held Yi Lubo's shoulder and looked at Yi Lubo's chest. There was a wave in the name. Matriarch has to wait a little while to come back. Let me serve the host. Yi Lubo can't wait to solve Li Qingshan's belt. The strength of the good say, let Li Qingshan think of himself, the tempting ketone body of the near, constantly rubbing. He also felt fire rising from the lower abdomen, side, but pushed Yi Lubo away. What's wrong? Yi Lubo, I have agreed with people, I only belong to her. Li Qingshan helpless. Woman? Yi Lubo took a breath. Of course. Li Qingshan was not angry. Then I am relieved. Anyway, she is not here. Yi Lubo showed his smile again, and leaned down to kiss Li Qingshan's mouth. Agreement. It is used at this time. Li Qingshan grabbed her shoulders hard, only to see the pair of children shaking slightly, but it was full of addiction. Good master, beg you, Lubo wants. Yi Lubo winks, bites the knuckles, twists the slender legs, and one hand is sandwiched between the legs. If you want, go find another man. Li Qingshan breathed. If not Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing secrets, he really didn't know what he would do. See you, who wants other men, you should be good, can you not accompany me once? I will be loyal to my master in the future. Yi Lubo is full of relatives. The owner did not fulfill the obligation of the servant. Li Qingshan smiled and patted her face and stood up. You don't accompany me, I will solve it myself. Please, please. Li Qingshan saw a bookcase in the corner of the house. He walked over and took out a book. The text inside was the same as that on Human Race. It was just a beautiful writing. A moan behind him gave him a glimpse of his mouth. See Li Qingshan turning his face. It is more proud, the sound is louder. Li Qingshan took a chair and sat in front of the bed to enjoy it. Watching the film is not a sorry for Rongzi, although it is a live performance. Yi Lubo I saw no matter how hard it was. Li Qingshan didn't mean to go to bed. Dong dong dong, Yi Luxing knocked in the door and glanced at the bed, revealing a smile, like a cracked ice surface, overflowing with ice water. North Moon, do you want us to accompany you? P. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 380 Chapter 12 Who dares to kill me? Fools can see that you are not good. I want to say sedate or learn from the bed. If Yi Lusu is just cold, then Yi Luxing is simply cold, and the average man only looks at her and he has no idea whatsoever. Looking for novel material. Okay. Li Qingshan admits that she is very curious. How will she come to assess herself? And her cold attitude is more likely to provoke a man's conquest. Is this part of her plan? Yi Luxing walked up a few steps, sitting in the arms of Li Qingshan, holding Li Qingshan's neck, his face showing a disgusting expression. Master, don't. Yi Lubo dissuaded loudly and glanced at Yi Luxing, where Jiwai was, and did not dare to speak. Palace, it does not lose. The cold lips kissed, and the tongue was a slippery snake, drilled into the entrance. Be careful with poison. Yi Lubo, desperate, woke up, but it was too late. Yi Luxing shrank his tongue and put a poison pill into the throat of Li Qingshan. There was a sweet smell spreading in the stomach, and burning in the stomach. Oh, stupid male Xing, even if it is Monster General, there is no difference. Yi Luxing sneered in the heart. This poison pill was taken out from the venom of subterranean world spider mites, tempered into Dan. This little one can easily poison 100 people. Yi Luxing is trying to get out of Li Qingshan's arms. Pull out the shorts and give Li Qingshan a fatal blow. Li Qingshan has a pair of iron arms that wrap around more and more tight. Yi Luxing couldn't breathe at once, with the body producing a cracking sound. At this time, the two were still kissing with a warm tongue. Li Qingshan eyebrows pick and squirt the melted venom. Hey, if you want to use this trick, don't investigate it first. What is monster on the other side? Can I see such a big pair of bullhorn on my head? This is not divine ability, but innate skill. The cow can ruminate. Hey. Yi Luxing wants to turn his head. A big hand squats from the back and continues. Kissed deeply. Although mirror image has only 30% strength, it is enough to suppress this night walker that is not powerful. In a blink of an eye, the venom entered within the body of Yi Luxing, and Li Qingshan only stopped. Although the remaining venom had some influence on him, but with his body, even if the poison pill was really digested, it was just uncomfortable. Yi Luxing did not hesitate, and Nightwalker got out and pulled out the short sword. Stinging to Li Qingshan's heart, the action is as fast as lightning, in one go. Master! Yi Luba exclaimed. Li Qingshan chuckled. The sun shattered the Nightwalker, vibration to damage the body. The short sword fell off the hand and landed on the ground. The hand holding the sword is also unable to fall. even though the little finger can't move. To be honest, with Li Qingshan, the strength of the current 30%, to deal with Yi Luxing is not at all grasped. But dare to play Yin. Playing a close combat is really asking for trouble. Losing spiritual chi suppressed, the poison gas smashed her face, the colorful changes, all the pain began to numb, the death Yin shadow shrouded in the moment. Her life and death has been completely placed in his palm. Some regret not listening to Yi Luxu's advice. Li Qingshan stood up and opened the door and threw her in the hallway. Going back to the room, I placed the chair and said to Yi Lubo, who was stunned, "Go ahead." If it was not for other considerations, this Yi Luxing would be killed, but she is now poisonous and her body is half-hearted by Li Qingshan. In the short term, I don't want to find any trouble again. Don't. The master refuses to satisfy the servant. What does the servant have to satisfy the master? Yi Luba raised his mouth and got up and put on his armor. The meaning of the room is not so fast. Take me around. Li Qingshan smiled, and it was rare to come to subterranean world. It's not good to have a sightseeing. How do you do it? Open the door again. Yi Luxing has disappeared. Just arrived at the end of the promenade, Black Robe Steward came to inform, North Moon, matriarch is back, invited to eat. Come on. Li Qingshan saw Yi Luba tremble, grabbed her hand, and was slippery. Li Qingshan with Steward, he came to a hall in the depths of the castle and the seats were already set. There are 14 people in the room. The first in the middle is a woman in a luxurious dress with a spider-shaped hair accessory on her head, a spider necklace hanging between her neck and a spider ring on her finger. It is Li Qingshan, who has seen the most jewelry, and her eyebrows are similar to Yi Luxu. If it is not the Matusham, she will almost beat her sister Yi Luxu. Although the smell of her body is not revealed, Li Qingshan can still judge that her strength is not under the Taoist sloppy of 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, and it is close to the second heavenly tribulation. On the left-hand side of Matriarch, Yi Luxing is in the upper seat, looking at Li Qingshan's gaze, with a bone-yin cold face say is not good-looking. I think it is strong support. The second is a woman she has never seen before. Her face is not like Nightwalker. And the third is Yi Luxu. She looks straight ahead and does not look at Li Qingshan. The fourth place was empty, and Yi Luba released Li Qingshan's hand and took the initiative to sit down and be cautious. The next three are less advanced than Yi Lubo, but they are very young. Li Qingshan is clear, this is the daughter of Matriarch, known as the Princess County Lord. On the other side, the age is much larger. There are both women and old ladies. There are actually 2 men, a total of 6 people, all of which are foundation establishment levels, all of which exudes a strong and powerful momentum. Yi Luba has been with Li Qingshan. This is the Presbyterian of Spider Shadow clan. That is to say, plus the matriarch, there are 10 Nightwalker strongmen who have spent heavenly tribulation, each of which is a weak and powerful terrorist assassin. Even though it is called Dragon's Pool and Tiger's Den. Li Qingshan, if he is weaker, he is afraid of being turned away and fleeing, but he just smiles and walks up. Good welcome. The power of a Nightwalker clan is so strong that if all the clans are united, it will be a force to subvert Xing, and it is no wonder that Spider Queen wants to limit their development. The door was in Li Qingshan, and it was closed. He was locked with 10 Nightwalker assassins. Like a closed insect. Long-awaited the name of the North Moon adult, under Yi Mingzu, please also attend. At the chief, Spider Shadow Clan's matriarch, Yi Mingzu smiled and opened his mouth. It seems that Li Qingshan took the clan's territory. After receiving the news, she immediately rushed back with the whole family to solve the big problem. Her arms gracefully greet the elders in the row of seats. The last position is empty, naturally exudes a temperament of the superiors, although the words are polite, but full of unquestionable meaning. Everyone is silent, squinting, and increasing the authority of Yi Mingzu in a silent language. They are assassins, living in silence, and at the moment of death in silence. They will not be embarrassed, loud and noisy, and will only speak with deadly blades. I didn't see where my position is. Li Qingshan, in a word, The atmosphere in the hall was suddenly tense, and all the elders put their hands on the sword. At Subterranean World, this is the insult to Matriarch, the people and demon who dare to do so. Rarely, the cost is mostly blood and death. Everyone brought a weapon. Li King Shan waved his hand and the ice blade appeared in his hand. At the end of the Night Walker girl, she almost pulled out the knife. Yi Mingzu still maintains that posture, and even the smile is the same. Like a strange and beautiful mask, the darkness around it seems to be much thicker. Oh, it was here. Li King Shan finally walked to the last seat. Yi Mingzu took back his hand and showed a scornful smile. It turned out to be the case. The yin-cold laughter sounded 4 times. Yi Lubo's tight heartstring stretched slightly, and when he heard the laughter, it was taut and complicated. He didn't want him to turn his face with Matriarch, and he didn't want him to bow down and soften. The laughter suddenly stopped, as if it was holding the neck at the same time. I saw Li King Shan put the heavy obsidian table up and put it in the hall Zongyang, just opposite Yi Mingzu's seat, and compared it to the knees. It's almost the same here. It's a long-distance guest. I think Matriarch will not blame. No matter how she blames, she screams loudly, "Hurry up and serve, I am just hungry." Yi Mingzu glanced at Steward in black robe, and Steward immediately swayed the bell. The dishes are served up. They are very popular. There are cold and hot. All of them are full of flavors, not to the food on the ground. But no one has an appetite, a mood, to pay attention to these foods, because their most important territory was taken away. In addition to a demon, monster, who took their territory, is smashing the gang, sipping himself and eating and drinking. It is one of his vows to taste the world's fine wine and food. If there is such a good opportunity, how can he miss it, fight for it, and finish it after eating? Nightwalker's food has a different flavor. When he blinks, he sweeps the table full of food and licks his lips. He said, "Yes, is there?" The black-robed steward only shakes the bell again. So, a group of people looked at Li King Shan alone, and the atmosphere was even more weird. Yi Lubo smiled in his heart. "It is a master. Why don't you eat?" Li King Shan once again swept the table full of food and looked up. "If you don't eat, then give it to me." Li King Shan waved his hand, and more than 10 waves of water scattered, pointing to the food in front of them. "Hey!" A blade light flashed, breaking the water wave. For a time, the sword was arrogant, and the murderous aura was pressing. "Eat. On the road to the netherworld, you can be a full-fledged ghost." An old man bowed his back and stood up, putting his food in front of Li King Shan. Yin measured. Li King Shan laughed loudly and shook the house. The cup was smashed and trembled. Laughter, body leaned forward, eyes swept. "Who dares to kill me? Support of station is my biggest motivation." Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 381. Chapter 13, Arms Merchants. Hurricane. The old man did not meet the rapid speed of her age, pulling the sword, throwing the sword, stabbing to the throat, swiftly thundering, yin like a snake. The elders disappeared into the seats at the same time, quietly appearing around Li King Shan. 6 deadly weapons, stabbed to 6 vital points, intertwined into a death. Who can survive under such an offensive? Li King Shan toasting, drinking, and clear eyes crossed the sword like Lin. Yi Mingzu sat still, his brows were slight. The sword paused, the old sword of the sword, and the tip of the sword was 1 inch away from the throat. A swallow of wine, the throat is agitated, almost piercing the skin. "Retreat, I let you shoot?" Yi Mingzu waved. The elders immediately returned to their original position. Everything seems to have never happened. After hearing the report of Yi Liusu, her first thought was to kill the 13th Army Fire Merchant. Then there was all sorts of doubts. He knew that there was a great danger. Why dare to come? What is the loss to the clan if it is to fight the beast? Only after this feast today, as long as he reveals a half-weakness, it is the law. But his performance is impeccable. If it wasn't for madman, then it would be a hindrance. This indifferent feeling can never be pretending. In a flash, Yi Mingzu made a decision, got up, twisted his waist and came to him, and he personally added a glass of wine. North Moon, what do you want? Respect. Li Qingshan smiled at the wine cup, and the wine was rippling. This answer to the case, so that everyone is a glimpse, he is willing to take risks. At the banquet of Nightwalker, it is not surprising that the woman wants the treasure to be a woman, but what he wants is a strange word for the general monster. Just this. Yi Mingzu screamed. Respect is everything before. By the way, do you want to be the strongest Nightwalker clan? What if my answer is, I can help you? This time, it's Yi Mingzu's turn, and Spider Shadow clan is in a very difficult time. Losing the land is even worse, and now their biggest enemy, the 13th arms dealer, said that they can help her become the strongest Nightwalker clan. All the people present, I feel incredible, and look at Li Qingshan's gaze. It is even worse. Until Li Qingshan will hit a dozen spirit talisman, the word line is open on the table. With these, can we make us the strongest clan? Yi Mingzu sneered, but my heart was shocked. Nightwalker didn't have the ability to make spirit talisman, but for the power of spirit talisman, she knew it was in sinister in the battle. A spirit talisman can reverse life and death. Fortunately, there is no face-to-face, otherwise you can pull a few backs with just a dozen of top-grade spirit talisman. Spirit talisman like this, I have thousands. Of course, there are fewer top-grade and high-grade, and more middle-grade and low-grade. Li Qingshan inserted the ice blade on the table again. This spirit artifact, I have thousands. Of course, the same as spirit talisman. Right, I didn't bring it with me. This time, Yi Mingzu couldn't smile anymore, and the towering chest was ups and downs. The elders were all shocked and deeply aware of such a resource. What it means for the entire clan. Don't use the spirit talisman of middle grade, low grade. After all, in the Nightwalker, the repair is still the majority. In the field encounter, with these spirit talisman spirit artifact, you can gain the upper hand and expand the Spider Shadow clan. The foundation. This will completely change the situation of Subterranean world. If it wasn't for Li Qingshan to add that sentence, they all had to be desperate, killing people and thinking about the goods. Li Qingshan, after observing and communicating with Yi Lubo, he found that Nightwalker is very backward in terms of refining and craft talisman, far less than the human race on the ground. This is also a matter of course. Living in Subterranean world for thousands of years, under the high pressure of monster, there is still a lack of communication among the clan. If the level of civilization is more powerful than on the ground, it is unbelievable. Then he immediately thought of it. In 100 treasure pouch, the pile of stuff that was accumulated was useless and sold and not sold. Even if you sell it through special channels, the price will be low and the piece will be too long. These standard war supplies have long been more demanding, so he found that the Nightwalker in front of him is not the best buyer. Right, I have thousands of 100 treasure pouch. An elder pinched the wine cup in his hand. What do you want? Yi Mingzu didn't fall into the high-level matriarch, and soon he calmed down and asked the most important point. Spirit grass, as long as it is enough for the year. This is also considered by Li Qingshan. Subterranean world is more than 1,000 years of spiral grass. Monster does not concocting pill. Nightwalker understands a little, but the most used is actually the poisonous grasses of these spiral grass are tempered out, and they are sprayed on the weapons. It is a waste of energy. In human race world, any kind of vintage grass that can be used in years can be used in more than one pill recipe. Once the year is more than 1,000 years, it is even more valuable. If North Moon adults say it early, how can there be a misunderstanding? Yi Mingzu's face is smiling and charming. In the war, people are willing to use their own food to change a gun to kill their opponents. The spirit grass is not an indispensable resource for Nightwalker. Their cultivation method is based on accumulation and comprehension. Being able to change weapons with spiral grass is awesome. Li Qingshan's heart, if you start talking about business and start these conditions, most of the mirror image clone has already been done. No one is a good man or a woman, and the weak is not worthy of cooperation with the strong. Under this time, the atmosphere in the hall changed greatly. Yi Mingzu looked at Li Qingshan, The food on the table was empty. Let the kitchen serve. North Moon adults, if you are hungry, eat this one first. What about cabaret? Black Robe's steward quickly arranged, and after a while, the performance was a group of male night walkers, all handsome, wearing shorts and shorts, performing a fierce sword dance. The elders took turns toast and their faces were full of laughter. Li King Shan feels like an international arms dealer, facing a group of African tribal warlords. Yi Liuxing was still cold and cold, but he had to come up to pay him a cup. Yi Liuxu's face is slightly confused, and some of them are unclear. It is good or bad to meet him. The owner is really amazing. Yi Luba put his heart down, his face full of joy, watching Li King Shan's gaze, dripping water. After the wine was over the 7 tiny dishes, after the guests had a good time, Yi Mingzu's face was reddish and smiled. North Moon adults can eat well, trade things, wait until I can talk to my cabinet. I will come first. Deal with things within the family. Face say is a cold. Yi Liusu, Yi Lubo. Give me a kneeling. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 382 Chapter 14 Spiderweb City. Yi Liusu was expressionless, and Yi Lubo changed his face, but he did not dare to violate Matriarch's orders. He glanced at Li King Shan and came to the hall. Do you know sin? My daughter knows guilty. Yi Liusu leaned over and Yi Lubo only bowed his head. Elders of Der Spiegel, what should they do when they sin? Lost of the territory, it should be the punishment of the snake cave, said the old Yin test. Yes. Yi Liusu did not resist. Yi Lubo trembled, showing the fear of Say, feeling a hand on his head, only listening to Li King Shan. Lubo has already recognized my lord, no longer bound by your law. The heart was calm. Betray the clan, the sin is too late. Matriarch Yi Lubo looked at Li King Shan, like a drowning man, desperately trying to catch a life-saving straw. Li King Shan turned to Yi Mingzu. At this time, would you like to put Matriarch's shelf? North Moon adults, this is to make me difficult. The clan law must not be abolished. There is no room for half consultation. However, considering the friendship between us, I am willing to make compensation. Flowing water, flowing clouds. What is Matriarch's command? The 2 women who were sitting next to Yi Lubo came forward and were rare beauty. From now on, you are the servants of North Moon, and what North Moon adults want you to do, what do you do? Yes. The 2 men said the same way. 1 for 2, this is a good business. Li King Shan smiled. Master. Yi Lubo's face is white. Cried in a cry. However, no. Is the North Moon adult dissatisfied with this compensation? It will open as soon as possible. Night Walker race. There are not many others, but the beauty is more. My daughter. Which one you look at, despite the opening? Is it? Li King Shan's eyes fell on Yi Liusu on the floor. Then I looked at Yi Liuxing and made her feel tight. In the process, Yi Lubo fell into the hail, and his heart could not stop chilling. At Subterranean World, it is natural for people to betray each other. It is not the first time that they have been betrayed, but they are so desperate and angry. For the first time, I can't help but laugh at myself. Do you really believe him? Believe that can be protected? Li King Shan swept over Yi Mingzu's daughters and finally returned to Yi Mingzu. Men said, respect, respect. What do you mean? Be my servant. I am taking it for granted. But she is a servant. It is not a cargo. Even if I am the master, I must respect this and not betray her at will. So even if you open a higher price, it is useless. Master. Yi Lubo looked up in disbelief and looked at his cheek, his heart as if he was from hell to heaven, and his eyes could not stop being wet. Yi Liusu is also a little moved. Let go of my heart. It seems that this time, Lubo did not follow the wrong person. Yi Mingzuimai said, you feel like this, I feel very sorry, a negligible slut, damage the long-term relationship between us. Don't you think it is not worth it? Frankly, there is no more valuable existence than her daughter. Lubo, I haven't let you squat. Yes, master. Yi Lubo glanced at Yi Mingzu, slowly stood up, raised his chest, and proud of those who had needed her knees and knees, full of pride. If you feel unacceptable, I can go to other matriarchs to cooperate. I believe they will be very happy. Li Qingshan immediately. The atmosphere in the hall is once again tense. Since you are so persistent, then okay. Yi Mingzu sighed, full of smoldering fire, and only suppressed, face say cold. Yi Lubo, since you have pleaded guilty, then immediately start execution. Take her, go on. Sister. Yi Lubo couldn't help but yell. The punishment of the snake cave is to seal all the power, bite by the venomous snake, and the poisonous poison in the mouth of the poisonous snake. It may not be fatal to her, but it is extremely painful. And many more. North Moon, you have something to say. Yi Mingzu narrowed his eyes and tried to find an opportunity to use. I am not your servant. Yi Liusu, a pair of stars flashing, still cold. It's all right. Matriarch, there is still a problem. Night Walker race, do you want to use that territory? That is of course. Yi Mingzu's eyes lit up, and the important xing of the territory was self-evident, but she never dared to go to Li Qingshan to share the territory. Monster's territorial concept is extremely strong. To say such a thing is simply a naked provocation. It seems to tell a man, can your wife borrow me? Monster General, who has almost a bad temper, will turn his face immediately. I always hate these trivial things. I want a servant to help me manage it. Li Qingshan is actually not interested in the territory, only the resources of Subterranean World. He couldn't stay in Subterranean World, and he was still in love with the world. In this situation, with the power of Millipede, even the monster below can't be succumbed to it. The territory is easily smothered by other monster generals. A suitable person is needed to preside over the overall situation. Unfortunately, Yi Lubo can't get through heavenly tribulation and retreat to the next level. Yi Liusu is the best choice. Of course, he will not accept any sharing, only the servant status. Yi Liusu, from now on, you are the servant of North Moon. Everything, listen to him, no longer subject to Spider Shadow Clan. Yi Mingzu immediately said, for fear of Li Qingshan repentance. Said to be a servant, but obedience or not. But between a thought. There is no more loyal person than Yi Liusu in the entire Spider Shadow Clan. Matriarch. Yi Liusu, who has been reluctant to accept, finally couldn't help but disagree, but under the eyes of Yi Mingzu, he only bit his teeth and bowed his head. Yes, mother. Li Qingshan suddenly, they are really mothers and daughters. But they don't care. The Night Walker race wants to use that piece of land to do something. He doesn't care, saying that loyalty will also change. Serve Yi Liusu, I have seen the master. Yi Liusu came to Li Qingshan to salute, was hugged by Yi Lubo, and smiled. Sister, from now on, we are the master's servants. Yi Liusu smiled in the heart and never saw such a happy servant. However, the famous Night Walker race, her biological mother, is not even better than monster. Do you know how to respect? In the end, Yi Mingzu found that he did not lose anything and got a strong support. Returning that territory to monster race, Spider Shadow Clan can breathe a sigh of relief, no longer a target for other clans. But a good thing. When the savings are enough, it is when the blood is still bloody. I am very satisfied with this result. I am fortunate that I have not chosen to die. This North Moon is really different, and it is really beautiful. There is nothing in her, Yi Mingzu licked her lips and showed a charming smile. Ever since, the atmosphere is more harmonious, and Yi Lubo simply sat next to Li Qingshan, who was sipping wine and simmering. Yi Liusu has no choice but to follow the handle and stand aside as a guard. Yi Mingzu expressed his enthusiasm and asked Li Qingshan to talk in detail. Li Qingshan yelled at Yi Liusu, who was chilling, and licked the mature and charming Yi Mingzu, and finally refused. It's hard to see if you can't eat it, but if you believe in her, all patience is worth it. I wonder if she is going out now. After the banquet, under the personal leadership of Yi Mingzu, I went back to the raging underground river and rushed down to the Spider City to meet the Spider Queen Rouse. Li Qingshan also showed a handful of water control. Let Yi Mingzu secretly marvel, even if the water is Xing Monster General, if it is not the blood of the spirit beast, cannot do this step. In this way, everything will make sense. A monster general, which has just passed through heavenly tribulation, can easily defeat Liu Su. It is not without a fate. For Li King Shan, the three-pointer is even more valued. These monsters with different bloodlines are not allowed as long as the cultivation progresses on time. Maybe it can go hand in hand with the three people around Rose. Li King Shan rushed, like a horse galloping. Less than a quarter of an hour, he went to the Spider City. The river once again fell and fell, but the roar of the waterfall was extremely slight, coming from far below. Li King Shan was full of horror, and it was an incredible huge space in front of his eyes. The tumultuous rivers meandered on a vast land and scattered countless tributaries. A cold and majestic black sea castle, rising from the ground, stood hundreds of feet. It was actually on a whole mountain, excavated and carved, and there were countless towers. It was straight and sharp, like a huge sword with numerous handles and lengths, gathered together and pointed to the sky. Li King Shan couldn't imagine that there was such a magnificent building under subterranean world. I couldn't imagine it for a while. His previous life, which building he saw, can be compared. This is the Spider City, where Spider Queen is here, ruling the Spider's subterranean world. Heavens is raining. Li King Shan noticed at this time that the air is very moist and still filled with sulfur. On the other side of the Spider City, a fiery lava river, rolling in and flowing, also scattered into a tributary. Water and fire are intertwined into a strange and large piece of water. Ascending to the top of the cave, it becomes a black cloud that never dissipates, shrouded in the sky above the Spider City, and continuously in rain. Let the Spider City look more cold and straight, and actually produce one kind. Don't know how high the illusion is. Although he can clearly see that the Spider City meets the top of the cave, it supports this big incredible cave. This is a night walker, which has been built by Spider Queen for hundreds of years and is the perfect piece of art. Yi Mingzu is proud of his face. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 383 Chapter 15 See Spider Queen. Li King Shan sighs that in the absence of Mohist School's civil engineering skills, only Eccentrics has the ability to build such a building, and only Monster has such a long patience. On the outskirts of the Spider City, at the foot of the Gentle Mountain, it is a large and intricate urban area, and the ups and downs of the Night Walker building are continuous. Li King Shan felt like he was walking through a house in another house, and the space was completely closed. The black rain falls on the roof and is the only sound here. Even the whispering conversation of Dark Glory City is not there, only the gestures and breath of exchange, or the blade. The strength of the Night Walker is obviously stronger than that of the Dark Glory City. The black shadows drifted from the side, silent. Even if you see Yi Mingzu, the matriarch is passing by. Isn't this the site of Spider Shadow Clan? Li King Shan's voice alerted a large area, and a pair of eyes looked at the darkness, as if he had done something wrong, but he was not good, but saw him. The double horns on the head were all regained their gaze. This is a mixed city in the outer city, and everyone in each clan has it. Yi Mingzu chose the language of breath. In addition to his usual life, the main task of Night Walker, who lives here, is to find opportunities to assassinate other clans' Night Walker. This is the battlefield of the assassin. Only after passing the test here, each Night Walker is eligible to enter the inner city and become the middle of each clan. It's really full of support. Ming Ming has a deep enmity, but they have to mix together. It is conceivable that there will be scenes in the book, the street sells smashed, mill scissors, merchants, children, and suddenly pulls out the guys together and kills you. Born in the Night Walker race, it's really pitiful and I'm a little funny. I'm afraid it's not just Spider Queen Rose's strategy. And the yin darkness of Night Walker is blaming. After entering the inner city, the situation has improved, and the clan has divided several areas. Of course, in every corridor, in every hall, it is still full of killing intent and uneasiness. Walking inside the Spider City, Li King Shan lamented the grandeur and jing of the building. It seems that every stone has been polished by the craftsman's jing heart. and after a long period of precipitation, it appears to be smoother and thicker. Totem everywhere painted the spider's totem, like some primitive worship, and even saw the existence of sacrifice. The power of Monster Martial, in the eyes of ordinary people, is almost God. Li King Shan is very curious and rules the Spider Queen Rose here. What exactly is it like? Can she see her own mirror image clone? Would you like to tell her about the 3 mountains, old man? All sorts of doubts are waiting for answers. The only good news is that Monster still can't learn the complicated etiquette of human race. After Yi Ming's to report, it was quickly passed. Along the spiral staircase, board the Spider City higher. Passing through a long and winding road, the stone door is silently opened. It is displayed in front of Li King Shan. It is a large trapezoidal platform, standing like a cliff, or it is a cliff. A woman dragging a long reddish dress, facing her back, standing on the side of the cliff. When Li King Shan approached, he turned his head and revealed a stunning face. But Li King Shan first felt nothing but stunning, but a kind of unscrupulous and cruel. Her lips, as if she had just drunk bloody scarlet. Her eyes are as if they are scented with poison. Human race, even if it is evil, must be desperately concealed, find all kinds of excuses, accuse the social darkness of people, or come up with some seemingly philosophical point of view to justify their own actions. Genius or madman, all thinking, is always subject to the philosophy of the entire human race society, with no exceptions. She is not, there is no morality, no one is xing you, except for strength, without any embarrassment, forming a real evil that is undisguised. Even if it is transformed into a human form, living in a human building, it is still a big spider with a colorful color. It is only smarter, more powerful, and more vicious. It is entangled in the spider, waiting for the prey. All of this does not detract from her nobleness as a queen, but it has a wonderful charm of human race. This feeling, Li King Shan seems to have met. The figure that appeared in my heart turned out to be Guyaning. Yes, that is the right Xing, absolutely Zhu. My love at first sight, is it the attraction of this temperament, eager to break free of all restraint? You are the new Monster General? What is your name? It wasn't Spider Queen Rose that asked this. Li King Shan noticed that there were 3 Monster Generals around her. One is a handsome man with a pale face and a cloak. The short hair is messy and his eyes are yin. Let Li King Shan think of the legendary vampire. One is a bald man with muscles and sturdy muscles. His body is too tall. His body is like an infinite force, and there is a strong fighting intent in his eyes. The last one is a hunchback old man. His body is very small and thin. He sits there and bends down like a heavy burden. The hunchback of his clothes has become the most conspicuous part of his body. It is very slow in every move, even the voice of talking. It was also very slow. In that sentence, he asked. Li King Shan breathed third, and he finished. Any one of them is a distinct and unique existence, but beside the Spider Queen Rose, it is almost ignored by Li King Shan. From the moment he stepped on the platform, he saw the red shadow and did not see her appearance. All the minds have been attracted by a touch of bright red in this darkness. Of course, he is not the kid in the mountain, and he is now calm. Just thinking about it, if she saw her at first, would she fall in love at first sight? Dragon Snail, in North Moon, just after passing heavenly tribulation, came to see Spider Queen. Li King Shan took a ceremony, and violent stone and blood shadow. Prior to this, Yi Mingzu introduced Li King Shan to the basic situation of subterranean world. Under the Spider Queen Rose, there are dozens of monster generals, among which there are strong and weak, and the powerful ones are called Monster General. In the late stage of the Foundation Establishment Cultivator, the strong, it is the 3 in front of you, not only to the peak of Monster General, but also has a strong blood different from ordinary beasts, with the absolute superiority of the ordinary Monster General. It is said that everyone has the terrible strength to fight against the ordinary Monster General. In other words, they can join forces to sweep through all the monster generals in this region, and definitely not to be underestimated. Li King Shan is here, and dare not say that he can defeat any of them. Of course, they want to beat him. It is not that easy. Why do you put my name at the end? Spider Queen Rose still has no meaning to speak, silently looking at Li King Shan. Instead, the face of the pale shadow first asks, and the look is Yin-Yu. The big shadow, I think that my name should be in front of which adult. I can change it. Li King Shan raised his eyebrows. I just said a word. You can find it. It is a neurosis. This is called Malay race, and between monster, it is a more authoritative way. The Monkey King is vying for the food of ordinary monkeys, perhaps not eating, but making people understand who is the boss. But Li King Shan is so soft. I think this ranking is very good. Violent Stone sighed. You are very bold. Blood Shadow stares at Li King Shan. There are very few demons or people who dare to speak to him on this territory. Li King Shan thought about it, and as Yi Mingzu said, the three monster generals are not harmonious. Of course, this is also nonsense. Monster general between the same strength, it is rare to get along with each other. You see this, where are you? Dragon Snail didn't seem to hear these disputes. The three said 4 sentences. And he said a word slowly. I am Millipede, the leader of the demon, and this time I will come back to this territory. Li King Shan answered Dragon Snail and said to Blood Shadow, I am always courageous. I don't know what? Violent Stone grinned. Of course it is also very big. Li King Shan did not show weakness, only the weak will show weakness, and the surrender to the strong, so as to avoid the disaster. Between monster, it's not necessary to popularize human race's humility, show power, or even bluff. Oh, then I want to give it a try. Blood Shadow coldly said. I want to know, where have you been during this time? Dragon Snail finally said a word again. I am penning taking cultivation in the mountains. I have never heard of your name. You are not a monster of Subterranean world. How can you find a place in Subterranean world? Millipede loses the identity of monster general. It is no longer worthy of the Lord. The territory has been given to Nightwalker race. Nightwalker race has promised to transfer the territory to me. Can I have a territory in Subterranean world? I am afraid you can't decide. Blood Shadow. Li King Shan called his name. Very good. Blood Shadow disappeared and appeared behind Li King Shan, his pale fingertips turning into claws and catching lightning. It is said that it is easy to do it without hesitation, and the speed is even more amazing. In an instant, Li King Shan also failed to grasp his movements, reacted, and the vest stabbed 5 points. Violent Stone is just grinning, dare to provoke the strong, and has to bear the consequences, to withstand, to be respected, to bear, is a fool, deserve to be taught. Dragon Snail is still organizing vocabulary slowly, turning a blind eye to everything in front of him. Spider Queen Rose finally showed a look of interest. Clang, the spirit turtle dark armor rises, the body is blue, slightly transparent, and numerous hexagons form a perfect and stable structure, blocking the claws. Blood Shadow face is colder. The cloak dances, and turns into a black shadow, encircling Li King Shan. For a moment, Spirit Turtle Dark Armor, I do not know how many attacks have been experienced. A black say tornado wind, roaring, connected to the sky, straight into the dome, scattered clouds, but not divine ability magic spell, just the shape of Blood Shadow. Li King Shan stands in the wind, steady hands stand, motionless, very relaxed. Millions of blows are still strong, and the wind is northeast and southeast. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 384. Chapter 16 shows the general transaction. It's so easy under the Shadow's offensive. This North Moon is not an ordinary monster general. If it exists, it will change the situation of Subterranean world. Yi Mingzu stepped back and looked away, staring at him, then falling into meditation. In the dark, there are also countless pairs of eyes, looking at this amazing scene. My mind is different. When Li King Shan was still monster, the 3 mountains old man teamed up, and there was no way to easily break his spirit turtle dark armor, let alone he is now monster general, The strength of the spirit turtle dark armor, you try to break. Blood Shadow, don't you have a meal today? Would you like me to try it? Violent Stone's laughter overwhelmed the wind, and tried to see who is stronger and who is harder. Leaking Shan is not easy, monster chi is rapidly consumed. Once it is consumed to a certain extent, let alone fight, even mirror image clone cannot sustain. And it can be seen that Blood Shadow has always controlled the offensive in a small range, and did not come up with real strength. After all, this is in the Spider City. Right, I still have one thing to forget. I'm afraid to say it, even if Spider Queen is an adult, I dare not leave me at Subterranean World. Oh, Blood Shadow, come back. Spider Queen Rose finally said, I want to hear, what am I afraid? Blood Shadow immediately returned to its original position, as if nothing had happened, and the face was yin cold. Nothing, just after transcending tribulation, I went to Green Vine Mountain by the way and reported a little hatred. Leaking Shan wonders, what he did at Green Vine Mountain is not so simple. I am afraid it will be fed back to Monster Race soon. Since you can't be a secret, you can make a fight. He does not believe in the loss of a monster general. Spider Queen Rose doesn't have a bit of anger, and even more unbelievable, Monster Race will casually take him to Sin. You killed Green Vine Old Man. Spider Queen Rose also stunned. No, let him run. Are you playing us? Blood Shadow coldly. Spider Queen Rose's face chilled down. I didn't expect Green Vine's old man to be cut in half, but he could still escape. But it was okay. The three of them just happened to be together, and I killed the other two. Solitary Grave Old Man and Golden Rooster Old Man? Dragon Snail was slow and his eyes were a little surprised. Not bad. What evidence do you have? Blood Shadow said. Evidence? Human race will soon come to the teacher to ask for Sin. I am still rushing to go now, so as not to hurt a few adults. Leaking Shan turned and left. Stop. Leaking Shan hearing this, I stopped and turned, but I saw Spider Queen Rose's pupils shrink into 2 points. If you dare to deceive me, let Spider Queen be treated. You did a good job. Spider Queen Rose has been watching for a long time. A bloody smile emerged. Adult, it's about the oath of all kings. This is a disaster. Never stay. Blood Shadow swears. Blood Shadow, are you scared? Spider Queen Rose, don't look over. The cold voice makes Blood Shadow tremble, knowing that he can never intervene on this matter. Coward. Violent Stone sneered out, and Spider Queen was on the go. The North Moon did something that was right for Spider Queen, also fit his appetite. Blood Shadow says this is purely self-deprecating. However, this kid has killed the Human Race Foundation establishment cultivator, but he didn't have the opportunity to stop Spider Queen. It's Human Race's big invasion of Subterranean World. Killing Monster Race. Hidden Sword Palace disciple Fu Qingjian. It sneaked into the ground and brought Millipede out of Subterranean World with a kind of incense, which is the result of the Covenant and Human Race. Leaking Shan throws another thing, presumably before this thing. The chances of being sold out are even smaller. From now on, that territory is yours. Spider Queen Rose is not awkward, and Human Race is the best if it comes to trouble. In this way, Dragon King has nothing to say. Thank you Spider Queen for your love. The only thing I have is not satisfied. What is it? Who is Green Vine Old Man still alive? I must make Spider Queen happy. Spider Queen Rose laughed and saw that Leaking Shan was very pleasing to the eye, and he was able to get such a good job. In the battle with other Monster Marshal, he could have more confidence. How did you do it? When Leaking Shan was about to retire, Dragon Snail asked a word slowly. 3 Mountains Old Man is not an easy generation. From the performance of Leaking Shan, you can protect yourself. It is almost impossible to do this. What you just said is, kill together. Violent Stone frowned. Yeah, I have my own way. Leaking Shan smiled and turned away. Dragon Snail thinking, his real power, nothing more. Just passing heavenly tribulation has such strength, and if it is time for him to develop, to what extent? Vaguely see the rise of a monster race star. Spider Queen Rose's eyes flicker. but it seems to see something. The smile is more poisonous and more beautiful. After getting the land, Li Qingshan also let go of his heart. On the way back, Yi Mingzu's attitude toward him was more respectful, and some yin poisons were quietly put away. Obviously, he has already received the appreciation of Spider Queen. Whoever kills him will inevitably cause the wrath of Spider Queen. With this consequence, no one Night Walker can afford it, and only the cooperation is left. Returning to Dark Glory City, Yi Mingzu immediately went to prepare the spirit grass and proceeded to the first transaction in exchange for the spirit talisman in the hands of Li Qingshan. At this time, Yi Luba played a key role in crossing. Li Qingshan does not understand the specific value of the spirit grass spirit talisman in subterranean world, while Yi Luba is very clear. Not only that, but the importance of this resource to the clan, and even the ability of the clan to bear, are all clear. The tip of the tooth is so good that it is stuck on the bottom of the Spider Shadow clan and even pressed down. The elders who provoked negotiations with her were glaring at each other, almost pulling out their knives and killing the traitor. Yi Lubo calm and fearless, because Li Qingshan is sitting not far behind her. She is full of enthusiasm, desperately showing the value of being a servant, but also as a chance to retaliate. Even the magic treasure, if you don't talk, I will go to other clan corporation, will make the face of a group of Nightwalker elders purple. Such a large collection of spirit talisman spirit artifact has indeed surpassed its value and has a strategic significance. If it wasn't for Yi Mingzi who came back from the Spider City, they also told them that Li Qingshan is now a character in Spider Queen's fancy, and really has a face. Finally, Li Qingshan can't stand it anymore. A high-grade spirit talisman is going to be replaced by a Millennium Snake gallbladder. It is not so embarrassing, and coughs 2 times. Lubo, respect, respect. One of the 2 high-grade spirit talisman, he doesn't care very much. Spider Shadow Clan has another use in the future. It's too tight, not a good thing. Yi Lubo grievously looked at Li Qingshan, but had to relax the price. The elders were relieved and finally reached an agreement. Exchanged with the bottom price. Li Qingshan got 11 spiral grass, and none of them was less than 500 years old. On the ground, there are only 100 spirit talisman that can't be replaced. This is really profiteering. After the promotion of Monster General, the quality and quantity of medicine pill have high requirements. The medicine pill such as chi condensing pills and chi gathering pill, although still surging, is not as efficient as he absorbed spiritual energy of heaven and earth. From Monster General to Monster Marshal, he has to cross the millennium. The medicine pill that was seized alone is simply a drop in the bucket. Now, finally find a new way for him. The joy that can't be said in his heart. Can I live for 1,000 years? Li Qingshan suddenly came back to God. Unconsciously, he has a lifespan of 1,000 years. This feeling is very strange. In the lyrics, he sang 500 years to the sky, and he has reached twice this number, far exceeding the mortal expectations. What should I do with this millennium? When I think about this kind of problem, I feel a little stunned. But I am sober, and of course I want to do whatever I want. Previous life has also seen a lot of writing. How long is the pain of life? He only has 4 words for this evaluation. No disease moan. What Lozi wants to do, even if it is not enough for 1,000 years. Hey daughter, don't feel unhappy. This is just a matter of expediency. You know, I have always been the most painful to you. Otherwise I will not give you the land. You must get his favor as much as possible. Can let him fall in love with you. I can see that he also likes women. This has great benefits for our entire Spider Shadow clan. In this area, he will not lose the powerful characters of the 3 adults. Yi Mingzi called Yi Lucy alongside the opportunity to negotiate, said with a strong heart, I never know how to please others. Can we rely on Monster and can't rely on our own repairs? As long as we live in this region, the status of eccentrics will never be higher than Monster. You have to understand this. Bat Shadow Clan is not just a big fan of Blood Shadow. Just dare to be so arrogant. Just do it. This matter The location of matriarch in the future is yours. A servant. What is the qualification to inherit the position of matriarch? I have tried not to do matriarch, but to let all night walker see the moon. Yi Liusu's eyes are firm and full of unshakable beliefs. The identity of the servant, but a half change. Want to go to the ground? Maybe there will be a chance soon. The battle between human race and monster race is not far off, but you don't think it's a good thing. If the war really comes, we will fight on the front line. We can invest in human race. Stop. Yi Liusu has not finished. Yi Mingzi will hold her neck. You take us to be forced into subterranean world, because of human race. In the eyes of monster race, we are only treated as a special ethnic group and need to be constrained. But in the eyes of human race, we are downright aliens and must be killed. Either you are a slave, do you understand? If you dare to say this, I will kill you. The support of station is my greatest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 385. Chapter 17, Spirit Turtle, Third Layer. Yes, matriarch. Yi Liusu closed his eyes, but he did not accept it. Hey daughter, mother, it's all hello, you will understand it in the future. Yi Mingzi released his hand and gently touched Yi Liusu's face. After completing the transaction, Li Qingshan immediately set foot on the return journey, and was scratched by the blood shadow for a few hundred. Monster chi has consumed a lot, dragging it for a long time. I am afraid that mirror image clone will not be able to maintain. Dark Glory City disappeared completely in the darkness behind him. The waterfall was getting closer and closer, and the three men went upstream, and for half an hour, Li Qingshan suddenly stopped. What's the matter, master? Yi Lubo asked, and Yi Liusu frowned, and seemed to notice something. Hey, Yin is not scattered, let's go. Li Qingshan picked up Yi Lubo and was at a high speed. Blood Shadow opened the cloak, whistling to the waterfall, like a big black bat, violent fangs in the mouth, making a handsome face look very embarrassed. Open Mouth said, North Moon, can dare to fight with me? Let me see what you have and kill 3 mountains, old man. The sound is not big, like an invisible sword, piercing the cave, and passing into Li Qingshan's ear, a screaming scream. Do you dare to chase me? Not afraid of being sinned by Spider Queen? Li Qingshan loudly, the wind blowing in the wind, and the sound came out. I won't kill you, I will only suck every drop of blood on your body, letting you know that it is offensive to me. The blood shadow cloak showed up and shattered the wind blade, and the speed was not reduced. Grandpa can't have time to play with you. In one question and one answer, the distance is cut in half. The speed of the 3 people flying, compared with the blood shadow, is almost slow. You go first, I will come to him. Li Qingshan stopped, turned, handed 100 treasure pouch and knife to Yi Lubo, and threw Yi Lubo to Yi Liusu. Master, I can help you. Yi Liusu is holding a machete. It's rare that you have this kind of loyalty. But his goal is me, protecting Lubo and himself. This is the order. Yi Liusu is no nonsense, and immediately leaves. Li Qingshan flies to the side of the cave. Blood Shadow flashed, almost without any hesitation, and immediately chased Li Qingshan. At this time, Li Qingshan's breath suddenly disappeared. Insignificant skill. Blood Shadow sneered, the sound waves spread, like a fine filter, without an inch of emission, immediately reveals the shape of Li Qingshan. One chasing and one escape, the distance between the two is rapidly approaching. The wind whistled and the figure was erratic. The deep cave is in the eyes of Li Qingshan, like a roller coaster. It is more like a creeping intestine. Suddenly, he stopped. The cave in front of you was cut off. It was a dead end. Li Qingshan gave a sigh of relief. Almost. Press your hand on the rock wall. Blood Shadow has long known about the cave. The corner of the mouth rises and turns into the cave. Seeing Li Qingshan is just outside Pshang, this distance, for him, is coming. Bang! The vibration roared into the caves, cracked all the way, and instantly covered the rock wall, and the earth and stone collapsed and fell. Li Qingshan's ridiculous face was blocked by a huge stalagmite. The smoke and dust were detected and the sound waves were detected. Don't want to escape. Blood Shadow did not retreat, and his body turned sharply, turning into a blackened say drill bit that penetrated layers of earth and stone. A piece of giant rock, like a clod, collapsed into dust. But when it came to the depths of the cave, leaking Shan disappeared, as if it had evaporated. The release of these shockwaves has consumed his last monster chi, and the mirror image clone can't be maintained and naturally diffuses. Very good. I have already remembered this name, and this taste. North Moon? The taste of your blood. I will taste it sooner or later. The angry say flashed away, and Blood Shadow sighed and smirked at the fangs. A cloak, folded away. The owner won't have anything to do. Yilubo anxiously. Yilusu is silent. He is going to lead the enemy, and let the servant run away. This kind of monster. No, she has never seen such a person. Blue butterfly flower in the sea. Leaking Shan opened his eyes and the sneer on his face has not been dispersed. If he is respected, he must fight with the Blood Shadow. Looking at Little An, who is dedicated to refining, Leaking Shan closes her eyes again. In solitary grave old man and golden rooster old man 100 treasure pouch, all the medicine pills have entered his stomach, and the two sects have accumulated for many years. He was swept away by him. After the incarnation of Monster General, the digestive power became stronger, and the medicine pill transformed into a spiritual chi, impacting the third layer of Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing secrets. Leaking Shan's eyes wide open, reaching for the arms, and the Scarlet Wolf card is flashing. This is the urging of the Eagle Wolf card. Leaking Shan puts his finger on it and the Scarlet Wolf card is restored. If it doesn't respond, it will be treated as a dereliction of duty. So Leaking Shan has been with him. Of course, it has no positioning function. What happened in the end? Is it related to 3 mountains old man? Well, I will finish the Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing secrets and wait for them to come back. Once again, I sink my mind. I don't know how long it took. All the medicine pill has been exhausted. A spiritual chi, in Leaking Shan's with the body. Rampage. If his body is fierce enough, this force alone will be enough to smash him. The Spirit Turtle monster core whirls sharply, and above the chi sea, it forms a huge vortex, rolling up the spiritual chi, and plunging into the whirlpool. Spiritual chi is getting less and less, and the Spirit Turtle monster core is getting brighter and brighter. When the last trace of spiritual chi is exhausted, the Spirit Turtle monster core has shined like a blue say sun, releasing an unprecedented glow. The light is strong but not dazzling, full of serenity, as if it can be carried. In the cave, Leaking Shan was shocked. Full head red hair, dancing like a fire, blue waves like water, a flood of the entire cave. A huge monster chi rose. Little An puts a refining rosary back and looks back. The sleeping millipede was also awakened. If you use human race, Tiger Demon and Bull Demon are body refining, and Spirit Turtle is chi refining, which is the real core of Leaking Shan's monster repair. In the Danshan Chi Sea, the Spirit Turtle monster core was loaded with a floating load, and suddenly there was a crack in the inch, and the sound of cracking cracked, causing the waves to rise and the chi sea toss. Leaking Shan looks inside and sees the round monster core. It turned into the shape of a tortoise shell. Shanglongxi Angshan. The next level is similar. On the turtle back, the pancake hill, the mysterious lines are staggered, colorful, running for 4 hours. In the tortoise shell, it is faint. There is something to break through. He suddenly understood that it was the head and tail of the Spirit Turtle. However, due to his lack of repair, the tortoise shell is still a mess, and does not condense the real form. But even so, his monster chi has reached an unprecedented peak realm. Perception is a multiple of enhancements, and world has become very different in his eyes. A lot. The messy message broke into my mind and was inexplicable. It is in the midst of it. It shows the change of good and bad, and the fate is ups and downs. Little An once told him about the feelings of the divination. He understands that he is in this state. In the endless rotating kaleidoscope, there seems to be another world. A mysterious world that is difficult to touch with a common cultivator. Spirit Turtle, knowing the misfortune, Ming and fierce, is self-confident. Out of that state, Li Qingshan suddenly made up for it, and Wang Pussy called him back, exactly the 3 mountains old man. This conviction is unreasonable, but it is unwavering. Li Qingshan smiles, finally, and takes another step forward. It's the master's monster chi. Yi Lubo was pleasantly surprised. Yi Lusu was surprised and wondered why he came to them in front of him, but he did not think about his means, and he did not care. He felt that he was relieved and stepped up. Master. Yi Lubo flew into Li Qingshan's arms. Li Qingshan patted her back. You are back. Yi Lubo wants to have another tongue kiss, but he is indifferent to his scorpion, and he squats in his arms. Yi Lusu is more sensitive. She only feels that Li Qingshan is less violent and impetuous. She has more maturity and wisdom. It seems that she has a lot less oppression, but it is more and more unpredictable. She does not dare to wait, and there is no match. Powerful, also with the sound. Master. Blood Shadow. I was opened. I didn't have time to spend with him. Yes, I have to go out and complete the mission of Spider Queen. This subterranean world is still hosted by you, Yi Lusu. Don't bother millipedes cultivation. Well, rest. What? No? The ground is too dangerous. Yi Lubo was shocked by the world on the ground full of human race cultivator. In her opinion, it was killing intent. Dangerous. This is the same as the cultivator on the ground. Looking at subterranean world. I have my own plan, right? Say 100 treasure pouch. Li Qingshan took out a similarly sized 100 treasure pouch and handed it to Yi Lubo. Thank you, Master. But nothing. Yes. Yi Lubo was wearing wrong. You can try this medicine pill. Maybe it will help you through heavenly tribulation. Li Qingshan took a true spiritual pill from 100 treasure pouch and placed it on Yi Lubo's palm. Although I don't know how the human race cultivator refines the medicine pill, it has a lot of effect on the night walker, but since there is also a character, it is still a bit useful. In addition to increasing the repair of the body, several powerful subordinates are also essential. Mirror image clone is good. It is difficult to do everything. Yi Lubo, if you can get through the heavenly tribulation, subterranean world trade, you can hand it over to her to operate, no matter what. Yi Lusu's gaze, also attracted by the radiance of true spiritual pill, is amazed. There is such a magical medicine pill in this world. Yi Lubo has been moved and can't speak. The value of this medicine pill, needless to say, she also understands. What's wrong? Li Qingshan. See, Yi Lubo's eyes are red, some surprised. From small to big, no one has ever been so good to me. I will not live up to my boss's expectations. Li Qingshan is a little embarrassed. Many times, his first consideration is still the benefits and rewards. However, there is no pure relationship in the world that completely abandons the interests. Even if it exists, it is fragile and fragile. People condemn each other because they need each other. It is the common sense of the world to dismiss the covenant because it is not needed. What he has to do is not a master who is a single-minded servant, but a master who is trusted by the servant, and accepts this loyalty. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 386. Chapter 18. Goodbye Great Hero Bull. Yi Lubo moved in love and kissed him. He was blocked by Li Qingshan's hand and smiled. Take your performance. Little Anne is looking at God, but can't teach bad children. Came to the ground. The sun is glaring. Little Anne, how is your rosary? Just only become one. Little Anne counts the 5 beads of the palm. It doesn't matter. Take your time. Li Qingshan touched her seaweed long hair. Little Anne looked up, her dark voice, reflection out his ordinary face. Li Qingshan touching his cheeks. Hey, doing a handsome guy's career is like a dream. Where are you during this time? What are you doing? Clear River Prefecture, the highest level of Eagle Wolf Guard. Flawed hustling windows fill the room, but Wang Pussy sitting on a high-back chair, looks temperament, always cold and awe-inspiring, looking at Li Qingshan in front of him. I can't imagine it. What surprises are there? It is worth to let Yanning look at each other. Genius. This level of genius, she has seen more than a dog. but that little is possible. However, in the 2 years of hard work, he did grow a lot. There is a kind of calm and quiet that can't be said. Of course it is to complete the task. Li Qingshan took it for granted. Just completed these tasks? Wang Pushi patted a few pages of thin task documents on the table. Li Qingshan intends to completely handle subterranean world's affairs, and then completes all the tasks that have been completed. The result is urgently recalled, and the completed tasks are naturally embarrassing. There is still a wind. Li Qingshan flashed. Collecting the wind? I am novel school. Li Qingshan was serious and looked ahead. Short novel school. You are Eagle Wolf Guard, Commander. Even if you are, you can't look down on novel school, huh? Li Qingshan remembered when I first met Liu Qunfeng. His lame excuse. What are you laughing at? Now, I don't care what you are, give me the task. Wang Pushi takes out a mission paper from the drawer. Lost on the table in front of Li Qingshan. Green Vine Mountain was attacked. 2 sect leaders were killed and subterranean world monsters revenge. These words are highlighted and fall into the eyes of Li Qingshan. Sure enough, no surprise. The page turned over. The cause and effect of the incident was very detailed. The last page was the painting by Chu Danking. It attracted all his attention. Yes, this case is the case. This monster general realm, should have passed through heavenly tribulation. According to analysis, it may not be a common beast, it is probably a mixed race of powerful monster. Wang Pushi got the idea. Li Qingshan's different expression. It is wrong to estimate the idea of Li Qingshan. Hey, I am so handsome with his mother. Li Qingshan twitched her mouth, pressed her smile, and said with a serious face, with my repair, I can't deal with such a strong monster. What is a mixed race? It's just an investigation. Little Hua has seen his respect and has a record. His prototype has a bull horn and a tiger tail. He even has a basic human form, probably a descendant of a bull and a tiger demon. Jing's wonderful analysis. Li Qingshan applauded in the heart, then stuffed the instrument into 100 treasure pouch and went to investigate his own murder. It felt like a story of a detective drama. Is Jingcha the murderer? Yes, I will do it. Wait. Wang Pushi leaned back on the chair and suddenly remembered Guyaning's accountant called Li Qingshan. Don't forget to write a report. Report? What to write a report? Li Qingshan recalled. Since it is an investigation task, it is not for you to travel, of course, you have to write a report. Okay, I know. Li Qingshan couldn't help but write it casually and cope with it. To add your own opinion, no less than 10,000 words. Wang Pushi added, since it is the account of Commander Gu, whether it can understand the meaning of it, it must be 100% completed. Anyway, it is not necessary for him to complete. Boom. Li Qingshan came back and shot it on the table. Commander Wang, you are not playing me. How can I write so many words? You are novel school. What about the amount? Just give me a roll to write. One less word, I can't spare you. Wang Pushi chilled out. Boom. Li Qingshan flew into the wall of the corridor and the door closed in front of her eyes. Li Qingshan gave a sigh of relief. Novel school is also a human being. Write 10,000 words. Isn't this a life? At this time, 2 familiar figures appeared in front of Li Qingshan and looked at him with surprise. You are Diaof, and, great hero you. Li Qingshan blinked and saw the faces of the two. Actually 2 acquaintances who had not seen for a long time. King Shan, I was ordered to go with you to investigate. Diaof is a Green Vine Mountain eldest senior brother. This case is definitely indispensable to him. Yes? You are already a Red Wolf Guard, congratulations. Li Qingshan saw the clothes on Diaof. I should congratulate you, Chi refining 8th level. How did you practice? Diaof's face is incredible. The former race on the dragon boat, Li Qingshan is just cultivating Chi 1st level, the negligible little Chi refining warrior, the district in a few years. There has been such a big change. Just practice, right? This report will be handed over to you. Li Qingshan smiled brightly, hooked Diaof's neck, a very familiar look. Sorry, I really want to help you. But Commander Wang specifically confessed that this report can only be written by one person. No one can intervene in one word. Dai Alf is full of unnatural roads. Although he feels Li Qingshan now, the breath has become more peaceful. But the feeling was too deep at first, and it was not possible to work with Fierce Tiger. Okay. Li Qingshan pumped his mouth and let go of Dai Alf. Great hero you, how come you are, yes, no injuries at Green Vine Mountain? Fortunately, I haven't been injured. I haven't seen you for 2 years. You have become an adult. I am here to go. Zijian, you still remember that girl? Yu Shuqiang looked at Dai Alf with his eyes. Of course, she is the genius of 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Unfortunately, you are too old to enter the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. It doesn't matter. You can also cultivate in Clear River Prefecture. If you need me to help, even if you scream, thank you, but I have to go back to Green Vine Mountain. Yu Shuqiang had a happy face. He really had not forgotten the old man, and then showed helpless say. It will be dangerous. Sect leader is already issuing a summons order to recall all the disciplines. If you don't go back, you will be judged. You mean, Green Vine old man is back to Green Vine Mountain? Li Qingshan blinked and asked slowly. Yes. Yu Shuqiang bowed his head and sighed. Dai Alf slammed into a fierce spirit, and in an instant, as if he was under the tiger's claws, shuddering. But this feeling, just a flash of death, came back to God. Only listened to Li Qingshan and smiled. It seems that my report, some wrote. Is it an illusion? Let's go. Li Qingshan stretched out. The old man really didn't take my words. It was a matter of course. But it is also good. In the downstairs hall, Little Un sat on the bench resting, holding his cheek and waiting for Li Qingshan, swinging his legs. Suddenly his ears moved. He heard a voice, and he was familiar with it. Then he immediately remembered the name of the man. And look like. Zijian, you still stay here. Green Vine Mountain is too dangerous. Maybe that monster will come back. You haven't seen it. Don't know monster's terrible. Yilian tried hard. How can I not know the terrible monster? It is dangerous. I have to follow it. I have decided. You don't have to persuade. Yu Zijian frowned slightly, unwavering. For 2 years, she also wants to go back and take a look. Yilian couldn't help her. She had to sigh, her eyes drifting aimlessly in the hall, and she swept through a small figure. Huh? Yilian took his eyes back and finally fell on Little Un's face. Although he didn't have the great memory of Little Un gave him a deep impression and couldn't help but walk over. You are that one. Eldest senior sister, you are too. Do you recognize the teacher? Although there is no intersection, it is no stranger. Yu Zijian is the first genius of Little Un, the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Buddhism chief, naturally qualified for her to call eldest senior sister. Eldest senior sister? She refining 10th level. Yilian first was shocked, then surprised, her breath, and she was shocked to reach the top of Chi refining warrior, Chi refining 10th level. If it wasn't for her speciality, he would have to wonder if he was the wrong person. Yilian squatted down. Do you remember me? I am Yulin. Great Hero Bull. Is he not with you? I recognize that you are delivering food. You can talk. Great. Aya, Zijian. What are you doing? Yulin rised greatly, but he felt that his wrists were tight. When he turned around, he saw that Yu Zijian's expression changed and became very serious. Master, you said Great Hero Bull. She is what I told you. The kid who is with the Great Hero Bull is very beautiful, but he can't talk. Now he will say it again. Yes, how are you here? You really are the Chi refining 10th level? Question mark. Yu Zijian loosened Yilian's hand. His head was first chaotic, all kinds of thoughts flashed. It seems that there is a line of glimmers, very important, but how can not grasp? Little Un, go. At this time, the three went downstairs. Li Qingshan greeted far away, and Little Un jumped off the bench and ran over to grab Li Qingshan's hand. Li Qingshan glanced at Yu Zijian, then waved out the clouds. After the Avatar Monster General and the Spirit Turtle 3rd layer, The water element magic spell was displayed as if it were a blink of an eye, and the clouds were big and good. I even have to control it. Yu Shokyuang saw Yu Zijian standing still, and Yulian had already persuaded her, and she greeted Yulian. Yulian was a bit strange and had no time to think. Several people boarded the clouds and were about to fly away. A line of spiritual light runs through the mind and connects everything. Yu Zijian suddenly turns around and yells at the back of Li King Shan, "Great hero Bull, Peas, there is only one today. Please bear with me, you need to carefully plan the plot." Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 387 Chapter 19 Then on Green Vine, Yu Shokyuang was shocked and looked at Li King Shan. Yilian is wondering how little An is with Li King Shan. Only Dai Alf has a face to understand. "What are you yelling? Do you want to come together?" Li King Shan turned his head slowly, his voice was steady. His expression was natural. And after a double identity baptism, he is now an acting artist and will not be casually taken by the little girl. When you call it, it reveals flaws. Yu Zijian looked at Li King Shan and stepped forward step by step, and he was hesitant. "If you don't go, let's go first." Li King Shan felt a sigh of relief, and it seems that she is not very sure. "I am going." Yu Zijian jumped up and refused to let it go. He sat down beside Li King Shan and continued to stare at him, as if the swordsman was looking for the flaws of his opponent. Yu Shokyuang glanced at Yilian, and Yilian bowed his head. The clouds went empty, the long hair fluttered, and the clothes were flying. Clear River Prefecture turned into a small piece and disappeared at the end of the horizon. "Great hero Yu, is your daughter not watching me?" Li King Shan was not unrestrained by Yu Zijian. "Zijian, not rude." Yu Shokyuang scolded. "Hey, tell me." Yu Zijian pointed to Li King Shan. "Tell you something?" Yu Shokyuang frowned very seriously. On the Green Vine Mountain, the hall was towering, but I didn't know what to do and recovered. It was exactly the same. Fellow Taoist Fu, Hidden Sword Palace divine ability is vast, the magic is magical, and it really deserves to be well deserved. Green Vine Old Man, the face must be entangled, bright as silver, squinting, quite a hermit expert, highly respected. But a pair of eyes, looking at the young people in front of you. It is full of awe, even with a touch of flattery. What a majestic building, can't escape, return to the ruins. Fu Qingjian walked through the temple as if he hadn't heard what Green Vine Old Man was saying. "I am full of faces, and I am self-conscious." This unmanned posture is also a negative argument. Let Green Vine Old Man frown, or respectfully ask, "Will that monster really come?" Yes, Demon is a madman, and he is a fanatic in the mad. Fu Qingjian's light flashed in the embarrassment, and the fierceness in the moment, so that Green Vine Old Man is in the cold, and some peace of mind. "You have a visitor." To restore the appearance of the Sui and Tang dying, Fu Qingjian's figure gradually disappeared. "Step into the void." Sect leader, senior brother, and the remaining senior brother are back. Come together. There is also an Eagle Wolf Guard. It is said to investigate the killing of 2 old men. The discipline rushed to report. Green Vine Old Man is a happy first, and the brow is a wrinkle. Eagle Wolf Guard. When Li King Shan boarded a platform and looked up at the magnificent hall that was destroyed by his own hands, he also made a slight glimpse. The secret thought was interesting and continued. In the Lower River County Red Wolf Guard, Li King Shan, at the command of Commander Wang Pushi, come to the investigation and ask the Green Vine sect leader to cooperate. Entering the temple, Li King Shan respectfully bowed and looked at the old enemy again. "What about your commander Hua?" Green Vine Old Man. "See, Li King Shan is just an 8th level chi refining warrior. I feel a little impatience in my heart. I feel that the Eagle Wolf Guard is contemptuous of this matter. It can be seen clearly by sending people. Revenge only relies on the monster execution union. After all, even Guyaniying is a half-demon. Our commander Hua is in retreat." "Then go, and go back and tell you Commander Wang, my monster execution union and monster are not dead." Green Vine Old Man, fluttering like a fly, talking to such a small person, Plain low, I just came to investigate. I can't manage this kind of thing. Please, sect leader, cooperate with our work. Our Eagle Wolf Guard will try our best to track it down. Li King Shan said with a sigh of relief. Regardless of the side of Dai Alf and Yu Shukyuang, I say, give a visitor. Green Vine Old Man has a sleeve, so the chi refining warrior, who doesn't know how to be humble, is really more annoying than flies. Can he be equal to the Foundation establishment cultivator with the Eagle Wolf Guard? Yu Shukyuang got up and sent Li King Shan to the foot of the mountain, complaining, King Shan, you should respect the sect leader and he can say a few more words with you. I came on behalf of the Eagle Wolf Guard. Your sect leader suspected that I was low and looked down on me. I can't look down on myself. It's all trivial. Tell me about it. What is Zijian? Yu Zijian is bored on the mountain. She is neither a Green Vine Mountain disciple nor an Eagle Wolf Guard. She is not qualified to see Green Vine Old Man. She thinks about the great hero bull in her head, holding a petal in her hand. A piece of film is picked off. Yes, no, yes, no. Hey! A sword screams and interrupts your thoughts. Yu Zijian looked back and walked down the trail into the forest. In the ruins, Fu Qingjun fished with a sword and smiled back. You are here. It turned out to be you. How come you are here again? It seems that I am not waiting to see. The sun is full of pavilions. Fu Qingjun smiles faintly, and can't tell the details. I am leaving. Yu Zijian glanced at verdant ruins. Sword. What? Lonely man and woman, very inconvenient. Yu Zijian turned and waved, and quickly left. I know this guy, didn't say a few words, and advised her to go to Hidden Sword Palace. The master is very good to me. He said that after passing heavenly tribulation, he officially accepted me. I will not go to Hidden Sword Palace. Here are everything she cares about, father, master, teacher, and brothers and sisters of Taoism. Also, great hero bull. How can she leave before she figured it out? Fu Qingjun stunned for a while, almost couldn't help but trap her here, say a few words, and sighed. Isn't the fate yet? Out of the verdant ruins fantasy, Yu Zijian took out the flowers in his hand and was counting down. Oops, is it just now or not? If you say so, I will be relieved. Yu Shukyuang patted his chest and promised that he would handle the matter properly. Li King Shan let go of his heart. Right, how do you seem? A look that I don't want Zijian to know. Is it to look down on me? Li King Shan raised her eyebrows. Where are you talking about this? Yu Shukyuang immediately took a look of grievances, but his heart squeezed a sweat. Although Li King Shan looks very reasonable, it is not a good class. Really a slap in the face. Well, make a joke with you. What are you doing so nervously? I am gone. Yes, if Green Vine Mountain can't mix in the future. Even though I am coming to Clear River Prefecture. Li King Shan smiled and patted Yu Shukyuang's shoulder, greeted Little An, who was waiting at the foot of the mountain, and drove away. Is it a trap? Asked Little An. Havaju. The performance of the old guy is really calm. Would you like to go? Of course, at least you have to look at what trap. Li King Shan smiled slightly. If the trap was too shallow, it would be torn by the beast. The cloud group turned to a lake, the old forest in the mountains, no one, and smooth the ripples, and the lake was like a mirror. Water Day 1a. Li King Shan is based on the heart of the lake and flies red. Water Moon Mirror. The corrugated layers rise and the water ripples together. Long lasting. A hand sticks out from the center of the skull. Hold the water and jump up. Scarlet Eye is like a fire. Red hair flutters, stronger and more agile than in the past. Spirit Turtle Sea Suppressing Secrets was repaired to the third layer. Monster Core became the tortoise shell. Li King Shan's Monster Chi became stronger, and the power of Water Moon Mirror became stronger, almost stronger than the previous mirror image clone. Doubled. Otherwise, the original mirror image clone, I am afraid that even Green Vine Old Man cannot deal with it. It does not matter. A round of hooks. The stars are full of stars. On Green Vine Mountain, the alert was slack, and only one mountain defense great formation was still working tirelessly. and even Hua Chengzhen could sneak in. For a monster general, there is no such thing as a degree of difficulty. It's all very different. 2 patrolling mountains, whispering conversation. Senior brother, 3 senior brother, are they back? No, I'm afraid I have to judge the door. And monster is terrible. Afraid that you are still coming back. Are you afraid of being chased? A mentoring apprentice? I don't think it will come true. What do you know? I am not afraid of being chased. When the loose cultivator is too bitter, the master dare to come back. What am I afraid? At this time, a figure, bypassing a big tree, appeared on the mountain road. Who? Senior brother, okay. It seems to be Monster Chi. No, it's Monster. They used the moon say to finally see the appearance of the comers. Did not look at the sharp corner of his head. Did not look at the ice blade in his hand. Forget all these characteristics. Only the pair of revered say nephew, shining in the dark, more profound than the moon. Li King Shan did not hide Monster Chi and his body shape. Step by step up the mountain. 2 Xiao Shan disciples stood on the mountain road, staring at them, and the figure came to themselves, and even the courage to escape or ask for help was disintegrated, as if looking at a mountain that had been crushed. Let's borrow. Li King Shan walked up to them and whispered. The 2 men came back to the world, and even let the road climb and let the road open, and Li King Shan continued to walk towards the mountain, looking at each other and rushing down the mountain. Green Vine Mountain is too dangerous, and this time it's not coming back. In the main hall of the mountain, Green Vine Old Man stunned and opened his eyes, and the blue light and yin-yang, flashing uneasy, left and right, and looked forward to it. Li King Shan just walked to the mountainside. The Green Vine disciple, and all were alarmed. Dai Alf wiped his head with cold sweat, forced to calm down, and barely organized the remaining Green Vine disciple. Since the sect leader did not escape, he could not escape, but he only dared to look into the distance. Li King Shan and headed for the mountain. Green Vine Old Man, your death is here. Li King Shan raised her smile and revealed the fangs and shouted loudly. The ringing clouds, Monster Chi rushed, and the mountains shook. Monstrous talent is so daring. Kill me, fellow Taoist. Insult me, sect. This Ri will let you see the means of seeing the old man. Green Vine Old Man also responded. Call me, all Green Vine Mountain disciple. Fast spread out, don't have to shoot. Watch the old man swearing demon. In the temple, 2 voices exchanged. Is it true? This Monster Chi, should it be true? Ice Blade a wave, pointing to the earth. Li King Shan stepped through hundreds of steps, dragging the red and blue 3 long light tails, flew to the top, stepping on the ground, flying a knife, pointing to the sky. The blade light whispers, illuminating the dark hall and the face of Green Vine Old Man Yin. His Jing is getting better. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 388. Chapter 20. Goodbye Fu Qingjian. Monstrous talent, this is your death. Green Vine Cane, smash down, smash blade light. Oki Dragonification, dragon battle in the wild. Green Vine Old Man has a whole body, blue light, stretched and expanded, turned into a long-awaited dragon. Dragon chant bursts, soaring and flying out of the hall. A thunder and thunder broke through the sky. I don't know when the moon's starry night sky pulled up the first level black say curtain. The rain fell and the wind blew. Dragons are in the world, follow. King Long is at the height of the next. The blue light is stunned, and the claws are dancing. And Li King Shan's Monster Chi is rushing. The prestige is as bright as a god. Magical artifact. Li King Shan's eyes are condensed. Only magical artifact can have this power. The spirit of Oki, belonging to the east, condenses to the extreme, then dragonification. This is not only the power of a magical artifact, but also a reflection of Green Vine Old Man's life. In front of a black King Long squatting. It seems like rolling green sea Jiao, volume anime days, unstoppable. Monstrous talent is dead. Boom. Hundreds of millions of raindrops, scattered for shiz, pierced through numerous wood leaves. Li King Shan used a punch and banged on the top of the dragon head. A force of strength, through the feet, flooded the whole body, but still some could not resist, was pushed to the foot of the mountain by the green dragon, plowing too deep ditch on both feet. King Shan took away the contempt, and was the first of 3 mountains old man. The cultivation of the foundation establishment cultivator for centuries made the means of desperate fight, powerful and unusual. Bare Teeth laughed. If you don't play dead that day, the 3 people join hands. I don't really kill them so easily. Monstrous talent live. Green Dragon Demon. Green Vine Old Man mad as crazy, no more subtle. Open your arms and glow like a Jiao. King Long has a bright blue light, and the dragon body is flying up. King Shan is entangled. 4 dragon claws are deeply caught in the ground, and the roots are tens of thousands of roots and penetrate into Green Vine Mountain. Even if divine power is amazing, it is rare to show it. King Shan will be strangled on the spot. Boom. Heavens is another thunder, but can't hold King Shan. A low-pitched sound. The shockwave stirred up, and there was a ripple in the body of the dragon that was visible to the naked eye. Green Vine Mountain disciple overlooking the mountains, shaking his body and looking up. Green Vine Mountain was trembled and seemed to tremble under the power of this powerful demon. King Shan shattered the dragon body and rose to the sky. However, between the breath, there is another dragon chant, rising from the foot. King Long figured up in a roll and actually chased it up, unscathed. A dragon mouth, it sprayed a blue light. King Shan frowned and picked up the spirit turtle dark armor, and the blue light flew in front of her eyes. Suddenly turned into thousands of vine branches, wrapped around and yanked down. It seems to be a frog catching insects and spit out the tongue. The knife slammed and smashed the long tongue. But immediately there are more vines coming over, like the green say wave Jiao of the unceasing torrent. Ice blade fluttering, like a sharp cutter wheel that spins rapidly. The wave Jiao is smashed, but it continues to flow. He wants to consume my strength, and the thief first smashes the king. King Shan guessed the calculation of Green Vine Old Man, took a deep breath, to the King Long, and shouted, "Tiger Demon Killing Howl." The wind is stirring and the thunder is awkward. A black say wind column flew, rushed into the King Long mouth. Immediately rose a big circle, thousands of wind blade, through the body, crushing the green dragon. At the same time, behind King Shan, a pair of translucent wind wings spread out and disappeared into the sky. The next moment, appeared in the hall, the top of the Green Vine Old Man, with a knife in hand. A knife. Tiger Demon second divine ability, a tiger that has grown wings. With the wind and wings, driving the wind, flying in the sky. King Shan. A scarlet hair is like a fire, double curling into a needle tip, murderous aura rushing into the blade. No matter what your trap is, as long as you kill a knife, it is in vain. Give me death. The royal armor. Green Vine Old Man is amazed, with a large sleeve, 7 spirit talisman, lined up, brilliance, and a 7th level light curtain. 1st level, 2 levels, 3rd level. The ice blade breaks through the 3rd level light curtain without any stagnation, and the edge is sharply reduced, and the knife is frustrated. You are a monstrous talent. Green Vine Old Man looked at King Shan with hatred and fear. His hands were swaying, and the green dragon that was shattered outside the temple once again aggregated and flew into the temple. It's endless. King Shan's heart, regardless of the dragon behind the claws, gave up the power of the spirit turtle dark armor, and gave up the wings of the wind, arrogantly putting everything monster chi, strength, killing intent, all are poured into the blade. 4th level, 5th level, 6th level. The light curtains were torn apart one by one, just under the thin 1st level. Green Vine Old Man immediately remembered that the last time he was cut off, the cold feeling, he never wanted to try second. Desperately urging the King Long, he hit the King Shan vest. Boom. A muffled sound, followed by a subtle bone-shattering sound. Thank you. King Shan spit out a blood, dismissed the injury and took advantage of the knife. The last 1st level light curtain, broken. Fellow Taoist, save me. Green Vine Old Man exclaimed. If he was smashed at the beginning of his skull, even if he could not return to life. The hall that was still unmoving in the storm, twisted and changed, was nothing but a fantasy. A long green sword appeared from the void, and the blue light circulated on the blade, slowly passing through an arc, and returned to the sheath, as if dreamy. The broken blade is rotated and flies up and inserted on the ground. A thin red mark appeared in Li Qingshan's throat. His face was calm. He glanced at the broken knife in his hand and looked at Fu Qingjin on his side to give birth to an icy chill. It turned out that this is the face of the trap. Fu Qingjin, you monstrous talent, cannot die. Green vine old man ecstasy, like the heart of the stone to put down, but faint and somewhat uneasy. Always feel that this reface, not the last powerful and terrible. Watching Li Qingshan calm the uneasiness in his heart is more intense. No, this is impossible. I hope that you can protect him all the time. One day, I will take him, and you will kneel down. Right, my name is North Moon. Li Qingshan straightened up and his body gradually faded. Just clone? Fu Qingjin's fluorescent flow. A clone has such strength, it is really amazing. The faint feeling that it was not possible to kill it at the beginning may be a big mistake. In the lakes of the distant mountains, Li Qingshan opened his eyes and sat up from the water, subconsciously touching his neck. How? Asked Little An. I almost got rid of the old boy, but it was stopped, and he smashed clone, and he was also an old friend, Fu Qingjin. Li Qingshan flashed cold in his eyes. That is, he led Millipede, forced Millipede self-detonation monster core, deep hatred, more than 3 mountains old man. If you join forces with Little An and go to Green Vine Mountain, can you kill him? Do you want to shoot? Little An flashed in the middle of the fire. No, that sword is too sharp. I am afraid that even the spirit turtle dark armor can't resist it. Last time, he probably didn't take the shot seriously. Li Qingshan hearted for a moment, pondered for a moment, and finally shook his head. This time, he has a deeper understanding of Fu Qingjin's strength. Stronger sword, one with the sword, playing an extraordinary and terrible power. That sword, perhaps more than magical artifact, reached the point of magical treasure. Go back and investigate. 10 Exalted Sword of Hidden Sword Palace. In the middle of the sword, Li Qingshan had a feeling that the power of 1/10 of the sword did not play out. Originally, as a Foundation establishment cultivator, it is impossible to motivate magical treasure. But the inheritance of the cultural technique of Hidden Sword Palace is impossible. After 2 years of yin, not only Li Qingshan is making progress. Innate skill wizards. Fu Qingjin with the sword is also making progress. The speed is equally amazing, and every fusion with Verdant Ruins sword makes his strength stronger. Alright, wait for me to make a bunch of skull rosary, and then compare with him. Little An also agreed that Li Qingshan is still a little bit to be able to build Tiger Demon 3rd layer, and the strength of the two can go even further. It is best to refine your skeleton sword. With ordinary weapons, it is impossible to fight with him. I have to find a way to get a handful of weapons. The ice blade made from the huge whale-absorbing water blade can only be regarded as unsatisfactory. Whether it is strong or sharp, it cannot meet the requirements of Li Qingshan. It is better for the weaker rivals. With the divine weapon, the strength of the fierce enemy is really too bad. However, Li Qingshan is still in a good mood. After some confirmation, at least he is no longer slaughtered as in the past. He certainly can't deal with Fu Qingjin now. Fu Qingjin can't take him. His mother, anyway, idle is also idle. After I use the clone to kill once a day, I see you can keep the old guy a few times. Little An smiles. Fellow Taoist Fu, how can this be good? If that monstrous talent, every day with clone to assassinate, what should I do? Green Vine Old Man worried, not the 3 mountains old man, the most wise one, immediately thought of at this point. I will help you to set up a tease dust array in Green Vine Mountain. Even if Monster General is in it, it is a dead end, you can rest assured. Oh, that's the only way. But I'm a sect leader, I'm scared to go out by a Monster General. What's the face? What is the face of the Monster Execution Union? The Palace Lord has already negotiated with Inksee's Dragon King. This is not the case. If Monster Race refuses to give an account, then there is only one battle. Green Vine Old Man said, that's what you want. When it's time, I'm afraid I don't dare to go out and go. Sect Leader Dai Auf took a group of Green Vine disciple and came to see him. He tried to press his heart and fear, not to look at the top of the messy Green Vine Mountain. Yu Shokyuang followed, and made up his mind, no, you must think about it, leave Green Vine Mountain and go to Li King Shan. I think it's done. It's not right. You should follow the oath of all kings, human race and monster to get along with each other. What are you writing about this? You open the dog's eyes and give me a clear count. Rongzi P. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 389 Chapter 21 Identity and Doubt. Every word in the report has a cup size, and the calligraphy is very bad. It looks awkward, like a child's handiwork. As for the content, it seems to prove this monster is very bad to kill. Green Vine Mountain is not without mistakes. What do you have to do to collect the herbs? Of course, monster is still wrong. It must be punished. It's a few words, it's vague and ambiguous. Commander, I don't want to write, it is Green Vine Sect Leader, I don't want to cooperate, I don't know what to write, I can't make it all. Li King Shan spread his hands, helpless. I don't care, you have to edit it for me, you have to edit it for me. You are commander. I am commander. Wang Pushi took out the authority of commander and forced Li King Shan to submit. You are too unreasonable. Hey, let your kid mad, now know what is called the official level of the dead. Wang Pushi sneered. Li King Shan also gave birth to a 3-point anger, and shot a table. When it comes to the head, the root of this mission is Hulei. They are not dead, I am not familiar with them. Green Vine Old Man root did not take me. This little chi refining warrior is in my eyes, so I have so many impressions for them. The two men were glaring at each other, blowing a breeze and shaking their hair. They looked back at the same time. I don't know when. Gu Yanying was sitting on a bench in the corner of the room with her legs crossed. Commander Gu, the two men said in unison. Wang Pushi was busy coming out from behind the table and saluting Gu Yanying. The official level is crushing the dead. Li King Shan sighed and was glanced at Wang Pushi. King Shan younger brother, is there any dissatisfaction with my task? Gu Yanying flashed and came to the table and picked up the thin report. No, just think that there are too many 10,000 words. Li King Shan was completely unaware of her trajectory. Compared to her speed, Blood Shadow was like climbing on the ground. Even if it is incarnated by Monster General, it is also not her opponent. But at this strange speed, I am afraid that even the escape cannot escape. 10,000 words? Gu Yanying laughed. Old Wang, you can be considered a public feud. Don't dare. Commander's task is to complete 100%. This is a perfunctory thing, and he has a great love for Commander. Wang Pushi ignored Li King Shan's glare. After you met Green Vine Old Man, did you come back? Gu Yanying suddenly asked, and God's God transformation was sharp as an eagle, which seemed to penetrate the hearts of the people. Yes. Li King Shan bowed her head and did not dare to look at her, fearing to show flaws. That Mr. Good show, that monster went to Green Vine Mountain again. If it wasn't for Fu Qingjin, he almost smashed Green Vine Old Man. Gu Yanying leaned back at the table. Cross your arms. Commander, can monster be killed? Wang Pushi asked. No, it's just a clone. A clone has this power. If you are a shot, I am afraid that Fu Qingjin may not eat it. Gu Yanying smiled and glanced at Li King Shan. Li King Shan listened in silence, but felt Gu Yanying's sight never left him. Once upon a time, this was his hope, but at this time, he only felt a lot of pressure. Gu Yanying is another turn. King Shan younger brother, you said, what is monster thinking? Li King Shan said, I want to die. Is it? He is doing this on his own way, against the oath of all kings, breaking the peace now, even if monster will not spare him. Li King Shan raised the head, staring at Gu Yanying's eyes. He faintly felt, Yanning already knows what, the report is specially arranged, and the words are beaten. Then asking to be calm. It is a blessing, not a curse, but a curse. Wang Pushi said, whereas your kid thinking so simple, he thinks his Dragon King will easily surrender the same family, it will be called 10 Sides Monster King. But if it is not handled properly, I am afraid it will lead to a big fight. I just came to deal with this. No matter what monster thought, I hope that he can stop a little while during this time. Yanning said that walking towards the door, Li King Shan felt a tight heart and breathed a sigh of relief. I saw her stop and look back. Right, call back to rewrite, 10,000 words, 1 word cannot be less. Wang Pushi laughed and patted Li King Shan's shoulder. What did Yanning know? Know how much? Do you want to get out of the air and leave it? But seeing her doesn't mean to go deeper. If I leave, I am not too timid and afraid of her. Speaking of it, she is also a half-demon. Although it is not the same as my half-demon, but I may see that I am more cordial, not only does not harm me, but also love. If I don't already have a woman, this is a good chance to get close to her. May also be. Don't be crazy, that woman is not a goddess of dreams, and does not care to put the deaths of tens of thousands of people into the plan. How many pounds do you have? 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, Illusory Cloud Island. Li King Shan stared at the bamboo outside the window, thinking about it. Then he bowed his head and looked at the white paper on the table. He meditated and sighed, 10,000 words. In the end, Li King Shan did not choose to leave the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, no matter what Yanning knew, but not as malicious. He feels like this, if she is really determined to deal with him, even if she flees to Demon's World, it is also in ruin. Human race identity, the benefits it brings to him, there are too many. If you drop this piece, the speed of cultivation will be greatly reduced, which is intolerable. Even if you take risks, you will not hesitate. Beloved disciple, are you writing a novel? Liu Kunfing came forward and poured tea on the tea. No. What is it doing? It's a report from Eagle Wolf Guard. Li King Shan explained the story. This is not easy. The master will help you write. This is my best. Liu Kunfing patted his chest. That's good. Li King Shan stunned. Liu Kunfing immediately sat down, splashing ink and flying the pen. But at an hour, a 4D report was freshly released. Give it. You can take it and copy it again. Thank you. Li King Shan took a trip. His content was broad, his thoughts were profound, his rhetoric was gorgeous, and he discussed in depth the meaning of the Oath of All Kings and the contradiction between humans and monsters. Li King Shan felt very inspired and gave a 3-point admiration to Liu Kunfing. That, beloved disciple, discuss things with you. Liu Kunfing squatted. Sorry. What's up? Can you lend me spiritual stones? Liu Kunfing added another cup of tea to Li King Shan. What do you want to do with spiral stones? You won't go to Cloud and Rain building again. No, I want to buy true spiritual pill for Foundation establishment. Liu Kunfing has been trying Foundation establishment for months, but it has never been successful. The key issue is that he is poor and can't afford true spiritual pill. Although he has now restored the dignity of the novel schoolmaster, the novel is not a spiritual stone, so he is still poor and can't afford true spiritual pill. The combination of wish power can be used for cultivation, but it can't be used to break through realm. I was distressed when I saw Li King Shan coming back. I thought that my apprentice seemed to be quite rich. Li King Shan stunned. And the patriarch was mixed with this, which was really pitiful. I can't do it. Liu Kunfing's face is red, and patriarch borrows spiral stones from the discipline. I don't know when it will be returned. You can't borrow spiring stones, borrow 2 true spiritual pills. Li King Shan thought. Are you really? After listening to the first half of the sentence, Liu Kunfing was disappointed. After listening to the sentence, he couldn't believe his ears. How can Chi refining warrior be willing to borrow true spiritual pill? Of course. In the speech, Li King Shan took out the 2 boxes and placed them on the table. Is this really for me? Liu Kunfing swallowed, spitting, opening the box. It is not surprising. Which is the long-awaited true spiritual pill, brilliance and seductive. Not give, I will pay back later. Li Qingshan reiterated. Okay, I must, before you need it. Liu Kunfing was deeply touched. Although Li Qingshan does not say it, he can imagine how much Li Qingshan had to pay to get these two true spiritual pills, which is the preparation for the foundation establishment in the future. Now, without any hesitation, even if the contract is not lent to him, what a trust. The nose is sore. Put your hand on Li Qingshan's shoulder. Qingshan can receive your discipline. The teacher is really lucky. It doesn't have to be like this. You can achieve foundation establishment success, and it will be good for the entire novel school. I can follow it. Li Qingshan still has almost 40 true spiritual pills, and it is harmless to borrow too. As for Liu Kunfing, he wouldn't even think about it. He didn't even think about it. He didn't trust Liu Kunfing's character, but he trusted his strength. If he dared to take it, he would take it back. The thief, I kindly help you. You dare to black me? Pay with your life. Right, don't tell others that I gave it, or else there are 4. He has true spiritual pill, but the less people know the better. Well, I don't say anyone. Liu Kunfing has moved his eyes red, his voice trembled, which clearly does not want to let this thing spread, lost his face of patriarch. How careful, so intimate. Qingshan, I am leaving. Liu Kunfing no longer said anything, stood up and walked out the door, the corner of his eyes, another drop of crystal sliding. Is there such an exaggeration? Li Qingshan scratched his head. What is so exaggerated? A familiar voice came from the window. Rongzi. Li Qingshan looked back, at the window, a familiar face smiled. But is it Han Rongzi? Hey, kid. I haven't been carrying a girl recently. What do you want to do? Don't be honest. I've heard it. Han Rongzi pressed his heart and excited, pretending to be serious. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 390. Chapter 22, Seeing the Father-in-Law. Li Qingshan came directly to the window and embraced the petite body and hugged it into the house. What are you doing? Oh, Han Rongzi did not finish the words. He sealed the lips, and he refused to hold on to him. He held his broad back and responded enthusiastically. He fell down on the floor and rolled a few laps. I want to die. How come it took so long to come out? But it is the chi refining 10th level. It is stupid. Li Qingshan pressed her under her face. Her face was full of smiles. Finished this sentence, kissed again. You dare to say me, if it wasn't for you, how could I spend so much time? What are you doing with your clothes? Han Rongzi turned over and squatted at his waist. It's all bad for me. I'm sinning now. Li Qingshan had taken off his shirt, revealing a strong body and a backhand to solve her belt. Why are you taking off my clothes? Han Rongzi grabbed his hand and narrowed his eyes. You let me stay alone for so long, is it difficult to sin? Li Qingshan turning over, she took her under her body, grabbed her hand and pressed it on both sides. Almost let you get away with it. Tell me clearly, what did you do during this time? What happened to you with Ruxin? Otherwise I would like to move me a hair. Han Rongzi struggled for a moment, but he could not get away. Good big strength, still so arrogant. Do you believe that I still don't believe? Li Qingshan leaned over and stared at her eyes. She experienced many tests and endured a lot of hopes. As long as she can be honest with her, it is worth it. Han Rongzi looked up at his hot and bright eyes, and he believed in his heart, but smiled and shook his head gently. Do not believe. Well, you are Han Rongzi. Dare not believe in it. Let me discipline it. Li Qingshan was angry and scratched her itch, looking at the sensitive part of her. Get up and down your hand. Okay, I believe. Han Rongzi struggled. The enemy is not able to resist his strength. The letter will do, but I am as good as jade. Do not believe that you can personally verify it. Li Qingshan raised his hand, the 4 windows closed, and then waved, a light blue screen, covering the room. How do you verify this? Hey, Stop. Han Qianzi struggled, his clothes were getting less and less, his face was more and more red, and his heart was only happy. Even a little hope. After a while, the clothes are all over the floor, and the jade body is aging. Two hot bodies, entangled together, encourage each other's enthusiasm and caress hugs. Seems to want to integrate. After some lingering, the two men embraced each other and prepared to leave. Han Qianzi kneels on Li Qingshan's chest and blinks. What did you call yourself? What? Li Qingshan only cares for her slender legs like a piece of art. The lower abdomen immediately punched a fist. He regained his gaze. What? Don't you hurt? Han Qianzi was amazed, letting him free himself from the state of thinking in the lower body. She used true chi, but it didn't work. Of course it hurts. It hurts. Li Qingshan said with no sincerity, bowed her head and kissed her elegant neck. Let me. Han Qianzi smiled and raised his body. It was another punch. This time, squatting down, used 5 cents. But seeing Li Qingshan's eyes, she only fell on her chest that trembled with her movements. She said, "You are like this again? I will put on my clothes." Looking at his fist, I have to wonder if I have reached it. Chi refining 10th level. Okay, you have something to say. I can't blame me for this. The big beauty holding a naked body can't be you, it's a man who can't concentrate on Jing God. What did you say about the husband? Did I marry you? Han Qianzi was awkward but shy. Li Qingshan shines brightly, holding Han Qianzi aside, then gets up and starts to wear clothes. Where are you going? Han Qianzi was amazed. I am going to see you. You are waiting here. I will come back after a quarter of an hour. No need to wear clothes. Li Qingshan smiled confidently. They have promised that after she leaves the customs, she will get married, and then she can do it. Give me a stop. Do you mean that I am doing this kind of thing? Han Qianzi both angry and amused. Just kidding. However, it's really a bit too much to wait. Not just this kind of thing. Li Qingshan grabbed her hand and smiled. She is not the most beautiful woman he has ever seen, nor is it the gentlest and most powerful, but it is the best for him. If you just want to meet you hope, it is too simple. Whether it is the Cloud and Rain building on the ground, or the underground night walker, can make him you. However, no woman can replace her position in his heart. Kian can't. He is not a person who does not know how to be satisfied. He is willing to have one heart, and the white head is not separated. At this moment, I want to marry her wife without hesitation. Han Qianzi is intoxicated and gently embraces him. Tonight, I will be in the house, I will celebrate. Who is in a hurry? Li Qingshan smiled and ate her another punch. This time Li Qingshan is not willing to show weakness. A slap in the palm of her hand, falling on her white buttocks, immediately leaving a red mark. Big vigor. Han Qianzi screamed, and he had to retaliate back. He was pulled by Li Qingshan and entangled in it. 70 miles away from Clear River Prefecture, there is a mountain named Huqiu. Huqiushan is not high, only 100 feet, but the area is vast. There are thousands of acres of land. The gentle hillside is like a tiger's back, and countless pavilions. It is the location of Han. The 10-foot-high wall is divided into the inner city and the outer city. The turret is lined up and guarded. It is like a fortress. It is also brightly lit in the dark. On the 100 steps, it is a Tunman building, a high plaque, and the 3 characters of the general army. The stone lion is not in front of the door, but a pair of white jade tigers, lying on the stone seat, lifelike, like a living thing, watching the strangers not far away. The symbol of the military school is the tiger seal of the commander army, named Tiger Seal. The white tiger is a gold, but also the god of war, the god of killing. This is your home. Li Qingshan looked up and sighed at Han family's family. How? Follow me, you earned. I won't be enough if you earned it. Others, I am not rare. Hey, the tone is really big. I don't know, but you have already established foundation? Han Qianzi squinted, but he liked his arrogance. Compared with those who want to climb the Han family, such a hero is the one she loves. Suddenly a little nervous, Li King Shan took a gift from 100 treasure pouch and took a breath. The gift is also prepared by Han Kaiengzi. It is not suitable for the taste of Han Lao's father-in-law. Li King Shan can't help but have to say a few words. Sure enough, I can't wait, but my heart is to feel this affection. Are you nervous? Han Kaiengzi is curious. It's not because of you. Kaiengzi. What if you don't agree with your daddy? This is not a cranky thought, but Li King Shan has a hunch. The complex information in the tortoise shell indicates some kind of omen. This trip will not be as imagined. That's just fine. I won't refuse. Han Kaiengzi is full of confidence. Han Anjun has no reason to be dissatisfied. Over the years, she has not seen such a satisfaction with a person. Even if Han family considers it, she will promise it. I really don't agree. Li King Shan laughed. If he wants to agree, I will run away with you. Han Kaiengzi looked at Li King Shan, his eyes burning, this feeling, blazing fire, never going forward. Beware of being abandoned by me. Li King Shan's heart is tender and watery. Who can such a woman leave? Then I will go with you. Han Kaiengzi gave him a look. Dang dang dang. Hey. Dong 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 dong. At this time, Jing clock long cry, gongs and drums. The entire Han family was alarmed and mobilized. Li King Shan was surprised. What is going on? There are foreign enemies. Han Kaiengzi has no accidents, but is angry and helpless. In Han family, this kind of exercise is often there. Han family's defense, Han Anjun's Han family attack. She is no stranger to this scene, but I did not expect it to happen tonight. That foreign enemy, I will not say it. Li King Shan pointed at his nose. He knew that Han Anjun, the future father-in-law, was a standard war madman. It was the future of the son-in-law. The test. Han family, Han Anjun wearing armor, holding a sword, sitting in front of the main hall, as if the enemy. This time, unlike the ordinary exercise, the tiger guards, standing on both sides, the faces hidden in the armor, eyes staring ahead. They are not the ordinary Han family disciple, but the real army known as the Han family. Under the leadership of Han Anjun, he attacked demon eccentrics and attacked the evil sect. All of them were battled and stood still, and there was a chilling temper. This time, Li King Shan, Han Anjun actually combined the two forces of Han family and Han family. Han Tai holds a long gun, a bright silver armor, and more looks like a sword eyebrow, handsome and heroic. Call me to order, life and death, no matter, block him. Han Anjun indifferently, as if to enter is not a son-in-law, but a real enemy. No. Han Tai led the way and led the soldiers. The iron boots stepped on the sound, and the nails collided, squeaking, and tidy, converge into a steel torrent, rolling away. No, it is us. Han Kaiengzi grabbed his hand. Li King Shan moved her heart and clenched her hand. From now on, there is another person who can fight alongside him. The door opened and Li King Shan and Han Kaiengzi looked at each other and walked side by side. On the door, a team of archers, full of long bows in their hands. Inside the gate, a team of soldier, holding a spear, is waiting. For white light illuminates from the shackles of the two white jade tigers, shaking the body, standing up from the stone seat, up to two squats, the mighty, and the wild owl, swooping down. Can I throw away the gift? Li King Shan looked at the tiger that was thrown, slightly biased, and whispered to Han Kaiengzi. This kind of miscellaneous old man is not worthy of his gift. No. Okay. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 391 Chapter 23, Meet the Father-in-law. Middle. Li King Shan flew through between the two white tigers. The white tiger is not losing momentum, aiming at Han Kaiengzi. They are not living things. There is no point of enemies, and once driven by the master, they will tear everything in front of them. Han Kaiengzi incited the law, and did not look at the white tiger. Seeing the wind blowing up the long hair, the claws caught in front of him, and the hard life stopped. Li King Shan spread his arms and grabbed two tiger tails. The white tiger roared and screamed, and his teeth danced, and he couldn't get in. and he returned to bite Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan screamed and swayed like a gyro. The two tiger tails were shaken straight, and the two white jade tigers, which weighed thousands of scorpions, flew up and through a few dozen feet, and banged out two deep pits. Great divine power. No wonder dare to come to Han family for a kiss. The Han family children on the door of this shocked house were all moving, and they quickly shot, and the arrows were all in one. The avalanche collapses and the bowstring sounds like a cracked stone. Hey, the arrows are like clouds. Blazing firebird? Han Qianzi screamed. Li Qingshan was in front of her eyes, and it was a bright light. A flamingo was flying in the air, and she launched a 10-foot fire wing. It rushed through the dark clouds and rushed to the gatehouse. It suddenly turned into a fierce fire, and the archers repeatedly retreated and collapsed. This is your home. Li Qingshan looked back. Hey, this kind of home is better than nothing. Under the door of the black hole, near the 100 sergeants, holding the longe, arranged in a square, murderous aura. Come on, alert. A chi refining 8th level, an old man with a splayed character, is thunderous. Longe fell, pointing straight to the front. Two figures, Li Qingshan and Han Qianzi, walked around. It seems to be a couple walking, and is still talking in a low voice. Is this really just a concierge? Li Qingshan saw the front of the battle and was slightly amazed. The so-called concierge is also known as the janitor. I have never seen a concierge that has such an imposing manner, repaired with such a strong. We generally call the gate army. There are 8, divided into 8. The commander is the door of the centurion. Han Qianzi smiled and explained. Young lady, this thing has nothing to do with you. You quickly retreat. You have to hurt you. Boy. There is a kind of you to come to yourself. Depends on a woman into a thing. What a man. Let the old man teach you. What is infatuation? The door of the centurion? The centurion shouted. Longe dance, sharp winds, whiskers shaking, Jingshan, not half old. The centurion. This is the matter of the two of us. If you want to go alone, what is the meaning? If in the ring, Han Qianzi still has to call a grandfather. This is like the two armies. Do not read the affair, only commensurate with the military. What's wrong? Han Qianzi suddenly. Li Qingshan looked at himself and touched his face. Nothing. Just think you are beautiful today. At this time, I still talk nonsense. Han Qianzi's face is red, just about to meet her. Li Qingshan holds her shoulder. Give it to me here, you will recover some strength. I also want to teach this Dorman centurion, what is called a son-in-law. It is unstoppable. Han Qianzi is laughing. This guy, sometimes it's just not serious. Getting it lighter. Good. No. Li Qingshan and the Dorman centurion answered at the same time. The two looked at each other and smiled. Kill. By Fu Longfinger, the door of the army 100 people, at the same time broke out a loud noise. Kill. Footsteps. Long Drulin, sharp 4 she, 100 people out, actually like 1,000 horses, killing Li Qingshan. Centurion said, by the strength of chi refining 8th level, what is the origin of novel school? How to deserve the young lady? It must be based on rhetoric, mixed with young lady. Also dare boasts said to start lighter. Really I don't know how to treat them as the ordinary chi refining warrior. No matter how you look at it. There are hundreds of enemies here, and the same chi refining 8th level is sure to win. Boom! A loud noise interrupted the thoughts of the centurion. In front of the door, the screams screamed and slammed into the wall of the door, from far to near, like a monster rushing forward. Treading waveform. Li Qingshan's waves rushed forward and fit forward, such as the arrow from the string. Straight into the military formation. Vortex form. Li Qingshan. The water in the right hand turned sharply. The whole person seemed to be a huge drill bit and rushed forward. When I met a sergeant, I flew directly, and I was involved in change. I was divided and split. In an instant, through the military formation, came to the centurion. Grandpa looks at the trick. The centurion stunned. And he thought that his gate army would be so vulnerable. How to show weakness? A loud scream, Chang Guang before she, under the floor tiles broken, double-handed, full blow, stabbed Li King Shan. Chang and the drill bit collided fiercely, and the sound was like a chainsaw to cut metal, but only for a moment. Chang collapsed. The centurion was shocked and retreated, and the tiger's mouth of both hands was torn together. The water wave drill bit was drilled on him by the female scorpion daughter or unstoppable trend. The body of the body was true chi, fragile like paper, and the light armor was split. My life is resting. The centurion sighed in the heart, did not expect a lifetime campaign, will actually die here. The terrible power of this battle skill. The moment he met, he knows the clear, flesh and blood body, it is difficult to resist. Did not feel any pain, bowed his head, the body is already naked, but did not suffer point damage. Looked up. Li King Shan is standing in front of him, smiling at him, cannot help but stunned. All this is slow, from the display of vortex form by Li King Shan, to the defeat of the centurion. A breath of effort is not enough. Han Qiangzi is also surprised. She knew Li King Shan means, even if chi refining is better than his Hai Chu Tan, it is not his opponent. It is not the door of the army can block. Let him start lighter. Don't hurt the old man who looked at her. But I did not expect that he won so fast and so simple, and it did not hurt the centurion. The heart is full of pride. This is the man he values. Always gives people a surprise. Whoever underestimated him, is blinding his eyes. I lost. Your kid is still a bit of a thing. Then it is not so simple. I advise you to retreat early. Accidentally, I am afraid to lose the Xing life. The centurion was awe-inspiring, and there was no scorn in the middle of the squad. It was not particularly good to break through the geese. He could barely do it. But he can tear his clothes. But he doesn't hurt him. It proves that he still has a lot of spare power. For the control of the battle skill, it is the realm that arrives at the micro, and if you really do life and death, this 110th person is afraid that this kid is not enough to kill. Young lady is looking for such a monster. It's a bit of a vision. Old is still blocking. Han Qiangzi walked to Li King Shan, pointing to the centurion. The old man is dumb. Filthy young lady's eyes. Elder puff, a red face, busy blocking the lower body. In any case, it has been tainted many times recently. It's not strange. Han Qiangzi's heart evokes Li King Shan's arm. Go. How about recovery? Li King Shan asked. You are so fast, how can I have time to reply? Yeah, how can a man be too fast? The lady can rest assured. I will try to be slower later. Li King Shan smiled and kicked Han Qiangzi. Don't listen to me, this is at my house. I haven't seen a home that will repair the city. After talking, the two crossed the gatehouse. Li King Shan stopped, and saw a large open space in front of him, surrounded by high walls on all sides, and the arrow tower was continuous. It was actually a city. The only way to pass through the city is the huge gate cast by a black iron. 1,000 feet ahead. I only listened to the sound of the piano, a tall man wearing a high crown, a long-shouldered man, and a tall building. Cao Shuxiu's piano is still so good, Han Qiangzi said as he whispered to Li King Shan. This Cao Shuxiu, the famous name Cao Gan, is my military sergeant. Not only is chi refining 10th level, whose people are better known for their resourcefulness and enthusiasm, seems to be arrogant and wants to keep us in this city. Li King Shan is a grin, a marriage of a man and a woman. Isn't it just natural? How can this Korean old child be like a thief? And it is difficult to be a metamorphosis of a daughter. Qiangzi, it's over. It seems that your father doesn't like the kid around you. Even if you see it, it's in vain. Now, you can't get back. Cao Gan said while playing the piano. I like him or not. I like it enough. Is it because I am married, or is he married? Han Qiangzi was also provoked by fire, unceremonious. Say well. Li King Shan drove up and went straight to Cao Gan. The thief first smashed the king, and what about 10th level chi refining warrior? The city wall can block ordinary people, but it can stop the cultivator. The so-called yucking is just a joke. Hey, the strings tremble. It is now. The man flashed in the cold. On the four walls, many archers explored the shackles, and the strong bows were smashed, the bowstrings were released, and the trigger was pulled. With a bang, sky-flooding arrow rain, covering the sky at the same time, the sound of the mechanical rotation in the 12 towers, not one of the archers, but a black giant scorpion, carved into a dragon shape. The gem dragon eye flashes, automatically adjust the direction. Jing is indeed locked in the air. Leaking Shan, a long mouth, sprayed a spear-like giant arrow. The dragon body arrow smashed and popped a giant arrow, and it continued to send out, like a dragon to breathe. Mohist school mechanism trenches, killing enemies thousands of steps, each worth more than high-grade spirit artifact. The special long-ring cloud, the magic spell True Chi, is also worth a lot. Ordinary people, even if they can afford it, can't afford it. The two are one. She kills Chi refining warrior like a dog. King Shan. Han Qiangzi got up and waited for help. A bunch of arrows and rain wanted her to rush. She waved her swords and opened the layers of arrows and rain. On the ground, she was full of sharp arrows, but she could only watch. Li King Shan was drowned by the arrow rain. This is not a test. It is killing. Li King Shan snorted and shunned sideways. The letter grabbed a giant cloud-carrying arrow that passed by and slammed into the crossbar. He smashed and flew a few clouds and arrows, and the dripping of the dance did not leak. RQ. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 392. The 25th chapter meets the father-in-law below. Li King Shan saw that the city was getting smaller and farther away from the foot. In a blink of an eye, it was covered by a cloud of arrows and rain. The cloud group was tearing and tearing, and it was dark and shocking. If it was slower, the end was not so fierce and uncomfortable. Cao Gan smiled leisurely, as if he had already expected this scene. Be careful. Han Qiangzi is not happy. In an instant, the blazing white light illuminates the night, and the light of Li King Shan's eyes screams. Li King Shan was hit by a heavenly thunder and fell from the sky. Han family children are not allowed to fly in the generals. Because of the entire mansion, they are covered with formation. Once they are officially launched, even if they are Foundation Establishment Cultivator, don't think about it. Neither Li King Shan nor Han Qiangzi have ever thought about this, and this time they will encounter such obstruction. Cao Ganyi raised his hand and the arrow rained. Eat this thunder, don't lie for 10 days and a half, don't think about it. The generals mobilized so many people, it is too much to take this kid seriously. King Shan. King Shan. Li King Shan fell in Han Qiangzi's arms and saw her face full of concern and anger. I don't care, it doesn't seem to be serious. Turning over, this kind of lightning strike is like tickling compared to thunder. Tribulation is still obsessed with it. You can't pass through the city. You don't even have a chance for a neat tenth. You can continue to do so. It's just an increase in injuries. Cao's brow wrinkled, and he couldn't think of the body's body so fierce. Even the formation heavenly thunder can withstand it. Let's go. We don't need my consent. I am a man, I don't need a woman to teach me how to do it. Li King Shan said proudly. Leave Han Qiangzi a tall and wide back and look back and smile. This is not you, it is us. The smile was so bright in the sun, Han Qiangzi couldn't speak for a moment, stood up and bit his teeth. What big words. Where do you want to go? I will accompany you. Li King Shan smiled slightly and pointed to the city. The surname of Cao, I just took care of it. Let you be proud of it. I am going to hurt you now. The scorpion is a child, and the mouth is mad. Put the arrow. This time is handed over to me, stinky man. Let you see and see a woman. Li King Shan was coming forward. Han Qiangzi passed by him, and he smiled and stood. 12 trenches locked Han Qiangzi together, but 5 of them immediately lost her figure. It turned out that she did not take Cao Gan directly, but followed the dead corner of the trench attack and flew to the side wall. Hey, the giant arrow rushed, and Han Qiangzi didn't return. Turning on the wall, like a flat, the giant arrow passed by and was deeply nailed into the wall. As Han family eldest young lady, she is very familiar with the way these wars are judged and attacked. She jumped onto the wall and rushed into a narrow tower. Looking up at the front is a trench, The gem dragon eye flashes. She looks like a weak willow wind. Down the trend, the giant arrow rubbing the nose and whistling past her body shape. On the side of the trench, I took a shot and the dragon eye went down and stopped working. On both sides of the arrow tower, the squadron rushed in. The tower door suddenly opened, and the heat wave came to the surface. I saw Han Qianzi squatting down, and True Chi turned into a raging fire, and it was fiery and screamed, "Give me away!" Like a rush of fire, dragging a long fire tail, whistling to another tower, leaving a flame trail on the city. In a twinkling of an eye, she invaded like a fire, circled the city for a week, shut down all the trenches and landed in front of Kaogan. She gasped slightly and her body weakened. Although third fire True Chi was very destructive, it was very fast. "Young lady, you grew up." Cao Qian sighed, his fingers slammed, the sound of the music was disordered, and the sound of the sound was turned into a sharp edge. When the jingle rang, Han Qianzi stepped back and the long blade swam around, blocking the sound waves, but a thin blood mark on the cheek. She knows that Cao Gangxiu is deep and far-reaching, and he is waiting for his work. He is more proactive. He is so procrastinating that he will never win. His heart is swaying, his body is blazing, he is slashing his knife, and a figure is in front of him. Cao Gan's heart was slightly shocked. See Li Qingshan's body covering the first level of thin water curtain, and his heart disdain. With the water curtain of the district, I also want to resist my music. It is more urgent to play the strings under the hands, as if the bowl of pearls fell into the jade plate. However, the first level water curtain on Li Qingshan was unexpectedly tough, and the sound waves stirred up countless ripples, but they could not be penetrated. After the completion of the Spirit Turtle third layer, Li Qingshan's performance of various water element magic spells has become extremely strong. Facing the sound waves, striding forward, the sound of the heavens flutters. Cao Gan hand pressed a button, and the 7 strings were stretched together to the pinnacle, releasing a fierce sound wave, running through the tearing water curtain. Cao Gan was too late to be happy. A group of black shadows, shrouded down, Li Qingshan despised. 2 red light flashed. Boom! Li Qingshan did not say anything, grabbed the Gkin, and took a shot on Cao Gan. "Are you enough?" Cao Gan slammed into a group of squadrons who came to the rescue, overwhelmed, and the eyes were incredible. How could the 8th level Qi refining warrior be able to resist his whistle at such a close distance? Li Qingshan was ragged, and he took a look at it, revealing the skin of the bronze, unscathed. The Gkin in his hand trembled and seemed to want to return to his master. How could he rival Li Qingshan's divine power? His brow wrinkled and his hands were twisted. This is a rare high-grade spirit artifact Gkin. Compared to the sword weapons come, we must be more fragile, and we can live with the strength of Li Qingshan, and we will send a painful moan. "My piano!" Cao Qian screamed. "Qingshan!" Han Qianzi hold Li Qingshan's arm and look at his face. Say, "Are you angry? Am I not letting you shoot? I can't always see him hurting you." Han Qianzi touched the cheek. This kind of minor injury, used to being used from small to large, even she did not do the same thing, smiled slightly, being cared for. It was really good. "Uncle Cao, this time, can we count that we won?" You won, give me the piano." Cao Gan sang. "Okay, I will give it back to you." Han Qianzi smashed Li Qingshan with elbows. Li Qingshan's body was swing back, his arms raised, and he made a perfect posture for throwing. Qin turned into a little black point and flew far below the mountain. "Kid you!" Cao Gan quickly chased the past. "You are too bad, it is the life of Uncle Cao." Han Qianzi laughed. "You are also my life." Li Qingshan's hand stroked her cheek, and the scars disappeared. "It's disgusting." Han Qianzi's face is red, and his heart is slightly sweet. "This time, I really don't mean that," Li Qingshan said. The two passed through the city and went further. It was a horse, and there was no obstacle. Only Han house people in the buildings were whispering. "Look, that is Li Qingshan." I heard that the strength is very powerful. I heard that the Dorman army and the military masters have all been defeated. What? It is only the chi refining 8th level. It must be the help of young lady. It's really a woman's big stay. Hananjun is like a military camp in the way of governing the army. In front of the city gate, it is also a combat challenge field. Pingr is used to train Han family children inside the cow. I saw 300 soldier, or standing or lying, and some whispered and disciplined. Only Han Tai, holding a long gun and standing straight, like a statue, until he saw the appearance of Li Qingshan and Han Qiangzi, suddenly opened, ready to meet the enemy. 300 soldier just stood up and turned around and looked at it, staring at it, a messy piece, without any array at all. But there is a kind of unrecognizable thing that connects them. 300 tall, chunky and thin people are totally different. This is my escort's guardian army. It is Jingru in Jingru, and I can't carelessly. Han Qiangzi looked in his eyes and suffered in his heart. That is, if you beat them, you will see you stunned. Without Han Qiangzi, Li Qingshan wouldn't care. The scary murderous aura of these soldiers, even let him also give birth to a sense of crisis. If you can't win, we must find a way to get through here quickly and go straight to the inner city. Li Qingshan stepped forward and laughed loudly. Small nephew, see your future brother-in-law. Don't you come over to see the ceremony soon? If you want to come to me, I will advise you, and you will not turn back. Let's do it. Help the army and meet the enemy. Han Tai ordered. 300 soldier, silently like Jiao water. At this time, Li Qingshan and Han Qiangzi took the shot and preempted. Han Qiangzi is a raging fire, and the heat waves are rolling. Li Qingshan is walking on the waves and the water is spinning. Water and fire too say, you chase me, go hand in hand, and one, rush to fly all the soldier in front of you, and the other soldiers around, did not stop, and passed them by. In the twinkling of an eye, the two penetrated the military formation. Loud rumble loudly, Han Tai shot like a dragon, hitting the same knife and punching together. True Chi's radiant glow flashes the night. A huge force was pressed from the fist. Han Tai felt that some support could not be sustained, and his heart was shocked. It took only a long time for him to disappear. His Li Qingshan's strength became stronger and the speed became faster and more faint. The momentum is breathtaking. If it is a single fight, I am afraid that it is not his opponent. The speed of such progress is strange. What father should insist on obstructing? The thought was just a flash. Li Qingshan and Han Qiangzi screamed in unison, and all the forces of true Qi were poured. Han Qiangzi was forced to step back and forth, until the front of the city gate, retreating, and slashing his rifle, hitting the two men's chests with both fists, and shouting, the enemy. Li Qingshan has a cross-arm block and his body shape is just a sway. Han Qiangzi flies out. He sees only 300 soldiers. When I know, it has already formed a snake array, a big snake, a snake body coil, and Han Qiangzi, involved in the battle, shouted, don't worry about me, go. See you. Tell him clearly. Li Qingshan did not hesitate to go back and join the Han Qiangzi. The two leaned against their backs and were enemies on all sides. Han Qiangzi said, a fool, how come you are back? If I go alone, what is the point? RQ. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 393 Chapter 25 Dao Companion Couple. Hard work. The battle is constantly changing, the snake array, the tiger array, the trap dragon array. There is no trace of change. The same formation, compared with the military school disciple, is a world of difference. 300 people silently waved the spear. Li Qingshan roared and rushed, and could not highlight the encirclement. Han Tai continued to command and plunder. If he was alone, there might be some chances, but if they were two, they could not go any further. In the blink of an eye, Han Qiangzi is exhausted, and the sweat is so rainy that it is not the ordinary chi-refining warrior. Seeing a row of long gobs, they were unable to stop, and the waist was tight, and Li Qingshan pulled back. "Hold me tight." Li Qingshan put her on her back and the situation is even more critical. Han Qiangzi fell on his back and suddenly felt the wind coming behind him. As he was in a hurry, 3 long brothers stabbed him. Qingshan. Li Qingshan slashed his body and pulled out Chang'e, only to see the tip of the red, combining the power of the entire Great Formation. Even though Bull Demon Skin Refining can't resist it, it's fortunate not to be pierced. Soldiers saw this situation, and they all greeted Han Qiangzi with the offensive, and made Li Qingshan feel guilty. "Let me down." Han Qiangzi has a big pain in his heart. This is the father's guardian army. As long as he is ordered, no matter what enemy he faces, he will never be soft-hearted. "Don't mess." Han Qiangzi struggled and was backed by Li Qingshan. This group of people really died. The root did not use Han Qiangzi as a young lady. Han Qiangzi didn't dare to move at the moment. Because of this movement, Li Qingshan added a few scars to her body, and he squatted on his back. He couldn't help but blink red and whispered, "Qingshan." Li Qingshan holds the broken J. Support the body. True Qi is also almost exhausted, and the body is even scarred. Han Qiangzi behind him was unscathed. The pro-guard army seriously injured 100 people and the remaining 200 people. However, the military ranks are still firmly maintained, and there is no slack. The heart is equally astonished and shocked. Such a stubborn enemy. I have never seen it before. And it is still under such unfavorable conditions. Also use this short stalemate to restore strength. At this time, a figure flew up and immediately triggered the killing intent of the formation. The spear came from all directions and assassinated. It was only after seeing that the man was Han Qiangzi. It turned out that she recovered a little true Qi on Li Qingshan's back and immediately flew out. "Welcome to Garulan, Qiangzi." Li Qingshan followed the flight. But it was too late. Seeing that Han Qiangzi was pierced by Gu, Han Tai came out of the air. The gun is like a dragon. The thorn is under Han Qiangzi. Picking it up, grab her shoulder and take her outside the ranks. "Qingshan." Han Qiangzi reached out and saw Li Qingshan's face showing a smile. "Retreat." Han Tai ordered the Pragar to retreat immediately. In the twinkling of an eye, Li Qingshan was empty, and the inner gate behind Han Tai suddenly opened and asked loudly, "Is this a test?" "At least passed my test." Han Tai let go of Han Qiangzi and walked to the door. Li Qingshan strode forward. The guards lined up on both sides, and paid attention to him. Some people shouted, "Great brother!" A wounded man supported his companion. "Well, there are 2 brushes." Li Qingshan grabbed Han Qiangzi's hand and walked together to the inner city. "What about gifts?" "I can't do it myself." "No. General, I really love Qiangzi and wish to marry her wife." Han Anjun was sitting in front of the hall, and Li Qingshan stepped forward and bowed. Han Qiangzi's face has a shy blush of joy. "No." Han Anjun's smashing voice is full of unchangeable resoluteness. "What?" Li Qingshan was amazed. "All of this step, or not?" "What?" "The old man told me clearly." Han Qiangzi couldn't stand it anymore, pointing forward to Han Anjun's nose. "Nothing, no time, if nothing else, go." Han Anjun stood up and turned to the inner court. "You stand for me, we are here to work hard, not to listen to your opinions." Han Qiangzi took the gift from Li Qingshan and slammed it in front of Han Anjun. Feeling wronged tears, never seen such an unreasonable father, pulling Li Qingshan's hand and taking the door, with Han Tai pass by. Han Tai stunned and walked into the door, only to see that Han Anjun was bending over and smashing the scattered cakes on the ground. He didn't lift his head. "What are you doing?" "The end will order the retreat. Defy the military order, and especially sin. Even you dare to defy me." Han Anjun straightened up, put a piece of pastry in the mouth, chewed a few times, swallowed. "The taste is not bad, this girl, even throw it away." "Don't the father promise them?" Han Tai bowed his head deeply and was puzzled. "Do you think that I am not close to human feelings? I am not doing everything right?" Han Tai looked up and couldn't believe that this was from his father's mouth. but he saw Han Jun's mouth, and there was a rare smile. I want to cultivate you into talents. I don't want to turn into obstacles in your heart. Even the gimmicks seem to be free. But when you find a man, you have to bring the door to me and ask me to agree. Why do I agree? Tai, you must finally understand that before the soldiers and fathers, we are first cultivator. Han Tai thoughtful departure. Han Jun returned to the hall. Cao Gan is cherishing the kin, carefully tuning. General, your son-in-law is too embarrassed to start, and almost broke my piano. But the strength is really good. Why not recruit him into the Han door? Will be a big boost in the future. One thought refuses. Not just a lesson, young lady. Nothing beats you. The kid is not idle, but he will never succumb to others. On the cultivation, only Tao companion and heartless, if not like-minded. How can you get through 100 years of light? Now Rig gathers because of love. His Ri will be scattered by feelings, a husband and wife name, and increase. Oh, this is also the case. The two groups of fire gathered together, seemingly raging, but difficult to long-term, in my opinion, can support for 3 or 5 years, even if it is rare. This thought, young lady will understand in the future. The two went out to the general's house but did not return to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Instead, they came to Clear River Prefecture, a hospital in Han Kiangzi. Han Kiangzi has been silent, and Li Qingshan doesn't know how to persuade him. I don't think I can't fix it enough. When I am cultivation, I will break the squad's guards. He has nothing to say. Does your injury not matter? Han Kiangzi finally spoke. Nothing big. Li Qingshan's body was fierce, and several spa treatments were used. Then we will be married now. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 394, Chapter 26, Tangle. In the lotus pond outside the curtain, the flowers blossomed, the night winds swayed, and the flowers scented. Li Qingshan was a little surprised. Han Kiangzi had a firm face and was similar to Han Jun. The red lips were open and once again said, Qingshan, let's get married. You decided? Li Qingshan embraced her. Yeah? Han Kiangzi daggers, squatting on his chest, listening to his powerful heartbeat, which is the voice she wants to listen to all the time. Otherwise, wait a second time. As long as we persist, let your brother say a few good words, you will always agree. Li Qingshan hates not to fly with her now, but this is a private life. I am afraid let her completely fall out with her family. This is not what he wants to see. No, you don't understand my jealous love. He decided that the 9-headed cow couldn't come back. I just talked to him so much. He must be mad. Probably refused to recognize me again, not to mention this daughter. Say promised our marriage. It's all bad for me. Li Qingshan touched her head, slightly stunned. And the malmarried woman who did not expect to take it for granted would be so troubled. From now on, only you can live with you cannot bear me. Han Kiangzi tightly wrapped around Li Qingshan's waist, showing a little weakness, out of Han family, against the father. Everything he once had, it was lost overnight, and this loss is far from what outsiders can imagine. But she did not regret it. From now on, the man in her arms became her everything. Why, Han eldest young lady, without the support of Han family, became a weak kitten. Then I have to bully it. Li Qingshan smiled and buried her neck and took a deep scent. You dare? You can't fix me now. It's a trivial matter. It's still a matter of strength. If I only look at it, I don't even have the qualification to pursue you. How can you swear by eldest young lady? Hey! Wait for me after the foundation establishment. See how I can pack you. How do you guys practice this? Whispering. It was submerged by a torrent of rain. The clouds covered the moon and the courtyard was dark. The speech disappeared. A few red candles lit up, and her cheeky face was red. I am going to bathe. She took off her arms and turned her eyes. The waist is placed and folded behind the curtain. I am also together. Li Qingshan did not keep up. And Han Kiangzi raised his hand and stopped. No, not today. Please. Li Qingshan only waited outside, looking at the candlelight, listening to the night rain into the pool. The heart is like a pool of water, swaying thousands of miles, for a long time cannot be calm. I experienced a long wait for an unusual feeling. A plain hand opened the bead curtain, revealing a bright face. The skin seems to be full of water like water. She changed into a big red dress, black long hair without combing. The wet smear spread over the shoulders. Let me wait. Li King Shan hugged her up. And many more. What happened? It seems that there are many steps in getting married. I only remember one step. Which step? Send into the cave. Li King Shan sang loudly and went straight to her. Say ghost. Han Qiangzi screamed. The sound of the rain gradually became dense, and the curtains were low and low, and the bed was on the bed. Allow him to caress, and dedicate his lips. Qiangzi. Li King Shan suddenly stopped moving, whispered, his eyes burning. Han Qiangzi hugged his neck and buried his face on his shoulder, whispering, love me. Li King Shan held her waist and leaned down. She only heard a low sigh in her ear, like a long sigh, full of joy and pain. A silence. Only the rain passed through the room joiner, becoming bigger and bigger, or a few distant thunders. The blossoming lotus sways in the wind and rain, and the flowers are filled with crystal clear water droplets. In the looming, there is a moving tender moan that penetrates the rain curtain. After a night of rain and rain, the raindrops flowed on the lotus leaves. Under the rising sun in the east, the crystals were crystal clear, and the colorful flow turned and fell into the pool. Li King Shan pushed open the window, stretched out, looked back. Han Qiangzi was sleeping, seemed to feel the sun, turned to lie on his side, revealing a beautiful back, and there were several bruised finger marks on the snow buttocks. Recalling the madness of last night, Li King Shan smiled slightly. Heaven is really good. Li King Shan closed the window and went back to the bed. Han Qiangzi opened his eyes slightly, first saw Li King Shan's face. His heart said infinite tenderness and sweetness, lazily leaning his face on his chest. When is it? It's been a little bright for a while. Li King Shan kissed her forehead. Well, today's Eagle Wolf Guard has something to deal with. Han Qiangzi got up and felt soft. It's just a matter of handing it over to others. You shouldn't go out now. I blame you. Han Qiangzi looked like a fire. He punched a punch in his chest. He was too shy to recall. He never thought that he would have such a wave. Well, blame me? Please wait a moment. I will prepare some food. Take a rest. This rest is another 3 days. The two are glued like paint, and they refuse to have a moment to separate. They only have each other in their eyes and forget everything else. In the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, the professor has not arrived yet. There are a lot of young people in the classroom. There are a group of young people. There are men and women, and they are surrounded by a group of people. Really? I think he is very good. What about now? Now, I don't know. I haven't seen these two people in a few days. It is said to be elopement. Wow! Exclaimed, especially a few female disciplines, and even more eyes brightened. Zijian, you listen. It's Li King Shan. Hey, your face doesn't seem very good. Hua Chengzhen hit Yu Zijian next to his elbow. In more than 2 years, Hua Chenglu stretched out and changed from a cardamom to a flower season girl, which is the best time for the 28-year-old. The eyebrows are like a new moon, the lips are like Zhu, the skin is creamy, and the green Shan is beautiful. Things similar to Hua Chengzhen's 7/8 face. It seems to be personally proving the face of Hua Chengzhen. If it was born on a woman, what would it look like? In 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, there is already the title of First Beauty. It's a gathering of people, and it's quite eye-catching with Yu Zijian. For the name Li King Shan, Hua Chenglu is no stranger, but there is no intersection in 2 years. Even though there have been some special emotions, it has already been diluted by the changeable life of Jing color. It is only vaguely remembered that he still owes himself one thing. Perhaps he has forgotten it. Oh, nothing, the professor is coming. Yu Zijian glanced and pointed at the podium. When the class calmed down, Hua Chenglu turned his head and listened attentively. Yu Zijian a little frown. He should, not the great hero bull. Before returning from Green Vine Mountain, Yu Shukyuang has repeatedly stated that Li Qingshan and the great hero Bull have absolutely nothing to do with it, but until this time, she was willing to believe this, and she was relieved. If Li Qingshan is not a great hero Bull, it will not have much to do with her. She feels a little sad for him. It is really pitiful to be able to get approval from the other family. RQ. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 395 Chapter 27 Exiting. Deep in the bamboo forest, Little Un sat in front of the stage, holding his cheeks and waiting. Starry sky, tonight. He still did not come back. Li Qingshan often goes out because of Liu Kunfing's retreat, so the two small disciplines are carried by Sun Fu Bai. The illusory cloud island is truly empty. It only smells the wind, the bamboo sizzles, the falling bamboo leaves once again paving trails. Something is lost, and the footsteps are heard and the leaves are broken. Little Un looked up and saw Li Qingshan's face full of smiles and strods. Little Un, how are you? I am damn, I forgot to tell you, wait a long time. Li Qingshan slaps his head and blames himself. Little Un shook his head, not long. Li Qingshan picked her up and put it on her lap. How about the recent meditation? Can you have a hard time? Right, I have recently encountered a good thing. Waiting for Little Un to ask questions. The unceasing torrent is told. Little Un has some words to persuade him, but seeing this situation, forget it, as long as he is happy. Yes, Commander. Han Qianzi returned to the island's residence, but saw a figure outside the door, and said, Tai-yi. He raised his face. Is it for you? Yes. Han Tai-yi did not say a word and handed a bunch of spirit stones medicine pill to Han Qianzi. Hey! Don't blame me. Han Qianzi's eyes widened and some were unbelievable. Han Tai-yi retelled Han Anjun's words. This is a matter of reason. Because of this kind of everything in disorder, it is too irresponsible to stop the daughter's marriage. What obstacles? The old man can't afford to see himself. I am not you. Han Qianzi loud. But my heart was also moved. In any case, what the man did, it's all good for her. More sigh of relief. Can't say happy. No matter how dissatisfied in the mouth, the weight of the father in her heart still heavy. The two also said a few words. Han Tai-yi was very fanciful, silent, and did not say a few words. Before leaving, Han Tai-yi stopped and turned his head and said, You are still a Han family person, I hope you can repair it. Sister, I don't need you to teach, you will be shut down, you are going. Han Qianzi is impatient to share this good news with Li Qingshan. Han Tai-yi looks at her face say. Then she knew that she was absent-minded and shook her head slightly. As long as there is a dilemma, people seem to be stupid, just like his friend. How smart he is. But obsessed with a woman who is impossible to get, ruined the good light yin. After Han Tai-yi left, Han Qianzi went straight to Illusory Cloud Island. The two men who had just met each other immediately met, and Little Un took the initiative to leave. Then there is no more lingering night. The second ring. Wang Puxiyin calmed his face, halfway in the Eagle Wolf Guard, and did not see Han Qianzi's trace, and was so angry that he recorded this account on Li Qingshan. Finally, a long sigh. Women can't stand it. Little Hua, you hurry to go out. Time flies by, and in the blink of an eye, summer is coming to autumn, and autumn rain begins to blossom. In the retreating immortal cave in the underground of the island, there was a thunder, and the thunder light staggered and penetrated the stone wall and formation that could not be penetrated, as if from the ghost of another world. After a long time, the long-closed door once again opened, Hua Chengzhen out of it. The beautiful face of the cast added an extraordinary confidence. The figure appears in your heart. At least, you are qualified to be your pawn. Do you have to worry about young lady Hua doing this kind of thing? Li Qingshan took the invitation from the hands of Hua Chenglu and looked at the woman in front of her. When I first saw it, it was just a little girl who wanted nothing. Now it has become a big beauty. The two are friends of my brother. And my brother said that I was not able to invite myself personally. I am sorry. Hua Chenglu responded politely and showed the style of everyone. Chenglu, how do you talk, but not as good as before? Han Qiangzi smiled and grabbed her hand, pulled into her arms and pinched her tender pink cheeks. Han Qiangzi has always regarded Hua Chenglu as her own sister. She has never been able to play with her everywhere, and their feelings are excellent. Sisters don't make trouble. I am afraid of being too kind. My sister will be jealous. Hua Chenglu, face red, glanced at Li Qingshan, smiled. Nowadays, their relationship is well known in the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, but the final development is beyond everyone's expectations. There is no such thing as a fall in the Han family and the espionage. Han Qiangzi, the home is still going home. Li Qingshan even went to the Big Island to practice martial arts, and Han Nanjun, the quasi old man, is not like any contradiction. In this way, the rhetoric has subsided. For the cultivator, it is a common practice to form a Tao companion for life. There are not so many ceremonial ceremonies. Just by your gimmick, it is not the opponent of my sister. Li Qingshan received the invitation. Well, I will definitely go there. The guy. Finally, the foundation establishment is successful. Brother will definitely become a cultivator. Hua Chenglu has a pride. You said? Are you staring at Chenglu? After Hua Chenglu left, Han Qiangzi grabbed Li Qingshan's collar and rode on him, raising his mouth and asking questions. The heart of beauty, everyone has it. Although you are my only woman, I can't deprive me of the power of other women. Hey! Wasn't it quite confident? Li Qingshan looked away. This is your problem. Han Qiangzi's face is close. Mrs. and rest assured, your advantage is that little girl does not have it. First solve my problem. Li Qingshan laughed and picked Han Qiangzi and walked to the house. Like the city-like Hua family mansion, the lights are bright and the city is full of joy. Not like a banquet, it is like a grand celebration. For the cultivator, what is the marriage and birth of a child, the four joys of life, and the importance and happiness of breaking through realm. Hua family invites guests from all over the world, which is when guests gather. I saw a bird, a shuttle, and a cultivator, including the cultivator of the foundation establishment. In this, the cloud passes through the rain curtain and falls in front of the door. The gate opened and people flowed. Li Qingshan stepped into the city and the rain stopped. The formation over the city pool opened, and the rain flowed down the hemispherical invisible mask, and it was beautiful under the lights of the city. Han Qiangzi swayed the servant who came to lead the way. The servant also recognized Han Qiangzi. He refused to invite the invitation and retired. Han Qiangzi is familiar with the road, along the winding path, to the high-rise tower in the center of the city, like a brilliant heavenly fire tree. Under the fire tree, Hua Chengzhen and Hua Chenglu, both brothers and sisters, greeted the unrestrained in front of the door. They were dressed in costumes and stood under the brilliance of lights. It was like a pair of divine immortal people, and all the guests were amazed. In particular, Hua Chengzhen, the beautiful man who is hard to find in the world. After the success of the foundation establishment, the temperament is more romantic, and the eyes of the female cultivator are almost sucked on him. King Shan, Qiangzi, you are coming. Hua Chengzhen saw Li Qingshan, laughing and welcoming, not because of the high, but hey-pointed, still polite, so chilly, even more in the smile integrity. Although it has not been seen for a long time, goodbye does not seem to be unfamiliar, but rather affectionate. Yes, you haven't come out for so long, I still died in you. Li Qingshan smiled and patted him on the shoulder and was photographed by Han Qiangzi, the bigger son. Less talk about arrogance. Hua Chengzhen's smiling eyes flowed between the two. You, sure enough. When I first heard it, it really scared me. Who told me? What is the use of men? I saw him pitiful. Han Qiangzi's face was red, and he argued. Who told me that I don't know what it is? Li Qingshan has two coughs, playing on the spot. So you said that you are all about me? You got it wrong. I said that I was young and ignorant. Hua Chengzhen haha laughed and took a photo of Li Qingshan. Are you likely to understand me now? Li Qingshan picked up his eyebrows. You haven't forgotten yet? Hua Chengzhen asked. Have you forgotten? What have you forgotten? Hua Chenglu and Han Qianzi interspersed, and with the keen instinct of the woman, they noticed the strangeness. It's hard to say. Li Qingshan chuckled, looking at Hua Chengzhen, is a tacit understanding. Who can think that the initial friendship between them was due to the common interest of a woman? You go ahead, wait for me to find you. At this time, another guest came, Hua Chengzhen said, and greeted him. You tell me clearly, what is it? The two went to the building, and Han Qianzi asked him again and again. Li Qingshan was only Wangu. He asked him, this is the secret between men. What do you want to mix with a woman? Forget. Nature will not forget. After all, has left such a deep memory. But don't have to worry about it all the time. It is most important to pity the talents in front of you, isn't it? Han Qianzi, who smiled and looked unhappy, couldn't understand the idea of the situation. At this time, a familiar figure appeared in front of the door, full of dejected and Tsing Yi floating. Fu Qingjian, RQ. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 396. Chapter 28, Disputes. Fu Qingjian stunned, Tsing Yi dilapidated, staring at it. It was like a fallen swordsman, but it attracted everyone's attention, even though the main character of the night, Hua Chengzhen, could not compete with him. Compared with Hidden Sword Palace, Hua family is also somewhat like a local rich man. Even though Clear River Prefecture is the first aristocratic family, there are 18 houses in Verdant Province, but only one Hidden Sword Palace. That is Hidden Sword Palace Fu Qingjin. The sword in his hand is Verdant Ruins sword, one of Hidden Sword Palace 10 exalted sword. Very powerful person. Han Qianzi whispered, is it? I think it's just a revision of the Foundation establishment initial stage, just like Little Hua. You don't want to be a small family. His Verdant Ruins sword, but the most powerful magical treasure, is said to inherit the will of the Hidden Sword Palace. It is not only powerful but also enters the world. It will be a big man in Verdant Province in the future. Han Qianzi introducing Li Qingshan, a very serious introduction. Let him guard against arrogance, and not underestimated the heroes of the world. But see Li Qingshan's face with a confident smile, reassured, your man will not be worse than him in the future. Smelly, I think it's not to know the immensity of heaven and earth. People are now the contact person of Monster Execution Union. Now, dozens of sects in Clear River Prefecture have joined the Monster Execution Union, and they are all dispatched by him. This repair is not worthy of the shoes. Suddenly listening to a familiar voice, Li Qingshan and Han Qianzi turned around and saw Wang Pussy stand up. Commander, you talk too much. Too much. Hey, it's really bright today. Li Qingshan saw Wang Pussy in a new dress, and he was very meticulous. Glamorous. I said, you will have some achievements. Fu Qingjian looked at Hua Chengzhen. Thank you for your respect. Hua Chengzhen is polite and alienated. Although they are Foundation establishment cultivators, there is a world of difference in strength and future. Fellow Taoist Fu is close to you, it's really a chill. At this time, it was no longer possible for Hua Chengzhen to speak. The father of Hua Chengzhen, Hua family patriarch, personally greeted, with a smile on his face. Behind him was a Foundation establishment cultivator coming downstairs. Everyone, young and old, from sect in Clear River Prefecture, is a big man like the sect leader. The salute to Fu Qingjian seems to prove what Wang Pussy said. Even if it is not a member of the Monster Execution Union, you have to say hello. On this ground, Fu Qingjian is already a very important person, and you can decide the life and death of a sect. Ah, that's not Xiao sect leader of Crimson Garments sect. And Yunxia, the elder of Yunxia Valley. All of the Foundation establishment cultivators appeared at once, and the Qi refining warriors were all amazed and talked. Fu Qingjian seems to be looming over the first level of the eye, and Hua Chengzhen has become a marginal person. Li Qingshan smiled and said, Commander, since people are so powerful, don't hurry up and pick up. Take your head. Monster Execution Union is Monster Execution Union, Eagle Wolf Guard is Eagle Wolf Guard. Wang Pussy has a glimpse of his eyes in the crowd who stood by and looked up. Extremely conspicuous, The crowd let him open a path. "Old Wang, what's wrong with this today? Is it so big?" Li King Shan was strange. "You don't pay much attention to Eagle Wolf Guard, so I don't know." The most recent case is related to Crimson Garments sect. Crimson Garments sect, every discipline goes out and completes a trial mission. The name Blood-Dyed Zuyi. You must kill 100 people by hand. This task sounds bloody, but it is also impossible to return to the Qingxia Day. 3,000 miles of Clear River Prefecture. Mountain bandit is countless, and just find a Jianghu sect to kill. The base is not awkward. But recently there was a Crimson Garments sect disciple. Because he was a bullman in a wealthy family when he was a teenager, he was bullied. He took the task and went back to kill the rich man, but he also counted the servant of the men, women and children. Only 7 killing Xing together, and killing more than 30 neighbors, and collecting hundreds of people. I was alarmed by the Eagle Wolf Guard in the city, and sent the Dark Wolf Guard to take him. I didn't expect the Crimson Garments sect disciple to be very well repaired. I killed 2 Dark Wolf Guards and fled back to Crimson Garments sect. This made a big taboo for the Eagle Wolf Guard, and Wang Pushi went to Crimson Garments sect to ask the prisoner if in the past, any sect would not dare to compete with the Eagle Wolf Guard, only they handed over the discipline. However, Crimson Garments sect has joined the Monster Execution Union. There are dozens of sect guards in front, and Hidden Sword Palace is the backing. The Red Eagle commander is not in the eye. Crimson Garments sect has denied that it is the clip of his Crimson Garments sect. Please go to Wang Pushi. Searching. Beside Fu Qingjin, Crimson Garments sect is looking into the distance. The back of Wang Pushi is near, and the Eagle Wolf Guard still imagines the glory of the past, but it is a mistake. Other sect leader elders, there is also a fascination between the eyebrows. The cultivator, when you go with your heart, is stunned by the Eagle Wolf Guard. It is really unpleasant, and you are now proud. Everyone crowded Fu Qingjin back upstairs. Han Qiangzi said, "Not just this thing, the recent case is very difficult to do, as long as sect is involved. It is all gone. It is no wonder that commander is so angry. Look around, then use sound transmission the way to enter the secret." To Li King Shan said, "Now Little Hui is out of customs, and there may be big moves in the near future." Li King Shan has a glimpse of his heart. Now that the battle of humans and monsters has not yet started, the battle on the ground has already begun. I am afraid that the ground will no longer be peaceful. After calming for thousands of years, the waves began to rise. The dispute between humans and monsters is only one of the biggest whirlpools, but it has caused countless whirlpools. The undercurrents are hidden, and any whirlpool may devour human life. Don't be afraid, my sister will protect you. Han Qiangzi was keenly aware of Li King Shan's nervousness and smiled and touched his head. The two laughed a few words, but Han Qiangzi made a mistake. Li King Shan is nervous, not afraid, but excited. Although he does not hate the peace of life, he is more willing to use this world as a paradise for adventure. Are all the guests coming? Hua Chengzhen asked her sister. There are still a few that haven't come. Maybe it's not coming. It's almost time. Let's go in. Hua Chenglu smashed the list. Hua Chengzhen looked up and saw a giant ship break through the clouds, descending from the sky. Seeing the sign on the ship, and slamming it in a bright, busy command, "Open the formation." Qiangzi, who are you looking at? Hua Chengzhen came with a young man with his ugly appearance and 5 short statures, wearing a scholarly robe, and he was not a little bit slick, standing next to Hua Chengzhen and letting Li King Shan think of it. Wu Dalang and Ximen King. However, no one dared to take a nap on this Wu Dalang because he was already a foundation establishment. Shan Cheng, you are back from Song Tao Academy. Han Qiangzi also showed a surprise. RQ. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 397 Chapter 29, Wind House. Jiang Shanxing laughed, but couldn't hide the arrogance on his face. He wanted to be the worst in his family. Innate skill was not high, but he returned to Song Tao Academy. The first foundation establishment was successful. This time I came back and specially borrowed the flying dragon boat from the master. When I saw the old friend of the past, It was return in glory. The surprised look of Hua Chenglu in front of the door made him very useful. The little girl was not seen for a few years, and it was so beautiful. Seeing Han Kaiengzi again, it was even brighter, still standing tall and confident, and she was quite masculine, and she had more mature women's charm. Little Hua Foundation establishment. Of course I have to come back and see, Tai Yi. Jiang Shanqing's thoughts returned to the past. At that time, a group of friends played and were often despised. Only 3 of them did not despise him, and he is very encouraged. Hua Chengzhen said, "You know, Tai Yi doesn't like this scene the most." "Is this?" Jiang Shanqing turned his eyes and saw Li Qingshan, who was in the same group as Han Kaiengzi, seemed to be very close, and his brow wrinkled. "This is Li Qingshan, the chief discipline of Novel School, the man of Kaiengzi," Hua Chengzhen said with a smile. "What?" Jiang Shanqing sees Han Kaiengzi. The face is slightly red, but there is no objection. The heart sinks. "Kaiengzi. You are married? Why didn't you inform me?" Hua Chengzhen said, "It's you, we are not notified." "How is this going?" "You don't know the mountain pig brother." Hua Chengzhen smiled and told the story. "Let this big mountain pig arrogant, but the foundation establishment cultivator, just want to be tempted by Han's sister. Is it still far away?" Mountain pig is the nickname of Jiang Shanqing, and Hua Chenglu looked down on Jiang Shanqing and felt that he was timid. Very Yinshan. This Ri has come up with this style again. Hua Chengzhen is not in the heart, but she can't see it. If it is not to replace her brother's quota, you can enter the Song Tao Academy. You are already. Rao is Jiang Shanqing has been repaired to control the level of qi and blood, or suddenly the face is red. If you are struck by lightning, you can't believe it. To be returned in glory. The fulfillment of the wish. The dream lover of the past has become a woman of others. Wood, why don't you talk? This is my friend Jiang Shanqing. Han Kaiengzi's face is reddish, more beautiful, and hit Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan always laughed and said nothing. At a glance, I saw Jiang Shanqing's thoughts. Boy, you came too late. Although it is not Ximeng King, with this physique, at least it is also a Wuerlang. You are much better than your brother. Archer, Li Qingshan has seen Jiang fellow Taoist. In the future, I will let Uncle Han agree to this marriage. Give Kaiengzi a grand wedding, and everyone will be notified at that time, and Jiang fellow Taoist will be invited to join us. Kaiengzi, your vision is too bad. This person's repair is so low, no wonder Han unwilling to agree. What is his chief comer? Novel School? I didn't get it wrong. It seems like a cat and dog can be the chief! Exclamation mark. Jiang Shanqing, the face is getting more and more ugly, and an 8th level Qi refining warrior, dare to talk to him so that he can get on the same level with Kaiengzi. In particular, the posture of the winner is to make him feel like he is in the throat, like the goods say you. I can kill 10 as soon as I raise my hand. Jiang Shanqing, you up what? Waiting for Li Qingshan to open, Han Kaiengzi's face changed, and coldly said, what kind of person I like, but you can't take your finger. Qingshan, let's go. From Li Qingshan, I have to go to the building. I can't pull it, but the secretly thought is bad. This man is a ridiculous person. Li Qingshan chuckled, a cat is a dog. The mountain pig is not allowed, respect it or go back and look in the mirror. You stand here, it affects appetite. Jiang Shanqing was furious, and Li Qingshan's face was the same as the countless ridiculous faces in his mind. He had to be shot and pulled by Hua Chengzhen and pulled upstairs. Chengzhen, let me go. Today is my celebration, give me some face. If you hurt him, Kaiengzi really wants to hate you. Jiang Shanqing took a look at Li Qingshan, and the killing intent in the middle of the looming, if the opportunity, the kid must not die. Li Qingshan regained the look of laughing and not speaking. I don't know the general people who will die. Han Kaiengzi annoyed, do you say one less will die? Will die. P equals. Are you jealous? Han Kaiengzi was stunned and looked at him with interest. Ha, just rely on that mountain pig. Li Qingshan disdain. He is a good friend, can't you be polite? He hates others so much. It's not what I called first. The ghost is a friend with him. You said that I am a ghost. It is really jealous. Forget it. I understand. A stingy man. If I find a woman to yell at your ugly girl, I can't deserve it. You will feel bad. Are you looking for it? Han Qiangzi disdain. Chenglu, it's all about you. Hua Chenglu followed the two, listening to the fun. Coldly Qingshan turned back. A look of this heavy responsibility will be handed over to you. I don't dare. Hua Chenglu spit out his tongue. Cute. Well, I am also watching you grow up. This is not helpful. I remember that you still owe me something. Huh? Who are you looking up to grow up? It is obvious that you owe me. Hey, let your Korean sister be confused. Sister, what I want, even though I said to my brother. What brother? Don't be awkward. Yes. What did you just say is true? What? The wedding thing. Han Qiangzi, there is a glory of happiness in the middle of the shackles. He always thought about it. It's a mess, I can't remember it. You dare? Han Qiangzi squinted. Li Qingshan haha smiled. After you wake up, remember it again. The man and the man. Say it. During the talk, the banquet begins, and the food is cherished, like the flowing water. The silk bamboo song and dance. It is even more beautiful. A gathering of cultivators. Instead of paying attention to etiquette like a mortal, it is more like a party than a banquet. People who know each other, 3 or 5 in groups, together talk and laugh. Han Qiangzi went to the same group of legalist school disciple chat. Li Qingshan, a person is boring, suddenly seeing a corner, gathering a lot of people, but a silence. Walked over. Chu Danking is painting. He just finished painting a picture. I feel someone shot on the shoulder, turned back. It's you. Go drink. Chu Danking did not quit, sinned on all sides, followed Li Qingshan to the side. Just breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. I was accidentally taken out of my identity. I was asked to paint, and the results could not be stopped one after another. Especially those female cultivator, screaming and pleading. I don't know how to refuse. No thanks. Drink the bar. Li Qingshan picked up a wine cup and stuffed it into her hand. You spare me. Chu Danking looked bitter. If he was drunk in front of so many people, he would die. Reassure, if you are ugly, I will stun you. Li Qingshan laughed. How about me? Zhenzi walked over with a smile, followed by a beautiful woman with a temperament. The repair is also the chi refining 10th level, which is the chief disciple of the music school. He smiled and said, little and junior sister, come on. Then the 2 chiefs of the Menon also came over, and in a short while, in addition to the few chief disses that have not arrived, the chief disciples have come over, calling friends and staggering, no matter whether there is an intersection, when they are commensurate with each other. The senior brother junior brother is very intimate. Chenzi toast. Everyone has a cup of tea, and we have a lot of ties, and we should be close to each other. Li Qingshan smiled. It seems that everyone feels the wind and starts to act. If you use 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy as a sect, it is the largest and most powerful sect in Clear River Prefecture. And the chief disciple of these sects is the Jing English discipline in this sect. The combination of the major sects is not only the Eagle Wolf Guard, but also the dominant position of the entire 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, and even the interests of all. The original loose 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy quietly began its own mobilization. It's so lively. What are you talking about? Han Qiangzi came to Li Qingshan and smiled and placed his hand on his shoulder. Hua Chengzhen Foundation establishment is successful. If there is no accident, she is the next chief discriminator of legalist school and naturally qualified to participate. Other legalist school disciple. The interest did not come forward. Wu Zhen is also far to look into the distance. Li Qingshan, the mood is very complicated. Who once thought of the unfortunate novel school disciple, can sit there safely. Although he has the lowest repair, only the chi refining 8th level, but has proved his innate skills and strength numerous times. no one dares to underestimate. Hua Chenglu secretly made up his mind that even if he didn't have the innate skill like his brother, as long as he worked hard to cultivate, he would be able to occupy a place in it in the future. Kian Rongzi licked his lips. It seems that the opportunity is getting more. Coincidentally, the other corner of the hall, the sect's eldest senior brother, eldest senior sister, also unknowingly gathered together, while talking and laughing, while looking coldly. In the hall, it seems that people are flowing, messy, between the 100 disciples and the sect disciple, but it is clear. The upstairs is much quieter, the Foundation establishment cultivators, softly whispered. After the initial politeness, it is also divided into 3 parties without knowing it. One is the sect and the other is the patriarch. The last party is the sect that has not yet joined the Monster Execution Union, and the aristocratic family that is on the sidelines. Hua family is the leader. Although Hua Chengzhen is a member of the Eagle Wolf Guard, the Hua family is also inextricably linked to each sect. However, the Hua family patriarch is not on the sidelines, but interspersed with each other. Sect Master Ku. Hua Chengzhen took a lap and went straight to the front of the person, bowing his head slightly. In front of him is Cloud and Rain Sect Master Ku Tang. Tonight she is dressed in a powdered palace with a light pink say, wearing a first-level gold satchel. Outlines an exaggerated and seductive figure. 3,000 green silks smashed a little simple, and the rest hangs on the neck. A small red assay gem is hanging in front of the forehead, and the embellishment is just right. The head was inserted with a flying phoenix and a golden step. As the lotus step moved lightly, a squeaking sound was heard, which made it look like a scent of peony. Since Hua Chengzhen went upstairs, Ku Tang's eyes have not been separated from him. This situation is what she has been waiting for a long time, but the word Sect Master Ku has made her unhappy. Elder Sister Ku, Sister Ku Tang was happy in his heart, but he saw a young man with 5 short statures coming in. He had her usual, confessed greed. He stunned and said coldly, "Oh, this is not, is it a mountain? It's me. I just came back from Song Tao Academy. Jiang Shanxing is busy, Han Kaiangzi is good to him, but the most exciting thing is Ku Tang. I have something to say to little Hua." Ku Tang retracted his gaze and looked at Hua Chengzhen without hesitation. Jiang Shanxing asked for a boring, thought-hearted move, and came downstairs, in front of Han Kaiangzi. "Kaiangzi, I have something to say to you." Everyone stopped talking and looked at Han Kaiangzi. Han Kaiangzi looked helpless at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan smiled and daggered. "If you want to say something bad about him, then you don't have to say it, and you have no friends to do." In the corner of the hall, Han Kaiangzi opened the door. "How many years of friends we have, you have an outsider like this to me. If you go on like this, you will suffer. I can go to Han Bo's father. He will promise. Be a friend." Han Kaiangzi, then he understood what he meant, smiled and shook his head, patted his shoulder and turned back to Li Qingshan. Kaiangzi. Jiang Shanxing feels wrong in the heart, feels that this time, did not achieve the desired purpose. The heart hated Li Qingshan. The Church Foundation establishment cultivator, was so humiliated by a chi-refining warrior. This hatred is not reported. Swearing. Going back upstairs, I met Ku Tang and saw her face stunned and her eyes red. "Shanxing, I want to go back. Send me a ride." "Ah. Good." Jiang Shanxing was overjoyed, and he was a Foundation establishment cultivator. Hua Chengzhen reached out and rubbed his lips for a moment. Ku Tang waited for a moment and finally smiled and walked out first. Jiang Shanxing squeezes his eyes at Hua Chengzhen. "Chengzhen, don't blame me for getting ahead." Li Qingshan looked out the window and the flying dragon boat took off and swayed the wine cup in his hand. In the rippling waters of the vast dragon snake lake, something is flowing under the black water. A shadow breaks through the water, penetrates the rain curtain, raises a pair of wind god wings, and flies to the sky. In the blink of an eye, through the clouds, the stars, the moon is like a hook. After a moment of flying, I saw a dragon-shaped ship with a length of hundreds of feet, sailing on the sea of clouds, like a legendary dragon whale floating in the sea. Li King Shan took a bird's eye and stirred up a wave of air. He flew away and caught up with the flying dragon boat. He landed on the empty wide deck and pushed the door open. "You mountain pig, dare to hit my woman's idea, I will come to you now." Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 398. Chapter 30. The Death of a Man. Li King Shan stepped on the soft carpet and raised his eyebrows. After listening to the walls on both sides of the corridor, there was a sound of mechanical rotation. On the luxurious carpet, a round of jing caused the pattern to light up. Vines climbed out of the ground and entangled Li King Shan. The left and right wall panels turned over, and behind the black hole walls, countless points were cold and swaying, and the long guns were like forests. "Hey, on the ceiling, I'm going to find out a piece of mechanic, and I'm going to rush." Quiet corridors, time is full of death traps, into a law. The assassination plan failed. Li King Shan leisurely sighed, knowing that the ship is not that simple. "Hey Itang, come drink some wine and get rid of gas." Chengzhen is just a moment of confusion. In the extravagant cabin, Jiang Shanxing took a glass of wine and handed it to Kuhei Itang, and the corner of her eye looked at her exquisite body for countless times. She was always looking at her beautiful face like Hei Itang. Kuhei Itang looked at his pretending to be pity, hard to hide his face. He felt sick, but he took the drink and drank it. Jiang Shanxing was overjoyed and even handed over the wine. Kuhei Itang came to drink and hesitated. "From the beginning to the end, only," he said. Kuhei Itang silently speechless. In a short time, Kuhei Itang was flushed, and the eyes were like water. His eyes were faint, and his eyes were fascinating. There may be sorrows in the middle, but the painstaking studies charming technique for many years. Let her smile in a smile, full of unparalleled charm. Let Jiang Shanxing look almost stunned. Kuhei Itang's smile on his face blossomed like a flower, and a voice spit out from the heart. "Is it beautiful?" "Beautiful, beautiful." Kuhei Itang laughed. "Hey Itang, you are drunk. I will help you to rest." Jiang Shanxing couldn't stand it anymore. Holding Kuhei Itang's hand, Kuhei Itang didn't push it. He was so drunk. "Hey, there are many good men in the world. Hey Itang, why are you hanging on a tree?" "Actually, Having said that, his face changed and he took out one thing. Looking at it in a blink of an eye, it is like a slap-sized Jingmai rudder plate, which is flashing brilliance. Someone broke in. I see who is so daring, and he is not allowed to die. Being disturbed by good things, Jiang Shanxing was full of anger. After passing this village, there was no such store. Now Kuhei Itang is frustrated, otherwise it will be used to see himself. Is it him? Kuhei Itang raised a strong hope in his heart and had a look on his face. Jiang Shanxing is even more uneasy in his heart, and he is afraid that it will be pursued by Hua Chengzhen. Chengzhen, everyone friends. Why bother to break my good things? The center of the steering wheel is a brilliance, interwoven into a picture in midair, and all the parts of the cabin are in sight. Eventually settled at the entrance to the cabin, the red figure on the red. Kuhei Itang was disappointed. Jiang Shanxing is calm, as long as it is not Hua Chengzhen. The flying dragon boat is also defensive for the formation, but the flying dragon boat has a lot of energy to sail. If you start the formation, it will cost more. There are 2 foundation establishment cultivators here, and even if any enemy strikes. When I saw the sign of their Songtao Academy, they scared their buttocks. Jiang Shanxing started the defense mechanism inside the cabin. It seems that people will not be put in the heart. Seeing that the red silhouette was overwhelmed by long shots, he smiled proudly. The charm trap in the flying dragon boat is the arm of the Mohist schoolmaster. It is amazing in its power. Even though it is a piece of pig iron, it has become a horse honeycomb. In a dead silence, oh yeah, kaka kaka, a twisted and broken sound. Boom. The long gun was broken, the arrow flew, and Li King Shan was unscathed. The spirit turtle dark armor shrouded the whole body and stepped forward. It was found that the carpet pattern was still entangled, the brow was wrinkled, and the carpet was torn apart. Both hands felt at the sides of the thigh and found that their legs were shining and streaking. Pull out a red hair and turn it into a pair of trousers. Satisfied? Put your hand into the trouser pocket and walk to the depths of the cabin. What is going on? Jiang Shanxing's face changed, and a terrible sense of crisis came to his mind. The figure was familiar. You haven't thought about it yet? Kuei Tang was so sneer, and after the disappointment, his mind was colder. Jiang Shanxing suddenly remembered that the previous sensation was a sensation, and it is still a big event that has not disappeared yet. He has seen a picture of the killing of Solitary Grave Old Man and Golden Rooster Old Man and Green Vine. Old Man is scared to dare to go out of the terrible monstrous talent. In the picture of the line of sight to the rudder, yes, it is him. Jiang Shanxing was shocked by the rudder plate Guanhua for she, ordered to this flying dragon boat. Start all the mechanisms, all the tricks out. Flying dragon boat slightly trembles, countless mechanisms start sounds, overlapping together, such as thunder and roar, like a dragon wail. Li Qingshan came to a large cabin, and a squadron was waiting here. There were two lights in his eyes, and he turned his head and looked at Li Qingshan. The arrow is like a black say rainstorm, and Li Qingshan's wind wing is rising. And it is a heavy rain. Pump your nose, a corner of your mouth, a mountain pig, find you. This flying dragon boat does not know what wood material is used. It is not only strong, but also affects the induction of the breath, but the smell is not affected. He has grasped the trajectory of a smell. It was a scent of scent. Li Qingshan's body shape flashed away, following this smell. Leaps and bounds. This Jiangshan pig is really a metamorphosis. Still use perfume. Dong 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 dong. The hatchway is locked in front of the eyes. Li Qingshan broke through the road. Behind him, a team was chasing after him. In front, various traps emerge in an endless stream. Sometimes the floor suddenly collapsed and spurted out the fire. Sometimes the walls on both sides suddenly squeezed. It is like a dragon whale squirming in the stomach, secreting digestive juice, desperately trying to kill his foreign object. However, Li Qingshan is a foreign object that it can't digest. What to do? Elder sister Ku, what should we do? The steering wheel faithfully showed it all out. Seeing Li Qingshan, Jiang Shanxing was sweating. He still had some self-knowledge. He was just Foundation Establishment initial stage, and it was a little lucky to be successful in Foundation Establishment. The other side is an enemy 3, killing 2 Foundation Establishment intermediate stage cultivator, forced the Foundation Establishment late stages Green Vine Old Man almost killed. Fierce impressive big monstrous talent. I don't know. Kuei Tang also knows that he is not immune to this but he is calm. If I die here, I will be the one who is so thankful and regrets my life. Right, you used charming technique, may be useful. Jiang Shanxing quickly took out a stack of talisman and posted it on the door. I used the technique of charm to attract his attention. Are you taking the opportunity to escape? Being swayed by Kuei Tang, Jiang Shanxing also stunned and was about to persuade. Boom! A loud bang. I saw a heavy hatch, slammed in, and sawdust splashed. The rune on the door was distorted. In front of that terrible power, bow down to the court. Is anyone at home? Li Qingshan said, and it was another punch, and there was a crack in the hatch. If you are at home, please open the door. Boom! The hatch is on the broken edge. The voice coming from outside the door, Yin Sen crazy, made Jiang Shanxing chilling. Without saying anything, left Kuei Tang and escaped from the secret thought in the corner of the room. Boom! The hatch is divided and the block is stimulating. The scarlet hair and waist, a maddening demon, appeared in front of the door. In Kuei Tang's line of sight, Rao puts life and death away, and the strong pressure is still making her pupils shrink. How is Kuei Tang also on this boat? Li Qingshan finally understood where the fragrance came from, but did not hesitate to take a shot. She came to Kuei Tang and grabbed her slender neck. Only you? Kuei Tang stared at his face and silently. You are not afraid that I will kill you? Li Qingshan was curious. Kuei Tang did not have any resistance, and even the charming technique that was good at it did not show. Kuei Tang sneered. Li Qingshan guessed the cause of the incident from the unfortunate feeling of sadness and death on her face. Hua Chengzhen was indifferent. Kuei Tang fell in love, and the heart was waterless. Li Qingshan threw her away and slammed it on the wall. Then pump your nose, kick the secret thought, and chase the past. Secretly thought closed behind. See, Kuei Tang did not catch up. Jiang Shanxing breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he delayed the time, he could escape to the cabin and look at the small steering wheel in his hand, maybe, and defeated opportunity. Flying dragon boat, still in the clouds, sails forward. At the back of the boat, a small door was suddenly opened. Jiang Shanxing poked his head out and saw the clouds rolling backwards. He slammed, and a top-grade sword flew out, stepping on his feet, and the sword controlling. I glanced at the steering wheel in my hand and hesitated. Although there was a chance to win, it was too dangerous. After that, throwing away a flying dragon boat, although the consequences were serious, but staying in Qingshan is not afraid of burning wood. Just take it off. Robbery is still a long-term future. If you don't want to die with a monstrous talent, you have to look far. Jiang Shanxing feels a little bit, and suddenly looks back, only to see the darkness in the dark door, and the heart is not good. Awesome sword. Li Qingshan flew. Jiang Shanxing handcuffed swords, top-grade sword, turned into a pair of snow-white sword light. Although the human cultivator is not as good as the monster cultivator, it can control the enemy. The speed is amazing, the edge is sharp, and it is really a battle. The monster general may not be able to win. But is Li Qingshan the usual monster general? Wind god wings rouse, the shape of the steep turn. The edge of Jiangwen slipped over the spirit turtle dark armor, the light violent collision, illuminating Li Qingshan's mouth and smiling, avoiding sword chi edge, passing by. The speed is not reduced. To Jiang Shanxing stretched out his right hand. Jiang Shanxing retired and took out a red Assay spirit talisman, which is the life-saving spirit talisman given by the Song Tao Academy to the Foundation establishment period. Not yet. The black shadows shrouded and covered the moon. Li Qingshan's right hand, turned into a black giant claw, held Jiang Shanxing in his hand, suddenly tightened, only heard a burst of happy bones shattered, smirked. After the lessons of Green Vine old man, let the enemy die slag is still necessary. And this guy is a personal scum. A good friend's woman is not let go, but also lost the woman to run first. I will make you more worthy of the name. RQ. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 399 Chapter 31, Winning the Green Vine 1. The sky is overturned and the sea of clouds is churning. Both of them are infinite, silent, and even the flying dragon boat has stopped, as if watching the final stage of the battle. A spark flashed, and then, a loud roar. Li Qingshan felt that the palm was hot and the flames came out from the fingers. Jiang Shanxing knows that he must die, and he has inspired Scarlet Talisman. Calm the atmosphere, being smashed open, whistling, the clouds layer upon layer swaying, a big cave appeared. Li Qingshan flew on the flying dragon boat, and the pain came from the right hand. The right hand was already coke, and the huge flying dragon boat was also shaking. Jiang Shanxing drove the white sage Jiangwen and quickly looked forward. Li Qingshan waved his right hand and distracted to reveal the skin. With his resilience, this injury is nothing, but it also consumes a lot of monster chi. Secretly thought in the heart, and surely any Foundation establishment cultivator should not be underestimated. If it is too big, there is a possibility of overturning the ship in the Yin ditch. If the Scarlet Talisman is closer, even if it has a spirit turtle dark armor, it may not be able to maintain clone because of the excessive consumption of monster chi. Li Qingshan was chasing the wings, and a breathing room forced him behind Jiang Shanxing. Jiang Shanxing is black and black. Although Spirit Talisman is inspired by him, it is not because of his strength. He is detonated at such a close distance. He is also seriously injured. He can no longer compete with him, but his face is full of arrogance, You are a monstrous talent. I want to go with you. Just by you? Li Qingshan sneered, suddenly felt a crisis, and suddenly looked back. The ship's side of the flying dragon boat opens a small door, exploring the muzzle of countless black holes. The brilliance of the stars, gathered in it, the muzzle is getting brighter and brighter. In the dark night, a drunkard walked on a country road, suddenly smelling a thunder, and slipping on a rainy night. He was shocked and fell to the ground. How come autumn? He looked up, his mouth wide open, and he forgot to put it together. He saw a hole in the sky, a star in the sky, a silvery pillar, and a sky. He swallowed and spit, and was stunned by this strange sight. I haven't recovered yet, and dozens of rays have penetrated the clouds and staggered. From a distance, it is as thin as a line, and in a blink of an eye it becomes a beam of light, falling not far from him, and immediately it is a black hole that is bottomless. Divine Immortal is forgiving. Divine Immortal is forgiving. I don't drink anymore, don't beat my wife. He squandered his spirits and frightened and squatted on the floor. Give me death. The power of the flying dragon boat made Jiang Shanxing also a big surprise. He was ecstatic and holding the steering wheel. Drive again and again. The flying dragon boat is not a transport ship, or it is used for forced use. It is a crystallization of the wisdom of the numerous craftsmen of Mohist school, a truly unparalleled war machine. Li Qingshan flapped the wings and thrived among the light columns. Muir flew straight to Muir and the mule fell 100 feet into the sea of clouds. The light is chasing after it, the route is not affected by the clouds, and does not give him a breathe there. Jiang Shanxing Jing's look to the sea of clouds. The utility flying sword flies to the flying dragon boat. As long as he returns to the ship and raises the defense formation, monster will take him no more. Li Qingshan was arrogant and hurried, and did not dare to stop for a moment, but his eyes stared straight at Jiang Shanxing, and he took out a piece from 100 treasure pouch and took a sigh of relief. Jiang Shanxing can return to the ship with his eyes, and it hurts like a tear. It seems to collapse at any time. His heart is happy and anxious. The word controlling is flying. His body is stagnation. He can't believe it, and he's bloody. The spear passed the chest. Behind him, the flag flutters. It turns out that Li Qingshan is throwing a flag at a critical juncture. It is a flagpole that runs through Jiang Shanxing. Life is far away. Jiang Shanxing squints. I am a better genius than Hua Chengzhen than Han Tai, and even more powerful people, who will die here, die in the hands of a monstrous talent. I am not willing. Li Qingshan rose to the sea of clouds, moving sideways, and a beam of light swept past him, passing a slight curve dark and flying to the end of the sea of clouds. This is also the last attack of the flying dragon boat. Under the stars, Li Qingshan jumped onto the deck. His body was half-baked. The full head was red-haired, and he held the steering wheel in one hand and the flag in one hand. Jiang Shanxing still picked it on the flagpole. At the flagpole, Jiang Shanxing flew down on the deck, leaving only a line of breathing, with a weak voice, I beg you, no, don't kill me, Song Tao Academy will not let you go, Monster Execution Union will not let go of you. Let you be a ghost. I am Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan whispered in Jiang Shanxing's ear. Jiang Shanxing's eyes were violent and wanted to say something. Li Qingshan grabbed his head and screwed it 3 times and threw it into his own 100 treasure pouch, ready to take it back to Little An as a snack. Is this the controller? Li Qingshan fiddled with the steering wheel. The power of the flying dragon boat made him very excited. It turned out that he couldn't use it. The steering wheel didn't respond to monster chi, and true chi couldn't push it. Can't use it if you can't use it. Li Qingshan put the steering wheel back, picked up the flag and walked into the cabin. With this effort, the woman should run away. Li Qingshan pressed his heart to kill Xing, although he had vowed to wash the Cloud and Rain sect, but it was a few years ago. The newspaper's hatred has also been reported, and there is no direct hatred with Kuhei-Tang. Where it is possible to let people off, one should spare them. She is also a confidant of Hua Chengzhen. If it is killed, it is not good to meet later. However, It is too obvious to let her go alive, otherwise it will be irritating. So Li Qingshan deliberately dropped her on the wall and was slightly injured, and then chased Jiang Shanxing, only when it was a moment of negligence. There is also an explanation. No, Li Qingshan, who is full of his own mind, gentle and generous, and who is attached to his friendship, returned to the cabin and saw that Kuei-Tang was still there. Kuei-Tang seems to have never noticed his departure and return, just paying attention to himself and not asking for the life and death of Jiang Shanxing. It seems that everything in the outside world has nothing to do with her. You didn't run away? Li Qingshan was incredible. Is it escaping? Kuei-Tang asked. Actually, after Li Qingshan left, she had thought about running away, but immediately dispelled this thought. Even if she could escape, how far can he escape? At his speed, I am afraid I caught up with it all at once. Nature can't escape. Li Qingshan stunned. If he was eager to kill, Kuei-Tang was really hard to escape. He couldn't help but laugh and laugh. It was difficult for Lozi to come up with this trick and let you live a path. You didn't appreciate it. Why should you escape? Kill it and kill it. You want me to kill me and kill? I don't really have no face. Li Qingshan yelled, grabbed the jug, and drank it, his eyes flashing. It seemed to peel off Kuei-Tang's dress and pinch it. Her chin. Yin smiled. Play with me first. This is Li Qingshan's second trick. It's just a woman. Even if it can be fearless, life and death, it's impossible to be afraid of this kind of thing. I will definitely say, if you come over, I will commit suicide. He will also push the boat. Let her go, and then deliberately give her a chance. Then she will definitely try to escape. Li Qingshan can't help but be proud of her second best way in such a short period of time. You are more confessing than the one just now, and it is also pleasing to the eye. Kuei-Tang stunned and stunned, still moving. Li Qingshan is almost a man, isn't it a man? As for such a bird, cloud and rain sect master, foundation establishment cultivator, is actually a flower idiot. And the love is a natural bear. I want to act in a low manner and quietly kill Jiang Shanxing. It is because of this woman that I let the plan fall through. I will go back and say that I am afraid to let Li Qingshan be suspected. One is also killing, and the other is killing. Since you don't want to live, then I will fulfill you, and I will not kill you. Killing people. Li Qingshan brows, murderous aura surging, pouting out the long fangs, gave birth to a want to bite her white neck. Kuei-Tang Xuexing closed his eyes and prepared for the upcoming insult. He suddenly remembered Hua Chengzhen, and his heart was bitter. Unfortunately, why should he let him add more sadness and go innocently? A drop of tears slipped from the corner of her eye, and she was urging with the body spiritual chi to break her life. Li Qingshan has a shock in my heart. What happened to me? How is killing intent so heavy? Spirit turtle power, still perfect above the bull demon tiger demon, should not have this performance. That feeling, like a kind of awkwardness deep inside, disappeared. He looked around and suddenly understood what he was missing. Little Un is not around. He doesn't want to be a model. It seems to be a dislocated wild horse. A few you will break away from the last first level shackles, and become a complete demon, unscrupulous. I even want to strip the front of Kuei-Tang and insult it. The so-called morality is fragile in the face of absolute power. The unmanned environment has further fueled the growth of the darkness. Bored. Kuei-Tang stunned and opened his eyes. I saw Li Qingshan returning to the table and picking up the jar and sipping it. A woman who does not resist is more boring than an enemy who does not resist. Li Qingshan said, if I become like this, what qualifications are there to teach little Un? A person who is controlled by talks about Zhu. Isn't that even the crazy woman of Kian Rongzi is worse? Follow me. Li Qingshan strode out of the cabin. Kuei-Tang involuntarily keeps up with his footsteps. What does monster want to do? Then, on the deck, Li Qingshan threw a thing, and Kuei-Tang took a look at it. It was the little steering wheel. Li Qingshan's steady hands said, if you will help me, I will let you live a path, and promise not to move you. Where do you want to go? Although many years of hopes have failed, Kuhei has been in a state of chaos, but in the end it has been cultivation for many years, and his heart has been determined, especially after the change of the genius. You died and did not die. Her will to survive, but emerged, come out and restore the calmness of a few points flatter. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. Green Vine Mountain. RQ. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 400. Chapter 32. The Wind and the Windbreak. Green Vine 2. Li Qingshan overlooks the Wanli Stratus, the direction of Green Vine Mountain. Anyway, things have gotten a lot of trouble. Then cover up with a bigger thing, Fu Qingjin, and see if I don't deserve your shoes. You want to kill Green Vine, old man? Kuhei was shocked. The crime Jiang Shanxing who killed Song Tao Academy was not satisfied. No, or this is his purpose. Cut off this flying dragon boat to break Green Mountain defense. Great formation by Vine Mountain. Not bad. Li Qingshan is on the rise. The more I think about it, the better I feel. I heard that Monster Execution Union has made 2 micro-dust arrays in Green Vine Mountain. It's very good. You can use this flying dragon boat to break the battle. Fu Qingjin, you dare to feast. I will let Green Vine old man die for you. If I help you, I will not be a sinner. It's never worse than death. How come I don't know if you will keep your promise? Kuhei looked at him. It seems that you don't have much choice. Li Qingshan grinned and revealed fangs. Okay. Kuhei no longer hesitated. As he said, he has no choice. Another important reason is that she inexplicably feels that he is not malicious to himself. This feeling is totally unreasonable. Is it because of that unusual, no longer the beauty of Hua Chengzhen? Shaking her head, she is not really Hua crazy. In Kuhei cow, the flying dragon boat slowly turned the bow, swaying the clouds and heading towards Green Vine Mountain. Li Qingshan sitting cross-legged on the dragon head of the bow, the breeze raised the scarlet hair, and also raised behind him, Kuhei skirt, looking at his back. It's bizarre tonight. It is beyond imagination. How can I think that Hua Chengzhen would refuse her? But how can I think that I was almost insulted by despicable people? At this time, I wanted to help Monster to attack Green Vine Mountain. Qingshan, what are you laughing at? Li Qingshan has come back to God. In the brightly lit hall, Han Qiangzi sat beside him, looking at him strangely. Han Qiangzi said, "What are you thinking about?" "I have been distracting since I was." Genzi and the others are also curious. "Is it because of other women?" Kian joked. As the chief of music school, even in the words of Ping, it seems to have a mysterious rhythm, and the sound can't be said to be pleasant. There are beautiful people like the piano senior sister. How can I think of other women? Li Qingshan haha smiled. At this moment, 2 scenes were unfolded in front of Li Qingshan, one on top of the sea of clouds, and the stars and moons. One there is a Hua family banquet, full of friends. Among them, it is interesting and difficult to meet with human Dao. Thank you for the praise of the junior brother. Kian grinned and smiled. Eye waves flow, like cold and affection. She is a very high-profile person, focusing on music, not sympathizing with people, but at this time, however, I have to take advantage of my female self-cultivation and make more talents in the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Once it is really chaotic, music school is one of the 100 schools, and you can't stay out of it. Even if you don't plan to do it, you should consider the junior sisters under the music school. Li Qingshan still wants to laugh a few words. Han Qiangzi pinched his ear and smiled. If it wasn't for me, would you still want to pursue the piano senior sister? Hey, how do you know? Then screw it off. The crowd burst into laughter, and on the other side of the hall, there was a voice of dispute. Beauty, come and have a drink with us. Let's go for a drink. Hua Chenglu took turns to Hua Chengzhen and came to the face of Crimson Garment's sect disciple. A bearded man grabbed her wrist and was drunk. The other people in his seat are also drunk and follow suit. Please be self-respecting. My brother is Hua Chengzhen. Hua Chenglu earned a bit, but she could not get away. Her repair was only chi refining 5th level, and the man was already chi refining 9th level. Second senior brother, forget it, here is the Hua family. Also awake, whispered. What Hua Chengzhen, but the waste of Eagle Wolf Guard, dare to offend me Monster Execution Union. The man snorted, the wine woke up a few minutes, whispered a swear word, let go. In the hall, which is not the ear of the ear, the legalist school disciple is angry, Han Kian's brows, no attack. Since Hua Chengzhen retired, she has been dealing with the Eagle Wolf Guard. It is actually the chief disciple of the legalist school. Unconsciously, it has become much more stable. Especially the big action that is about to begin. If it is a slap in the face, it will be bad. Good thief, look at the palm. Hey! The colorful divine light shines. Chu Tan doesn't know where it pops up, and the 5 elements giant hand imprint is picked up. One palm is on the second senior brother. The second senior brother is also the chi refining 9th level. How can it be defeated by Chu Tan? 5 elements simultaneous cultivation, the smashing of the face, and then slammed into the wall, vomiting a blood. Junior sister, you're fine. Chu Tan turned his hand and held Hua Chenglu's hand, full of concern. The noisy hall calmed down. Hua Chenglu stayed, which needs you to come to the hero to save the United States. If you do not care about the overall situation, do not want to make a Hua Chengzhen celebration banquet, she said. Hua Home is still missing expert. The second senior brother will continue, even if those eldest senior brothers will not sit idly by, let him go to offend the Hua family. Just rely on your waist. Don't look at this place. Chu Tan shouted. It turns out that this guy's stupid thing is not just coming to me. Li King Shan has a lot of music in his heart, and his ridiculous ability is really amazing. Sect disciples' face changed, and they got up and the atmosphere immediately became tense. From time to time, the episode grew into a big event. Second, the senior brother shook his head, woke up. His heart was furious, his face was red, and he pulled the knife and cut it to Chu Tan. Chu Tan sneered, waste is waste, is giving him a good opportunity to show. 5 say divine light, not forgetting to Hua Hinglu smiled. Junior sister assured, there is senior brother. Lu Dun, step back. Chu Tan, stop. 2 sounds sounded, one red and one white. 2 people almost arrived at the same time with the sound. One grabbed Lu Dun's knife back and one buckled Chu Tan's shoulder. Both Lu Dun and Chu Tan are among the undisputed, but when they see both of them, they have to stop and say senior brother. The 2 senior brothers looked at each other and self-reported their doors. Crimson Garments Sect Jin Fei Ping. Confucian School Wai Yangxing. Confucian School Disciple. What hurts my door? It's just a misunderstanding. It seems that the disciples are distinguished. Fix Jingzhen, no big deal, just reveal it. Misunderstanding? Then let us fight back, to get rid of misunderstanding. How is fellow Taoist? Of course not, although it is a misunderstanding. But it is for your party. A face is actually a lesson. Although they don't want to make things big, they are screaming. No one is willing to fall. Li King Shan was sitting in the corner with interest and watching the excitement. He heard a voice from his ear. Song Tao Academy has got a message for help and will definitely catch up soon. Their head is Golden Core Cultivator. You still going to Green Vine Mountain? Are you afraid of being killed? Li King Shan turned his head. Under the moonlight, on the deck, Kuhei Tang stood with his hands folded and his clothes were floating with them. I can't kill me. Is this your clone? Kuhei Tang did not intend to persuade him to leave, just want to break the silence. This monster general, which is shrouded in danger and mysterious inspired her curiosity. His words and demeanor, which is full of people, even surprised her. I accidentally remembered a message I heard and tempted the exit. How do you know? Li King Shan. In a word, Kuhei Tang completely gave up the plan to fight back. Even if he was lucky enough to kill this clone, will also be vicious revenge. Clone is still so, and how strong should respect be? This is not a secret. I am very curious. Where is your respect? Kuhei Tang immediately grasped the key to the matter. Now, you should satisfy my curiosity. How do you want to die to live? Li Qingshan avoided talking. You may wish to guess. Kuei-Tang also did not ask questions. Sit back and cross. I guess it was smashed by a man. How do you know? Kuei-Tang was surprised first, then laughed. My performance is obvious. Can monster see it? What kind of man is it to listen to? Li Qingshan admits that he has some gossip, but it is very interesting to explore the hidden things of these familiar people in a strange identity. I don't want to say. Beware that I killed you. Then I don't say it. That's it. Silent for a long time, Kuei-Tang, am I, the person who was deliberately forgotten, never got up, pressed in my heart. Finally, she said, his name is Hua Chengzhen. From the first sentence, the next words are like the collapse of the dam. The unceasing torrent, from the heartbeat, to the later love, her eyes through Li Qingshan, reaching a very distant place, perhaps not in front of the eyes. Who is it? Just want to tell. Monster won't understand this. I told you so much. Kuei-Tang laughed at herself. Jiang Shanqing only wanted to be awkward. She was cheaper. Finally, listening to her, it was a monster who almost killed her. It was really fate. Of course, if it is human race, it is a friend who wants to listen to her, but can't export. Even if you say something to a tree hole, your mood will be much better. Li Qingshan smiled and looked down on her performance, but after hearing it, she couldn't help but feel awkward. Kuei-Tang, I feel that my mood is much relieved and I am even more surprised. Does monster care about her mood? And monster doesn't understand? Li Qingshan's figure appeared in the mind of Han Qiangzi, smiling slightly. Qingshan, you go. Han Qiangzi pushed Li Qingshan. What should I? Oh, I know. Li Qingshan stunned and understood, although he was only able to listen to Kuei-Tang's story, but he also left a bit of thought here. Jin Feiping and Wei Yangxing have a slap in the face, and they are not angry. At this time, Hua Chengzhen and Crimson Garments sec downstairs from the mediation, to each issue, to compete, not hurting, but also a banquet to help the lose party. They have to apologize to admit mistakes. On the flying dragon boat, Kuei-Tang looked at Li Qingshan and smiled into his memories for a long time. The mood is very unbalanced. In this year, even monster has an unforgettable feeling. It's too unfair to treat me all the time. Hey, Green Vine Mountain is here.